This orphan boy is standing behind a wall, secretly listening as an old mage explains the basics of magic to noble children. He says that there are two things necessary to become a mage: wisdom and insight, and that no amount of money in the world can buy them. But with enough talent and effort, anyone with sufficient insight can become a great mage. That's when the boy starts to wonder if there might be a chance for him to become a mage too. Somehow the old mage hears his thoughts and invites him to come out from behind the wall. The boy is shocked that he's been caught. He hesitates, unsure whether he should run away or step out, especially since he looks like a complete mess right now. But suddenly a realization hits him. If he doesn't jump over this wall, he'll regret it forever. When he climbs over, he sees the old mage and a group of children. The old geezer turns out to be the headmaster of the Magic Academy, and he invites the boy to join them. As the boy comes closer, the other children immediately notice that he isn't a noble. They despise him and tell him to get out, but the old mage doesn't care and asks the boy to come closer. He simply wants to know what interested him so much in their conversation. It turns out the boy just wanted to see magic. He's never seen it before, only read about it in books. The children immediately accuse him of lying, convinced that commoners can't read books. But the boy just begs to see even a little bit of magic. That's when the old mage uses wind magic and blows all the children high into the air. As the boy falls, he's terrified of crashing into the ground. But when he opens his eyes, he's floating safely above it, while everyone laughs at him. When he gets back on his feet, he asks a question: what magic really is? Because the explanation he knows from books isn't enough. He shocks the headmaster with his knowledge, then asks if he can learn magic. Instead of answering directly, the headmaster invites one girl to enter the spirit zone and tell him how many coins he's holding in his hand. She easily answers 6, and she's correct. She entered the spirit zone and sensed everything around her. The headmaster explains that mages in the spirit zone can sense the outside world in an extrasensory way. Skilled mages can even sense the number of leaves on the ground far away. He then suggests that if our boy wants to try it, he should find a quiet place and practice for a long time. But if he wants, he can also try it right there. Our boy concentrates and enters the spirit zone as if it's the most natural thing in the world. His mind breaks all physical boundaries, and when he opens his eyes, the world around him changes. He hears every single sound nearby. The old mage praises him, but the special class is over, and he returns to the academy with the students, leaving the boy alone. The headmaster thinks to himself that the boy has extraordinary talent. If he were a noble and had been trained from a young age, he might surpass all the children there. But he's still a commoner, and that ruins everything. Here's the truth about our boy's past. No one knows who his parents were. One night, he was found in a stable. A poor family of commoners adopted him and raised him as their only son. They named him Siron, and he was always different from others. While other kids played games, he read books, especially those about magic. One day, his father brought him to the city. While searching for a bookstore, Siron ended up near that wall. After meeting the headmaster of the Magic Academy, our boy jumps back over the wall, unable to believe that he really entered Spirit Zone from first try. He is in disbelief that he can actually do it. While running on the road, Siron recalls his experience of being in the Spirit Zone. He feels like he is split into thousands of pieces and scattered across the planet. It's as if he himself has become a world. He is on the verge of crying, overwhelmed by the intense experience in which he feels like he is unleashed from his body and has become infinite. In this state, he doesn't notice that he bumps into someone and falls to the ground. He apologizes to the person, who turns out to be a bunch of rowdy people. One of them grabs his collar while threatening him, saying that he can't just run around and crash into people. Our boy thinks he might be about to get killed here. Suddenly, a new voice interrupts, asking whether she is missing something. Everyone shows great respect to the newcomer, who turns out to be a noble young lady visiting to counter her boredom. The goon tells her that they are teaching Siron a lesson for trying to kill them, but our dude protests the accusations. However, the goon doesn't like him talking back and starts to beat him. He is now on the ground, trembling. The people around him curse him and even ask to see his mother, which makes Siron quite angry. They provoke him a little more while beating and kicking him, but they are stopped by Amy, who mockingly asks about his well-being. Trembling, he clarifies that he didn't do anything wrong, but he is shocked to hear Amy suggest selling him to the south. No one will care about him as he is just a peasant boy. Hearing this, he calls out to his parents. Unfazed by his misery, Amy even asks the goons to check him out, whether he is damaged somewhere, as he should be intact as a slave. The men are quite excited to humiliate him, but she asks them to examine only his face. Meanwhile, she nervously thinks about Siron's odd behavior, as she is just planning to have some fun before letting him go. But they don't know he has gone to the spirit zone, which heightens his sensitivity to the things around him. At first, he doesn't understand what exactly is happening. The next moment, he remembers how the headmaster has called the wind. Outside, his body is jerked by the goon, who wants some reaction from him. Amy also understands what's really happening and asks them to stop. But it is too late, as Siron suddenly calls the wind, and everyone is lifted into the air while his eyes widen at the sight of himself using magic. With a louder heartbeat, he falls to the floor, looking at his bullies in pain. Desperate, Amy asks about his identity and his source of learning this magic, because he can't do it as he is just a farmer. But next moment some people are attracted by the sound, and Amy immediately leaps into the air in front of him. He is in awe of her skill but doesn't have time to dwell on it, so he immediately runs away from that place. While running toward his father, he understands the coldness of this world. The scene shifts to the manor of House Karmas, which is a first-class nobility, where Shakola, the master of the house, looks at his daughter Amy and thinks that she must be playing hooky again, judging by the state of her appearance. She is quite furious about what happened with Sarone, while her father gives her a long lecture about skipping class and laziness. But suddenly she stops and abruptly demands that he introduce her to a magic school. Spring turns to winter, and inside the Aryan household, Vincent asks for his son. His wife informs him that their son has gone to the logging area to cut some wood. He is shocked to hear this, as it is snowing, and he becomes determined to find him. While on his way, he remembers the time when he almost lost him during the spring season. But Sarone had come back, excusing himself by saying he lost his way. However, his father senses that something happened to him that day. Meanwhile, in the snow, Sarone is thinking about the time when he was able to use magic while cutting the wood, but he can't use it afterwards. That time, he had done it subconsciously, so he doesn't know what he lacks to perform magic again, due to his lack of knowledge regarding magic. But the good thing is, he can still enter the spirit zone, which he currently enters and senses everything in front of him, although he can't explain it. With that, he raises his axe and shatters the whole tree in one go. He himself is shocked to see that he has knocked down the tree in one swing. He knows what he has done is magic. Meanwhile, his father is also shocked to see him doing this, and thinks it's a thunderstrike skill he has learned to perform. Sarone is also thinking that it is not magic but a single successful stroke among hundreds of strikes from his axe. He is determined to practice this again and again because he knows that luck can't be his partner in success, but knowledge will be. With that same determination, our dude passes 3 years, and now, in one fall, he can feel things that his eyes can't see. He touches the tree, and with a single swing of his axe, he is able to shatter it. Suddenly, he notices that he has been meditating for 5 hours. During his time in the spirit zone, he feels like he has become nature itself. He can sense the swinging of trees, the voices of insects, even the sounds of roots sucking moisture from the earth. He is so indulged in it that 5 hours don't feel enough. He remembers the headmaster's words and understands that he can now feel himself as a part of this world. Then he goes back home. He immediately notices white horses and a luxury carriage in front of his house and wonders if they have a guest. When he enters inside, he instantly senses something as he sees a refined man sitting with his parents. His parents want him to take a seat before they talk. The person introduces himself as Timurin, the butler of the House of Oyent. Sarone greets him in return while wondering about his purpose for being there. Timurin examines his face closely and asks whether he can read. Our boy answers that he has been able to read since he was very young. Meanwhile, he doesn't understand the reason behind the inspection and asks about his purpose for doing this. Timurin suddenly drops a bomb by offering him a job at the House of Oyent. At that, Timurin explains the specifics of his job. Oyent family's great library needs to be relocated. The library holds more than 10,000 books, and his job is to ensure that not a single book leaves the grounds. It will take more than 2 years for him to complete this job, as the heavy lifting will be done by porters, and his work will be sorting the books. He is stunned to realize that this opportunity will allow him to read thousands of books, some of which might be about magic. But the next words stop his thought process. His job carries a risk. If any book leaves the grounds, it will mean the death of his parents. Now he understands the reason behind his parents' grave faces. The butler adds that he will be paid a large sum of money, an amount so high that he couldn't earn this much in his entire lifetime as a hunter. Then, he tells his father that this is the reason he is selling his son. Vincent protests, saying that it is not his reason for making this deal. He wants his son to achieve his dream. The butler chuckles and doesn't believe him because if it's not for money, what else would make Vincent beg him to hire Sarone for this job? Vincent asks if Sarone will have a chance to read books there. The butler confirms it but reminds him that he won't be allowed to read books all the time. He reprimands Vincent, saying that he should be honest with his son because this job is not about him achieving his dream. This brings back memories of a 6-year-old Sarone, who was taught some words by his mother and started reading books. His radiant appearance and sharp mind made Vincent wonder whether he had noble blood in his veins. He wished that were the case. If Sarone were a noble, he would have a chance to go to school, but he rejected the idea because Sarone was his son. However, as soon as our boy joined him in his work, Vincent realized with dread that he was turning his son into another lumberjack. That's why he begged Timurin to hire Sarone so that he would have a chance to read books. But now, after hearing Timurin's words, Vincent clearly expresses that he doesn't care about his money and asks him to get out of his house. The butler knows that the conversation is over and puts on his hat, while Vincent seethes with anger at Timurin's attitude. While the butler is wondering how this family would throw away such an opportunity, but he stops when Sarone firmly states that he is going to take the job. The butler asks if he is sure because even the tiniest rumor of a lost book can cost him his life. But our boy understands the risk and still wants to take the job and do it properly. At that, Timurin gives him 1 week to change his mind before he returns to take him. However, once he steps onto the manor grounds, he cannot change his mind. When the butler leaves, his father protests, saying that he was naive to ask for the job, but now that he understands its gravity, he is going to turn it down. But he stops in his tracks when he sees Cerrone crying tears of joy, calling this the best gift of his life. Vincent hugs him with teary eyes and assures his son that they will always be with him whenever he needs them, but he also wants his son to return in one piece. He is happy to finally do the right thing as a father. The family is teary-eyed while thinking about the upcoming departure. After a week, the servants of the Oyent family come and ask for Vincent's signature. After he signs, without wasting any time, they take our dude to the carriage and close the door behind him. As soon as they settle inside the carriage, Cerrone immediately enters the spirit zone to check on his parents, who are crying for him. During his time in the spirit zone, he wants to reach out to them but stops midway, realizing that he has a once-in-a-lifetime chance. But he also knows the risks of having this job and living among powerful people. He wonders whether he will come back in one piece after 2 years. After a while, they finally reach close to the House of Ogent, which is located within the Kreia city of the Kingdom of Tormia. Basically, the House of Ogent is a family of warriors, with its founder being a level 3 general, and the current head of the house is a level 4 knight. In other words, they hold city's military authority in their hands. Finally, they are in front of the great manor of the House of Oyent. He is frightened to see the grandiosity of the territory of the house, which makes the servants quip that he still needs to meet the family. Others warn him to be cautious with his words. He looks around, totally in awe of the second-class nobility, which is Oyent. The servants usher him to the servant quarters and offices, which will be his home for the next 2 years. A while later, he is in front of Timurin, who asks him to follow him to learn about his work. Timurin finally shows him the great library of the house, which stuns him. Timurin adds that he will be moving these books while classifying them. Each week, he will be handed the list of books he needs to gather. He also tells him the working hours, which will be from 9 in the morning to 6 in the evening. He can do whatever he likes with his free time, as long as he doesn't enter the main house or leave the grounds. Then he is handed the list and asked whether he has any other questions. Cerrone knows that his life is on the line in this kind of work, which he can't mess up. So he asks when he is going to start, and the butler answers, "From tomorrow." From tomorrow, he finally wears the uniform and starts his work by reading the list. Meanwhile, he clearly understands why the task of sorting is given to only one person. He needs to understand the sorting, whether to classify the history of swordsmanship in the history section or the swordsmanship literature section. While sorting the books, he also realizes how all of that knowledge is interconnected, and its root is none other than history. He then decides to read all of the history books, which are 850 among the 10,000 books, and supplement them with others. He needs to do it in order to become a mage. He then senses someone coming and immediately hides the books because he isn't allowed to read them. Timurin comes inside, compliments his work, and asks if he is going to work late again, which Cerrone confirms. Then, Timurin suggests him to take it easy, as they have a long way to go. The next moment, he turns toward him and grabs his shoulder. Our dude is scared, wondering whether the butler has caught him reading. But the next moment, Timurin dusts off his shoulder while advising him to maintain his appearance in front of his master and their sons. He further asks him to do something with his long hair, to which Cerrone complies. He takes a sigh of relief after this close call. Now he is on his own. He needs to maintain good work and decides to tie his hair like his father. Later that night, when he is reading the history of Tormia, he understands the biggest problem. Reading and understanding is harder than he anticipated. He wonders whether he should memorize them, but then decides to understand at least one part of the event and move on. Before he reads further, exhaustion catches up with him, and he dozes off in the books. While he is asleep, Timurin comes in and pulls the book from his arms. He looks at the history book and scoffs at Cerrone's idea of reading, knowing it would take him half a month to read it all. He doesn't believe reading can bring any success to the boy. In fact, he would forbid him from reading if it was practical information Cerrone was after. Timurin leaves with pity for our boy, thinking that he is nothing but a stupid dreamer with crazy ideas. It has already been 3 months since our boy started working in the great library of the House of Oyent. Currently, he delivers 4 piles for the porters to move to their new location. Meanwhile, he is also becoming a pro at sorting books and working as a librarian. When a servant takes a book for Master Lai, he protests that Lai hasn't returned the last book. The servant explains that he tried to persuade him to return it, but masters don't care about these books, because if one goes missing, Cerrone will be in trouble. At that, our boy concludes that nobles don't care as much about books as they let on. So basically, peasants like him have to walk on eggshells to avoid making mistakes that could risk their lives. So, he decides not to draw attention to himself. His thoughts are interrupted by a blue-haired guy rushing toward him. It is the youngest Ogent's son, Leon, who is running from his master to skip training. His master shouts that he is going to make him do 100 laps as punishment, but Leon immediately hides under the table before asking Cerrone not to tell his master where he is. Master rushes inside and asks about Leon. Our boy nervously asks about the identity of the master. Master angrily introduces himself as Leon's master and insists he tell the location of Leon. Left with no choice, he points under the table where Leon is hiding. Master Kate drags him out from the table, which makes our dude wince. Master Kate promises to train him with mental endurance training today. Meanwhile, Leon is glaring at him for doing this. On the other side, Cerrone nervously thinks that he has no choice because the instructor has the same power in the house as the master of the house. After this incident, the rumor spreads about how Leon is dragged by Master Kate to the mountains. A month has passed since this incident. During these days, it takes him 20 days to read his first book, but now he understands books of every level. For the next 4 months, he goes through more than 82 history books. Now that he understands the books, he realizes that there is no new information in the other books. After going through 200 books, the remaining books are a breeze for him. At first, he is nervous about whether he is right to spend so much time reading history, but after going through the books to understand the activities of mages in history, he understands that he made the right choice. He realizes from these books that if a scholar researches a theory, a mage is someone who turns this theory into reality. The only difference between a mage and a scholar is that a scholar can't enter the spirit zone. He shuts the book with a decision that he is going to add this vast backbone of knowledge into his spirit zone in order to become a mage. Before he can plan further, the door opens, and there stands a bleeding and furious Leon, who has been counting the days for this moment to come. Cerrone gulps nervously because he knows what's coming. Leon coldly tells him that even after climbing the same cliff again and again, he has gathered his courage just to come here and get his revenge on him. Cerrone understands that no matter what, Leon is blinded by his rage. Leon, on the other hand, demands him to say something. He even calls him a coward for throwing him to his master when he had asked for help. Cerrone protests that he only tells the truth, but Leon grabs his collar while telling him that he should have told him beforehand that he wasn't going to help him. At that, our boy realizes that it's not easy for him to do something like this because of his position as a peasant. To solve the matter, Cerrone asks him what to do to make things right for him. Leon immediately understands that he hasn't been working here for long because of his calm composure. Then he grins and asks him to follow him in the dead of night. After a while, they are inside the training field, which makes Cerrone wonder whether he is going to be a punching bag for Leon. Desperately, he is ready to take the beating just to hold on to this opportunity, which is provided by him at the risk of his parents' lives. But he is stunned when Leon throws a wooden sword at him. Leon then asks him to duel with him like a man, not a coward. Cerrone protests that he is not a coward but a servant who is expected to serve. Leon deadpans that it is because he had sold him to Master Kate to save his neck. He turned his back on him when he was in need. Now our boy, finding no choice, is holding the sword. With determination in his eyes, Leon is going to fight with him while giving him a chance of 3 swings head start. While looking at him, our boy understands that Leon's eyes are truly the eyes of an Orient knight. He is also thinking about his next strategy to tackle this problem. He knows that he will have to go home if he is beaten. Then he stops and realizes that he can go to the spirit zone because he has obviously been given 3 swings. With that, he starts his first swing, which is countered by Leon. Cerrone understands Leon's strength from his swings. This time, he clenches the sword more tightly and gives a second strike, which is again blocked by Leon, who grins widely. He taunts our boy, asking whether he has ever held a sword. But Cerrone is already in the spirit zone, knowing he has only 1 chance left. He knows that Leon won't be able to block him this time, and he strikes harder. Leon, who doesn't understand what happened exactly, nervously thinks that now it's his turn, but he is stupefied to see his sword burst in the next moment from the strength of Cerrone's blow. Cerrone is himself also stunned to see his success. His plan was to sense everything with the first swing, understand Leon's timing with his sword with the second, and finally hit the vital spot with the third blow. He had worked on Thunderstrike for the last 3 years and tried it now. Leon, who is totally shocked, finally finds his voice and asks about the source of Cerrone's swordsmanship. Cerrone answers truthfully that it was Thunderstrike. Seeing the confusion on his face, he elaborates that it's a technique he learned to chop trees in the mountains. Leon is totally baffled by his explanation, that Cerrone is able to use a sword after cutting trees. On the other hand, Leon is training for 15 years. He is in disbelief that sword art is something that can be learned from chopping wood. Leon remembers the time when Lai had broken his sword in the same way and was praised by his father and master. His instructor even told his father that he didn't have anything more to teach Lai, as he was already far ahead of his age. At that time, no one gave heed to Leon while celebrating the genius genes of Lai. Leon was heartbroken that he couldn't be like his elder brother. Now he can see Lai and Cerrone over again. So, he exclaims that he refuses to accept defeat. Cerrone wants to apologize but is shut down by him. The next moment, Leon unsheathes his sword and clicks it back. To the surprise of our boy, he throws the sword to Cerrone, who catches it. Lian reveals that just because he can do well with a wooden sword doesn't mean he can win. He gives him 1 month to prepare for the duel they will have with real swords. On the other side, Saron's hands tremble as he sees his death in the form of a real sword. He asks Lian to reconsider because he doesn't know how to use a sword. With a darkened expression on his face, Lian expresses that if he can break a wooden sword after learning to chop trees, he can figure out something in this month. Before leaving, he even threatens to not leave, otherwise he will eventually catch him. Later, our guy is in the library, his head in his hands while he tries to understand the mess he is in. Basically, House Ogent has a peculiar trait of black and blue hairs in their family. The master of the house, along with the eldest son, have black hair and remarkable swordsmanship. His daughter, who has blue hair, is a great pianist, while Lai, a sword prodigy, also has black hair. But Lian is kind of a sore thumb in that family of talented people who didn't make a name for himself, even given a personal instructor. After thinking this, Saron regrets that he should have just let Lian beat him a little. But now, he has blown Lian's ego, which is already bruised by the comparison with his brothers. By looking at the books, he thinks how he always had the ideal that books can save him. So now with determination, he goes to the shelf of books because he can't die here and risk his parents. He knows his time in the mountain gives him strength, so all he has to do is learn how to defend himself. For this purpose, he takes out a number of books on swordsmanship, so he will do what he can. Meanwhile, Lian is taking 100 laps according to the instruction given by Master Kate. Master senses that something is wrong because usually, Lian complains during training, but Lian answers sassily that this crap can't be called training, which pops Master's eyes from their sockets. With exhaustion on his face, he replies that this training is not hard enough because he is still standing on his feet. But Master Kate immediately understands that something has happened, which he denies with shallow breaths. But Master Kate is curious and associates his behavior with Lai's achievement, but then rejects this thought as Lai already had his schema. Anyway, he warns him that he can die with vigorous training, but Lian eagerly complies. Meanwhile, our boy is also learning schema. It's basically the spirit zone for the swordsman, which heightens the awareness of the corporal form of the human body to the swordsman. Master of this technique can use every cell in their body during a sword fight. He closes the book with new awareness that this is the polar opposite of what he did to enter into the spirit zone. Then he decides to give it a try. He closes his eyes and tries to sense himself. He has entered the spirit zone so far, but instead of erasing himself like the spirit zone, he needs to delve into himself. By lifting the black curtain, he can enter the first phase of the schema. But then he suddenly stops because it would be a waste of his energy to put effort into something opposite to the spirit zone. Then he remembers Amy and wonders whether she was using schema and is shocked to think that she is too advanced for her age. Then he goes into the open field and unsheathes the sword. He tries to apply his spirit zone with what he has learned about swordsmanship. When this happens, he starts with 8 directional slices and swings his strike. Meanwhile, Lian is also shown training vigorously at a level that his master himself stops him, warning that his muscles could burst. But he keeps punching the log while exclaiming that his muscles haven't burst yet. But he is beyond frustrated, while thinking that even though his muscles don't burst, he hasn't even activated his schema. Seeing his condition, his master stops his training. After a while, he pats his shoulder, wondering what is actually occupying his mind. He vaguely answers that his arms are killing him. Thoughtfully, Master Kate expresses that he has never seen any report about his progress. Lian retorts that this is his reason to work hard. Master Kate ignores his tantrum while asking if there is something he should be good at, whether he has even delved into what exactly it is. Lian simply answers that he only knows what he is not good at, which prompts a quip from Master Kate that this is the reason he is not a genius. Lian irritably tells him to just shut up. However, Master Kate continues, while saying that a real genius is one who knows where they can excel and puts their effort into it without a doubt. Meanwhile, our boy is also learning swordsmanship through the books, while Master Kate's voice booms on about the greatest fear of a genius, which is trying to achieve something they can't. Lian's eyes widen with realization when Master Kate finally states that it can be a genius's greatest enemy. He clenches his fist, thinking that even though he is not born with swordsmanship genius, but he will pursue it with all his power. Both he and Saron are determined to win in the end. Now our boy stands with a sword in his hand, ready to practice swordsmanship. As far as his knowledge goes, swordsmanship is basically the kinetic dynamic energy assumed at the removal of life. But it is also a work of mind games when one starts fighting. Now he raises his sword while picturing an imaginary enemy who can attack him with countless types of moves. But among them, only 8 attacks can be predicted from each side. He needs to focus on them. While imagining the enemy in front of him, he starts to block these attacks from each direction. But after a while he stops when this imaginary enemy takes another direction, and he loses where to block the attack in his spirit zone. He pauses and steps back to laugh after finally understanding that the path of the swordsman is also limitless, just like the path of magic. This time his expression changes when he unsheathes his sword. He apologizes to his parents because he might not have been to them. But under the moonlight, he is satisfied because even staring at death, He has a chance to experience another great world. After a while, he finally stands in front of Leon, who ushers him to start the fight. When Leon unsheathes his sword, he is stunned to see the confident look in Saron's eyes after a month of training. Now, when he observes his wooden sword match with Saron's, he realizes that Saron is right, that our dude has never held a sword in his life. But he doesn't understand how our boy can be so calm after holding the sword for the first time in his life. He concludes that he must be a natural, like his brother. But regardless of natural talent, he rushes towards him, determined to beat his opponent. Meanwhile, our boy can see through his spirit zone that Leon is on another level compared to him. He immediately blocks Leon's attacks one after another. Meanwhile, Leon can sense that Saron is observing his sword moves. On the other hand, Saron decides to push off his fear of death, which lies in the future. He imagines that if he can't see what will happen next, he will have the courage to jump down from the cliff. When he steps toward Leon, it makes him gulp because he observes how Saron has surpassed all of his emotions. When he rushes toward Saron, he is determined to believe that he isn't afraid of death either. With that, he attacks his right side, which is blocked by our guy successfully. Leon immediately attacks him at full speed with unpredictable moves from every side. Our boy understands that Leon's sword strikes are brutal, heavy, and fast enough to make it difficult for him to dodge swiftly. It becomes harder for him to recognize the direction of Leon's sword. Leon's next move slashes his chest, which stuns him momentarily. With that, he subconsciously enters the spirit zone. Leon immediately strikes back, but again, our guy swiftly dodges the attack. Now he slides away from his opponent, panting heavily. He doesn't understand how Leon was able to injure him successfully. On the other side, Leon doesn't waste time and immediately strikes him again, which Saron blocks with his sword. With an evil expression in his eyes, Leon immediately understands that Saron is petrified by his move. He confidently thinks that there is a minimum chance for Saron to endure his sword because he is an Oyant after all. His strikes have the power to shatter bones. With that, he shouts and strikes again. But Saron is also observing his moves while dodging his sword strikes. Our boy notices that after injuring him, Leon should follow up with an upward slash to injure him further, but now he is only using wide strikes. While observing him keenly, Saron concludes that regardless of Leon's command of the sword, what he lacks is insight. His eyes shine with determination because now he can fight him at a lower level. With that, he rushes toward him with a new strategy in mind, to attack this time instead of just defending. Meanwhile, they are sword fighting. Leon also notices that our guy, despite being tired, is attacking him with basic attacks, but the problem is he is having difficulty blocking them. He also understands that, even though Saron was exhausted, he is now saving energy by keeping that low-level rhythm. He again remembers the time when he was left behind by his father after his defeat at the hands of his brother, while he was too busy celebrating Lai's success. Then he sees Lai smirk victoriously at him, and he doesn't want to have the same experience at all. Now, he shouts, while exclaiming that he is going to be the world's greatest swordsman. With that, he strikes him with all his might, but our guy blocks it anyway. To see him this furious, Saron doesn't understand whether he is really following the rules of the duel or has gone berserk. Then he checks Leon's path of sword by his spirit zone, and is baffled to see that he can't read his movement anymore because of the random pattern. This time Leon is going to attack him from a lower level, but our dude immediately not only blocks it but throws Leon's sword away. Both of them are panting heavily, but Leon looks down in defeat. He is in disbelief at how he has lost. Then he remembers that Saron had changed his grip in a flash while thrusting his sword upward, which clashed with his sword. On the other side, Saron is also in disbelief that he really won. But he doesn't feel any happiness from that victory, because it's the second time he has bruised his ego, and he knows what the consequences of it will be. Leon, as expected, rubs his head nervously and admits his defeat. He turns to Saron and asks how Saron has the right to kill him, which leaves our boy stunned. Baffled, Saron asks whether he is joking. To see his confusion, Saron explains that whether he really thinks that he will spare you to see another day after killing a noble like Leon. Leon counters that it's the basic rule of a duel. Saron retorts it with a statement that it was a duel for him, but for peasants like our boy, it was a matter of survival. The next moment, they are arguing about how they ended up dueling each other, blaming one another for causing it. However, when Saron adds that the most honorable thing Leon can do is not drag his servant into this mess and follow his instructor's command, it hits hard to home for Leon. He remembers his behavior with Saron, and his expression turns to suppressed shame. Exhausted, our boy falls to the ground while exclaiming that he thought that he was going to die. Leon, assuming they are going to exchange good remarks after a fight, looks at our dude, confused as to why he's in this state when just a few moments ago, he was a cold-blooded warrior. Then he concludes that Saron is truly a natural warrior, but regardless of that, he doesn't mock him for his failure. He turns to our boy and asks him his name. After Saron gives his name, Leon introduces himself as well and extends his hand to him. Our dude is totally stunned to see him like this. But the next moment is a surprise for him when Leon offers him friendship. After this incident, it has already been a year since our boy moved to Ogent Manor. During that time, he has successfully classified 7,028 books out of 10,453. Seeing this, Temuran turns to him and compliments his achievement. To see him, Saron concludes that with each classification of the books, he is becoming more efficient. Now he only has 200 history books left to read. He has strategized to read 3 books per day to fully form the backbone of his knowledge. Besides his knowledge regarding swordsmanship, his essence of controlling fear boosts his stamina in the spirit zone. While remembering his fight experience with Leon, he gets a chill. But he focuses on his goal, which he can reach in no time with persistence. His thought process, however, is interrupted by none other than Leon, who is amazed by the gigantic stock of books his family has. He wonders whether they really read this many books. Saron answers that his father and big brother use libraries often, which is scoffed at by Leon. At that, he thinks about how Leon can be charming and affectionate, but he nearly gets a heart attack when Leon carelessly throws the bag aside. He pleads with Leon not to damage the book because it can risk his life. Leon scoffs at that, saying that his life can't be worth less than a book. Then he shows him a thumbs up while promising to back him up even if he burns all the libraries down. Our dude nervously thinks about how he should be mute, but then warns him not to touch the books and reminds him about his training. At that, Leon lazily lays down, whining proudly, and telling him that he only has basic training, so he comes here to study. Our boy angrily deadpans, asking his reason for now studying, but Leon is quite bored to read them. To see him, Saron understands that Leon is not lazy, but he is rather a fire elemental, and it takes only small things to fire him up. 10 minutes later, our dude is reading at his desk while Leon is sitting opposite him. Saron asked him to study, but Leon is looking at the books like they are his enemies. He asks Saron whether he really is going to read 800 of those books in order to become a mage. Saron admits, while adding that he started late, so he had to make up for lost time. While flipping through the books, he tells Leon that after reading 600 books, he almost knows what is written in the remaining books. To see him reading this fast, Leon is totally amazed by our boy and even thinks that one day Saroni will wake up inside a book. To see him doing this while both of them are the same age, Leon finally looks at his book and finds it not so bad. Saron's reading is halted by Leon's voice reading aloud. He is reading the prologue in such a way that the author wondered about the question of who would come victorious in a battle between a swordsman and a mage. In this search for this answer, the author wanders around the world. He goes to the peaks of the Artuzna as well as carnivorous trees devouring the mountain birds. He stops reading and exclaims that it's really boring. Our boy protested that it's not boring. Leon countered that these books held no pictures, no swordsmanship fights, so it's boring. But Saron is already checking the book while protesting that Leon didn't even read one page and knows the answer to the question. Leon raised a question about why there is a duel between swordsmen and mages to fight in the first place. Before they could argue further, Lai interjected by answering that the swordsman will win the fight. Saron immediately greeted Lai, while Leon is irritated to see his brother and asks how he will know the answer. Both of them, however, are afraid that Lai heard them arguing, especially Saron, who knows that he can be killed for being friendly to a noble. Leon wanted to change the topic and provoke his brother, asking whether he was saying this because he himself was a swordsman. Lai answers that if he wants to know the answer, he can observe the position of swordsmen and mages in the kingdom. Leon counters that the question is about who will win in a fight, because status doesn't mean anything in a battle. Instead of answering his brother, Lai turns to Saron and asks about his opinion. Saron is totally horrified to have his attention and thinks about Lai's motives for having him answer that. He knows that he needs to answer while sounding impartial. Then he steps to answer that if both the opponents have equal skill, then the swordsman will have difficulty once the mage enters into the spirit zone. However, he adds that if the swordsman can attack before any spell is cast, he can have a chance. But his words are cut off by Lai, who firmly states that the mage will lose. Saron gets a chill after listening to this. To hear this, Leon immediately understands that Lai is doing this on purpose because he finds Saron annoying and wants to discourage him. But Lai confidently asks whether Saron knows about the Armor of Sin from history books. This is the kind of artifact that can disrupt a mage's spirit zone. With a darkened face, Saron concludes that Lai is talking about anti-magic. Basically, the spirit zone is like water with innate power, and a mage is like a shark inside of it. To go against a mage is like going against a shark. But one can win this match if they scatter the water and take out the shark's senses. And this power is obtained by anti-magic. This is the power to beat a mage who won't be able to enter the spirit zone with it. However, it's purely theoretical. The reason is this kind of equipment is utterly expensive because it is made from the heart of a dragon, which is in a wave state that no amount of money can make effective. However, one expert, Yakra, who is an expert on the equation of the wave, calculated the efficiency of anti-magic to be 65%, which didn't make it worth the money. Its worth is more than the kingdom's 1 year of budget. But Leon is interested to know whether it can really make a swordsman stronger. Lai evilly adds that the anti-magic is made by a mage. Leon is stunned to know that a mage would do something like this. Lai answers simply that it's a great way to make good money. He even arrogantly adds that there are numerous mages lining up to be hired. No one needs to waste money to get anti-magic. In his words, mages are nothing but people who leech off someone else's money. Leon is quite furious to listen to this and warns him, but his words are cut off by our boy, who calmly accepts Lai's statement. Both brothers are quite baffled to listen to this. Our dude continues that Lai is right about mages making anti-magic, but it can be used for good purposes as well, like in places where magic is forbidden and in training schools. In this way, it makes prosperity for the world. In this way, he can't say that a swordsman is stronger than a mage. Lai is quite irritated to listen to his argument, while Leon snickers to see his brother's face. Lai, who didn't come up with a good excuse, just exclaims that Saron can think whatever he wants, but swordsmen are superior to mages. When he leaves, both of the friends laugh while our boy expresses that he thinks he is going to die. Leon hugs him for making Lai flustered. He even compliments him, saying he could be the greatest swordsman if his tongue were a sword. He is happy that Saron bruised Lai's ego. But meanwhile, Saron thinks that he is somehow not different from what Lai had said. He wonders if people will not be courageous enough to recognize their shortcomings. The world might not benefit from the concept called ideal. 6 months later, our boy finally completes his job sooner than anticipated. The person in front of Timurin is quite satisfied with Saron's accomplishment of completing the work 6 months earlier and sorting the books that had been neglected for 20 years. He advises Timurin to make some excuse to extend Saron's stay there, but Timurin sternly tells him to get back to his work. He finally leaves while the head butler is thinking about our boy. Meanwhile, Saron is reading a book in his office while thinking that reading hundreds of books is not a simple matter. However, he sighs in relief for finally accomplishing his goal. But his thoughts are interrupted by the obnoxious voice of his friend calling out his name. Leon enters and asks whether he has really finished his work. With a satisfied expression on his face, Saron replies that he has finally read everything he needs to. Leon jerks him, exclaiming how incredible our dude is. Leon congratulates him. At that, Saron hesitantly asks whether he can see his house before leaving. Leon is taken aback by his question and explains that he always feels guilty hiding their friendship, and Saron's question caught him off guard. Saron also understands his feelings because they always meet in the library and pretend in front of everyone. He just wishes to see how real friends act before he leaves. But Leon gladly accepts his offer as his family is already out. After a while, Saron is in front of the great manor, his eyes wide with an awestruck expression. Leon consoles him, while saying that everyone is outside and that they can come back at night. While going ahead, Saron notices the quietness of the house. Leon answers that only servants are there. As they move forward, our boy is quite impressed by the giant doors of the room and finds it hard to imagine Leon living in such luxury. Leon's room is the smallest room at the end of the hall, which looks more like a small training area. Saron has a feeling that he will likely visit it again after training. Once inside, both of them are playing cards, and our boy is proudly winning again and again. Leon is frustrated by the loss and accuses Saron of using Spirit Zone to see his cards. Sarone reveals that Leon himself reveals his cards by the motion of his hands, which stuns him. Saron explains that observation only works when someone is not obsessed with it. One can notice the small things when a person's intention becomes clear. Leon understands that it means he needs to see a bigger picture. He sulks, wondering whether he can use this skill to enter into schema. Saron interjects, saying it might be because it helped him with his Spirit Zone. Our boy's attention turns to the fiction book and asks whether he can borrow it from him. But when he sees, he finds Leon totally exhausted. He looks at his watch and concludes that he should return because his family is going to come. On his way back, he stops after listening to the piano tune. He knows that the only person who can play piano is Lena Ogent, Leon's sister. Before he can say anything, Lena turns to him and asks his opinion. He nervously compliments her music while thinking about his next course of action. Lena expresses that she didn't see him here. Saron clarifies his job purpose. Lena is totally impressed by his job and asks where he likes to play piano. Saron thinks that he can't let his guard down, as she has the foulest personality in this manner, according to Leon. Then she offers him to sit next to her while she teaches him piano. Our boy is sweating, listening to her offer. To console him, Lena tells him that he won't get in trouble if he sits with her permission. Our boy knows he can't refuse now, but he doesn't want to miss the chance to sit at the piano. Lena slowly teaches him the basics of the keys and the sheet music she uses to symbolize the notes. She even explains how to make a chord. He listens intently. Nervously, he asks if he can try playing, to which she agrees. He embarrassedly tells her to cover her ears, but she encourages him, reminding him that he can't become a master in one go. At that moment, he begins to play the piano while Lena watches. curious to see what he will do with the chords he has learned. Lena is baffled to notice that, even though our boy is playing the wrong notes, he doesn't fumble at all. She is also amazed by how perfectly he imitates her, even while playing incorrectly. Meanwhile, our boy is using his spirit zone while playing, and Lena grows tense as she notices he begins to harmonize the notes. It isn't a masterpiece, but it feels like he understands the essence of the piano. Lena is stunned that someone like him, a servant, could have such an instinct. Before she can ask anything further, Leon shouts at them for playing such bad piano. He exclaims that normal people should rest at home, not play like a crazy person. But he stops when he sees his friend sitting with his witch sister. Lena casually comments that he seems to know Cerrone. Cerrone, however, is all nerves, afraid that she will find out about their friendship. But he is shocked when Leon openly admits that they are friends. Seeing his expression, Leon explains that Lena isn't someone who cares about such things. Cerrone still doesn't believe him, but then Lena addresses him directly, expressing that she has no problem with their friendship. Besides, she believes that despite being rowdy, Leon is good at keeping his word. Then she asks what exactly he has been playing, which boggles Leon that it was really Cerrone who had been playing the piano. Cerrone is completely in disbelief, not because of the question, but because Lena truly doesn't care about their friendship. He then turns to Leon and asks why he lied about his sister's foul personality, because she actually seems quite nice. Leon darkly tells him not to be fooled by her behavior because she is quite the witch. Lena chuckles and calls Leon a fool, while expressing that she is glad he has intelligent friends like Cerrone. Cerrone too is thankful, but Leon has another idea. With a smirk, he tells Lena to marry Cerrone if she likes him that much. She counters, raising an eyebrow, that Leon must be really close to Cerrone if he is willing to set him up with his sister. Leon arrogantly starts to say that it would be a waste of Cerrone, but before he can finish his sentence, Lena grabs his collar and starts beating him. Apparently she has just been nice to him, and he has already ruined it. Watching their exchange, Cerrone thinks to himself how wrong he has been about nobles. When she is done, Leon, rubbing his bruises, asks why she is home when she is supposed to be on vacation. She replies that she came home to see Lai, who is about to receive his certification, and because their granddad is also going to be home. Leon is stunned to hear that Lai is already certified for the exam. Basically, the official certification is a system that grades swordsmen and mages. For this exam, thousands of people gather, but only 20 receive the certificate. Besides that, there is also an unofficial certificate given by the school after reaching a particular level. One can also gain ranks and points through guilds and associations. Yet, people still flock to take the official exam because of the prestige, money, and fame it grants. That is why this exam is such a massive event. And now, Leon is even more overwhelmed to think that his prodigy of a brother is conducting this exam at the age of 18. Lena tries to console him, while assuring him that his day will come too. But then she goes outside to prepare a special seafood dish from the palace. Before leaving, she bids farewell to Cerrone and asks him to say hello to her when they meet again. He is completely in a trance, wondering whether he will see her again, as he is leaving tomorrow. Thinking about it, he hesitantly asks Leon whether Lena has a boyfriend. At first, Leon is stunned, but then a big grin spreads across his face. Seeing this evil expression, Cerrone tries to brush off his words, but Leon is already rushing outside, leaving our miserable hero behind. Outside, he shouts at his sister, telling her that Cerrone wants to know her relationship status. Before he can say more, our boy shuts his mouth. Lena nervously chuckles, commenting how boys will be boys, and instructs the maids to continue their work. Meanwhile, Louis asks his subordinate whether Leon is expecting a visitor, and gets a negative reply. He thoughtfully looks at Leon with Cerrone and tries to remember his name. Suddenly he remembers and asks Timuran to come to his room. After a while, Leon is seen training in the mountains and whining about taking a 10-minute break. Master Kate understands that his fire from last year was only short-lived. He thinks further that it will change when he goes to that place, and wonders whether he will work with his schema. At that moment, a servant rushes to him and says that Lena has asked for his immediate presence at home. At first he declines, thinking it's because of Lai, but he spits out his water when the servant informs him that it's about Cerrone violating his contract. He asks the servant why, since Cerrone was supposed to go home today. The servant informs him that before Cerrone could leave, Louis submitted a report to his father, which involved him as well. He then turns to Master Kate, while saying that he is going home. He explains that his father has found out about his friendship with Cerrone, and he is going home to save him, but Master Kate stops him. Meanwhile, at the Ogent Manor, the master of the house gives the verdict that Cerrone's punishment is death. Upon hearing the punishment for our hero, murmurs spread among the servants about how Cerrone has crossed his boundaries. Lena tries to reason with her father, but he refuses to listen, as he already has the head butler's report and the testimonies of the servants. He then turns to Cerrone and asks him to say something. Instead of clarifying himself, Cerrone asks what will happen to Leon after this. Everyone grows tense upon hearing that he is more worried about his friend, instead of asking for mercy. Master Ogent darkly answers his foolish question, stating that Leon won't be harmed because of his sins. Cerrone sighs in relief, then admits that they are truly friends. They became close last year and have remained that way since. Everyone is stunned by his reply. Lord Ogent, however, is furious that Siron is taking their family name so lightly. He then orders Oyent to finish him off secretly. Lena tries to interrupt, but he doesn't listen to her, as he has already given his order, which cannot be undone. Louis feels tense, thinking this is too much, but the other servant sternly tells him that this is how things are. They must do it for their master. They need to nip any tiny bud of conflict. He doesn't understand it now, but with the passage of time he will. Before they can argue further, Leon enters through the gate. Lena feels relieved to see him. Leon exclaims, asking how they can kill his friend without his permission. Ogent answers that it is his decision. Leon protests that friendship is not a sin, but Lord Oyent replies that for them, giving a death sentence doesn't require a cardinal sin. There are things they must uphold as nobles to keep receiving benefits, but Leon refuses to believe in these benefits if it means his friend's death. Lord Ogent explains that friendship with a peasant would only be beneficial to Siron because he must have wanted something from him. There are many people in this world who are ready to leech off their weaknesses, but Leon protests that Siron is not like that. At that, his father deadpans and asks him to show some evidence for his belief. This hits Leon hard because his father knows that the moment Leon admits he can't prove it, the argument will be over. Leon is completely taken aback by this demand because his belief is in his heart, and he doesn't know how to show it. He believes that if he were like Siron, he would definitely find the answer. Then he turns to Siron and observes his eyes, which are fully focused on him, just like during their fight. He remembers Siron's words, that he can move forward when he stops obsessing over small things. Leon understands that he needs to see the whole picture, but the problem is that the person in front of him is his father, who has great genes and is a 4th-level knight. Then he grabs his sword, because now it's a matter between father and son. The scene flashes back to 30 minutes ago when he is stopped by Master Kate. He protests to him that his friends can be killed, but Master Kate reminds him that he is just a commoner. At that, he quotes his own words, that someone who can speak through a sword can be worthy of friendship. Master Kate calmly reminds him that he should know that anyone who becomes a threat to his family will be discarded, so he should be considerate before becoming friends at all. Clenching his fist, Leon asks him if he would like it if he let him die. He exclaims that he won't back down when his friend is in danger. Sensing the fire in him, Master Kate observes that this fire shows there is something in Leon worth encouraging within. Then he hands him his sword and asks him to take it home. But if he is not ready, he should not step ahead. At last, he deadpans that it's going to be a mortal battle of swords. In the present, Leon laughs like a maniac while exclaiming that he knows he can't beat his father, but he believes in their friendship with every fiber of their being. Lord Ogent asks him not to take this family matter lightly. He even threatens to exile him if he wants to keep the dignity of his noble house. Leon is ready to leave this place, even if it means proving his friendship. So his father provokes him to unleash his sword and swear on it that they are friends. At that, he really unsheathes his sword. Lord Oyent is stunned to see him raising his sword at him, but Leon clarifies that this sword is for his conviction. Lord Ogent reminds him that he didn't believe in Leon's friendship when he didn't get along with his family because he is not a prodigy. He believes Leon's friendship with a peasant is just to make himself feel good. At that, Leon explains to him that Siron is a great person and he swore to help him shine. Now, Lord Ogent accuses Siron of doing something to Leon to make him think such nonsense. Siron protests that he didn't do anything. Leon tries to stop him from clarifying anything to his father, but our dude addresses him seriously and expresses that he doesn't need to bear this burden alone. Our boy then takes responsibility for his part, expressing that he always knew the risks he took the moment he accepted Siron's friendship, but no matter if he dies, he won't regret it. To see this, Leon turns to his dad while exclaiming that this is also how he feels, as he will be happy to be exiled. Lena understands that, at the end of the day, they are humans who can't work with logic in this kind of situation. She looks at the teary eyes of the servants, thinking that everyone needs this kind of friend. Even Louis regrets seeing that. Before the argument can go further, their grandpa Clump interjects to see that. He compliments them, saying how he didn't know he would see something fresh at this age. Lena is quite happy to see Clump, as she is sure that now everything will be in their favor. Lord Oyent asks if he is going to come after a few days, but Clump answers that his friends enjoy the company of his young wife more than his. Siron is in awe to see Clump, who is a level 3 general in their kingdom, but Clump prefers to be here in order to get some fun. Lord Ogent is quite disappointed in his father, who is excited when his house's dignity is at risk. But Clump counters that he is more interested in listening to what everyone wants to say about Siron. Then he asks who will speak first, and Lena offers her testimony. She concludes that after meeting with our dude yesterday, she believes that he is a gifted man. He completed his work within a short amount of time and was going to go home if it's not for this drama. She doesn't believe that Siron would have any bad intentions toward Leon that could tarnish their family name, At that, Clump turns to Lai, who is quite irritated to be a witness. He declares that Saron is a fool, which makes his father happy, but Lord Oyent's face darkens when Lai says that it doesn't concern him. Lai clearly states that he doesn't care who Lian hangs out with. He only cares about going to the palace to conduct his exams, which stuns Lena, who thinks he is really her brother. At that, Clump excitedly remarks how entertaining it is to be with family. Then he turns to Temuran, who had observed the matter the longest. When everyone turns to Temuran, Louis signals him that no matter what, their opinions don't matter, because they are nothing but servants. However, Temuran honestly answers that Saron not only finished his work without any mistakes, but he also completed it 6 months ahead of the deadline, which frustrates everyone with his honest words. Clump asks if he knows about both boys' friendship. He answers that he does know they became closer, but wasn't aware of their friendship. According to him, if Saron were some impulsive boy, he wouldn't be able to classify this much work in time. Everyone is still nervous and anticipates the verdict. Lena thinks that at this moment, only their father is adamant about punishing Sirone. Everyone turns to him. However, the table turns when it's Clump who says no. Shocked, everyone looks at him, but he clarifies that it's not like he has any problem with their friendship, but it should be ended there. He adds that they have a position in the palace and there are Lai's upcoming exams. Besides, they can't abandon the people who depend on them. Then he turns to Saron and asks if he can understand that. But Leon is seething with anger. Seeing his grandson, Clump thinks, although he's eager to see Leon's fire, there are many people depending on them, and they can't tarnish their reputation. Then he turns to Saron and gives his verdict that he won't be punished for his deeds, but he needs to end this friendship here. Everyone's faces darken when Saron answers negatively. He clarifies that he can go away if he's in Leon's way, but he can't stop thinking of him as his friend. He is eager to do anything to keep it that way. Meanwhile, Leon clenches his sword with anger and shame at hearing his words, because for a moment, he doubted him. He now understands the words of Master Kate after seeing him. He concludes that it shouldn't have been a negotiation in the first place. With that, he raises his sword with a declaration. Seeing him, everyone, especially Lena, tries to stop him, but it's no use. Because the next moment, Leon pierces his sword into the ground while taking a knight's oath, declaring that he will serve as Saron's sword from now on. His father is the first to curse him after seeing this display. Basically, the knight oath is from the time of the founding of the Kingdom of Tormia at the hand of King Adolf I. As a newly established kingdom, it needed power to fend off other nations. So instead of purging the kings, they gave power to rule their land under the knight oath. This process is also what makes the receiver of such an oath noble if they accept it. Leon looks at Master Kate with hope in his eyes, who facepalms, realizing that he didn't give him the sword for this purpose. Saron immediately sits at Leon's level and worries about him. But then he turns to Clump, who smiles widely at the display while commenting that Leon must be thinking highly of Saron to swear his sword to him. Then he asks the question whether it's the esteem of his brilliance, or if Leon thinks Saron is brilliant compared to him. At that, Leon exclaims that a sword is not something that can be judged, but something to protect. Everyone is quite disappointed to hear his answer. Clump laughs loudly, calling him immature, and he pities Saron for having a dull sword like Leon's, which prompts a protest from him. Then Clump walks to Saron and asks him to get a haircut. He pats his shoulder and tells him to take good care of Leon. In return, our boy is grateful for his support to their friendship. Then Clump turns to Louis, stating that both boys are sword friends, so they can't send Saron off. So he orders his head butler to bring Saron's parents there. The servants let out a sigh of relief to see that particular event and the mystery of life in the nobles. After a while, both boys are in Leon's room, and Leon is exhilarated, while remembering the faces of everyone when he took the oath. Saron reminds him that he didn't need to take one for him. Leon sits up and seriously states that he didn't take the oath because Saron was his friend. Instead, Saron had the power to attract people to him. His statement flusters the boy, who, in return, asks him to work harder with his sword if he is really going to protect him. However, this statement hurts Leon's pride and feelings. While he is down, Lena interrupts, coming to confirm whether Leon really lost to Saron in a sword fight. Already disheartened, Leon tells her to get out, which is reprimanded by Saron, who reminds him of Lena's help. Lena, wearing a prideful expression, takes a seat beside them and states that she has useful information for them. When asked, she clarifies that their father and grandfather are discussing both boys' futures. They plan to send them to Kaizen School of Swordsmanship after hearing that Saron is gifted with a sword. Our dude is quite surprised to hear this. Seeing his expression, Lena consoles him, assuring him that he is already part of the family, so they are going to invest in him. She has already told them about all of his talents. Leanne, however, doesn't like the idea of going to school and protests against it. In response, he gets a kick from her, as she reminds him that this is happening because of him, so he needs to bear the consequence. But Leanne clarifies that Saron doesn't want to go to a swordsmanship school. He wants to become a mage, and can already enter the spirit zone. Lena is surprised to hear this and looks at our dude for confirmation. The next moment, she is quite happy to tease her little brother, mocking that he has lost to a mage, which makes him quite the failure of a knight. Frustrated, he asks her to get out of his room. A while later, Saron explains to Lena how he won the fight against her brother while entering the spirit zone. She is quite impressed by his strategy. Saron, however, is uncertain about her words. She then explains that she has already heard that his concentration in the spirit zone proves his strength as a mage. It's quite impressive for our boy to maintain it during a duel fight. He is quite embarrassed to hear her praise, which makes both siblings think that he won't be getting a girlfriend with his shy attitude. Anyway, she concludes that she will talk to their grandfather about Saron's interest in magic, but Leon will definitely be going to swordsmanship school. At that, he asks about Master Kate. She informs him that Master Kate's contract has already ended, and he left this morning. While thinking about his words, Leon feels quite sad about his instructor. At that moment, Louis knocks on their door and asks Saron to go meet his parents, as they have arrived at the manor. Our boy's face brightens upon hearing this, and he rushes outside. Meanwhile, on the stairs, the servants ask him to take it easy while calling him master. He protests against being called that, insisting that he is not nobility. However, they protest back, while saying that they can't risk their heads and jobs over it, even if he won't tell anyone. A while later, he stands in front of the reception room and immediately steps inside. As soon as he sees his parents, he rushes to hug them emotionally. After they settle down from the emotional drama, his father expresses concern about whether Oyent wanted to extend his stay. At that, he answers that he is going to get an opportunity. The next moment, Saron tells everything to his parents. They have disbelieving expressions upon hearing his story. Then his father bursts into laughter over the whole incident and desperately asks if there is something else he isn't telling them. Despite Saron insisting that he is telling the truth, his father doesn't believe him and assumes that the House of Nobility has ruined his son. Before he can act even more like a crazy father, Bishop Ogent, along with his blue-haired kids, comes to greet Saron's parents. Panicked, both of his parents immediately greet them back while apologizing for their manners. Lena asks whether they are informed about the situation. Vincent is completely shocked to learn that what Saron was saying is actually true. After a while, Saron's family settles with Oyent's family at the grand dining table. Saron's parents are quite nervous during dinner and tea time due to their lack of proper etiquette when dining with nobles. Vincent, who is shaking with nerves, doesn't understand the knight's oath, nor does he understand the reason behind such special treatment. So, he gathers courage and voices his concern, questioning whether someone with noble blood like Leon will likely take a path meant for his son. Bishop Ogent acknowledges his concern while explaining that, as a house of swordsmen, they take their knight's oath quite seriously. Besides, it's a matter of Leon's pride. Not only this, he also assures them of the support they will provide to Saron. Clump is quite pleased with his son's speech, though he tries to brush it off. Meanwhile, our boy is stunned to see the principal and pride of the Oyent family, who accept Saron, who is a peasant, into their family with open arms. Now, Bishop Ogent comes to the main point, which is regarding the gifted talent of our dude, who is already able to enter the spirit zone. He then deadpans that Saron can go to one of the big magic schools to accomplish his dream of becoming a mage. He thoughtfully adds that though it's not mandatory for our boy to go to school to become a mage, Althea's school is reputable enough. At that, Clump reminds him about their audience, and he snaps out of his daydream, turning to Vincent and firmly informing him that it's Saron's way to become a mage. Vincent and his family are quite stunned to hear something they never expected to achieve in their life. However, there is an obstacle for Saron to enter the school: his status as a commoner. That special school only accepts children of nobles. Clump informs them of the solution to this problem, which is for the Ogent family to adopt Saron. He then slides the legal papers to them while informing them that they have a distant cousin who doesn't have kids yet and can adopt Sirone, but it's only on paper to proceed legally. Vincent's eyes widen to hear this. He doesn't believe that a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is being given to their son, but he can't shake the feeling that Saron will be taken away from them. He turns to his boy, wishing he will say something to make this decision easier. Seeing the blank look on our guy's face, Vincent assumes he must want him to sign it. But Saron clenches his father's hand and declares that they won't accept it. Lena reasons with him, while saying that he will always be his parents' son. It's only for records. Clump also tries to coax him, but Saron replies that if he needs to change his father, he will happily live as a peasant. Everyone is stunned by their argument as Clump reminds him that he won't go to school as a peasant and become a mage. Saron retorts that he will accept his fate. Angrily, Clump stands up and shouts at him to understand that things are not that easy and that sacrifices must be made for the sake of fulfilling their dreams. In the end, he asks whether Saron was ever serious about it. Our guy calmly replies that it might be true, but he can't be where he is without his parents. If he's the fruit, then they are the roots. His ability to read and his chance to come this far all become possible because of his parents' effort. He can't compare their efforts to this single opportunity. In the end, he concludes that he will likely die if separated from his roots, and his only parents are sitting right there. Clump, while looking at him, observes there's more to it than meets the eye. Suddenly, Vincent bows and asks them to adopt their son. Before Clump can say a complete sentence, Vincent deadpans that Cerrone is not their son. Cerrone's mother is tense to see her husband confessing everything, but he continues that the couple couldn't have children and got him by chance. He adds his suspicion that Cerrone might already be of noble blood, so, by adopting him, he will meet his roots instead of severing them. Bishop thinks about this possibility. Cerrone turns to his father, who tells him that now it is time for him to know the truth. However, his eyes widen when Cerrone confesses that he already knows the truth. He deadpans that he never let them know because he always wanted to believe that he was the child of one mother and father. But now Vincent wants him to be the son of 6 parents. Vincent tries to convince him that he can't just let their boy give up his dream. Our dude replies that he is not giving up. He will work harder until the next chance comes up, but he doesn't want to be abandoned for the second time in his life. At that, father and son join hands, both shaking with overwhelming emotions. At that, his father apologizes to him while crying and hugging him furiously. Everyone watches the emotional scene in front of them. At that, Clump tells him how sometimes parents do something for their child that hurts them. Now Bishop should know after having 4 kids of his own. While looking at Leon's teary face, he asks his father to somehow persuade Alpheus, but Clump reminds him that Alpheus is as stubborn as an ox. At that, Bishop reminds him that he owes him a favor. Then his father grins nervously, saying that he might pull something off from Alpheus, even though they are both men of principles. Meanwhile, his parents are allowed to live in the manor by the Ogent head's permission. Leon is going to leave for Kaizen school in 3 days. His father is still sorry towards him, and he knows it will be like this for many years. But the good thing is that Leon and he finally become free friends and spend time together. After 3 days, Leon is found crying vigorously at the thought of separating from his friend and going to school. Cerrone tries to console him, while saying that they will keep in touch by letter. But then Leon seriously pats his shoulder and asks him to be a mage, as he is going to be the greatest mage to protect him. At that, Lena hits him, saying that they are more worried about him. Then she turns to our boy, asking him to stay, while Clump enrolls him in mage school. Then he thanks her for their kindness, which makes her think that, even though he seemed like a cute little brother at first glance, he might become more than that. Even in a hard situation, he holds his ideals tightly. With this thought in her mind, she is going to ask our boy for more when he graduates. But she stops herself, as he is going to live in a magical world. She then pats his shoulder and expresses her belief that he will surely become a mage and asks him to take care of Leon. Then she drags Leon into one carriage, and Cerrone and his family enter into another. Leon then shouts for him from his carriage, and our boy immediately looks outside. Leon asks him to blow everyone out of the water when he becomes a mage. He grins and asks him to do the same. These are the stories of 2 boys who meet, and their separation seems like the end of the world. However, meanwhile, at Alpheus School of Magic, Clump is waiting for the headmaster for 30 minutes when he finally arrives. Clump asks whether he is getting his desired answer. Alpheus replies with a smile that even with their 50 years of friendship, he can't give him that favor. So Clump tries to remind him about the favor he has given him, but Alpheus retorts that sentiment is not going to work here. The headmaster adds that the school's special selection process is not something nobles can interfere with, as he has already piled off special requests. Clump is quite irritated by his response. He argues that this case is different. Alpheus acknowledges it by the look on Clump's face. Clump, on the other hand, smugly tells him that Cerrone is not a useless guy, but when he first met him, he could see a younger version of Alpheus in him. Alpheus asks about the issue because if our boy is such a talented guy, he can easily be enrolled in that school. Clump deadpans that he is not a noble. With a grave face, the headmaster immediately recognizes Cerrone and asks whether he has blonde hair and blue eyes to confirm. Afterwards, Clump tells him everything that happened and laughs at the fact that Cerrone has left that opportunity to become a noble. This incident makes Alpheus realize that Cerrone must know the nature of cause and effect. At that, Clump agrees with him, as many people don't understand and sever their roots. Consequently, their world is destroyed by the ground they take in new opportunities and disown what they are made up of. Clump concludes that Cerrone is someone who never stops following what was right. Then he asks whether he reminds Alpheus of his younger self. Alpheus reminds him that someone like him sometimes also becomes others' judge, which makes it a dangerous business. Now Clump understands that Alpheus hasn't forgiven himself. He adds that Alpheus has done what was necessary and raised the talents of many, so it's time to let go. He then thoughtfully expresses that it is his pride that stops him from forgiving himself. That's why he developed this school to stop any other child from going down the same path as he did. Besides, he is also concerned that if Cerrone is just like him, can he guarantee that he won't take the same path? Clump states how Alpheus was a genius with his magic, that he was called the Light of the House of Mirhi. Yes, he had taken the wrong path which ended terribly, but now he should see where he is. He then teases him about how he became the old headmaster of the school, which prompts a remark from the headmaster that he became a level 3 general who didn't know how to swing a sword. They both laugh for a while, but then Alpheus turns serious. He says that how every decision is going to have some effect. Clump asks whether he thinks that it's fate that he met Cerrone 4 years ago. He grins and replies that he doesn't believe in fate. Then he thinks about the young Sirone he met, and asks himself whether it is really fate that the boy he met 4 years later honed his talent in the meantime. He finally agrees to get Sirone's admission. After 3 months in spring, 17-year-old Sirone is ready to go to school and asks his parents to wish him luck. His mother hugs him immediately, feeling happy for him. He is nervous about his hairstyle, but she consoles him, saying it's what Lena suggested. Then he turns to his father, who is about to remind him of something. Sensing his intention, Sirone immediately refuses to be kissed at the age of 17. But Vincent kisses his forehead and hugs him, expressing how proud he is of him. His parents are offered to stay in the city by Bishop Oyent, but Vincent declines, saying he will stay nowhere but in the mountains. They also give Sirone money for living expenses, no matter how much he tries to refuse. Besides, they didn't tell anyone in the town about him going to magic school. As he looks at his parents while bidding them goodbye, he understands that they decline to stay near him so that they won't trouble him. Temurin is ready with a carriage and he immediately hops up and shouts for his parents. The journey to the school is quite awkward. Finally, after a while, they are in front of the school. After getting down from the carriage, Temurin informs him that his school fees and supplies expenses will be processed through him. Sirone thanks him for it. He even thanks him for what he had done back in the manor for him, as he wouldn't have gotten here without his support. When Sirone thanks him for his kindness, Temurin sternly reminds him that he is still a commoner, and regardless of his effort, he won't become a noble. However, he adds that he has been given the opportunity that wasn't given to anyone, so there will be people who will look down on him because of it. All he needs to do is ignore such people in order to graduate from the school in one piece. After saying that, he turns his back to our hero, who thanks him for the advice. Temurin asks him to follow him as he registers him. While going ahead, Sirone wonders what he will learn in this school and what kind of people he will meet. On their way ahead, the guards declare in a chant that school safety is their priority. After registering him at the school, Temurin tells him that he is going to leave, and he can write him if he wants anything. When Temurin leaves, our boy wonders whether someone will pick him for the next procedure, but instead of waiting, he decides to look around. He looks at the class system, which is called the Class of Green. The senior class has 30 students out of 420 total students. Then he is shocked to see that the total number of graduates for the year is only 10. His shock is interrupted by the headmaster, who greets him and asks whether he remembers that they met before. Sirone answers affirmatively and thanks him for what he had taught him that day. Then both of them walk ahead. During this, the headmaster informs him that he is going to take an entrance exam, but Sirone doesn't feel he has learned anything. The headmaster consoles him that this exam is an evaluation to see which class he is going to be placed in. Then he asks whether Sirone knows how to enter into the spirit zone. When Sirone answers affirmatively, the headmaster is quite impressed that he has figured out this trick on his own. He wants to teach him the basics no matter how late he started. Besides, he understands that if he brings him to the testing ground now, filled with 10-year-olds, his ego will be hurt. So, he decides to show the school to our boy and lead him ahead. They enter into the classes of young students, which is called the novice class. This consists of classes 10 to 8. He looks around at the young students with amazement. He doesn't believe they all know how to use magic. But the headmaster leads him to the advanced class next, which is from classes 7 to 4. He looks around at the students who are about his age. When he observes 2 students talking about some magical theory, he is totally stupefied that he doesn't understand a word they are talking about. Suddenly, they see an explosion coming from one of them, and a red-haired girl apologizes to the headmaster. She explains that she tried to experiment with amplifying sound but made some mistakes. The headmaster suggests a solution to the problem, and she promises to try again. He is astonished to know that no one tried to stop her experiment. Looking around him, he feels like he has entered into another world. After a while, they are in front of the bulletin board. The headmaster informs him that this shows the rank of the students in the advanced class. He reads that Amy Carmus is the top student. He knows Carmus is from a first-class noble family. He is amazed that all of these people have the same talent as him. Seeing Amy's name, he is determined to compete for number 1 position as well. Then he hears someone calling Amy's name, which immediately gets his interest. He looks at the red-haired girl, and his heart thuds loudly. He immediately recognizes the girl who once tried to bully him with her goons on the street. She glances at him but is immediately distracted by Sariel, her friend, who asks her to slow down. Meanwhile, our boy nervously hopes that she won't notice him. Sariel, however, notices him and tells Amy about this new student who is quite handsome. Amy also notices that she has somehow seen him somewhere. Sariel immediately asks whether she is interested in him. She declines the claim while insisting that she really has seen him somewhere. But Sariel doesn't buy her excuse, which she declines firmly. Everyone is looking at Amy Carmus, who is not only the top student in the advanced class, but also the popular one, with her own fan clubs consisting of young and old boys. But no one knows her dark secret except our boy, who is trembling in fear because his own secret can be revealed by her. After a while, they are inside the magic school's testing ground number 3. The headmaster tells our boy to observe the kid in front of him and see what he is doing so that he will have an idea of the entrance exam. He adds that once the student enters into the spirit zone, the symbols on the floor will have some meaning to them. Based on their meanings, teachers will analyze the student's spirit zone density, flexibility, and much more. He warns him to answer the questions honestly, which he agrees to. Professor Thad asks student Kami whether he can use magic. Kami answers that he can make things float in the air. Then, he asks Kami to enter into the spirit zone, which he complies with. After he enters into the spirit zone, Thad asks about the numbers he sees, which he answers as 6. The headmaster replies that it means Kami's diameter of the spirit zone is 6 meters. Then, another teacher asks about the color he sees, which he answers as red. The teacher marks him as a pulsar. Then another teacher asks whether he can see a large tower, which he confirms. They also ask about the temperature of the spirit zone. After a while, both teachers discuss how exceptional the students of this year are. Then it is our dude's turn. To see him, Thad thinks he must be from an ordinary family for starting too late and borrowing from the Oyent family. However, Sienna thinks he might be facing quite a competition in the future. Thad asks whether our boy can perform magic, which he answers negatively. Thad is disappointed with his answer, as most students learn magic on their own. But the headmaster thinks that it must be true, but children of nobles have proper education for this, which our boy lacks. Thad again asks him whether he can enter into the spirit zone, which he answers affirmatively. This time, Thad is relieved to get this answer. Our guy then enters into the spirit and sees numbers of symbols around him. Thad asks him to tell them the first number he can see, but our boy doesn't answer the question, which irritates the professor. At that, the headmaster encourages him to answer honestly, as he is not going to rank in this test based on his answers. Saron answers that he can see numbers, but they are too far away from him to see. Thad coaxes him to sense the numbers. Our dude answers that he can see them, but they are moving further and further away. Thad compromises, telling him to just mention any numbers he can see. Saron concentrates for a while and answers that he can see 314, which confuses the professors as they didn't install this number there. Sienna asks whether he is sure, which he confirms. She immediately understands that he can see the numbers of Pi, which means his spirit zone is 30 meters. Then another teacher asks about the color he can see, and he answers that he can see blue, which marks him as Swarmer. But the teachers are wondering how his spirit zone can be this large. The headmaster also understands what Clump had seen in our hero. After marking his category, another teacher asks about the quantity of the balls he can see. Our guy wonders whether they are talking about orbs. He senses them, and there are 867. Everyone is quite shocked to hear this. The headmaster realizes with dread that this quantity could be dangerous. Sienna asks about the cold temperature he can feel. Saron answers that he is shivering from the cold. Then they review his spirit zone, while noting how abnormally large it is. One professor then asks the new students to wait outside so they can place them in a suitable classes. Once the students are outside, the teachers start discussing the Our Boy's spirit zone, which is not only large but also has a high density. Another teacher adds that he also doesn't have any amplification skills while comparing him to mountain monks. Thad objects, while questioning whether he lies about his spirit zone. It's ridiculous that he has such density at 17 years old. Maybe he is making it up to avoid embarrassment. Sienna objects, while saying that Saron doesn't know about these things and has no reason to lie. Besides, everyone knows that they have put fake numbers as an error code, so she doesn't believe Saron is getting that attention, which irritates Thad. The headmaster steps forward and asks about the class where they are about to place Saron. Sienna, who is a level 6 mage, answers that class 6 learns spirit zone development, while basic magic comes from class 5. So she suggests placing him in class 5 since Saron's spirit zone is already developed. Another level 6 mage, Thad, doesn't agree with her, arguing that since Saron doesn't know any magic, he should learn the fundamentals first. Sienna quips that not everyone follows his path, which irritates him. He accuses Sienna of wanting to place Saron in her class just to take credit. Sienna doesn't disagree but argues back that wanting to teach a gifted student is not a crime. While they are arguing, other teachers discuss whether they should place Saron in class 10, but another teacher disagrees, while saying that it could discourage him and suggests observing him a bit more. Another teacher proposes placing him in class 7 and upgrading him if needed. The headmaster agrees with this suggestion. Basically, the school has a class system based on student capabilities. Novice students develop their spirit zone in classes 10 to 8. Classes 7 to 4 are for advanced students who learn basic magic alongside spirit zone development. Classes 3 to 1 are senior classes where students undergo rigorous training to become professionals. Now today, our boy is going to class 7, and everyone is looking at him with curiosity as he is placed there. He introduces himself to the class. He is happy to finally start his schooling. Basically, Althea School of Magic uses the entirety of 75,423 square meters for its campus. It has 33 buildings, including dormitories, and 40 training grounds that facilitate students until 5 p.m. After that, students can use their time however they please. Besides, libraries are available 24 hours a day. Students also form research clubs for activities and further learning in their favorite subjects. Sarone, checking his course books, concludes that the classes are quite hard and cover many subjects at a high level. Not only that, but even noble children, who are educated from a young age, find this course difficult. However, our dude is determined not to fall behind. His study of numerous books on history is etched in his mind, which also serves as the backbone of every subject and study. Later, our dude stands up as the class ends. He has a Spirit Zone practice class in the afternoon, but he doesn't know where it is held, so he ponders whether he should ask someone. He looks around and finds a girl his age, which he is thankful for. He asks her about the location of the training ground, but she is clearly startled to be addressed by him. He understands that she is another introvert. She answers that it is integrated training ground too. When asked further, she clarifies that twice a week, all advanced classes practice together, and that today is their orientation class. First, he understands, but then he suddenly realizes that Amy might be there as well. After a while, every student is fussing over Amy, who is walking confidently ahead. While looking at the display, Sarone understands that she must be a popular student, so he should avoid her path. He hopes that she will advance to the senior class soon. Besides, there are also minimal chances of them interacting, so she might not notice him. Miss Romy, who is their Spirit Zone teacher, addresses the class and introduces herself. She says that every semester, some students level up to the advanced class, but now she sees mostly familiar faces. However, she notices Sarona and adds that there is a new face. Our dude suddenly finds himself very nervous to get this attention. Miss Romy immediately asks Sarone to introduce himself, which makes him gulp. Sariel is also looking at him, while Amy looks visibly bored. Sarone introduces himself nervously. Sariel is happy to finally know our boy's name. Meanwhile, Amy is still confused about where she has seen Sarone. His face is ingrained in her red eyes, but she has never heard his name before. Then, the girls discuss how the professor is rooting for our dude because of his high test grade. Suddenly, Amy realizes something and immediately asks about his house. The next moment, she remembers the time when she met him as a child. As soon as she realizes it, she curses under her breath. The House of Karmas has a special trait called the Red Eye, which allows the wielder perfect recollection of a state of mind at any given moment, rendering the concept of study useless. In this aspect, Amy, as the youngest daughter of the house, is quite more talented than others. However, with her genius, she has explored almost everything, and she gets bored immediately. She scoffs at how her house has done nothing for her ability, but she is sure she can go on without them. So, she decides to do whatever she likes and associates with the rowdy people of the town. But she comes to her senses after going astray following an encounter with our boy. Now, looking at the same boy, she feels quite startled. The girls around her are shaken to hear her curse, but she makes an excuse about being bored. She knows that her red eye can't be wrong, but she can't believe she is seeing him in front of her and wonders how that boy even got into the school of nobles. After a while, she is visibly shaken by our dude's presence at school because she is ashamed of her past. She has come this far without anyone knowing the darkness of her past. She hopes that Sarone won't remember anything, but then she recalls a memory from 5 years ago, and her imagination runs wild. She imagines how our dude will reveal that she was hanging out with thugs in that alleyway. Not only that, but he will also expose how she wanted those thugs to check him out. With determination, she decides that she can't let that happen. It was a misunderstanding, and she won't let him reveal her secret to anyone, regardless of the price. Meanwhile, our boy is already getting goosebumps from her stare. Now, Romy asks the students who can tell her about the Spirit Zone. Someone answers that it is the mind of a mage. She agrees while adding that its first form is a sphere for concentration. However, in real-life experiences, a sphere is insufficient. Then she shows everyone her Spirit Zone. Our boy can't believe his eyes that he can actually see her Spirit Zone clearly. It is a 10-meter diameter image zone. She explains that this is a basic form of the Spirit Zone, but it can't be used by mages. So, she starts with an example, trying to hit the target with magic. For this purpose, she explains that the Spirit Zone's diameter is 10 meters, while the target is 20 meters away. So, she tries to shoot a fireball. Sarone is nervously excited to finally see magic. He watches as Romy creates a small fireball on her fingertip and shoots it toward the target. However, as soon as it leaves the diameter of the Spirit Zone, it disappears. She explains to her students that magic can't be performed or controlled outside of the Spirit Zone, so they need to change the shape of their Spirit Zone. With that, she alters the sphere, and now she can hit the target. She is amazed to see the shocked yet cute faces of her students. Our guy, however, is stunned to see that they can change the shape of the Spirit Zone. Romy continues her lesson, explaining that there is a downside to this method, as it requires a great amount of concentration. In situations like battle, it's not possible to change the shape of the zone with every spell. So she introduces the quaternion of the Spirit Zone, in which 4 shapes are introduced: defense, attack, cross, and schism. The defensive shape is like a cube, which helps them keep their Spirit Zone intact under significant disruption. They can also increase its defensive power by adding more layers. Next is the attack shape, which looks like a star and helps them reach their target for attack purposes. The cross shape, as the name suggests, looks like a cross, but people think it's not good for hitting a moving target. So, they need to add rotation to the cross. The class is in awe, while seeing that she has done all of this without any difficulty, and they wonder whether they can do it. Meanwhile, our boy thinks that the circumference of the cross must be around 10 meters for it to be used in battle. Romy comes to the last shape, called the schism shape, which is so difficult that even Class 5 is still taking time to perfect it. However, she decides to show it. The student behind our boy boasts that she can upgrade her class if she manages to do it since she already has high marks in Class 8. But as soon as Romy does it, everyone is completely shocked to see this kind of spirit zone leave her body. Our guy also doesn't understand. If the spirit zone is the mind of a mage, how can she separate it from her body? He finds something at the center of the shape. Romy explains that this kind of shape is so difficult that some mages specialize in it because it makes the mage limitless. It can be pushed directly toward the target for direct invocation and has endless other applications, as they might imagine. Everyone is in awe, seeing how the teacher can do it without any difficulty. That's why she is a level 6 mage. She then turns to the class, while saying that they are going to practice before leaving the ground, which excites the class. Then she asks Amy to display her spirit zone. Amy's friends are excited, hoping she will surpass the boys and impress the teachers. But when they turn to her, they find Amy's expression quite grave. She is full of nerves, while dreading to reveal herself to Cerrone. Basically, the spirit zone quaternion known as the cross gains strength based on its length. The main challenge is dealing with fast-moving opponents or multiple enemies at a single time. However, those with the mental ability to control a spinning cross can overcome these limitations while using its long range and strong defense as an unbreakable shield. Amy explains this by demonstration of her magic. The students are amazed by Amy's skill. While most people keep changing shapes during the gun spell test, she achieves the highest score using only a cross. Our hero wonders if he could ever match her level while realizing that even as a beginner, she is already exceptional. He notices that her spirit zone spins steadily without a single target, yet she moves effortlessly while showing no signs of fatigue. Her graceful movements make her presence even more striking. Another student watches her in admiration while thinking that if he could be with a girl like her, school might actually be enjoyable. However, a nearby girl quickly dismisses his thoughts while reminding him that Amy doesn't pay attention to anyone, regardless of their status. Cerrone understands why they are so captivated as Amy comes from a highly respected family and seems nearly perfect. What he cannot understand is why someone like her chooses to associate with thugs in her past. As the round ends, she reaches level 9 in just 20 seconds while leaving everyone speechless. All the students cheer for her. Some boys discuss whether they have seen correctly that Amy glanced at our boy. She becomes frustrated, as even a brief glance at him feels unbearable. Other students wonder if they know each other, but some dismiss the idea while pointing out that he is a new admission and making it unlikely. Meanwhile, our boy remains completely positive and confident. However, both of them realize that other remembers them. Amy realizes it will be difficult if he reveals anything about her to everyone. Deciding to stay calm, she convinces herself that no one will believe a new admission, so she must avoid doing anything suspicious. Sariel approaches and asks what is wrong while noticing Amy's flushed face, but she insists that nothing has happened. During class practice, after the demonstration, all the students gather. Professor Romy instructs Class 7 to first prepare for a defensive position and master it while emphasizing that a mage must stay focused even in battle. Our boy realizes that the key is sensing the mind-tightening process, which involves compressing spirits into a structure and setting up its frame to prevent collapse. He believes he has already achieved this but remains uncertain since it is not visible to him. He asks Professor Romy if he can use the image zone while shocking her. She tells him he cannot use it, as only senior classes are permitted, but he remains undeterred, determined to seize this opportunity. She notices his confidence and acknowledges that no one else is using it at the moment while making it a unique chance for him. Meanwhile, Amy and Sariel stand together while watching. Sariel points out that the new boy is using the image zone, but Amy is shocked to see this, as he is only in Class 7. Sariel asks if she is all right, but Amy remains speechless. Students begin whispering among themselves as Cerrone steps into the center. Determined, he prepares to use the image zone while feeling an intense urge to connect with his spirit zone. As he activates it, the students are taken aback by its sheer size. The diameter continues expanding, and they are astonished by its enormity. Our boy wonders how much larger it will grow, but eventually stops. The image zone reaches approximately 20 meters in diameter. The students of Class 5 start questioning whether he truly belongs in Class 7. The students discuss how our boy has purposefully expanded the image zone while leaving them amazed. He soon realizes that he has successfully managed to stop it as well. Deciding to take a defensive shape, he suddenly notices the spirit zone collapsing, something he has never experienced before. Amy believes it is impossible for him to achieve this on his first attempt. However, he remains confident and focused while analyzing the difference between the inner and outer sides of the image zone. Recalling Professor Romi's explanation, he remembers that changing the shape of the spirit zone demands significant mental power. Since he has also compressed it into a smaller size, it is consuming even more of his mental ability. Understanding this, he decides to keep it at its original size rather than reducing it further. As the students watch in astonishment, they begin commenting on what is happening in the sky. They realize that the spirit zone is expanding again, now reaching 28 meters. Completely shocked, they struggle to comprehend what they are witnessing. Amy recognizes its immense scale, noting that the image zone has now grown to 41 meters. Maintaining balance, he keeps the sides of the image zone equal before folding them into the defensive shape. The students find it incredible and cheer for him, impressed that he has accomplished this on his first attempt. Meanwhile, he perceives himself as if standing inside a solid form of his image zone. Professor Romi observes his skill and acknowledges his remarkable ability to form the defensive shape on his first try. Sariel, while standing beside Amy, comments that this is why the teachers have been paying more attention to the new admission. Amy laughs but remains deep in thought. Recalling the humiliation he caused her, she begins to suspect that someone may have arranged his admission as a special request. Believing that his influence could be detrimental to the school, she decides to change her approach and confront him personally. Professor Romi thinks he is completely trained for this. He then asks the professor why the spirit zone becomes smaller, but she simply explains that its density increases as it shrinks, while making it more resistant to magic attacks. She praises him for his amazing work and asks him to disassemble it, to which he feels thankful. As he does so, all the students begin congratulating him for his effort. He wonders why everyone is staring at him, but eventually thanks them and leaves the place. Professor Romi, deeply impressed by the defensive position he created, decides to keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, many people are looking for him because of his outstanding talent. The students also realize he will advance in classes very soon due to his remarkable abilities. Maria, while sitting in the class, reflects on how amazing he is. Among the crowd, admirers and adversaries alike watch him, with Amy giving him a lingering stare. The very next day, new faces appear, secretly observing him. As the class begins, Professor Oliver enters. He immediately recognizes her as she was the one from his exam, but he never knew she was the professor of Class 5. The students find it thrilling to have a lesson with her, yet the only reason she is here is to teach our dude. She then wonders if Professor Thad is searching for her as well, but decides to take him into Class 5 to learn more about him. Our boy gets goosebumps as he notices the professor staring in his direction. One of the students then asks her for a funny story, while others curiously inquire if she is dating Professor Thad. Annoyed by the question, she swiftly moves her hands while demonstrating a unique magic technique before challenging the students to explain its magical principle. Shifting the focus, she questions them about cold energy and cooling as she casts her spell. Suddenly, frost spreads through the room, and a chilling sensation fills the air while making the students shiver. She explains that coolness results from energy deficiency, and that cold energy itself does not exist. As the temperature drops further, they tremble from the cold. She then mentions that temperature can be increased infinitely, whereas the state she is demonstrating represents absolute zero, the point of energy depletion. She elaborates that at room temperature, while removing even a small amount of energy causes ice crystals to form, and by breaking them down, she can easily generate an electric current. The students, overwhelmed by the freezing atmosphere, question whether such magic could impact people's lives and even wonder if she has just attempted to harm them. Shifting the discussion, she asks if they understand how mages absorb energy and invoke magic. She begins teaching that a mage serves as the core of their world through their spirit zone, which may be small, yet remains under their influence. Possessing unique senses, a mage can control various natural phenomena, but these abilities are only beneficial if used wisely. She further explains that two godlike criteria must be met to perform magic, which is omniscience and omnipotence. These are the two phenomena through which magic is performed while making knowledge an essential part of mastering it. A mage must also understand the world itself. Now, our boy realizes the true reason he has been unable to use magic is that he has focused only on his ability rather than grasping the concept of omniscience. Professor Oliver informs the students that they will gain knowledge in numerous subjects at this school, while emphasizing that learning the spirit zone is only half of magic. Those who study diligently will become exceptional mages. She then announces that they will begin with the basics of chemistry while leaving the students in shock. However, our dude quickly realizes that he has an advantage, as he already understands these phenomena. Outside the school, a group of girls is talking, with one asking another if she plans to visit the library. The other responds that she will, as she has a test coming up. Meanwhile, inside the library, a group of students gathers while discussing topics for their experiment. Since classes have ended, many students either spend their time in the library or engage in club activities. Our boy reflects on his daily routine while realizing that spending time in the library will aid his education in magic. However, exhaustion weighs on him, and he starts feeling drowsy. Now, he begins to question whether he can create a spell to eliminate sleep. As he walks through the garden, his fatigue intensifies, but suddenly he finds himself rising into the air. Shocked, he struggles to comprehend what is happening. Realization strikes when he feels someone holding him from behind. His mind races, unsure whether it is a person or a spirit. The grip remains firm until he is gently lowered to the ground in the woods. As he turns to see his captor, his shock deepens as it is Amy. He recalls that how he had always imagined they would meet again, but he never expected to be kidnapped by her. Memories flood his mind while making him question whether she is the same as he remembered from 5 years ago. Amy, while noticing his recognition, acknowledges it. Then, with a swift motion, she casts a spell into the air while igniting flames around her, ready to settle the matter. She remembers the time, when they meet first time, Amy stands there, as the goons begin beating him. However, she soon orders them to stop while realizing it could cause him serious harm. Initially, she intends to send him back home, but curiosity takes over that he has yet to receive what she has planned for him. Now, both sit facing each other, and she wonders if he is truly the same person she met 5 years ago. He assures her that he remembers her, as she orders the goons to take off his clothes. Suddenly she shouts while telling him to stop. She quickly explains that he has completely misunderstood the situation. Clearing her stance, she insists that she is not a sadistic person and that removing his clothes was the goon's decision, not her command. When he asks if she was the one who examined him, she immediately denies it while asserting that he has it all wrong. She firmly states that she has never been interested in boys. He then questions whether she kidnapped him merely to clarify herself. He wonders if she's worried that he might spread rumors about her, but to him, the situation is equally embarrassing for him as well. Without hesitation, he demands that she simply apologize, while believing that everything can be forgotten afterward. He reminds her that she is the top student and highly popular in school, so apologizing should not be difficult for her. Hearing his words, she suddenly feels a sense of discomfort. As he turns to leave, she remains standing while contemplating whether she made a mistake by interfering. A small smile appears on her face at his request for an apology. Then, while calling out to him, she firmly states that she will never apologize, as it would bring her no benefit. He stops in shock while listening as she continues. She then casually tells him that she is sorry and assures him that they will not betray each other. However, she immediately adds that if she truly apologizes, it would mean admitting that everything happened because of her, which would not be in her best interest. Hearing this, he questions whether she only apologizes when it benefits her. He asserts that an apology is a matter of basic manners and should not require any personal gain in return. Amy tells him that he does not understand the ways of this world, where everyone rises only to gain benefits and returns. To her, his words are meaningless, with no real application in the world. She concludes that magic school will be difficult for him to navigate. However, our boy soon realizes that she has not changed at all, and she is still the same girl he met before. Now, believing they stand on equal ground, she asks him about the scariest thing he knows at this school. Before he can answer, she explains that it is the upperclassmen, who can easily become enemies if provoked. If they discover that he is not a noble, they will have no trouble expelling him. He then questions whether she fears him exposing her and wants him out of the school. She immediately denies it while stating that they will have to wait and see how trustworthy he truly is. To prove his reliability, she declares that from now on, he must bring her coffee every day. Shocked by her demand, he struggles to process her words. Amy tells him that he is considered a special student at the school, and she cannot even imagine how difficult it must have been for him to gain admission. She reminds him that after all his struggles, he could easily be expelled. Hearing this, our dude finally accepts her demand while hoping to earn her trust. She advises him to remain consistent, as his future depends on it, and warns him to keep everything hidden from the teachers, or the consequences will not be in his favor. With that, she takes off while disappearing from his sight. Left sitting on the ground, he contemplates his situation, realizing that complying is a better option than being expelled. Frustrated and exhausted, he acknowledges that nothing is going to be easy at the start. The next day, in the library, students begin gathering. Among them, a group of girls notices him and whispers to one another while finding it strange that he is bringing coffee for Amy. As he hands her the cup, Serial watches in surprise. When she asks about the situation, Amy casually dismisses it while claiming that he spilled some coffee on his way. Without further discussion, she leaves while explaining that she needs to study in the library. At that moment, frustration builds within him. Meanwhile, other students speculate about his relationship with Amy while assuming that he has confessed his feelings but has yet to receive a response. Some even express sympathy for him. Serial then suggests that the new admission, Cyrone, might be interested in Amy, but Amy quickly denies it while explaining that she is merely training him to respect his seniors. As she takes a sip of the coffee, she finds it surprisingly refreshing and energizing. A sarcastic thought crosses her mind that forcing him to bring coffee in front of everyone must be humiliating for him. When he calls out to Amy again, the girls assume that he is still pursuing her despite her rejection. Meanwhile, Amy feels triumphant while believing that no one will believe his side of the story. She revels in the thought that, after 5 years, she has finally taken her revenge while leaving her feeling incredible. Our dude, however, sees it as nothing more than bullying. He struggles to decide how to handle the situation, while knowing that reacting with anger would only make things worse for him. Determined to endure, he resolves to complete the task perfectly while accepting that he must continue doing this for now. After 10 days, the atmosphere at the magic school changes. A group of girls cheers for him, while commenting on how he has been expressing his feelings for Amy for days without receiving a response. Amy, feeling confident, believes she can easily put an end to this situation. Serial then asks Amy when she plans to accept him, but Amy dismisses the idea while insisting that she has never been interested in boys. Serial points out that everyone is talking about them and reminds her that she has waited for him, which is something she has never done for any other boy before. She also mentions that people are beginning to see him as a good match for her. Shocked by this realization, Amy does not know how to respond. Just then, he appears while holding out a cup of coffee. With a calm expression, he hands it to Amy while emphasizing that this time, it is not spilled. Annoyed by the crowd surrounding them, he silently urges her to take the cup quickly so he can head to the library. On the other side, as she surveys the situation, frustration builds within her while making her wonder if this entire ordeal is just a joke. Cerrone offers coffee to Amy, but she hesitates to take it. The students around encourage her, even joking about taking Cerrone as well. However, Amy is preoccupied with getting to the library and suddenly spills the coffee and angrily telling him to leave her alone. Her reaction surprises everyone. She accuses him of trying to win her over with coffee and criticizes his lack of focus on studies. She also tells him to stop bringing her coffee. Some girls apologize to our guy on Amy's behalf while calling her behavior harsh. Serial advises Amy to be mindful of what others might think, but Amy dismisses it while saying her only concern is getting into the senior class. Other students comment on how difficult she is to impress, some even suggesting reporting her for littering. Cerrone, feeling surprise, wonders if Amy was serious and decides not to bring her anything from now on. The students around him whisper about his heartbreak, but he feels relief. Later in the evening, Amy sits in the library while reflecting on the situation. She realizes that in trying to prevent rumors about herself, she has ended up creating them instead. Though she feels relieved that the matter was settled before it spread further, she knows that is not what truly matters. As her eyes turn red, the ability known as the Red Eye of Karmas activates while allowing her to recall a memory in perfect detail. She visualizes the moment when Cerrone offered her coffee and remembers how, over the past 10 days, he has acted exactly the same way. She notes that his expression, even the movement of his iris, never changed. This makes her question whether he can control his emotions like a machine, or if he has been completely sincere all along. After closing her book, Serial notices her and asks if she is leaving early. Amy confirms that she is feeling a bit tired. When Serial starts walking with her, Amy reassures her that she can go alone. However, Serial guesses that Amy is still thinking about refusing Cerrone's coffee, which she quickly denies. Serial reminds her that she can always confide in her, and Amy thanks her before leaving while feeling exhausted. As she steps outside, she thinks about how things did not go as planned while leaving her mind in chaos. She just wants some rest. Outside the library, Jake is waiting and greets her while mentioning that she finished early. He jokes that he expected to wait until midnight. She questions why he is there, and he brings up the rumors about Cerrone following her. Frustrated, she assumes he came just to tease her, but he denies it and hands her a cup of high-quality coffee while stating that someone of her status should not drink anything inferior. His words irritate her, and she demands to know what he is trying to do. He openly admits that he is trying to win her over while claiming that, as the future heir of a prestigious family, he is a much better match for her than Cerrone. Annoyed, she dismisses his advances while calling his actions ridiculous. Jake takes offense and questions her choice of words. She coldly reminds him that they are not close enough to have such conversations, and accuses his research club of constantly trying to undermine her. He tries to clarify but also warns her about disrespecting him, as it is the same as dishonoring his family. He expects her to understand, given that she belongs to the great house Karmas. Amy yells at Jake while calling him pathetic. She accuses him of letting his small amount of popularity inflate his ego and claims that, without the support of his family, he would not even be able to write his own name. Furthermore, she criticizes him for being nothing more than a parasite, while using the research club as an excuse to harass others. In her eyes, he has no honor. However, Jake simply laughs at her words. He expresses disbelief and dismisses her as just another arrogant noble from the first class, eager to flaunt status. Moreover, he questions who in the Karmas family actually holds any real power while arguing that they survive solely on their name. In contrast, his family, backed by immense wealth, could easily crush hers. He then asks if she finally understands his position. At that moment, Amy nods while indicating that she does. She remarks that his eyes reveal his true nature, comparing them to those of a scoundrel. Unlike Cerrone, whose gaze feels genuine, Jake's eyes, in her opinion, resemble the dull, lifeless scales of a rotting fish. Shocked by her words, Jake demands to know if she truly believes that Cerrone is better than him. Realizing that he has approached the situation the wrong way, he concludes that he should have dealt with Cerrone before coming to her. Without hesitation, he then vows to ensure that our guy will never be able to use magic again. Jake declares that he will show Amy just how powerful he is. However, before he can act, she launches an attack while prompting him to shout at her while calling her an arrogant woman. He warns that her appearance will not protect her from him. In response, she confidently uses her magic and challenges him to make a move. As he observes her actions, he wonders how she managed to set up a cross formation from such a distance. Shocked, he reminds her that magic is forbidden in this place. However, she only laughs while mocking him by asking what he plans to do about it. She then compares him to Cerrone while pointing out that, unlike Jake, our boy does not rely on his family for success. Instead, he takes responsibility for his own actions. Furthermore, she predicts that in just 6 months, Jake will be left far behind while struggling to keep up. Frustrated, Jake begins to make a threat but suddenly pauses. He notices that the area around him is filled with oxygen while realizing that if he activates his spirit zone, she might set it on fire. Acknowledging that he stands no chance in a duel against the top student in their class, he quickly decides on an alternative way to get revenge for what he sees as an insult. Before leaving, he issues a warning while vowing that she will regret this. Once he is gone, Amy takes a moment to reflect. She admits that she got a little carried away, but wonders why she reacted so strongly. Eventually, she realizes that her concern stems from the possibility of Cerrone being in danger if the truth were ever exposed. With a sigh, she acknowledges that she no longer has anyone bringing her coffee. However, at the very least, things feel much simpler now. Several days later, the consequences of Amy's actions begin to unfold. Sariel receives a note written by Amy. When Cerrone sees it, he immediately recognizes its meaning and realizes that Amy has gone to save him. A while ago, when Cerrone walks through the school, some students immediately notice him and point him out while calling him the coffee delivery boy. They express disappointment while remarking that it is unfortunate the situation ended, as it had been entertaining to watch. Meanwhile, he reflects on the past few days. Ever since that incident 3 days ago, he has been unsure of how to face Amy. However, he soon realizes that the situation did not last as long as he had initially expected. In fact, he originally thought he would be tormented for at least a month, but now, some of the suspicions surrounding him seem to be fading. Just then, he notices Sariel and tries to recognize her. As he recalls their last conversation, he suddenly remembers her apologizing on Amy's behalf when the coffee was spilled, and even encouraging him by saying that love is a struggle. At that moment, he acknowledges that she does not seem like a bad person. Nevertheless, he finds it unusual since she is usually always with Amy. Curious if something is wrong, he finally calls out her name. Sariel, upon seeing him, immediately appears shocked and demands to know what he is doing there. She quickly hands him a note written by some dark magicians. As he carefully reads it, he gradually realizes the seriousness of the matter, and, without hesitation, asks her if she knows anything about the dark magicians. Sariel explains everything that has happened to Cerrone while making sure he understands the situation. About 30 minutes earlier, she was with Amy, and Jake's lackey immediately greets her with a smirk while complimenting her appearance. However, she coldly reminds him that she never gave him permission to speak to her while adding that she had already told him to back off. Ignoring her words, he simply laughs and mocks her for still acting superior. Without wasting any time, he informs her that the boss wants to see her and hands her a note. Sariel, clearly annoyed, tells Amy to ignore him. However, Amy sighs in disbelief while remarking that they have somehow made it to Class 5. At that moment, Jake delivers another message while warning her that she should come as instructed unless, of course, she does not care if her man is destroyed. Disgusted, Sariel snaps at him while calling him revolting before urging Amy to head to the library with her. Meanwhile, Amy looks down at the note and quickly realizes that Cerrone has been kidnapped. As she recalls Jake's previous threat to make sure Cerrone could never use magic again, she immediately suspects him while cursing his name in anger. However, a moment later, she hesitates and tries to convince herself that it should not matter, and after all, our boy means nothing to her. When she questions the boy about it, he simply reminds her that he is only the messenger. Sariel, while growing more concerned, mentions that the dark magicians are nothing more than a gang that bullies students who attract too much attention. She questions why they would target Cerrone and how Amy could be connected to the situation. In response, Amy silently reflects on the moment she lost control and ended up attacking Jake while realizing that this might be the reason for Cerrone's involvement. Sariel insists that she needs to report this to a professor, which is not just for Cerrone's sake, but for her own safety as well. Amy, deep in thought, acknowledges that informing a professor would be the right thing to do. However, she also understands that the situation is more complicated than it seems. If the council gets involved, they will uncover what happened between her and Cerrone, which could ultimately lead to the truth about her past being revealed. Furthermore, they would also find out that Cerrone is not actually a noble. She then recalls a conversation with Cerrone, where she had acknowledged the struggles of a commoner trying to enter such a prestigious school. She had even pointed out how devastating it would be for him to be expelled. In that moment, she remembers his unwavering determination, as he had assured her that if proving his innocence meant earning her trust, he would do whatever it took. Determined, she makes up her mind to rescue him on her own. She tells Serial that she will investigate the situation herself and inform a professor if she does not return by 7. Serial, shocked, questions why she would go alone while reminding her that she has no idea how many enemies she might be up against. However, Amy firmly states that she has no choice but to handle it herself. She reassures Serial not to worry, confidently declaring that even if Jake brings along a dozen worthless followers, she will take them all down. Now in present, after hearing everything, Saron reacts in disbelief while repeating that Amy has gone to save him. However, he quickly dismisses the idea while thinking that it cannot be true since she has always been a terrible person. Turning to Serial, he questions why she is just standing around instead of doing something, especially since she just admitted that Amy went alone. Serial, while looking conflicted, explains that Amy insisted she had no choice. She admits that she has never seen Amy act this way before. Furthermore, Amy specifically instructed her to inform a professor only if she does not return by 7. Saron repeats Amy's words while realizing that the 1-hour delay is a kind of insurance. Additionally, while keeping the matter from the professors must be her way of protecting a secret, he then comes to the conclusion that whatever secret she is hiding must be connected to his own. As a result, he understands that she went alone to ensure his secret remains safe as well. Determined, he declares that he must go find her. However, Serial tries to stop him while insisting that they should wait until 7 as Amy requested. But just then, our guy suddenly remembers that Training Ground 14 is located near the mountain. Worried about time, he wonders if he can get there quickly enough. Seeing his determination, Serial decides to accompany him and insists that traveling on foot is not an option. She then announces that she will photonize and tells him to hold on tight. Confused, he asks what she means by that. However, before he can fully process the situation, she uses her magic skills, and they begin their journey to save Amy. Midway, Saron expresses concern while reminding her that using magic at school is prohibited. Additionally, he points out that teleportation is dangerous, while warning that if they crash into a tree, they will be in serious trouble. However, before he can react further, they suddenly hit the ground. Struggling to recover, he thinks about how he did not have enough time to prepare himself for the landing. Without wasting another second, they start searching for Amy at Training Ground 14. Looking around, Serial notices that the area is completely empty and wonders why no one is there. Saron, while thinking critically, suggests that they may have changed the meeting location at the last minute. He reasons that they probably did so to avoid getting caught in case a professor found the note. Frustrated, Serial asks what they should do next and what will happen to Amy. Saron, while realizing that the situation is more complicated than he expected, understands that now is not the time to worry about his status being exposed. In fact, he begins to suspect that he may have put himself in even greater danger. Turning to Serial, he instructs her to go back and inform a professor about everything she knows. He assures her that she will be able to move much faster without him. However, she hesitates while reminding him that Amy specifically told them to wait until 7. Saron reassures her that it is fine, explaining that if he helps, Amy will have nothing to worry about. Therefore, it is best for Serial to go. Shocked by his words, Serial questions his connection to Amy. She demands to know what is really going on between them, while asking if the rumors about them secretly dating are actually true. With growing urgency, she insists that there must be something she does not know. Saron, while growing impatient, shouts that the longer they wait, the worse the situation might become. Seeing his determination, Serial finally agrees but warns him to be careful. Before leaving, she instructs him to stay put since he is also in danger. As our dude watches her leave, he suddenly feels a sense of familiarity. Being on a mountain reminds him of home, and he begins to think that he might be able to find some clues about Amy's whereabouts. He then starts searching for any signs of movement and eventually spots footprints on the ground. Noticing that they are fresh, he wonders why they suddenly stop midway. Immediately, he considers the possibility that whoever was here may have taken flight. However, before he can investigate further, a sudden sonic boom erupts in the distance. Alarmed, he realizes that something has already happened. Jake's lackey tells Amy that his hand slipped, but he intended to make her entrance more elegant, though instead, he ended up hitting her. Standing before him, she questions whether he is aware of the commotion he has caused. His companions, amused by the situation, remark that Amy's presence in their group is an honor, all thanks to Jake. Playing along, Jake sarcastically instructs them to treat her with the utmost respect. She then challenges them while asking if they have anything impressive to show her. In response, Jake mockingly questions whether she came alone while leaving Saron behind. Without hesitation, she asserts that she does not want to cause unnecessary trouble and is more than capable of handling them on her own. However, Jake expresses his doubts while suggesting that she might struggle when so many eyes are watching. He then hints at having a well-thought-out plan this time, though she remains uninterested and instead asks about Saron's whereabouts. His companions loudly respond, claiming that Saron is most likely in the library, lost in his books, completely unaware that Amy is trapped among them. Jake, unfazed, tells her that she should focus on dealing with them rather than concerning herself with Sarone. He adds that his companions are merely trying to show her the same level of respect she had shown him before. With sarcasm dripping from his words, he implies that he is simply returning the favors she once bestowed upon him. Realizing that Sarone is not present, she finds the situation much easier to handle. With newfound confidence, she states that she no longer cares about the many eyes watching her, as she can effortlessly take on all of them alone. His companions exchange doubtful glances, shocked by her bold declaration. But before they can react, a sudden explosion erupts while sending half of them crashing to the ground. Blazing flames rise into the air, their heat scorching like the depths of hell. Jake quickly commands his companions to suppress the fire while realizing that their collective strength weakens when too many attackers strike at once. He urgently instructs them to keep track of Amy's movements, but before they can respond, they find themselves airborne, desperately trying to escape the overwhelming heat. Amy remains confident as she relentlessly attacks, determined to overpower her opponents. A sudden flash of light appears, and she demands to know where they are all running. Without hesitation, she traps them once more and conjures another wave of scorching flames. The heat intensifies while becoming increasingly dangerous and unbearable for the boys. One of them turns to Jake in distress while reminding him that he had assured them Amy would rely on the cross. However, now she is not only using it, but spinning it with incredible speed. Jake quickly realizes that her combat abilities have advanced far beyond what they were during training. A thought crosses his mind that has she fought in real battles before? As the searing flames lick their skin, they begin to feel burns spreading across their bodies. Despite their agony, Jake remains composed while knowing that every skill has a weakness. Taking to the air, he analyzes the situation while concluding that the flaw in a horizontal attack lies in its vulnerability to strikes from above. With this in mind, he makes his move. Channeling his energy, he forms a swirling wind cutter in his hand and prepares to strike. Amy remains unaware of his presence above her as he rapidly descends, convinced that he has successfully ensnared her in his trap. However, just as he is about to land his attack, a sudden shift in energy catches him off guard. In a shocking turn of events, Amy effortlessly evades his strike. With a calm yet powerful voice, she reveals the reason is schema. Before he can react, she seizes his hand in midair while immobilizing him. A fierce fire strike follows, its power erupting in a blinding flash. In an instant, Jake is sent crashing to the ground. As he struggles, waves of searing flames surround him, their intense heat scorching his skin. The unbearable pain courses through his body while forcing him to acknowledge the overwhelming gap in their abilities. Meanwhile, she observes him with newfound understanding. Now she finally realizes why Jake's grades remain low, because he lacks true knowledge of advanced skills. Jake, frustrated, tells Amy not to mock him, but she dismisses him while saying that it is over, and there is no need to exaggerate the situation. She warns him that if he continues, she will make things even more difficult for him. However, before she can react, a sudden wave of dizziness overwhelms her. A strange noise fills her ears while growing louder and more unbearable. Clutching her head tightly, she realizes that the boys have activated a skill. Jake smirks and instructs his companions to maintain the spell while enjoying the torment they are inflicting. This is his counterattack. He warns Amy that if she does not exit her spirit zone, her mental abilities will deteriorate, as they are using anti-magic against her. Shocked, she recognizes the forbidden magic at play and realizes she is unable to return to her red-eye state. Now completely out of control, her body twists unnaturally in the air. The boys continue their relentless assault while believing they have her completely at their mercy. Jake moves closer and with a smug expression, demands that she answer him properly, his frustration evident. Amy, while struggling to maintain consciousness, reflects on her past mistakes. She regrets neglecting schema since she was 12, but she quickly forces herself to consider other ways to counter the attack. Jake, while sensing her helplessness, taunts her while declaring that she is powerless now. Taking a knife in his hand, he advances toward her with a sinister grin. Mocking her lack of interest in boys, he threatens to scar her face so that no man will ever look at her again. With a wicked smile, he looms over her while demanding that she beg for mercy. Amy, barely able to resist, realizes just how weak she has become. In that moment, memories of the past flood her mind. She recalls the day she and her guards humiliated Sarone, attempting to strip him of his dignity. Now, for the first time, she truly understands how he must have felt that is helpless and vulnerable. But before Jake can strike, our boy interrupts him by telling not to threaten her. However, they mutter in confusion while wondering why he is there. Jack mischievously asks if he has come alone. When they notice the stick in his hand, they sarcastically mock him while calling him a mighty prince and telling him to put it down. Meanwhile, Amy, frustrated by the situation, yells at him for coming alone. At the same time, Sarone is surprised that they have managed to trap the top student in the class. Nevertheless, he reassures himself that Sariel must have already found a professor. Remembering that he had once taken down Leon with just a wooden sword, he confidently demands that they release Amy. In response, The boys scoff at the idea while suspecting it must be a trick. They assume that freeing her would only lead to an ambush. Determined to act, Siron starts advancing toward them. Instantly, they react with disbelief while questioning if he is seriously planning to fight them alone. Just then, Jack suddenly commands the others to open sesame and a boundary appears around Siron. At first, he does not understand what is happening. But soon, he realizes that something is wrong. As his energy rapidly drains away, he collapses. Then he fell to the ground. Consequently, Jack taunts him while mocking his weakness and reminding him that they are mages. Meanwhile, Amy urgently warns him to escape from his spirit zone while explaining that the area is covered in anti-magic. If he remains trapped, he will lose his ability to use magic and, eventually, go insane. She desperately tries to get through to him. However, he feels his senses fading and his consciousness breaking apart. At that moment, a memory suddenly surfaces in his mind. His teacher's voice reminds him that a mage must have control till the end, and also remembers that a defensive stance can help a mage stay focused, even in the midst of chaos. Not only does it protect the spirit zone from physical impacts, but it also shields against magical attacks. Since both anti-magic and the spirit zone function as waves, he realizes that if his spirit zone becomes dense enough, it can resist the anti-magic. With renewed determination, Siron begins fighting against the anti-magic. He to stop it with his mere hands. As a result, his actions leave everyone in shock. They angrily question whether he considers himself a prodigy. To them, a newcomer acting like a big shot is unacceptable. Meanwhile, Amy desperately warns him that the boys are intensifying their attacks. She urges him to stop while knowing he is outnumbered. Just as she is about to say something else, his next move stuns everyone. Against all odds, he successfully overcomes the anti-magic while proving his incredible power. As Siron continues to defend against the anti-magic, the boys watch in confusion. At first, they struggle to understand what is happening while noticing that the attack is simply bouncing off. One of them, while trying to keep the group calm, quickly warns the others not to panic. He reminds them that, if they lose control of their emotions, the wave will scatter while making them vulnerable to the attack. Meanwhile, Siron puts in immense effort while pouring high energy into breaking free from the anti-magic. After struggling for a moment, he successfully dispels it. Then he comes forward towards them and apply his techniques. Suddenly, blue waves appear and the opponents find it painful for them. As a result, the magic backfires while striking all the boys and causing them to collapse. At the same time, Amy watches the scene unfold, unable to comprehend what just happened. Since she is not using her spirit zone, she finds it impossible to grasp the situation. However, as soon as the anti-magic fades, excitement builds within her. She marvels at the sheer density and solid nature of Siron's spirit, something she has never witnessed before. She finds it impossible to witness such a solid spirit zone. Meanwhile, Siron regains his footing and suddenly senses an unusual movement beneath him. The sensation reminds him of stepping on a tiny bug. At that moment, one of the boys, still in shock, exclaims that such a feat should be impossible. He cannot comprehend how a single student has managed to defeat 6 opponents on his own. Soon, the realization dawns on him that Siron might be an anti-magic specialist, which could explain his special admission into the school. Nevertheless, Siron, filled with anger, dismisses the boy's assumptions. He firmly challenges the idea that this battle is enough to defeat him. Despite his confidence, he internally admits that he lacks knowledge of any spells, which worries him. In response, the boy, now enraged, declares his intention to attack Siron relentlessly. However, before he can make a move, Amy swiftly counterattacks while knocking him to the ground. She starts the fight while striking the boy without hesitation. Fueled by anger, she furiously declares that he has done enough harm. Siron immediately attempts to calm her down. However, she continues her assault while shouting at the boy to repeat his words. Realizing the danger, Siron warns her that using her schema with such intensity could kill him. Without wasting time, he quickly intervenes and stops her. She was not letting him go and asks him to fight again. In the struggle, both of them lose balance and fall. Concerned, Siron immediately checks on her. He asks if she is all right, but unfortunately, she has already fainted. Panic sets in as he desperately pleads with her to wake up. Both of them are lying on the ground. Our boy initially assumes that Amy has lost consciousness from exhaustion. Feeling grateful for her help, he immediately thanks her. However, she quickly gets up, full of energy, and expresses disbelief that someone as weak as him would dare to face danger alone. Her words make him feel disillusioned while convincing him that there is no decency left in this girl. Meanwhile, she urges him to leave immediately, not wanting any professors to find them in this situation. However, he argues that Sariel has probably already informed one of them. When he asks for her help to stand up, she becomes frustrated. In response, she reminds him that she had specifically instructed Sariel not to say anything. Furthermore, she complains that he always makes things worse and explains how troublesome it is to get into trouble at their school. She emphasizes that mages never let matters go easily. Instead, they investigate every detail until they fully understand it. Consequently, she questions whether he truly wants both of their secrets exposed. Even so, he dismisses her concerns and points out that she almost lost her life. Instead of acknowledging his comment, she insists that they should leave immediately and discuss everything later. In her mind, she hopes that if a professor does arrive, it will be an older one who might overlook the situation. Shortly after, a bright light appears. Thad and Sienna arrive. As soon as they do, Sariel rushes to Amy, worried about her condition. She immediately asks if she is hurt and why her hair is such a mess. In response, Amy reassures her while saying that it is nothing and wonders why they arrived so soon. Just then, an explosion occurs. At that moment, Sirone recognizes it as the Fire Sun spell, known to be extremely difficult to cast. Meanwhile, Thad, surprised to see the scene in front of him, demands to know what has happened. He then turns to Amy while questioning how someone like her, who was one of the school's top students, got caught up in such a mess. Everyone focuses on her well-being while expressing concern for her safety. At the same time, Sienna approaches Sirone and explains that they rushed over as soon as they heard that he and Amy were in danger. Finally, she begins questioning him about the events that took place. A boy arrives and confidently tells the professor that he can explain everything. He admits that, to be honest, he challenged Amy to a duel because of a personal grudge while calling it a typical case of teenage frustration. Sienna, while looking confused, questions him about the duel. She points out that the letter they received contains signs of threats and blackmail. Furthermore, she states that she can tell he used anti-magic and reminds him of the strict rules against it. In response, he argues that he had no other choice since Amy was too powerful. Looking around, he insists that he is actually the biggest victim in the situation. Moreover, he accuses Amy of breaking the rules first by attacking him in the library, which, according to him, is the only reason he challenged her to a duel. He then claims that she must be hiding something, considering she went all the way there just to fight him. Amy, clearly frustrated, shouts that his claims are ridiculous. She reminds him that he was the one who threatened her in the library first. Additionally, she recalls how he mentioned kidnapping Sirone. However, he quickly dismisses her accusations while asking whether they actually did such a thing. Once again, he insists that she was the one who attacked first. Furthermore, he points out that Sirone never reported anything to a professor before coming there. He then turns to the professor and claims that Amy and Sirone are the true instigators, not him. Amy, while trying to stop him from twisting the story, attempts to speak, but he cuts her off. He declares that it is time for her to tell the truth. In his thoughts, he questions whether everyone now understands why dark magicians are feared. Determined to raise the stakes, he warns her that no matter how much money it costs, he will expose her deepest secret. He threatens that once he does, every newspaper, agency, and social circle in the kingdom will hear about it. However, Sienna interjects, then advises them not to act so confident. At that moment, she accuses the boy and his friends of using anti-magic, not for learning, but to attack students. She stresses that such reckless use could have destroyed minds or even caused deaths. Moreover, they were all fully aware of the risks involved. Sienna then firmly declares that their actions are more than enough reason for expulsion. However, the boy arrogantly questions whether she alone has the power to expel him. Thad, while trying to explain, reminds her that House Ardius, which the boy belongs to, holds significant financial influence over the school. Before he can continue, she argues that their duty is to guide students on the right path, not submit to power. Even if he disagrees, perhaps he should consider resigning. The boy, amused, burst into laughter. He expresses excitement to see who will end up leaving either the professor or himself. Confidently, he declares that, in the end, money controls everything and that no one can resist its power. He advises her to take this opportunity to learn that lesson. However, she remains unfazed and responds that before she does, there is something he ought to learn first. Sienna suddenly attacks the boy, causing several blasts to erupt. Meanwhile, Amy, who is feeling overwhelmed, questions why things have escalated this way. At the same time, Thad quickly reminds Sienna that harming students is strictly forbidden. As Sirone observes the attack, he is truly amazed by her precision. Despite the force of her magic, she does not land a single hit on the boy. Instead, she demonstrates an incredible level of control over even the tiniest molecules. As a result, he finally understands why she is renowned as a master ice mage. Afterward, she addresses the boy directly, asking if he truly believes that money can grant him everything. In response, he panics and yells at her to stop talking while demanding to be rescued immediately. However, she halts her attack and calmly states that she is well aware of how many students he has already harmed. Up until now, she adds, the school has merely tolerated his actions. In return, he confidently claims that this is only because of his family's wealth. Nevertheless, she challenges his belief while asking if he is truly deceiving himself. Furthermore, she asserts that school is not a place where students are taught for their money, but rather a place where they learn things that money cannot buy. At this point, he becomes confused and asks what she means. In response, she explains that school is a place where dreams come true. Since he wants to be a mage, she questions whether he truly understands what that means. Hearing this, he quickly remembers the time when he asked while promising to prove his abilities if he is advanced to Class 5. However, she reminds him that the purpose of school is to achieve dreams alongside friends, to study together, and to grow as mages. Therefore, she asks if he really wants to destroy the very place that gave him this opportunity. As a result of her words, he eventually apologizes for his mistakes. Following this, Jake and the rest of the Dark Magicians also regret their actions. Consequently, they choose to return to the path of a true mage. However, before doing so, they are required to spend a long time in the detention hall while reflecting on their wrongdoings and repenting for their misdeeds. Meanwhile, in the detention hall, groans of pain fill the air as someone complains about being treated too harshly. Another voice, however, reassures them while saying that it is just a minor injury and not worth making a fuss over. Shortly after, Cyrone and Annie find themselves facing the professors. One of them sternly questions why he did not report the incident immediately, while emphasizing that such matters must be reported at once. Similarly, Thad expresses his disapproval while stating that he cannot accept the fact that Cyrone attempted to rescue someone far more powerful than himself all alone. At that moment, Amy finally decides to speak up. She acknowledges that it is time to reveal the truth, realizing that keeping secrets will no longer benefit anyone. Additionally, she wonders how many people the headmaster has told. Then, she states that Cyrone is her boyfriend. The others become frustrated and shocked while she laughs. The scene changes to Amy pleads for help while the gang of bad guys surrounding her laughs cruelly while mocking her helplessness. They claim no one will come to save her, and add that if she had accepted their affection, none of this would have happened. Suddenly, the sound of hooves fills the air while breaking the tension. A horse appears, and the gang wonders who it could be. As the dust settles, they realize it is Cyrone. She is shocked to see him, unable to believe he has come. He tells her he has traveled a long way to rescue her. Without hesitation, he steps forward, holds her in his arms, and they come close to each other, their emotions intertwining. This scene is actually a story told by Cheryl, and the girls listening to the story find it incredibly romantic. Some are captivated, while others are skeptical while questioning whether it really happened. Serial, however, confirms its truth while stating that she has witnessed it herself. Just then, Amy appears and accuses her of spreading baseless rumors while insisting that everything is a lie. Despite this, the listeners remain engrossed, some finding the tale fascinating, while others grow envious. Meanwhile, Amy arrives and confronts Serial while demanding to know if she wants to risk her life by spreading falsehoods. Serial only laughs, dismissing the need for first-hand witness, confidently stating that Amy and Cyrone are dating. She assumes they must have kissed before and remarks that it benefits Amy since it will keep other men away. Amy acknowledges this while agreeing to the unspoken advantage. However, just a few days earlier, during the incident, Thad is stunned to learn about Amy's involvement with Cyrone, who is a newly admitted student. She explains that they had met when they were young and have coincidentally reunited at the Magic Academy. With a slight blush, she turns to Cyrone, seeking confirmation. He nervously smiles and agrees while solidifying the truth behind their connection. Now those around them understand the reason behind his willingness to help her. Amy finds it more convenient to pretend as lovers rather than expose their past. In the present, Serial has found the situation unusual and her curiosity only grows. Since they have integrated classes, she eagerly anticipates meeting Cyrone and teasingly asks Amy if she will meet him for dinner after class for a date. The thought intrigues Amy, but she quickly reminds herself that she has plenty of work to do and no time for dating. Cyrone, on the other hand, is just a normal schoolboy who is living his life without complications. Yet, despite her logical reasoning, she cannot shake off the uneasy feeling creeping into her heart. In the second intermediate class at the integrated training grounds, they are all present. Serial calls out loudly while summoning Cyrone. He comes forward to greet them while acknowledging their presence. She then asks if he has been missing Amy, but he finds her question silly. Amy, on the other hand, feels grateful that she is playing the love game with him. However, she notices that he seems too nervous when he is around her. Wanting to ease his discomfort, she advises him to remain calm and not to be overly concerned about the senior-junior relationship, as they are already familiar with each other. Serial, while listening intently, is taken aback by Amy's words, which sound unlike anything she has heard from her before. She begins to wonder if this is the power of love. Cyrone responds by saying that he simply wants to show respect. Before the conversation can continue, the girl reminds them that she has to attend class, and both of them head toward their respective classrooms. As Cyrone enters his classroom and sits in his chair, he overhears the murmurs of other students talking behind his back. The boys discuss how he was admitted only because of his looks and that he is more focused on dating than anything else. They even question his magical abilities while assuming that he is incapable of performing any magic. Hearing these words annoys him, and frustration builds inside him. Clenching his fists, he recalls how it all started 2 days ago. At that time, students had begun whispering about Amy and Sarone dating. In Class 7's room, discussions had intensified after a note was posted, openly declaring their relationship. The revelation had stirred strong emotions among the students. Many boys had been frustrated and disappointed while feeling betrayed by Amy's decision. Some had even cried out in anger, unable to accept that she was with someone else. Meanwhile, conversations had continued, with some students concluding that their relationship was now official, which was disappointing for both certain boys and girls. However, not everyone shared the same sentiment, and some girls had been genuinely happy for the couple while embracing the news with excitement. Meanwhile, the students in the class eagerly check their midterm grades, desperate to see their results. As they scan the scores, they are shocked to discover that Sarone is the weakest in the class, having scored only 30 marks in each subject. Initially, many had believed he was a talented student, but some now realize that he lacks knowledge of even basic magic spells. Just then, a man enters the classroom. He states that Sarone's poor performance is expected since he was admitted as a special admission student. Others join in while laughing at him. He further claims that Sarone was able to enter only because of noble connections and that he is merely looking for a girl for himself. Many students feel it is unfair that he managed to get a girlfriend immediately after joining the school. Frustration spreads as they consider him undeserving of his place while believing that while they have been working hard to secure their futures, he has done nothing to earn his position. Their resentment grows as they question how the school could allow such injustice. When Sarone enters the room and the entire class falls silent, he immediately senses that they had been talking about him before he arrived. However, he chooses not to address it directly. Instead, as he starts a conversation with a classmate about the next lesson, the student deliberately turns away. Sarone notices the unusual behavior and realizes that something is wrong, but he refrains from asking since they clearly intend to keep it from him. Later, during Spirit Zone practice, the atmosphere remains tense. A girl practicing nearby becomes annoyed by Sarone's presence while feeling distracted by him. She questions why there is so much hype around his Spirit Zone. At that moment, Professor Athila appears and inquires if everything is fine. Sarone admits that he is struggling due to schism, which is causing his body to lose consciousness. The professor assures him that it is a normal phenomenon while explaining that his mind naturally aligns with the laws of nature while making schism more challenging for him. She then shifts the topic and asks about the other shapes. Since he finds no difficulty with them, she instructs him to give a demonstration of the image zone. Surprised by the sudden request, he hesitates, unprepared to perform at that moment. The professor tells him that he can show it next time as well, but she wants to see him now because he is the only one who understands Quaternion. She also wonders if using the image zone makes him feel nervous among his classmates. She believes that confident children achieve more. Suddenly, he agrees to demonstrate his skill. His classmates are surprised while questioning whether he is showing off again by trying to appear superior. The professor instructs him to demonstrate one by one since mastering all 4 shapes of Quaternion will enhance the class. He wonders if executing them correctly will allow him to advance to the next level. The students of Class 4 also watch him closely. Deciding not to worry, he begins with defense while causing a blast of light to appear. The students are impressed by his strength. One of them finds it amusing that he has displayed 144 sides, which is remarkable. A massive explosion of light follows, accompanied by cracking sounds. The professor realizes that he possesses all the basic knowledge and is exceptionally swift at changing shapes. However, the strain on his eyes leaves him exhausted. He also knows the professor will correct all his mistakes. The Class 5 students consider him amazing and are shocked when he attempts schism. For them, it seems unbelievable. He realizes that the key is shrinking the zone and then shifting the center, but he struggles to do so. The distraction unsettles his mind. Meanwhile, the students find it amusing and mock his failure. They recall how he executed it correctly before and question what went wrong. Some believe he is merely seeking attention, but it does not bother him. They wonder if his mind is occupied with something else. Meanwhile, our boy questions why humans take pleasure in seeing him fail. His thoughts drift toward his connection with the place. Just then, a boy urges him to stop overthinking and not to hesitate. He reminds him of his goal, which is to become a mage. In that moment, he realizes his mistake and refocuses on his purpose. The students watch in surprise as a sudden light appears. He contemplates whether separation comes first or disintegration. Meanwhile, a student incident report emerges while detailing the use of anti-magic by 6 students. Professor Oliver sees the report and learns that anti-magic was suppressed by the defense shape. She considers it difficult and dangerous for ordinary people. She also questions the proper and appropriate use of anti-magic. Noticing that our boy's mind is more powerful and talented than others, she becomes more intrigued. She asks Professor Rumi whether he has successfully performed schism. Rumi explains that he has been learning Quaternion for a month and that his spirit zone lasted a perfect 4 seconds. They discuss the student's drive stimulation while proposing something regarding it. On the other side, Oliver finds herself sharing the same thoughts. A few days later, during a Class 7 chemistry lesson, Professor Oliver is present. She informs the students that she will end the class early for a major announcement. Without hesitation, she orders our dude to stand up. She informs him that he will be advanced to Class 5 and must follow their timetable from now on. The students are shocked to learn that he has skipped Class 6. They wonder what high-level resources are supporting him. The professor encourages the others to work hard and then leave. However, one of the girls objects to him skipping a class. She questions the professor about advancing someone who knows nothing about magic. The professor begins to reconsider whether the decision is truly fair. She then turns to our boy and urges him to be honest. While having dark thoughts about people regarding him, he still admits that he does not know any spells, which surprises the professor. Despite this, she explains that spellcasting is not a requirement for Class 6, so he is still eligible to move to Class 5. However, another student stands up while refusing to accept what he sees as favoritism. He reminds the professor that she has previously stated that the spirit zone is not the only requirement for magic. Since Cerrone cannot do anything else, he challenges him to demonstrate at least one spell. If he succeeds, the student will back down. Confident in his own abilities and grades, he warns that if the advancement proceeds, the student council will hold a meeting. The professor understands the frustration of the other students, but she insists on discussing the matter with other professors. Later, as she sits alone, she reflects on how the students have become arrogant. She considers their reaction a protest against unfairness driven by emotion. Just then, Maria enters the room. Curious, she asks what has happened. Maria responds, eager to share something that has just occurred. Maria tells the professor that the other students are bullying him from 1 week. They start talking behind his back, but later they begin speaking in front of him as well, which affects his studies a lot. She witnesses everything with her own eyes while seeing how they continuously bully him. Professor Oliver thanks Maria and tells her that she will handle this matter by herself. Meanwhile, Cerrone reads a book stating a fact in Conversations with Great Scholars, where Torquilin, a biologist, mentions that 6 hours of sleep is adequate for a human being. However, he only gets 4 hours of sleep during school. Another scholar discusses his achievement as an accomplished scholarship by the sleep time, but he reminds him that he was not a human but a teenager, who never stop even during sleep. As Cerrone looks at the clock, he realizes it is very late. He sees off the other students sitting around and then walks on the road. He remembers the time when Timurin told him that many people will bully him, but ignoring them will be beneficial. He wonders how he can make things easier for those who support him. Remembering all who have been close to him, he stands near the Iron Bastille senior class building, determined to overcome anyone who stands in his way and become a professional mage. After freshening up in his room, he hears a knock on the door. Worry fills him as he wonders who could be visiting this late. A group of guys stands outside. He wonders whether it will be his bullies. However, when he opens the door, Professor Oliver is present there while requesting permission to come in. He tells her to come in and offers tea, but she refuses while explaining that she has come to discuss something important with him. Since he was not in his room earlier, she arrives late. As she looks at his table, she finds it interesting. Her attention shifts to his grades, and at first they seem strange. However, while noticing that all the low grades are the same, she assumes he might be learning everything at once. She also realizes he is focusing on improving his future while prioritizing subjects other than magic first. Yet, she wonders about the reason behind his lack of proper education when he was young. Meanwhile, he feels very embarrassed. She observes his shy and nervous demeanor, then asks if he is enjoying his school life. He responds that he enjoys all the subjects. When she inquires about the bullying, he insists that he is completely fine and asks her not to worry. She urges him to be honest, but he maintains that he is unaffected and unable to make any friends in the class. However, it does not bother him at all. He expresses that while it is necessary to be among people, he cannot force them to accept him. He acknowledges that the students of Class 7 dislike him, but he believes that some may still understand him. She understands his words and realizes that he wants to leave Class 7. Later, during the meeting with the professors, she holds a book in her hand and expresses her intention to conclude the early advancement of Cerrone. The other professors observe that the entire class is bullying a single student due to his lack of understanding of magic. In the meeting room, they also recognize that many students struggle to advance their skills, which might be the reason for their behavior toward him. They acknowledge the need for advancement and agree to move students to the next class. One professor believes he will graduate in the next 4 years, which would be beneficial for the school. However, Thad disagrees and does not share a positive view on the matter. When the headmaster asks for his reasoning, He explains that while the boy is undoubtedly skillful, he cannot perform magic. He also refuses to ignore the students who are protesting against this decision. Professor Oliver defends him while stating that he is intentionally refraining from practicing magic to acquire other skills, and this does not affect his study habits. Thad, however, accuses her of favoritism while arguing that other students are equally knowledgeable. He insists that if only one student is considered for advancement, the others will feel neglected. Sienna counters his argument while asserting that jealousy should not be a reason to ignore a student's progress. Their disagreement escalates into a quarrel. The other professors perceive both of them as extreme mages. As the tension rises, the headmaster intervenes while ordering them to stop and sit down. He acknowledges the logic behind both perspectives and stresses the importance of preventing conflicts among students. After careful consideration, he informs them that he has a proposal. The next morning, a group of students gathers and heads toward the assembly hall. On the bulletin board, they notice an announcement for the advancement test. It presents an opportunity for Class 7 students to take the test, and those who succeed will be promoted to Class 5. As they process the information, some discuss teleportation, a skill required at the next level. They perceive it as extremely difficult and worry about the potential risks involved. Many express doubts about passing the test. Meanwhile, Saron arrives and glances at the bulletin board. His eyes settle on the requirement while realizing that mastering teleportation is essential for the test. The Class 7 outcast incident gains significant attention throughout the school. In the evening, on the advanced class bulletin board, students from higher classes discuss how the situation is unfolding once again in Class 7. Some mention Saron while acknowledging that he cannot perform magic, but they also recognize that Class 7 does not teach magic. Many assume that jealousy is the root cause since he is associated with Amy. Meanwhile, Amy learns that Saron is being bullied. She finally realizes that this is the reason for his distant behavior. Sariel also considers Class 7 immature while recalling her own past experiences with similar issues. As Amy turns to leave, determined to find Saron, Sariel questions her intentions. Amy explains that she wants to ask him why he has been avoiding her while suspecting it might be because the other students constantly see them together. Sariel stops her while questioning whether she has lost her senses. She tries to dissuade her while insisting that approaching him will only make things worse. However, Amy refuses to listen and remains resolute in her decision. Sariel warns her not to act recklessly while fearing that her actions will negatively affect him even more. Despite knowing that their relationship is not romantic, Amy remains puzzled about why he continues to avoid her. Sariel shifts the conversation to the advancement test, while noting that teleportation will be difficult for the students to learn. Amy, however, sees this as an advantage for Saron while believing that its complexity makes it even more dangerous for those without prior magic training. Sariel suggests that Amy teach him teleportation while arguing that it would be beneficial for both of them. However, she struggles to find time to help him. Ultimately, she decides that if he cannot learn teleportation on his own, then he don't deserve to be with her. It is dark and late at night. No one is outside the school buildings, and the wind blows through the silent night. Suddenly, Amy appears, determined to meet Saron. She is ready to help him, believing that she is partly at fault as well. Jumping onto a tree, she swiftly enters his room through the window. She has already decided to make him beg for her help. Meanwhile, he sits reading a book when, from behind, a girl wrapped in a shawl suddenly appears. Shocked, he turns and asks who she is. Without hesitation, she pushes him to the ground while threatening to wring his neck. Demanding an explanation, she questions how he dares to ignore her. Nervous, he struggles to respond. At that moment, Professor Oliver, who is also in the room speaking with Saron, observes the situation and wonders if it is Amy. She curiously asks if Amy always flies into his room at night, but Amy quickly denies it, while insisting that the professor is misunderstanding the situation. The professor reminds her to lower her voice, warning that others might hear. Then, she questions whether this is the reason Amy has been avoiding him at school. Amy denies ever coming to his room before, explaining that she only wants to know why he has been ignoring her. Turning the conversation, she asks what the professor is doing there. The professor explains that due to the tense atmosphere in the class, she decided to discuss the test with Saron privately. Saron offers Amy tea, and she finds its aroma pleasant. She takes a sip before questioning him about humiliating her, to which he apologizes. She then asks why he never told her about being bullied. Before he can answer, the professor instructs them both to sit and listen carefully to the discussion about the test. As they sit together, sipping tea, our boy is all nerves while wondering how he ended up in this situation. On the other side, Amy expresses her concerns to the professor while questioning whether testing for teleportation is too dangerous for students who have never practiced magic before. The professor explains that the headmaster has made this decision for specific reasons. Amy begins to realize that he is playing a dangerous game. She explains that teleportation is a type of light magic, which is quite different from other spells. Saron, while recalling his studies, mentions that he learned about it while studying the theory of protonization, which explains how light moves at incredible speeds across the universe. She confirms that nothing can surpass the speed of light and explains that teleportation spells rely on this principle. Curious, he asks if a person's body transforms into light during teleportation. The professor reassures him that even beginner students can perform it successfully. She further explains that the speed of light is categorized into 4 types, and among them, quasi-light speed is crucial for teleportation. Once a person teleports, residual light particles remain in their body. Cerrone suddenly realizes that mastering the skill is not the real challenge, and it is controlling its impact that poses a problem. Now he understands why teleportation has been restricted within school grounds. Meanwhile, Amy notices that he is entirely focused on the professor while seemingly ignoring her. She begins to wonder whether the professor has always been this friendly toward him, especially when introducing such a dangerous test. Shifting the discussion, she suggests that he should practice teleportation in a place free from obstacles. When he asks where such a location exists, she advises that the air would be the safest place to attempt it. By this place, Amy means the teleportation training grounds, on the pathless bridge suspended 1,000 meters above the ground. Professor suggests an idea to Cerrone, which is crossing from one peak to another. He sees that the place is free of obstacles, but if he falls from the bridge, he will not survive. Amy also points out that it will be extremely difficult for the students of Class 7 to reach the other side. The professor explains that the student who travels the farthest will pass the test. She assures them that this is only a Level 1 testing ground, designed to be completely safe. However, the real issue is that Cerrone will become the primary target of the other students. Despite this, he is prepared to take the test. Yet, the idea of facing everyone alone does not sit well with him. Doubt creeps into his mind as he wonders whether he should even participate. Sensing his hesitation, the professor reveals that she has already placed him in Class 5. Acknowledging her role in his current predicament, she sincerely apologizes while promising to guide him personally. Amy, puzzled and jealous by the situation, demands an explanation for everything. The professor explains that she is responsible for conducting the test, but Amy is unwilling to let Cerrone be taught by her. She argues that since the professor is a judge, directly instructing him could cause problems if anyone finds out. To prevent any issues, she decides to train him herself. Confident in her abilities, she insists that she can easily teach him for the Level 1 test. Her attitude confuses our boy as she is angry at him a moment ago. However, the professor questions whether Amy has the time to train him while reminding her that she is also preparing for the advancement test. Cerrone is surprised to learn that Amy is taking the senior class exam. Basically, in the senior class, students possess semi-professional capabilities, and those who excel can even be featured in the Royal Magic School Journal. Reaching this level marks the end of school days and the beginning of endless training, which Amy is about to enter. Curious, Cerrone asks whether it is too early for her to apply. She responds that since he is advancing too quickly, she must enter the senior class to keep her distance from him. He finds it remarkable that she is taking a risk rather than settling as an advanced class student. Even more surprising is the fact that, despite everything, she is still helping him. Amy confidently assures the professor that she can handle the training. The professor, while recalling Amy's earlier claim that Cerrone lacks magical knowledge, agrees that the professor like her might be the best person to teach him. Turning to Cerrone, Amy asks him to choose between her and the professor as his instructor, playfully suggesting that it would be better if he were taught by his own girlfriend. Without hesitation, Cerrone declares that he will learn everything on his own. Both of them are stunned by his response. She tells him that having his girlfriend teach him would be better. However, he insists on doing it himself. Frustrated, she shouts while asking if he understands what he is up against. He responds by mentioning that one of the judges is Professor Oliver and reminds her that she has her own test to prepare for. She points out that his competitors will be hiring the best tutors to secure first place, and they will all dislike him and warns that he cannot handle it alone. He then questions whether her situation is any different while noting that she is advancing to the senior class early. He explains that staying in the same place will not lead to greater achievements, as Class 5 is only a step toward becoming a mage. He expresses his determination while admitting he cannot guarantee victory, but promises to do his best without regret. Hearing this, the professor acknowledges his resolve and decides not to interfere. Before leaving, she reminds him that all students, including him, are welcome to seek guidance from her. He appreciates the support she offers, and she hopes he can resolve his issues in the meantime. She then addresses Amy while warning her not to enter into the boys' domains again, though she will overlook it just for the night. Amy agrees, relieved that she is safe. For a moment they sit there awkwardly, but then Amy decides to leave as well. Before she can leave, he stops her and thanks her for thinking of him. She then questions why he has been avoiding her while suggesting that he should have told her he was being bullied. She reminds him that it is not just about him and asks if he was embarrassed. He admits that he did not want their relationship to become more distant. Flushed, she starts to believe that he truly likes her. He clarifies that he actually looks up to her. When he first arrived, he saw her name at the top of the class and decided to catch up to her, though he never expected things to turn out this way. Since their relationship had already become awkward, he is worried that if she found out about the bullying, it would make things even more uncomfortable. She silently reflects on his words, while realizing she had let her imagination get carried away. However, she suddenly grows frustrated and accuses him of pretending to be polite while secretly targeting her all along. Confused, he asks how she came to that conclusion. She insists that if he sees her as a rival, he should stop pretending and face her properly. She warns that if he cannot keep up, she will make sure he always knows he is beneath her. Hearing the shift in her tone, he says her name differently, which she immediately notices. He then tells her to wait for him while promising that he will catch up to her. She grins and warns the dude to be careful while suggesting that it might be deadly. By the time anything happens, he adds, she will already be long gone. Then without another word, she vanishes from the spot. He quickly loses sight of her and reflects on the situation. He regrets not being able to receive help, but realizes that those who have been speaking badly about him are closely observing his every move. Because of this, he decides to handle everything on his own. It is now 1 month for start of the exam. The day after classes, students gather to discuss their preparations. One asks if others are getting ready for the test, while another shares that they are starting lessons with a tutor that day. The idea of learning teleportation within a month seems challenging, but there are around 20 participants. Some agree that the theory portion is simple, and applying formulas is not difficult. However, the real challenge lies in executing the spell. Just then, Cerrone appears while carrying a stack of books. Upon seeing him, some students comment on his participation. Internally, he acknowledges that despite sounding confident about preparing alone, reality is proving to be much tougher. He reflects on how a mage's environment constantly changes in the real world. Understanding topography is essential, especially for teleportation, as the technique requires adapting to different conditions and adjusting calculations accordingly. He notes that the necessary computation involves numbers as large as 10 to the power of 20. Despite feeling overwhelmed, he convinces himself not to give up. He reasons that the school would not set an impossible test. He recalls Professor Oliver mentioning that teleportation is not too difficult to learn. However, since he has never studied magic before, he doubts that statement applies to him. Meanwhile, he assumes that the other Class 7 students, who have trained since childhood, will manage to figure it out. Many of them are even hiring expensive tutors, while meaning they will likely master teleportation soon. As he contemplates whether he can catch up to them, a realization suddenly strikes him. Remembering something important, he finally understands the key to solving the problem. He then recalls that the headmaster had already given him the answer. On the other hand, another student, Mark, is in the middle of his performance when the headmaster arrives, carefully observing his progress. Impressed, the headmaster immediately praises him and remarks that he has already mastered teleportation. Furthermore, he adds that such a result is expected while considering Mark is the son of the technical advisor for the Mage Association. Feeling flattered, Mark responds with gratitude while acknowledging that hiring a level 9 tutor like the headmaster has been worth the investment. Initially, he was worried about the difficulty, but now he finds the process surprisingly simple. In response, the tutor explains that the test's simplicity allows students to focus entirely on precision and control. While mastering teleportation within a month is unrealistic, he reassures Mark that if he learns only what is necessary for the test and spends the rest of the time practicing, he will most likely succeed. After hearing this, Mark laughs and considers whether he should actually thank the special selection student, as the situation is allowing him to move up to higher grades earlier than expected. With a smirk, he then shifts the conversation and inquires about Cerrone's progress. At this point, the tutor, who has been monitoring Cerrone as requested, reports that the student appears to be teaching himself using only books. Upon hearing this, Mark is visibly surprised and finds it strange. Previously, he had assumed that Cerrone would find a way to secure a private tutor for assistance. Unsure of what his rival is planning, he instructs the tutor to continue watching him, as he is determined not to let him gain an advantage. Additionally, he doubts that magic can be learned solely through reading, which makes him even more skeptical. Meanwhile, Cerrone is deeply engrossed in his studies while focusing on absorbing the concepts and memorizing the necessary theories with great precision. Despite his dedication, he does not feel fully prepared. However, with time running out, he realizes he has no choice but to move forward. Soon after, at Training Ground 41, a space designated for Class 7, he begins practicing the techniques he has learned. Speaking to himself, he acknowledges that he must now bring magic into reality. As he attempts a spell, nothing initially happens. Nevertheless, he remains hopeful that his understanding will translate into actual results. In order to succeed, he reminds himself of the steps. First, while entering the spirit zone, then applying protonic theories. As he describes himself as the barrier between omniscience and omnipotence, he prepares for the next stage that is erasure. To his astonishment, the magic suddenly works. Realizing his success, he excitedly confirms that the process is functioning. With renewed determination, he declares that it is now time to attempt teleportation. As he reflects on the nature of magic, he notes that humans are incapable of calculating the precise value of light. However, when a mage is deeply focused, their mind becomes highly attuned to their surroundings. Moreover, he remembers the headmaster's words that the most powerful mages can even perceive the number of leaves on a distant tree. This heightened awareness, he realizes, represents the pinnacle of mental sensitivity, known as the spirit zone. Once a mage reaches this state, they perceive the world through an extraordinary sense, ultimately gaining control over natural phenomena. In the end, he concludes that teleportation is not about performing complex calculations, rather, it is about grasping everything in a single moment. 9 days were left for the start of the teleportation test. Students begin whispering among themselves when they see Saron. Noticing his bruised face, some speculate that he must have been practicing without proper shield. As a result, they assume that his reckless training has taken a toll on him. Meanwhile, Saron is lost in thought while reflecting on his failed first attempt at teleportation. In an effort to correct an error, he had no choice but to crash into the ground, fully aware that his knees were unstable. At this point, he questions whether his mistake was due to an error margin of plus or minus 0.02 milliseconds. Although his method seems reckless, he has once again left the rest to muscle memory. Still determined to succeed, he continues practicing and worries about the test scheduled for the next day. Every time he corrects one mistake, another seems to take its place. However, despite these struggles, he reassures himself that he has refined everything necessary. Consequently, he convinces himself of his ability and tries to stay motivated by repeating encouraging words. He insists that he must stay focused and pushes himself to teleport again. Unfortunately, he falls to the ground once more. Nevertheless, instead of becoming discouraged, he calmly tells himself that it did not hurt. For the first time, he acknowledges that he has actually managed to teleport. Excited by his progress, he wonders how far he can go. Refusing to waste time lying on the ground, he quickly gets up, determined to repeat the process over and over. Convinced that he needs more practice, he continuously encourages himself to keep going. The next morning, the instructor approaches Mark and asks how he is feeling. Confidently, Mark replies that he feels just fine, as he is moving up to Class 5 that day. Calling it a historic moment, he boasts that he will cover the 700-meter distance in a single second and challenges the man to watch him succeed. Meanwhile, Maria heads toward the professor's office when she unexpectedly encounters Mark. Without hesitation, he assumes that she is also giving up on the test. As soon as she sees him, she greets him and, while feeling nervous, admits that she thought he was still practicing. Acknowledging his skills, she assumes that he must have taught himself. However, laughing, Mark dismisses the idea and arrogantly compares himself to Saron. He mocks the self-taught student, claiming that the so-called failure will not even show up for the test. Then, shifting his attention back to Maria, he questions why she is there in the first place. Belittling her academic performance, he sarcastically comments on her poor grades. Finally, without offering her a chance to respond, he advises her to at least watch others train at the practice grounds, while reminding her that observing others is also a form of studying. Maria agrees with him and wishes him good luck. However, instead of appreciating her words, he responds sarcastically while questioning if that is truly what she thinks. Mocking her, he calls her the professor's favorite little snitch. Immediately, she feels a wave of fear while wondering how he could have known. Noticing her reaction, Mark laughs and calls her naive while challenging her to take a guess. He then smugly reveals that he has informants everywhere. Furthermore, he suggests that a weakling like her would have no reason to meet the professor alone unless she had been reporting on him. For now, he claims that he has tolerated her because they are technically on the same level. However, with a threatening tone, he reminds her that once he moves up to Class 5, she should already know what will happen. Feeling disgusted, he questions how someone as timid as her could believe she has what it takes to become a mage. In his mind, he is convinced that a coward like her would never surpass him, even if she were 4 years older. Smirking, he tells her that she now has something to look forward to. Overwhelmed by his words, she starts crying. Afterward, Mark heads to the classroom, where he immediately asks if everything is ready. A boy assures him that 2 of them will focus on Saron from the very beginning, while the other 2 will provide cover. This way, Saron will have 2 possible ways to be eliminated. Pleased with the plan, Mark strategizes while pointing out that since each turn covers 10 meters, he expects Saron to be taken down within 10 turns at most. The boy agrees and then asks if Mark will keep his promise once the job is done. In response, Mark confirms that if he passes the test, he will ensure they secure jobs and access to magic tutors. even if they fail to graduate. Boasting about his father's influence as the technical advisor for the Mage Association, he reminds them that helping him will benefit them as well. Confident in his plan, he silently tells himself that he will not allow any unexpected variables. In his eyes, a true genius never leaves room for carelessness. At the ground, the students of Class 7 who are not practicing gather there. They are observing the pathless bridge. As they watch, they discuss among themselves while confirming that the competition follows a winner-takes-all rule. Additionally, they notice that there are more participants than expected, especially from Class 5. Meanwhile, the students of Class 5 comment among themselves, hoping that if a newcomer is joining their ranks, it had better be someone attractive. Finding the situation amusing, they laugh among themselves. At the same time, students from Class 4 and Class 6 sit together while watching the event. Meanwhile, the judges take their designated seats while preparing for the test. Soon after, an announcement is made while stating that the time has come. As a result, the 21 participants will begin their test in just 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, one student looks at the steep cliff ahead and immediately complains about the difficulty of the test. Furthermore, he questions where the bridge is, only for another student to point at it and call him foolish. Shocked, the first student argues that what they see can hardly be called a bridge. At that moment, Sariel uses binoculars to get a clearer view. Finding the perfect spot, she excitedly states that she can see everything clearly from there. Meanwhile, Amy expresses disinterest while asking her why they should even bother watching Class 7. She insists that they have better things to do. However, she dismisses her while explaining that supporting one's boyfriend is important for maintaining a good relationship. Still unconvinced, Amy replies that in a competition like this, the winner wins and the losers lose, so there is nothing to support. Nevertheless, deep in thought, she starts to wonder whether Cerrone is even capable of teleporting. Meanwhile, a man approaches Mark while prompting him to ask whether he has found Cerrone. However, the man delivers unexpected news that Cerrone is not there. As a result, Mark is left in shock. At the same time, Cerrone suddenly wakes up on the ground, confused and panicked. Realizing that he has lost track of time, he anxiously wonders about the time. Amy asks Sariel about Cerrone's absence while finding it illogical that he is not present. Sariel, panicked, explains that she has been searching for him but cannot find him. Fear grips Amy as she wonders whether he is even alive while recalling that she had forbidden Cerrone from going alone. Meanwhile, the members are overwhelmed by fear as they face the daunting obstacles required to pass. Professor Rumi explains the rules while stating that once she gives the signal, everyone must teleport to the other side, and the one who covers the greatest distance will pass. Anxiety spreads among the participants, terrified of falling and failing to teleport. Chaos erupts, but a teacher silences them while declaring that those who are afraid can give up. Standing before them, he asserts that only the worthy will enter Class 5. He reassures them that if they lack confidence in protecting themselves, they should step back. His words instill determination, and suddenly all participants prepare for the test. Believing it will minimize accidents, he remains firm. Meanwhile, Mark stands apart while considering others inferior. He assumes Cerrone must have failed while training on his own. As Professor Rumi instructs everyone to line up for the test, a commotion arises. Just then, our guy rushes toward them in an injured state. The students turn their attention to him. As he reaches them, he apologizes and anxiously asks if he can still participate in the test. Without hesitation, he moves towards the professor. Sariel tells Amy to watch him closely. Amy wonders why he is late and quickly notices his numerous injuries while realizing he has been practicing without a shield. Concerned, Professor Oliver asks the headmaster if they can delay the exam, but the request is denied, and the test proceeds as scheduled. Professor Rumi announces the start of the test and advises Cerrone not to participate if he is unprepared. Grateful for the concern, he assures that he is completely fine to take part. As the test begins, a student thinks that first phase is successfully completed. Meanwhile, other students quietly discuss their plan to eliminate Cerrone within 10 bouts. Unaware of their intentions, he decides to remain focused. The early advancement exam officially commences as the professor instructs everyone to be ready. With the timer set, all students take their positions. Mark instructs one of his allies to stay close. Suddenly a flash appears, signaling the start. They all rush forward as time steadily ticks away. Their swift reactions result from rigorous training, but uncertainty lingers. Despite their concerns about the unknown challenges ahead, they all understand that they must push forward. 2 seconds pass while leaving only 20 meters to the cliff's edge. Mark sprints at full speed, fully aware that the key to success lies in precisely timing the teleportation. The distance covered is irrelevant, and it all comes down to executing the teleport at the perfect moment. Rushing toward the edge, he remains focused, while others closely follow behind. As 3 seconds pass, he realizes he is dangerously close, only 3 meters away. A bright light flashes as another student accelerates swiftly. Mark warns him to slow down, but his advice is ignored. Suddenly, another flash appears, and he finds himself merely 2 meters from the edge. At 3.5 seconds, some participants remain behind while the rest reach the edge while leaving only 1 meter to spare. Cerrone has yet to arrive while trailing just a step behind. The spectators watch in shock as he leaps forward without teleporting. Defying expectations, he soars past the cliff's edge, now 2 meters beyond it. As the 4th second ticks by, all eyes remain fixed on him. In the middle of the test, Cerrone recalls his discussion with Leon from a year ago. Their conversation had emphasized the importance of focusing on the present situation, rather than imagining the outcome. He had reminded him that fearing death after falling from the cliff was pointless. Instead, the focus should remain on the process itself. Remembering these words, he stays determined while concentrating solely on passing the test. Meanwhile, the spectators are stunned by his actions. As he leaps from the cliff, a bright flash appears. Realizing the urgency, he pushes himself forward while knowing he must act quickly before moving beyond the spirit zone. Another flash follows as he swiftly advances. Behind him, Mark struggles to keep up, shocked to see Cerrone ahead. The students of Class 5 cheer for the bold contender who dares to jump. Amid the excitement, Sariel turns to Amy while recalling her earlier claim that Cerrone lacked knowledge of magic. However, Amy clarifies that despite starting late, he has learned a great deal. She also knows that if Cerrone manages the bouts effectively, he will maintain his lead. As he overtakes Mark, frustration builds within him. Another flash appears as he pushes forward, determined to reclaim his position. Meanwhile, Maria refuses to remain behind easily. However, she remembers her choice to stay in Class 7 while avoiding competition. To her, this was always meant to be a friendly challenge among classmates. But her reluctance to compete has kept her in the same class for 6 years. She despises being looked down upon and begins to worry that if Mark advances, survival in the competition will become even more difficult for her. By the end of the 3rd bout, the participants are divided into 3 groups. The first consists of Mark, his companions, and Cerrone. The second group includes students who lag 3 meters behind, while the last comprises those who teleported out of fear. Among the remaining students, discussions arise. One participant speculates that Cerrone lacks knowledge of flight magic and wonders if he will survive upon hitting the ground. Many begin to fall, unable to maintain control. One desperate student calls out for the professor's help while expressing his desire to quit. In response, the judges and spectators burst into laughter, amused by his plea. The names of those who have fallen are cancelled from the test. One participant yells in frustration while realizing there is no safety net on the ground. As they hit the ground, they grow even more agitated while blaming the professor for not informing them earlier. With that, the 3rd group is eliminated. Shortly after, the 2nd group meets the same fate. Mark observes that most participants have only managed to clear half the course. However, his real concern lies elsewhere, that Cerrone is steadily pulling ahead while showing no signs of weakness. Confusion sets in as he recalls how breathless Cerrone had seemed at the beginning of the exam. Suddenly, another flash appears. Professor Romy notices that Cerrone is repeatedly using the compulsion skill, a clear sign of his remarkable talent. Meanwhile, Mark remains solely focused on catching up to him. Another professor acknowledges Rumi's keen perception while admiring her ability to sense such details. Sariel, while watching closely, is amazed at how efficiently Cerrone increases his inertia while wondering how he has mastered such a technique. Amy, on the other hand, perceives something different about him. Unlike other mages who rely on their subconscious minds to learn, he appears special. His ability to control his subconscious power is incredibly rare and difficult to achieve. As Mark continues forward, the realization dawns on him that our guy is on the verge of winning. Determined to stop him, he orders his teammates to attack. However, they hesitate while knowing that using their mental energy against him could weaken them. Meanwhile, Cerrone keeps moving, but suddenly, one of Mark's allies appears in front of him. Shocked by the unexpected obstruction, he quickly assesses the situation. The opponent, with a tense expression, admits that he has no choice. He does not want to fail and insists that Cerrone must be taken down. At that moment, our boy realizes his true intent, that he is preparing to attack. As they both plummet toward the ground, Mark's lackey manages to evade Cerrone while causing only the latter to crash and sustain injuries. Our guy realizes his sequence has been disrupted, which suddenly drains his energy while leaving him on the verge of losing consciousness. He is going to faint, but he isn't ready for it, while the other student perceives our boy as an overwhelming force. Meanwhile, a student from Class 5, after observing their clash, remarks to others that something about the scene appears unusual. The student speculates that Mark's lackey might have altered his trajectory, nearly colliding with someone directly ahead of him. Another student confidently asserts that the action has been intentional. When questioned about the certainty of such a claim, he explains that one individual has obstructed an exit while another attacks from the side. They have cleverly exploited the instant nature and launch point of teleportation to lunge simultaneously. If the new participant hasn't deviated from course, the situation could escalate into chaos. The student further notes that, in a similar scenario, he would apply motion calculations to evade the situation. However, his boastfulness leads others to murmur among themselves, some agreeing with his logic while others find him arrogant. Nevertheless, they acknowledge that the instructors must have noticed the incident and likely have their own approach to handle it. Meanwhile, Mark revels in his apparent success while bursting into laughter and exuding confidence. He declares himself victorious while taunting his classmates as well as those from Class 6, and demanding they recognize his superiority. Sarone, however, observes that Mark holds a strong position and is poised to finish first. Realizing the urgency, he understands the need to accelerate if he intends to claim victory. Yet, he worries that widening the gaps between his movements could once again disrupt his rhythm. Instead, he resolves to quicken his pace slightly while adjusting his timing by half a beat more frequently. As the students observe the intense competition, many express astonishment at Sarone's rapid progress, while realizing that only he and Mark remain in the challenge. Some cheer for Mark while urging him to increase his speed. Amy, while watching closely, voices concern. She points out that since our guy is already injured, his reckless approach will only worsen his condition. Suddenly, an explosion erupts, leaving everyone in shock. Mark, caught off guard, reacts in disbelief, exclaiming that the blast has nearly taken his life. Meanwhile, the judges grow anxious upon realizing that the pathless bridge system device has escalated to level 10. Our guy, upon hearing this, is left stunned. Without hesitation, Professor Thad rushes toward the engine room to address the issue. At the same time, Professor Oliver, turning to the headmaster, insists that the exam needs to be halted immediately. Another faculty member hesitates, reminding the group that only 2 participants remain. He fears that canceling the test at this stage will spark relentless complaints from the students' families. However, the headmaster, visibly frustrated, rebukes the hesitation, demanding that the signal be sent at once. Shortly after, an announcement echoes across the arena, declaring the end of the exam. When Professor Thad notices the yellow signal, he immediately realizes the cancellation. Irritated, he anticipates an overwhelming number of complaints heading his way. Expressing his frustration aloud, he recalls warning someone about the exam's importance and suspects that an individual might be intoxicated again. But as he approaches the engine room, he finds the door locked, leading him to a chilling realization that this is no ordinary mistake. Sensing someone's presence outside the room, he demands that they open the door immediately, warning that if they refuse, both the person and the door will be erased together. A voice responds from within, challenging him to proceed and insisting that no one will even notice their absence. A big flash appears and he heads toward it. Recognizing the voice, he addresses the individual, confirming that it belongs to Maria. Deeply concerned, he questions whether she grasps the severity of her actions, warning her that the consequences will extend far beyond simple school discipline. Despite his pleas, Maria refuses to comply, resigning herself to despair. She laments that everything is already over, believing that she is doomed to a miserable existence, especially now that Mark has advanced to Class 5. In her eyes, nothing in her current situation feels any different from torment, and as she breaks down in tears, she hints at an irreversible decision. Sensing her distress, Professor Thad reassures her that opening the door is unnecessary if she doesn't want to. It no longer matters, as the exam has been stopped, just as she wanted. Elsewhere, Mark, consumed by rage, reacts furiously to the cancellation signal, considering it an unbearable interference. Convinced that victory is within his grasp, he insists on finishing the battle to silence any doubts. Realizing he might not get another opportunity to utterly defeat Sarone, he resolves to act immediately. They go swiftly into the maze. Shortly after, someone rushes to inform the headmaster that both Mark and Sarone have entered the maze. Upon hearing this, the headmaster erupts in fury, cursing their reckless behavior. As they both enter the maze, Professor Oliver wonders why they are not stopping. She feels the need to stop them while knowing it could hurt them, and also questions what Thad is doing. She turns to the headmaster, but he is too frustrated to answer. But headmaster is thinking that he misunderstood our boy who might be different, but at the end is someone who is driven by greed. Meanwhile, both contenders move deeper into the maze. Amy and Sariel watch them while growing concerned. They believe they must do something to save them. Amy, in shock, notices that they are entering the 10th level, a stage meant only for professionals. As they step in, a sudden burst of rocks erupts. Our boy reaches the 10th level and quickly realizes he cannot dodge the traps in his path. His mental strength is deteriorating at an alarming rate. Alongside him, Mark pushes forward, determined to get ahead. He craves recognition while wanting everyone to see him as the winner. Moving swiftly, he considers himself unmatched in skill and urges his opponent to stay back. However, in a split second, the other boy jumps up while triggering a warning in the 10th level. On the other hand, Maria sits on the ground while contemplating why the judges drag students into such deadly competitions while forcing them under immense pressure. Thad, standing nearby, tells her she is mistaken, but she refuses to accept it. She insists the school only values talented students while ignoring the ordinary ones. He responds by revealing that he also attended this school. Recalling the past, he explains that when he was in the senior class, she had just joined the school. He asks if she remembers or if she has ever heard rumors about him, but she denies it. He then shares that he spent 5 years in Class 5 due to his lack of abilities. Watching others advance while he remained behind filled him with anger. However, Maria, still frustrated, refuses to believe him, convinced that he is lying. He recalls his past discussion with the headmaster where he had gotten into trouble. The headmaster had warned him never to let anyone surpass him, yet he had always felt ignored. In response, the headmaster had told him that a mage could never compare himself to others. Instead, he should focus on his own growth, as that is the key to erasing one's sense of self-doubt. If a mage merely follows others, he ultimately loses himself. Meanwhile, Mark moves deeper into the maze when he suddenly realizes the path ahead is blocked. Confusion sets in as he notices this is not the same route he had entered from. Panic takes over as he understands there is no escape. Fear grips him, and he cries out for help, his nerves overwhelming him. Spectators watching the competition yell in distress, but then, to everyone's surprise, Cerrone appears and grabs him. Without hesitation, he pulls Mark away, saving him from stepping into the blocked pathway. The students of Class 7 watch in astonishment as our boy rescues Mark. One of them points out that in an advancement exam, competitors are not supposed to save their opponents. However, another argues that winning is not as important as saving a life. Among them, one student remains deep in thought while analyzing our boy's movements. Mark, still shaken, continues to cry out for help. Our dude reassures him while explaining that he is trying to guide him away from the traps. He understands the maze's patterns and believes escaping is possible by following them. However, the watching students soon realize something alarming, that the traps are actively following the contenders while preventing them from progressing vertically. Recognizing the danger, our boy quickly determines that moving forward is futile. Without hesitation, he decides to retreat. The crowd erupts in cheers while celebrating his decision, acknowledging that he has chosen the wisest path. The students discuss Cerrone's strength and dedication while realizing how talented he truly is. They begin to understand that they have misjudged him all along. As their perception shifts, they start cheering for him while urging him to be careful. Amy, however, remains uncertain about whether he has trained to the final level of the exam. She knows that advancement is a crucial step in the journey to becoming a mage. Reflecting on his determination, she realizes that he has always aspired to master magic at a professional level. Meanwhile, Thad continues his conversation with Maria while emphasizing the necessity of competition in reaching the final stage. He believes that no one should rush the process. Instead, by progressing steadily, they ultimately become mages. She questions whether it is already too late for her, and in response, he offers his help. He asks if she is willing to try again. Overwhelmed with emotion, she begins to cry. At that moment, the headmaster arrives while declaring that the exam will proceed as planned. Taking full control of the situation, he assures everyone that he will be responsible for whatever happens next. The spectators cheer as our boy moves forward while holding Mark. He notices that the traps behave as if they are alive, their patterns irregular and unpredictable. Disappointment settles in as he realizes the difficult position he has put himself in by trying to save Mark. Meanwhile, Mark continues crying for help, terrified of dying. Determined to find a way out, he decides to perceive the entire structure as a single entity while focusing on each part individually, which is an approach he has experienced before. He also recognizes its similarity to schism. A sudden flash appears, and he surges forward while breaking through the traps. With precise movements, he dodges each obstacle while leaving them all behind. The spectators watch in shock, unable to believe what they are witnessing. Amy and Sariel observe with astonishment, while Professor Oliver, while standing beside them, wonders how he is managing such a feat. Meanwhile, the headmaster contemplates whether, in moments of crisis, individuals can achieve extraordinary accomplishments. However, he recalls that their limit lies in self-satisfaction, and he finds none in the boy. He starts to question whether this contender has any limits at all. Unfazed, our boy keeps moving forward while leaving the traps behind. Professor Romy watches with keen interest, fascinated by his unwavering focus. She soon realizes that his spirit zone density has increased to 99.9%, while indicating that he might be on the verge of breaking free. While impressed by his talent, she knows it does not diminish the danger. Traps continue to appear, and he quickly assesses the limited space between them. A full 10-meter teleport proves impossible. Adjusting his approach, he reduces the distance by a tenth while maneuvering with swift right and left movements. With relentless precision, he leaves the traps behind while advancing steadily through the maze. He watches the next trap approaching and quickly realizes that moving straight ahead is impossible due to the narrow gaps. In this situation, he must act with extreme speed. Without hesitation, he accelerates while moving within the blink of an eye. Iruki, while observing closely, feels a surge of excitement as he recognizes that Sarone is about to use Rainbow Drop, that is a technique involving the bending of light. The others, puzzled, question how light can bend when it is supposed to travel in a straight line. Iruki explains the fundamental principles behind it. He states that the derivative of a circle is an infinite straight line, while meaning Sarone has divided his teleportation intervals down to the millisecond. The spectators, amazed, wonder how he is managing to calculate everything so precisely. Iruki, equally impressed, considers the limitless potential of Sarone to be truly extraordinary while recognizing him as a genius. The other students, witnessing his feat, share the same sentiment. Above, Sarone moves at incredible speed, still holding mark as he dodges each trap with flawless precision. However, as he presses forward, his gaze locks onto an enormous obstacle ahead, which is the maze of the dragon. Professor Oliver searches for Professor Thad, wondering what he is doing. Meanwhile, Mark grows increasingly unconscious, his strength fading. In a panic, he cries out while shouting that a monster stands before them. Our boy, focused on the path ahead, plans to maneuver around the obstacle by routing from the left. However, Mark continues to yell while pleading to be let go, his fear overwhelming him. At the same time, Professor Oliver remains intent on finding Thad. When she finally spots him, she urges him to stop the maze immediately. Confused, he questions her concern while reminding her that the test had been cancelled. However, she quickly informs him that the test is still ongoing, and that both contenders remain trapped inside. Shocked by the revelation, he wastes no time and rushes from the spot. Professor Romy also arrives while running toward them. With urgency, she announces that Sarone is heading straight toward the maze of the dragon. Panic spreads among them as they realize the danger he is about to face. Fear grips everyone as they watch the contenders approach the deadly maze. Even the headmaster, now alarmed, attempts to intervene and stop them. As tension reaches its peak, only 1 second remains before Professor Romy departs from the scene. Only 1 second remains before Professor Romy leaves to approach Professor Oliver. As our boy heads toward the dragon's maze while holding Mark, he realizes that he's not dead yet. The spectators try to stop them, worried for their safety. Sweat pours from him while freezing mid-air. With just 1 second left until impact, he decides to stay calm. Since he's still alive, he thinks through the situation and tries to figure out an easy way to exit. As the seconds tick down, only 1 centisecond remains. He initially believes there are 9 teleports, which should be enough to escape, but quickly realizes he's made a mistake. He hadn't factored in the distance to Mark. With only 1 millisecond left, he scrambles to find another way out. The students watching are incredibly worried, and the headmaster is also trying to stop them, aware of the danger. In a swift movement, he suddenly picks the correct pattern. A flash appears, and both he and Mark are seen soaring through the sky. The spectators gasp, shocked by what they've just witnessed. Within moments, they land on the ground, unharmed. Everyone wonders if he has truly made it through. Professor Romy is left speechless. Our boy can't remember how it all happened, but wonders if he has actually escaped the maze. Meanwhile, the pathless bridge devices disengage. One of the students mentions that this was a special level of the senior class, and he has successfully passed it. Now, while sitting on the ground, he relaxes while thinking that although it felt like the end, he managed to make it through. Zariel is both happy and surprised. At the same moment, Amy realizes that, even if only for a brief time, he actually seemed cool. His success is a result of his dedication and the effort he put into his practice. The students congratulate him while praising his determination, especially since he is only in Class 5. Just then, Professor Oliver appears. Frustrated, she wonders if she has missed the entire exam because of Professor Thad. However, the professor reassures her that he has done his best and will explain everything later. Despite this, she remains annoyed. Turning to the headmaster, she suggests that, since the students have reached the end, they should announce the results. However, the headmaster remains in shock, finding the entire situation miraculous. Meanwhile, he also expresses his gratitude to the Our Boy for showing him the light. Professor Oliver notices the headmaster's unusual behavior. Professor Thad then explains that, in the past, the headmaster earned the nickname Light of House Murphy for redefining the photon, a feat that also won him the Golden Circle Award. However, driven by greed, he abandoned both his brilliance and status. As Professor Thad approaches him, he remarks that their school now has a new brilliant star. The headmaster, still deep in thought, responds that watching Sarone's abilities reminded him of his own past. For the second time, he feels his heart racing. The headmaster commends all the participants for their bravery, while emphasizing that it will help shape their futures. He then announces our hero as the winner. The spectators erupt into cheers, but suddenly Mark appears. The other students assume he is about to argue for the title while considering he had launched multiple attacks and even been saved by him. They murmur among themselves while believing that Mark should not challenge the outcome. However, as Mark steps forward, He acknowledges that our boy is a true genius and admits that he had completely misjudged him. Bowing in front of him, he takes full responsibility as a mage while leaving everyone stunned. His team members also step forward, apologizing sincerely. They too bow before him while asking for whatever punishment he deems fit. Instead of reprimanding them, he simply advises them to strive for better lives while choosing not to punish them. Exhaustion weighs on him, and all he desires at that moment is rest. Meanwhile, Amy urges Sariel to leave with her, but Sariel insists for her staying by his side. However, she finds no opportunity to do so, and the realization dawns on her that it may be her turn to work hard for her exams. Just then, our boy calls out to Amy while telling her that he is coming for her. Both girls are taken by surprise. Sariel, even more shocked that he called Amy's name in front of such a large crowd, feels an unexpected pang of jealousy. She starts to see him as even more intriguing. Later, after Sarone finally gets a good rest, he wakes up without any recollection of that moment. Meanwhile, Professor Romy reflects on the events inside the dragon's maze while wondering if she had somehow lost track of him along the way. In the disciplinary board, a hearing takes place. Professor Thad states that Maria is willing to accept reprimand, but Mark and the conductor of the engine room argue against her punishment. Mark insists that guilt should be shared, as several others come forward with confessions while revealing their scheme to attack Sarone during the test. As tensions rise, our guy wonders if he is truly ready to take responsibility for his actions. He argues that Maria was forced into an impossible situation, and that her actions in the engine room were never meant to harm anyone. However, the headmaster declares that she will still receive disciplinary punishment. At that moment, Sarone steps forward while offering to accept punishment as well. He acknowledges that he ignored the signal and entered the maze regardless. While it may not have been intentional at the time, he also admits that he dragged Mark through the dangers. The headmaster, taken aback, realizes this is an unexpected turn of events. Professor Thad points out that everything is unfolding just as the headmaster had wanted. The students, once filled with competition, pride, and jealousy, now admit their faults and choose to return to the path of a professional mage. Even this moment has become a lesson. With the final decision made, everyone receives punishment. Professor Thad, astonished, remarks that he has never witnessed anything like this since the school was made. In the end, every student present faces consequences and Maria and Mark are suspended for 2 months, while the rest receive 1-month suspensions. As for the winner, Sarone, Professor Oliver wonders why he continued into the maze despite the signal to stop. He reflects for a moment, then admits that he simply did not want to lose. Solving the maze's puzzle became his only focus, and beyond that, he barely remembers anything. Professor Oliver realizes that, despite his calm appearance, Sarone possesses an aggressive nature. She also observes that, in many ways, he is just like other boys his age. Meanwhile, Sarone returns to his room and lies down on his bed to rest. As he drifts into sleep, his dreams take him back to the maze. In his vision, he sees himself erasing his presence and dividing his teleports into multiple parts. It feels as though he is scattered across the world while existing in different places at once. He remembers how he was dragged into the maze, the space around him stretching into infinity. Suddenly, his eyes snap open as the sound of a piano reaches his ears. 3 days have passed since the test ended. Surprised, he realizes he has been lost in his dreams for all this time. Reflecting on his experiences, he acknowledges the value of the book Amy had given him on magic. Grateful for her help, he decides to return the book along with a small gift of appreciation. Determined, he makes his way to Integrated Training Ground 2, where he finds Sariel and Amy. As he arrives, Sariel greets him warmly and inquires about his well-being. He expresses his gratitude to both of them and presents a token of appreciation. With a thoughtful gesture, he offers them apples. Amy, taken aback, looks at the apples in surprise. Sarone tells Amy that he has read the book she gave him and noticed her drawing of apples. Curious, she opens the book and realizes how he gets this knowledge. Suddenly, she runs away while leaving both Sarone and Sariel in shock, especially since their class is about to begin. As Amy dashes off, Sariel instinctively follows her. Although Amy has moved up to the advanced class, she struggles with a particular problem she has yet to solve. Time passes, and after 1 month, Sarone returns to class. The students eagerly welcome him back while telling him they have saved a seat for him. Now that Class 7 has returned from suspension, they seem excited to have things back to normal. However, Sarone finds their repeated announcements unnecessary. He begins to wonder if he has become intimidating to his class fellows. Seated in class, he notices Sariel approaching. She asks if she can sit beside him, to which he agrees while referring to her as his guest. With a teasing tone, she remarks that he looks bored without his girlfriend. However, he counters while suggesting that she seems more affected by the situation than he is. She admits to it and reveals that this is precisely why she took the advancement test. At first, she only wanted to graduate, but Amy's constant motivation has inspired her to push further. Now, she is seriously considering becoming a soldier. Saron is taken aback by this revelation. Curious, Sariel shifts the conversation toward his relationship with Amy. However, he deflects and instead questions whether becoming a soldier and engaging in warfare would be dangerous. She dismisses the concern while explaining that war isn't the only factor to consider. Soldiers receive financial support and other benefits while making it a viable career choice. She then informs him that Amy has chosen long-distance magic as her major and aims to specialize in espionage. This revelation makes Saron reflect on his own concerns. He wonders why he has been worrying about Amy so much. In Class 5, students must select their specialization to become mages, a decision that grants them significant advantages. Just then, Nate approaches and asks if Saron has been training alone again. Offering his assistance, he expresses his willingness to help. Saron appreciates the gesture while recognizing that Nade has an exceptional affinity for electricity, a rare and valuable skill. As he observes his new surroundings, he realizes that Class 5 feels vastly different from Class 7. He speculates that this change might stem from the students being closer in age and displaying greater maturity. Before he can dwell on the thought, several members of Class 7 appear while calling out to him. They insist that he listen to them at least once. Curious, he asks what they want to discuss, briefly wondering if the topic will involve chemistry, biology, or literature. However, to his surprise, they instead ask about his intentions specifically, whether he is more interested in Professor Romy or Professor Oliver. The unexpected question catches our dude off guard, but before he can respond, Nade immediately reacts while acting as if the choice is obvious. At first, Saron feels relieved while thinking Nade shares his view. However, Nade then declares his support for Oliver while admiring her intelligence. In contrast, another boy strongly disagrees while arguing that Romy's protective nature makes her more appealing. Meanwhile, as the discussion continues, someone turns to Saron and asks for his opinion. Feeling uncertain about how to fit in, he carefully responds while saying he respects both professors too much to choose between them. However, a boy insists that he will explain the correct answer later. Just then, their conversation is interrupted when someone arrives. Immediately, the group shifts its attention and greets Iruki, who joins them casually. They jokingly mention how the previous discussion was just about the attractiveness of their teachers. At the same time, Saron observes how effortlessly Iruki interacts with the group. Nate introduces them while pointing out that Saron has probably never met Iruki before since he usually keeps to himself. Iruki, however, greets him confidently and reveals that he already knows about him while suggesting that almost everyone at school does. Suddenly, Saron remembers Iruki's voice and realizes he has heard it before. When they shake hands, our boy remembers Iruki once advising not to hesitate and to stay focused on his goal of becoming a mage. Grateful, he thanks him and explains that he was able to understand schism concept because of him. However, Iruki bluntly responds by saying our guy is a lot more interesting in person. Unsure of how to interpret this, Saron feels confused about whether it was an insult or not. Fortunately, Nade laughs nervously and reassure him that Iruki speaks that way to everyone. Before leaving, Iruki wishes our boy luck and warns him that his class is full of stubborn people. Nade asks if he plans to stay for the lesson. He simply replies that he doesn't like it. This response surprises him, who quietly questions his lack of interest in magic class. Finally, he apologizes for Iruki's behavior while explaining that although he may seem difficult at first, he is not a bad person once people get to know him. Our dude responds by considering him special. One of the boys, however, dismisses the idea of trying to understand him while saying that it would only be a waste of effort. He describes Iruki as a genius, though more on the eccentric side. Curious, Saron asks if Iruki is really a genius. Just then, the boys notice Iruki once again and point out that he appears to be lost in his thoughts. They joke about whether he will take off his clothes. Confused, our boy asks if that has actually happened. Instead of answering, one of them simply urges him to move along. Suddenly, a series of explosions occur while shocking everyone nearby. Observing the scene, Saron quickly realizes that Iruki is manipulating a Shizmid spirit zone. The others, still in awe, remark that no matter how many times they witness it, it remains impressive. They believe that no one else in the entire kingdom is capable of doing what Iruki does. Soon after, they spot a group of targets in the distance, where a professor is teaching Class 4. Some students call out to Iruki while asking him to stop, but he simply responds to detonate while forcing everyone to duck for cover. One of the boys calls him a madman. After a short while, Iruki casually bids farewell to our boy before leaving. At that moment, Professor Romy angrily shouts at Iruki while reminding him that he has just returned from suspension and is already causing trouble again. He defends himself by insisting that he hasn't broken anything. However, she remains firm while announcing that he has just earned 3 more days of suspension. Shocked, he complains that her punishment seems too harsh. Meanwhile, Saron is deep in thought while trying to process what he just witnessed. He considers the nature of the Shizmid spirit zone while noting its connection to detonation techniques. He can't help but wonder who Iruki really is. One of the boys then remarks that Iruki is probably the biggest oddball in Class 5. Despite having no friends and only average grades, he is still considered a genius. Explaining further, he describes Iruki as a textbook example of a biased thinker and someone who excels in one area while struggling in others. Apparently, he scores full marks in every subject he actually cares about. Furthermore, Nade brings up savant syndrome, a phenomenon where individuals with certain cognitive differences exhibit extraordinary skills in a specific field. In Iruki's case, his talent lies in computational physics. He is so advanced in this area that he can calculate conditions that only exist at absolute 0 or 100 million degrees. Nade continues describing Iruki's extraordinary abilities while explaining that he can determine the exact date 40,000 years into the future in less than a minute. Moreover, if he wanted to, he could also memorize the entire value of pi. However, on the other end of the spectrum, he struggles significantly with subjects like literature. Recalling an incident from the past, the boy mentions how a teacher had once confronted Iruki during a literature exam. At that moment, the teacher, while holding up Iruki's test paper, had accused him of mocking the subject. Showing his answer, the teacher had pointed out that the exam was about literature, not mathematics. Furthermore, while feeling frustrated, the teacher had warned him that deep thoughts and emotions were just as important as logical reasoning. In response, Iruki had confidently argued that everything could be explained through numbers. He had then questioned how anyone could fear rational explanations, while pointing out that even emotions followed logical processes. To support his claim, he had provided an example while explaining that the expression turning red with rage was not poetic, but rather a chemical reaction. He had further detailed how stress hormones and the autonomic nervous system could lose balance while causing blood pressure to rise and pulse to become irregular. As a result, the dilation or constriction of blood vessels would make a person's face appear red or blue. Upon hearing this, the teacher had furiously ordered him to leave the classroom, while declaring that he had failed the exam and would not receive a single point. Meanwhile, listening to the story, Saron feels deeply impressed. As he reflects, he realizes how strongly Iruki stands by his beliefs, while finding it hard to believe that someone his own age could be so confident. At the same time, Nade shares that, in the past, professors had once competed to become Iruki's head teacher. However, over time they had all given up. Surprised by Saron's curiosity, the boy remarks that he hadn't expected him to show interest in anyone. Nevertheless, he adds that he is happy Saron brought it up. In response, our guy admits that he simply couldn't help it. However, he also notes that there is now nothing Nade doesn't know about people. A girl approaches the group and politely asks if our boy would be interested in joining their research club. She explains that they study magic that moves physical substances and believe their progress would improve significantly with someone as skilled in proton magic. Furthermore, she mentions that if they submit a research paper, they can skip the performance assessment during vacation and study together instead. However, our boy apologizes and declines while explaining that he still struggles with his grades and wants to focus on improving them first. In response, the girl appreciates his honesty and acknowledges that there is no problem. She encourages him to reconsider in the future while assuring him that he is always welcome to join. After he thanks her, she leaves with the other girls. Watching the interaction, Nade tells our hero that it is a shame, as their club is one of the best. However, he assumes Saron wouldn't have been tempted to join anyway. Curious, Saron asks what he means. Our boy then admits that he too lacks a strong foundation in knowledge. Since it is already difficult for him to improve his grades, he can't even dream of joining a club. Feeling envious, he expresses his frustration. Meanwhile, our dude turns to Nade and asks if he is in a club while noting that he seems like someone who would fit into a good one. In response, Nade reveals that he does belong to a club and even serves as the club leader. However, he quickly clarifies that it is not a large-scale organization. In fact, he finds it embarrassing because they lost their research funding due to having only 2 members. He further explains that he became the leader only because all the previous members graduated. Hearing this, our boy becomes curious. He realizes that since seniors were once in the club, it must have been involved in something important. He then asks if he can visit the club. However, Nade reminds him that he initially seemed uninterested in going to club. In response, our guy insists that he does want to visit, though he worries about being more of a burden than a help. Reassuring him, Nade explains that a club is not a business, but rather a place where students study and have fun together. Soon after, he leads Saron to the club room while pointing it out as they arrive. Our boy, while noticing the location, immediately questions it. Smiling, Nade explains that they call it Istas, which is the magic warehouse. He further elaborates that the school stores all of its training materials there. Moreover, he adds that the facility is state-of-the-art, capable of retrieving any material from its storage blocks and delivering it to the entrance. Hearing this, Saron expresses his surprise while admitting that it truly looks like a warehouse. However, Nade tells him to wait until they step inside while promising that it looks even more amazing from within. He confidently states that generations of students have treated the place like a treasure. Intrigued, Saron asks if he should look forward to it. In response, Nade enthusiastically agrees. As he assures him that what he is about to see will be shocking for him. As they step inside, Nade mentions that this place is like a treasure passed down by senior students for generations. He explains that many other clubs desperately want it while leading to numerous conflicts. Saron questions whether having full access to everything there goes against school rules. Nade reveals that the space constantly changes structure whenever someone searches for something while making it impossible for others to find. He calls it a perfect hideout. After walking further, Nade stops and announces that they have arrived at the Paranormal Science Club. He excitedly shares that the club explores ghosts, spirits, the afterlife, aliens, hell, God, and more. Saron, while feeling overwhelmed, starts doubting if coming was a good idea. He admits having some interest but finds it excessive. Suddenly, a loud blast echoes through the room. Confused, he asks about the noise. Nade casually explains that the place is full of dust and reassures him that he will get used to it. Our boy, unimpressed, questions why they tolerate the mess instead of cleaning it. Just then, he notices Iruki and reacts with shock. Nade clears up his confusion while revealing that the club has a bad reputation, so its members prefer to stay anonymous. When asked if Iruki is interested in paranormal activities, Nade clarifies that he joined to disprove everything while believing that logic explains all phenomena. Iruki, upon seeing our dude, expresses surprise at his presence. He welcomes him and quickly dives into a discussion while asking if he agrees that atoms remain even after dividing matter. He then points out that atoms themselves can be split and asks if our boy knows what happens next. Our guy, taken aback by the sudden shift to theory, admits uncertainty but guesses that atoms store great energy. Iruki, impressed, confirms the answer and praises his reasoning. Saron, surprised that he is correct, listens as Iruki elaborates. He explains that atoms hold enough energy to destroy an entire city, and then asks what happens in such a scenario. Saron, while thinking of the consequences, responds that people would get hurt. However, Iruki dismisses the concern and insists that the only thing that matters is the immense energy itself. Our boy tries to confirm if he understands correctly while mentioning that, according to the headmaster, mages always consider the effects of their magic on the world. However, Iruki questions whether satisfying intellectual curiosity is truly worth sacrificing lives while calling him dull. He then argues that mages do not limit themselves by choice, but rather because they lack the necessary knowledge. Furthermore, he insists that intelligence is meant to be used. In response, Saron firmly states that if being a genius means harming others, then he would much rather remain ignorant. However, Iruki immediately counters while arguing that history has always been led by a few geniuses while the masses remain ignorant, and there is no exception. Moreover, he admits that nothing frustrates him more than idealism. Our hero, while unwilling to back down, disagrees and asserts that the logic of Iruki is clouded by defeatism. He argues that an ideal is not just a dream and it can be realized. Meanwhile, Nade, who has been listening, expresses his love for debates. However, Iruki quickly dismisses emotional arguments and suggests that they should all calm down, sit, and try again. Instead of engaging further, Saron decides to leave while saying that he has nothing more to say. As he walks away, Nade quickly reminds him that he does not even know the way out. At that moment, Iruki, in a mocking tone, suggests that he should simply retrace his steps. He adds that if he cannot manage even that, then he must truly be clueless. Annoyed by this, Nade scolds him while pointing out that he could have explained his point in a much better way. At first, Iruki brushes it off while admitting that he got carried away. He then justifies his reaction by claiming that our boy is his rival. Surprised, Nade questions why he suddenly cares about rivals when, until now, he has only valued numbers. However, Iruki explains that it is precisely because he knows only numbers. As he continues, he brings up our boy's teleportation test while asking if Nade remembers it. Nade nods while recalling that it was the very reason Saron advanced to their class. Building on this, Iruki highlights that Saron had just learned teleportation, yet he still managed to clear level 10, especially the difficult dragon maze. He estimates that Saron's time segmentation reached nearly 1,000th of a second, which is an extraordinary feat. Hearing this, Nade is completely shocked. Iruki, amused by his reaction, laughs and describes it as the mystery of insight, which is faster than action and truer than knowledge. He points out that no conscious calculation can ever match the speed of intuition. However, he then wonders aloud what would happen if he were the one competing instead. At that moment, Nade realizes Iruki's intentions and notes that this is essentially a battle between calculation and insight. Curious, he asks if Iruki plans to challenge Saron. Without hesitation, Iruki confirms his plan while stating that he will put our guy to the test in the upcoming speed gun challenge. The next morning, a boy reminds our guy that there are 2 weeks left until the speed gun test. Saron immediately thinks about the importance of passing, while realizing that failing would mean losing his chance at advancement. Our boy then asks if he is looking forward to it, but our guy, distracted, asks what he means. Our boy expresses excitement while believing that Saron always performs best under pressure and wondering what he will accomplish this time. The speed gun test, as explained, requires using active magic to hit targets and gain points. Active magic refers to spells that affect objects other than the caster. Although attacks are not necessary, participants can use healing or support magic instead. The targets are divided into different stages, and once all are hit, the next stage begins. This means that speed and accuracy are the most crucial aspects of the test. However, our hero realizes that he has not learned any active magic yet, so he asks his professor for guidance. He mentions that according to omniscience standards, at least 60 points are needed to perform such magic. The professor acknowledges his concern but reassures him by pointing out that his chemistry grades have been improving rapidly while indicating that he is making progress. She teaches Saron's class, specifically Class 5. Saron then addresses Professor Oliver while insisting that he is not teasing her, but genuinely understands her teaching methods. She notes that he always wants to improve everything at once, but also possesses specialist-level knowledge in a particular area. Curious, he asks if she is referring to photonization theory. He recalls that teleportation magic originates from this theory, while classifying it as passive magic that converts the body into photons. Because the transition happens so quickly, it does not appear passive, but he admits that he has never considered it in depth before. He also never knew that active magic could be performed using photonization theory. In response, she informs him that this method was only recently registered with the Mage Association. Saron, intrigued, wonders how magic involving photons will appear visually. The professor then presents several books while directing him to the relevant information. As he examines them, he realizes that this will be his first experience with active magic through reading. Despite his curiosity, he questions whether this is truly the best recommendation for him. Although it will help with the test, he struggles to see its practical applications in real life. However, the professor assures him that while it may seem useless now, its potential is vast. She explains that nothing moves faster than light, and the ease of controlling it in a linear direction is a major advantage. She then brings up the Ivory Tower, known for pioneering advancements in magic, and mentions their prediction that firing photons will revolutionize communication. She adds that various photon-based techniques are already being researched in multiple fields, many of which remain unknown to the public. With continued research, she believes the field will evolve significantly by the time he graduates. After considering her words, Saron decides that becoming familiar with this magic early on could be beneficial. He agrees to follow her advice while feeling excited about studying a type of magic that has the potential to create a completely new field. Soon after, he begins applying the magic, but something goes wrong. Frustrated, he wonders why he cannot emerge properly. A sudden thought crosses his mind, making him question whether he is still not skilled enough to perform it correctly. At the Practical Training Ground 32, Class 5 gathers for their practice session. They focus on magical actions derived from the Spirit Zone, where photons emitted from the hand help in creating spells. Saron quickly realizes that firing photons is not as easy as it seems. He begins to wonder if his difficulty stems from being a swarmer-type mage. As the students prepare, Professor Romy appears while welcoming the class and asking if they are ready to begin. The students stare in shock, immediately recognizing her as Professor Romy, though she has changed her clothes and appearance. Saron notices her new outfit, while the others speculate that she might have just returned from training. One student informs Saron that Professor Romy is a renowned bishop of the Karsus Order. Curious, he asks about the significance of the title. The student explains that being a bishop is a prestigious rank given to those who protect the holy relics. Furthermore, only 12 bishops exist in the world, and Professor Romy is one of them. They also wonder if she has received the title of Jonah that is a rare honor. When he shares this with Nade, his friend becomes even more enthusiastic while expressing his admiration for Professor Romy and his desire to be on her team. Excitement spreads among the students as they anticipate both the test and the practical training. Saron, too, feels eager to learn magic under her guidance. Professor Romy asks if the students are ready for the speed gun test. She explains that each class will have its own designated time for practice, and the students express their gratitude. Before proceeding, she emphasizes the importance of strengthening their omnipotence, which serves as the foundation for their magical abilities. Then, while making a surprising announcement, she reveals that a special guest from the senior class has joined them. The students react with shock and curiosity while wondering who it could be. She welcomes Samuel, who steps forward and greets the class. He clarifies that he has no intention of becoming a teacher, but out of respect for Professor Romy, he has agreed to help. He hopes his guidance will benefit all the students. Professor Romy then informs them that Samuel specializes in incantations, which is a fundamental skill for every mage. She urges them to pay close attention, as mastering this skill is essential for their progress. While the other students discuss Nade, he questions when they started seeing him as their opponent. Meanwhile, Samuel explains that incantations enhance the strength of magic through the power of words. He adds that it is easier to demonstrate than to explain, so he decides to show the students a tornado spell. Raising his hands, he forms a ball of energy in the air. Saron watches in shock, instantly recalling that the headmaster had shown him a similar technique when he was younger. Suddenly, a tornado forms before them while leaving the entire class in awe. The teacher instructs them to remember the strength of the initial spell before she proceeds to enchant it. Speaking sacred words, he begins the incantation process to amplify the tornado's power. At first, the students are fascinated, but as the minutes pass, they grow impatient, wondering when the spell will finally conclude. After 3 long minutes, Samuel completes the enchantment while casting the tornado spell. A powerful gust of wind surges through the training ground while sweeping past the students with intense force. They struggle to maintain their balance while realizing just how powerful the spell has become. Samuel reassures them that he is not doing anything extraordinary, and it is simply the power of words. He explains that merely reading an incantation is ineffective. Instead, they must recite it with deep focus, as if meditating, to unlock its true potential. He then asks the students to consider the magic within words, while emphasizing that incantations are based on this principle. However, he explains that this process is not practical for battles. To further demonstrate, he casts an ultrasonic spell. Murmuring his incantation, he summons an enormous tornado. The students watch in shock as the powerful wind engulfs the training ground. The intense gusts send them tumbling to the ground. As they struggle to regain their footing, the teacher asks if they have been paying close attention. Meanwhile, they are in awe of her power while realizing just how skilled she is. Saron also comes to an important realization that when students graduate from the senior class, they become level 10 mages, though unofficially. Professor Romy then thanks Samuel for his demonstration. Samuel in turn acknowledges that while he is strong, Professor Romy, being a level 6 mage, is far more powerful. The students then ask if they will be practicing incantations, but Professor Romy informs them that they will focus on sequencing instead. She explains that sequencing is a technique where students count numbers while maintaining deep concentration, which strengthens omnipotence. The students are puzzled while wondering how mere counting could enhance their magical abilities. Some question why numbers in particular are significant. Professor Romy clarifies that numbers act as symbols that resonate with the spirit zone while making them essential for this technique. To demonstrate, she prepares to enhance her own spirit zone. She begins counting in increments of 10, and in a remarkably short time, she reaches 100. The students are astonished by her speed. As she continues, her counting accelerates, and her spirit zone visibly strengthens. Soon she reaches 2400 and Saron finds it almost unbelievable. The rapid increase in her power leaves the entire class speechless while realizing the true potential of sequencing. He considers her speed astonishing as she rapidly counts to 10,000. Simultaneously, the diameter of her image zone expands while increasing fourfold. Observing this, she explains to the students that while incantation relies on verbal practice, while sequencing is purely a mental exercise. The faster they count, the more their spirit zone improves in accuracy, size, and power, while enhancing all their abilities. Our guy begins to wonder if this technique could help him control the firing of photons. The professor continues while emphasizing that strong willpower is crucial in sequencing. She also stresses that discipline and a composed personality play essential roles in strengthening the spirit zone. Then, she asks the students if they understand the concept. Meanwhile, Saron reflects on his own counting speed while realizing that he has already reached 1,000 within a minute, whereas others struggle to count quickly. He then considers whether his ability to perform complex calculations, such as those required in teleportation, might also apply to sequencing. An idea forms in his mind. If he divides numbers into groups and processes each group separately, he could count to 1,000 in just 10 seconds. Determined to test his theory, he focuses his energy and attempts to fire a photon toward a tree. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light appears. The students are stunned, unable to comprehend what just happened. They gaze in awe at the radiant display while finding it truly magnificent. The students speculate whether he has emitted a fire photon and if he is practicing for the speed gun test. They acknowledge that it moves at the speed of light while making it incredibly fast, but many consider it a waste of time to use this skill solely for that test. Meanwhile, Professor Romy reflects on her initial impression of him while having previously thought of him as more specialized in defensive techniques. She wonders if he has successfully performed active magic. Observing his progress, she notes that he is becoming proficient in sequencing, to which he admits. She then suggests testing his abilities in the image zone. With all the students gathered, they prepare for his speed gun practice. The professor instructs him to focus on his target once he completes the sequencing. Closing his eyes, he concentrates on strengthening his spirit zone through sequencing. As he begins counting, he shifts his focus entirely to the targets. Now at level 1 of the speed gun test, he starts the challenge. A sudden flash appears from his eyes as he emits photons. The photon fire, channeled through his hands, moves with incredible precision. He quickly realizes that the photons travel at the speed of light and that the targets shatter the moment he locks onto them. With his score now at 11, he advances to level 2, while marveling at how rapidly everything is happening. The students also recognize the striking resemblance to direct invocation, as the targets continue to break instantly upon being aimed at. As Professor Romy observes, she notices how quickly he is counting while indicating his growing mastery of sequencing. The sight of his performance reminds her of information magic while reinforcing just how exceptional his abilities have become. The professor now realizes that our boy has learned significantly from the pathless bridge and has become exceptionally fast in sequencing. He continues firing photons at an incredible speed, and by the time the test ends, he has reached level 19 with a score of 342. The students erupt in cheers, astonished that he managed to achieve such a high score in just 1 minute. As excitement spreads, some students begin considering whether they should focus on photon firing as well. However, others respond that it seems to suit only Cyrone. Meanwhile, our boy also finds the test exhilarating. Nade reflects on how, at first, he struggled with sequencing. Yet now, after mastering it, he managed to score 342 points in a single attempt. However, Iruki comments that the score is not particularly high, to which Nade replies that it is still impressive for a first attempt. Then, while raising his hand, Iruki asks the professor if he can try the test as well. The professor is taken aback by his request, but eventually allows him to proceed while warning him not to break anything. The students shift their attention to Iruki, eager to see how he will perform. Our dude wonders if Iruki genuinely wants to practice for the test, or if he is simply trying to impress everyone. Despite his curiosity, he watches closely. Iruki steps into the center of the ground and begins the test. To everyone's surprise, he starts using Schism for the speed gun test. The students question whether this technique will be effective since it involves hitting the targets by sight rather than by sensing them. Our boy watches in amazement while wondering how Iruki is managing to shrink his spirit zone so precisely. Suddenly, a blast appears in the sky while mesmerizing everyone. Iruki advances to level 2 while achieving a score of 13, with 57 seconds still remaining. He continues his rapid attacks while capturing the attention of all the onlookers. As the test progresses, our dude begins to realize that Iruki might surpass his score. Watching closely, he wonders if Iruki is always this strong. However, upon closer observation, he notices something shocking, that Iruki is not using his eyes to target. Instead, he is calculating the equations for each target, an application of Schism that seems almost unbelievable to him. Our boy wonders if Iruki is applying sequencing techniques, but Nade explains that Iruki doesn't count in hundreds or thousands, and he counts in millions. Shocked by this revelation, our guy struggles to comprehend the level of skill required. As the test ends, Iruki reaches level 24 with a score of 548. The students are in awe while questioning whether he is even human with such an extraordinary ability. Professor Romy also finds his performance both impressive and original. Iruki steps forward while asking for feedback on his test. Our boy acknowledges that it was great, but Iruki finds his reaction underwhelming. He insists that using modularity is a remarkable feat and questions whether our boy isn't even curious about how he manages to count in millions. Our boy admits his curiosity but doubts whether Iruki would actually share his secret. However, Iruki dismisses the importance of knowing while explaining that knowledge alone doesn't lead to mastery. Then, he reveals that the technique isn't as difficult as it seems, and it simply involves applying logarithms to group numbers. Despite the explanation, our boy finds the logarithm technique incredibly challenging. Sequencing, for him, is just simple counting, while logarithms introduce an entirely new level of complexity. Iruki then asks if our dude believes he can defeat him. When Cyrone responds that it's just a test, Iruki smirks while telling him not to lecture others unless he has the skills to back it up. He insists that theories mean nothing compared to practical application, and that they cannot be used to persuade anyone. Challenged by this, our boy asks if he will be proven right when he finally beats Iruki. Laughing, Iruki agrees while asserting that our boy will never be able to perform the mathematical calculations he does and will ultimately be crushed. Frustration builds within our dude, while the students eagerly watch, excited by the growing tension between them. The speed gun test follows specific rules, including scoring based on the number of targets hit within the 1-minute time limit. Each successful hit generates a new target while increasing the level. The speed of the targets also influences the level progression, but if time runs out before hitting a target, no new ones appear. ultimately reducing the participant's score. The average score of Class 5 is 400 and no one has yet reached 700. Our boy realizes that to achieve this score, he cannot miss any targets and must reach level 30 within the time limit. This means he must complete each level in just 2 seconds. Determined, he stands to begin the test. The students watch in disbelief as he rapidly destroys the targets while displaying remarkable speed and precision. They consider his performance extraordinary. As he advances, he reaches level 25 with a score of 567 before the time runs out. The students are astonished while realizing that he has increased his score by 200 points in just 1 week. With the test now over, the image zone closes, and the students cheer for him while recognizing his incredible speed and accuracy. Additionally, he has improved his ability to make 4 shots in 1 second. Then Iruki steps forward, ready for his turn. As he begins, the students notice that his spirit zone appears smaller yet faster than before. He swiftly breaks the targets while completing the test in record time. Reaching level 24, he scores 568 points by the end of the time limit. The students recognize that his score has also improved from his previous attempt while surpassing our boys by just 1 point. However, our dude remains focused on improving further and is confident that he can surpass Iruki in the next attempt. The 1-point difference is not a coincidence, as the same pattern continues the following day and repeats consistently. The students enthusiastically cheer for Iruki, who maintains his slight lead. Our boy realizes the significance of the single point that keeps Iruki ahead while interpreting it as a message that Iruki is not even trying his best. The students continue discussing Iruki as the winner, but they are equally astonished by Saron's rapid 600-point improvement in just 1 week. As they gather around him, they ask if he will join their club and teach them his techniques. Meanwhile, he reflects on the points Iruki can effortlessly achieve. Although he has been giving his best effort, he understands that Iruki has yet to reveal his full potential. However, Nade reassures him while reminding him that he still supports him. Since both of them are his friends, it does not matter to him who wins. Despite Nade's encouragement, our boy begins losing focus. Nade then points out how entertaining their competition is for all the spectators, with both delivering record-breaking performances. Curious, our boy asks whether any previous student has set a record before. Nade, surprised by the question, asks if he is unaware of his girlfriend's achievement. He then reveals that Amy once scored 987 points while leaving our boy utterly shocked. Meanwhile, Amy sits on the training ground. Sariel approaches her and comments on how much thinner she has become while attributing it to the intense workload of the senior class. Amy responds that Sariel will soon experience the same challenges. When Sariel asks if the advancement test is difficult, Amy explains that it is of an extremely high standard, where scoring well alone is not enough to pass. She also mentions that it feels as if all of her past actions have been graded, which Sariel finds unsettling. However, Amy reassures her that advancing in rank will make her equal to Class 4, and she already possesses the necessary skills. Sariel notices a change in Amy while finding her more confident than before. Then, she asks about our boy, which shocks Sariel while making her wonder about the nature of their relationship. As Sariel shares what Saron has been going through, Amy realizes that Iruki is challenging him, just as he once challenged her when she was in Class 5. She recalls how Iruki pretends not to understand people's emotions, but subtly manipulates them. Sariel then questions whether he is a manhunter and asks about his connection to our boy. Concerned, she suggests helping Saron. However, Amy dismisses the idea, telling her to stay calm while insisting that Saron does not need anyone's help. Sariel finds her attitude toward him rude, but Amy clarifies that she only means Saron already knows everything he needs to. Suddenly, the students notice that our dude has completed the test, achieving a score of 700 and reaching level 13. Shocked by the result, they consider it unbelievable while calling him a monster for reaching such a high score. As they confront him, asking how he managed to achieve this, he himself struggles to believe that he reached this level. Iruki, impressed by his performance, congratulates him. Meanwhile, Sariel turns to Amy, asking if our boy can win now. However, Amy dismisses it while stating that it is just a test. Frustrated, Sariel insists that she should understand the situation, given her own experience and record in the speed gun test. But Amy, uninterested, explains that she has never actively competed in this test and has ignored him. If she had actually fought against him, she believes she would have lost. Meanwhile, Iruki takes the test again and scores 701 points. Once more, there is only a 1-point difference between them. Our boy starts to wonder just how far Iruki can go while realizing that for him, this result is effortless. At that moment, he comes to the conclusion that he cannot win at all. Saron sits in a room, deep in thought, as he reflects on the short break before the test. However, he quickly realizes that he only has 3 days left, which, in his mind, is not enough time to surpass his rival's score. Then he thinks Iruki's words that such excuses are made only by the weak. Moreover, those without skill have no right to preach about the value of life. At the same time, frustration builds within him as he believes that, without proof, no one will ever take his words seriously. As a result, he briefly questions whether he has lost touch with reality since joining the noble school. After all, in this world, the weak are ignored. Therefore, he realizes that giving up is not an option. If he truly wants to win, he must find a way to exceed the number. Just then, an idea strikes him: what exactly is a number? Furthermore, he thinks of sequence and what is its true nature. Instead of forcing himself to think logically, he decides to feel it instead. As he does so, he pushes his mind to count as high as possible while stretching his limits. Then, something unexpected happens. Suddenly, he sees something strange and mutters in disbelief that whether it be the end of numbers. That shouldn't be possible after all. Numbers are supposed to be infinite. A sudden realization takes hold of him, and he starts unraveling the mystery. However, just as quickly, he snaps back to reality while feeling confused. Up until now, he had only been counting numbers and thinks whether he was hallucinating and stress is affecting him. Despite his uncertainty, he clearly remembers the intense pull he felt, something beyond explanation. Consequently, he begins to wonder whether numbers have a purpose beyond simple counting. Only later does he come to a shocking realization that his eyes had been closed for 40 hours straight. The next day, at Integrated Training Grounds 1, students gather for Class 5's speed gun test. Many feel nervous, their hands trembling. One wonders aloud why younger students have come to watch. In response, another explains that they want to make an impression while adding that they had done the same thing in the past. Soon after, Class 4 students arrive while causing even more tension. Some question their presence while feeling the added pressure. However, one reassures the others while suggesting that most people are likely there to witness the much-anticipated match between Sarone and Iruki. He confidently assumes that this is the main event everyone is waiting for. As the excitement builds, a student asks who is more likely to win. Another quickly points out that Iruki has consistently performed better so far. However, Serial warns against making hasty judgments while explaining that the test pairs two competitors against each other and that competitiveness plays a major role. Moreover, our boy tends to excel in actual battles while making the outcome less predictable. Eventually, time runs out and the test concludes. One student proudly declares victory, while another, despite passing, feels a strange sense of frustration. Meanwhile, Serial admits that although she had sounded confident earlier, but she is actually nervous inside. As another test wraps up, a student expresses satisfaction while realizing that he performed better than expected. Soon after, the professor commends Group 19 for their efforts. Without delay, he announces that it is time for the final group. As Sarone and Iruki step forward, the crowd erupts while chanting their names. The atmosphere buzzes with anticipation. Amidst the excitement, a boy eagerly encourages Sarone, urging him to maintain his high spirits. The professor gives them 1 minute, reminding them that many eyes are watching. Moreover, he hopes they will fight fairly and give their best for the test. Meanwhile, Iruki turns to Sarone and allows him to begin. Without hesitation, their battle starts, and both put in all their effort to win. As the fight unfolds, students watch in shock. For instance, one exclaims that every target explodes right from the start, amazed by their skill. Similarly, another agrees while calling them both incredible. At first, their scores remain equal at 12. However, as time passes, Iruki's spirit zone gradually shrinks. At that moment, a student whispers to Serial while mentioning that he has heard about Iruki's schism before, but never expected it to be such an impressive sight. In response, she nods in agreement while admitting that Amy was right to call him a tough opponent. While speaking, she suddenly notices a change that Sarone's score has now surpassed Iruki's. At this point, Iruki holds 119 points, whereas Sarone reaches 121. As a result, some assume that Iruki is playing around again while pretending to lose before making a comeback. One even calls him arrogant for his tactics. However, Iruki surprises them by laughing and clarifying that, this time, he has been giving it his all. Then, he turns to Sarone, suspiciously asking what he did during the past 3 days. Meanwhile, the professor silently observes while realizing something important. He notes that a new path may seem long at first, but if someone has walked it before, they can move down it much faster. Furthermore, he compares it to counting while wondering just how far Sarone has pushed himself. In the end, Iruki, still stunned seeing the performance of Sarone and considers him monster. As the professor observes their performance, she recognizes modularity in action. She notes that our guy is getting more numbers as they appear in his calculations, while making it an effective strategy. Additionally, she realizes that our boy can consciously count to his limit each time. Meanwhile, our hero remains deeply focused while understanding that his concentration has been pushed to its limit from the moment he stepped up. However, he also knows that if he makes even a single mistake, the entire sequence will collapse. Therefore, he cannot afford to lose focus for even a second. A flash appears, and at that moment, his score rises far beyond Iruki's. While Iruki holds 432 points, Saroni reaches 469. The crowd erupts in excitement while cheering him on and urging him to go even faster. On the other hand, Iruki struggles with the pressure while comparing the situation to psychological doping. As a result, his calculation routine interrupts. He then realizes that he has underestimated our guy while acknowledging that they are equally intense. Nevertheless, he believes his own risk-taking strategy is on a different level. In a sudden turn of events, he pushes past Sirone's score. Everyone watches in shock as Iruki's points skyrocket. However, despite the shift, our boy does not seem to slow down. Instead, the sound of Iruki's rhythm exploding fills the air. A student suddenly notices something unusual and questions whether Iruki's spirit zone has become blurry. Serial quickly corrects him while explaining that Iruki is not losing control and he has actually formed 2 spirit zones. This revelation leaves the entire audience stunned. Even the professor expresses disbelief while questioning how a double spirit zone is even possible. Meanwhile, our guy processes what he just witnessed while realizing that Iruki has mentally divided his schism. Furthermore, she recognizes that Iruki is now performing 2 separate calculations within each spirit zone while using logarithms. The professor acknowledges that such an ability is extremely rare, even among prodigies, and finds it astonishing that Iruki has kept it hidden all this time. A flash appears and Iruki was outstanding. At this point, Iruki's score surges far ahead while reaching 845, while our boy remains at 692. As the gap widens, a student declares the battle over, certain that the winner is already clear. Another comments that Sirone performed well but simply had bad luck. As reality sinks in, Sirone starts doubting himself. He believes he has given everything he has, yet he still cannot produce even half of what Iruki achieves. His heart fills with sadness as he questions whether his best is truly enough. However, as uncertainty clouds his mind, a new thought emerges that he must not let fear consume him. Instead, he resolves to push forward, determined to transcend numbers themselves. As our guy unveils his new technique, everyone watches in shock. Meanwhile, students excitedly point out that the lights around him are growing brighter. More targets were appearing in front of him. At the same time, he pushes himself harder, determined to give his all. Meanwhile, Iruki lets out a sarcastic laugh while taunting him to go as fast as he wants. Moreover, he confidently declares that his calculating power will always come out on top. Deep down, he convinces himself that he can calculate all the numbers in the world, and that victory is his. However, as the final second drags on, frustration builds. Time suddenly feels unbearably slow. Finally, the test ends. At first, Iruki checks his score while believing it to be a strong result. Naturally, he assumes he must have won. However, before he can celebrate, he notices Sirone's reaction. At that moment, Seriel rushes to Sirone, concerned about his condition. Seeing his exhaustion, she immediately asks if he is okay. Still feeling overwhelmed, he weakly calls out to her while asking about the test results. Instead of answering immediately, she beams with excitement and, to his surprise, reveals the shocking news that he has won. Not only that, but he has also set a new record. Suddenly, cheers erupt from the crowd as students rush to congratulate him. Meanwhile, Sirone stands frozen while struggling to process the fact that he actually won. Meanwhile, Iruki approaches him while bringing up a rule violation. Specifically, he points out that area of effect magic is not allowed in the speed gun test. In response, Sirone realizes what happened and admits that he unintentionally lit up the entire room. Hearing this, Iruki sighs while calling his reaction dull. However, he quickly reassures him that firing protons does not count as area of effect magic. With a smirk, he formally acknowledges Sirone's victory. As a result, the crowd gasps at his words, unable to believe what they just heard. One student even jokes that the sun must have risen in the west that day. Afterward, our boy takes the opportunity to address a lingering debate. He asks if Iruki now accepts his belief that human lives are more important than research. After a brief pause, Iruki reluctantly agrees. Consequently, this unexpected admission leaves Sirone completely stunned. However, Iruki quickly adds that our guy has misunderstood something. Specifically, he explains that an explosion by itself is not inherently violent. Instead, it is simply a massive release of energy. Furthermore, he clarifies that for an explosion to be truly violent, it must be set off with harmful intent. In response, our boy argues that people are the ones who manipulate energy, and that fact does not change how dangerous it can be. Iruki nods but asserts that this is exactly why responsible individuals must be in charge of handling such power. Then, with a serious expression, he declares that, from now on, Sirone must take responsibility for him as well. Iruki explains that if someone could control the energy, a single blast could sustain 10,000 people. He believes it would mark a new era without conflicts over resources, though he personally does not care much. Our boy questions why he did not explain it that way earlier, saying it would have prevented misunderstandings. Iruki admits he was testing Sarone's reaction while wanting to see whether he would exploit power or respect its dangers. Understanding Iruki's intention, our guy realizes that his opponent fears his own strength. Iruki acknowledges Sarone's victory as proof of his strong resolve and declares that only Sarone can stop him. He warns that if Sarone does not accept this responsibility, he will not back down. Determined, our boy vows not to leave until he fulfills this duty. The surrounding students react with shock while wondering if Iruki has been holding back out of fear. One of them expresses confusion about whether Iruki is a realist or a dreamer, but recognizes that his fear is genuine. Finally, our hero reassures Iruki by taking his hand and promising to stop him when the time comes. A boy then embraces them both while declaring how proud he is to be their friend. Soon after, a professor calls for Sarone and leads him away. She questions whether he understands what he has done and if he truly intended to leave them. When he hesitates, she warns that stepping into that realm means losing oneself completely. Surprised, he apologizes, unaware of the danger. She explains that the place he entered exists beyond numbers, known as the immortal section by mages and nirvana by monks. She cautions that although a human can reach infinity, anyone who ventures too far ceases to exist. Later, our boy reflects on his recurring nightmare, where he sees a vast void pulling him in. As he wakes, he realizes it is the same dream he has every night since stepping into that realm. He also notices a strange sensation affecting other students. When he accidentally spills a glass of water, he decides to seek answers from Professor Romy. However, she assures him that there is nothing wrong with his body. Sarone wonders aloud what is happening to him, while admitting that he feels as if a ghost has taken control on his body. While sharing his concerns with his friends, Nade laughs while saying Sarone's serious expression made him nervous for a moment. However, our boy insists he is not joking, and reminds them that they are part of the Paranormal Science Club. Iruki comments that it is unusual to hear such concerns from someone as brilliant as Sarone, who even managed to defeat him. Nade questions why Iruki is reacting so seriously as well. Our guy then chuckles while considering whether it was foolish to bring up the topic. But Iruki brings up Sarone's dream while recalling that he described being in complete darkness, surrounded by stars that were being pulled somewhere, and at the end, he saw a pulsing string of light. Nade confirms that the light resembled a heartbeat. Iruki then states that the vast scale, speed, and nature of the place Sarone described are impossible to observe on Earth. However, if the dream represents something real, he explains that such a phenomenon could only exist in outer space. Shocked, our boy compares it to what they have read in books and questions how he could dream of a place he has never seen. Nade reassures him that it is possible while claiming he has heard of similar cases before. When Iruki asks for clarification, Nade recounts an experiment from 200 years ago. He explains that scientists performed a spiritual electrolysis test on a criminal sentenced to death while believing that if the soul had a physical form, electricity could break it apart. The man was placed inside a metal box that acted as a conductor, and a continuous electrical current was applied. However, since the experiment was highly unethical, it was shut down quickly. Surprisingly, the man survived and regained consciousness after a month. When he awoke, he spoke of distant countries he had never visited or even heard of. These places existed beyond their land, yet he described them with remarkable accuracy. Nade emphasizes that everything he said was later confirmed to be true. He then explains a possible theory, while suggesting that if the man's soul had truly been broken down and ionized, it could have turned into an electromagnetic force capable of attracting global information. The odd tingling sensation he experienced during the process was referred to as supersight. Our boy reacts with shock while realizing that the tingling sensation Nade described is exactly what he has been feeling. Iruki then questions how Sarone could have seen outer space, while suggesting that if the soul is electrically ionized, it might cause a quantum phenomenon that allows it to transcend time and space. However, our guy struggles to understand his explanation. Iruki clarifies while stating that this occurs at a level smaller than electrons, where events happen beyond human comprehension. He describes it as a world that cannot be measured or observed simultaneously, while existing only through probabilities. He then proposes that if the soul is lighter than an electron, the usual connection between time and space collapses while making it possible to perceive the universe itself. Nade excitedly points out that the theory fits Sarone's situation perfectly. Amazed, Sarone admits that they have explained his experiences in a way that makes sense. He praises their knowledge while joking that they truly are a science club despite not looking like it. Nade proudly agrees, while Iruki reminds them that this is still just a hypothesis. To understand more, he insists that Sarone should be honest with them. He then brings up the unusual results of Sarone's proton firing during the speedgun test, and connects it to when the nightmares began. Curious, he asks what really happened. Our guy hesitates before revealing what Professor Romy told him. Before he can finish, Nade interrupts with a shocked reaction to the mention of the immortal section, and immediately asks if Iruki has heard of it. Laughing, Iruki recalls learning about the immortal function from his father, while describing it as the ultimate mystery in mathematics. He believes this function holds the key to understanding everything. Our dude then mentions the professor's warning about its dangers. Iruki agrees while explaining that in a way, infinity and nothingness are fundamentally the same. He suddenly realizes how Cerrone managed to defeat him and laughs at the irony of the situation. Surprisingly, while hearing the others discuss it casually makes Cerrone feel more at ease. Determined, Cerrone announces his decision to join the Paranormal Science Club. Nade cheers excitedly, while our boy explains that he no longer wants to live in fear. Instead, he wants to study the phenomenon and face it head-on, while believing that together, they can uncover something important. Nade enthusiastically declares that they are coming for the immortal function, while celebrating the fact that their club finally has enough members to regain official status and school funding. Iruki, however, questions whether the professors will approve Cerrone's membership, while reminding them that their club has the worst reputation in the school. Confidently, Nade assures them that he will take care of it while revealing an application form he plans to submit secretly. The other two express concern, but he dismisses their worries and suggests celebrating at the cafeteria. Cerrone offers to pay, despite Iruki reminding him that he is broke. Laughing, our boy insists that since it is now his club, it is only fair. However, he also points out that they should clean up their club room first. Unfortunately, despite Nade's efforts to be discreet, the application is discovered by the professor he least wanted to find it. She is shocked when she sees our boy's name on the form. Professor Oliver asks Professor Thad what he is doing, and he replies that he is carrying the new admissions for the club since there are many before the vacations. He explains that every year, the club is formed, and once the students perform well, it is dissolved. As he speaks, he accidentally drops one of the slips on the floor. Oliver quickly picks it up and is shocked to see that it does not belong to this club. She is even more surprised when she notices the name of their student on the application. Holding it in her hand, she immediately goes to meet Professor Romy. Arriving at Romy's place, she apologizes for interrupting her training, but Romy assures her that she must have come for an important reason. They both take a sip of tea as Oliver reveals that Cerrone has joined the club. Romy is surprised by the news. Oliver reminds her that it is the Paranormal Science Club, notorious for a major incident when they were students at this school. Parents often complained about it, and she wonders why Cerrone, being one of the most talented students, would choose this club instead of focusing on his studies. Professor Romy, however, explains that the club has changed significantly under the presidency of Nade. He is a responsible person with a good group of students who do not cause any trouble. She further mentions that Gold Machia, the head of the Mage Association of Tormia, was also a member of this club. Confident in its new direction, she believes that Cerrone will benefit from joining. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nade is lying down and calls our boy. Our guy asks if they are not going to attend class, but Nade, feeling unwell, admits that he usually skips. Nearby, Iruki plays chess, eager for another round. As Cerrone looks around, he notices the state of the room, which he had cleaned earlier, now messy again. Realizing that both Nade and Iruki neither attend class nor conduct any research in the club, he decides to focus on studying on his own. Cerrone starts reading books while, nearby, Iruki asks Nade if he has completed his invention. Nade responds that it is not finished yet. Curious, Iruki guesses that he is working on an invisibility cloak. When Nade finally shows him the invention, he is highly impressed. Noticing this, our boy also wants to see it. Nade explains that it only works for an hour while prompting our guy to come over and examine it as well. Meanwhile, Professor Oliver and Professor Romy continue their conversation. Professor Oliver clarifies that she is not concerned about Nade but rather about Iruki, who, despite pretending to remain in Class 5, is far more capable than he lets on. She points out that Cerrone has already surpassed him in the speed gun test. Aware that once the senior students graduate, the school will finally be rid of certain troublesome individuals, she worries that if Cerrone starts interacting too much with Iruki, he might adopt his habits, which could be harmful to the school. Professor Romy, surprised by Oliver's concerns, believes she is overthinking the situation. On the other side, our boy notices that Nade has completed several magic grenades. Observing them closely, he wonders if they are dangerous. Nade reveals that he has been saving them for a long time, but Iruki dismisses this while claiming he is lying and only wants to become a magic engineer, which is why he struggles academically. Our guy, surprised by his ambition, finds it incredible and asks if he has designed them using electromagnetic energy. Our boy notices a red book lying in front of him. Moving towards it, he picks it up and asks if it belongs to the Human Form Club. Hearing this, he is taken aback. As he opens the book, he sees that it contains records of students who were part of the club. Nade explains that it holds a complete history of students who have passed through various shady clubs while detailing all the gossip and illustrations related to them. Surprised, our guy wonders why the school does nothing about this. Shocked by what he hears, He continues flipping through the pages until he suddenly notices Amy Carmus in the book. As he stares at her name, Nade reassures him that there is nothing about him in it and teasingly asks if he has been dating Amy. Ignoring the remark, our boy instead questions who created the book. Iruki responds that it remains a mystery, as no one knows its author. However, since it contains detailed information about senior students, it is most likely compiled by one of them. Hearing this, Sarone is even more surprised while realizing that a senior might be behind the creation of such a book. On the other hand, Professor Oliver realizes that the Paranormal Science Club lacks morals while resembling the Dark Magician kids. She believes that if talented students join, their abilities will be misused, which could harm both the school and its monitoring system. She explains to Professor Romy that the club was never officially dissolved because it was never granted official club status. However, with gifted students now attempting to revive it, she feels the need to disband it once and for all. Professor Romy, while understanding her concerns, listens intently. Pouring some tea, Professor Romy reminds her that there is a reason why the school does not interfere with student clubs. These clubs are independent while playing a crucial role in cultivating students while allowing them to reap the benefits of their own efforts. She argues that if the administration takes away students' ability to choose, they will grow up fearing decision-making in all aspects of life. Considering this perspective, she suggests giving students the freedom to choose. Oliver, though initially hesitant, begins to see the logic in her argument. However, she remains determined to guide students toward developing their talents while keeping them away from distractions. Professor Romy realizes that Professor Oliver values our boy not as a club member but as a student with great potential. She also recognizes that Professor Oliver has given him ample time to decide his future, yet her dedication to shaping his path remains unwavering. Changing the tone, Professor Romy finally shares something she had not mentioned before, that during the speedgun test, Sarone reached nirvana. Professor Oliver, shocked by the revelation, shouts in disbelief. Suddenly the floor trembles and the building shakes. Meanwhile, Sarone, while sensing the vibrations, wonders if it is an earthquake. Nade quickly instructs everyone to hide everything while prompting Sarone to question why. Nade explains that a professor is about to inspect the warehouse while urging him to remain silent. It turns out to be a surprise inspection by Oliver. As she walks toward their room, she notes that it takes 3 minutes to reach it, and is more than enough time to eliminate any incriminating evidence. Sarone, still confused, suggests they should go and welcome the professor, but the others immediately silence him while warning that if he acts suspiciously, he could be suspended from the club. Resolving to remain composed, they sit quietly while pretending nothing has happened. When Professor Oliver finally enters the room, she finds them sitting calmly on the sofas. Observing their behavior, she becomes even more convinced that the club must be dissolved immediately. As she enters the room, she asks whether they will not greet her and thinks that these clubs are autonomous organizations run by students under the Teachers' Council. She also believes it is necessary to give any opinion through a complete process, even though she is a professor. However, Nade interrupts while stating that they are discussing something important. She finds his attitude very irritating. He remarks that if she had informed them of her visit beforehand, they would have welcomed her properly. She realizes they are pressuring our boy to be a part of their game. Meanwhile, the boy feels happy inside upon seeing Professor Oliver and wonders whether he should sit or say anything. The professor then inquires whether they offer tea to their guests, to which Nade responds with skepticism while questioning if she would trust them if they made tea for her. Choosing to get straight to the point, she tells them to come to the club room at school. They are shocked upon hearing this. Nade asks for the reason, and she explains that after reviewing the documentation, she has found many reasons to disband the club. It has not produced anything beneficial for more than 4 years, has continued operating without enough members, and has not received funding for a long time. According to regulations, the club can only continue if it produces something significant within a month. Hearing this, Nade lays in front of her while pleading not to make them do a presentation, as it is impossible to prove anything about paranormal science. He then questions whether she truly intends to dissolve the club, which stands against the Society of Magic, an organization filled with science and logic. Declaring that he would rather do anything than the presentation, he waits for an alternative. She, seeing his willingness to listen, presents another option, which is removing Sarone from their club. Our boy is shocked upon hearing this and immediately asks for the reason. Professor Oliver responds while implying that he already knows why she is saying this. She further mentions that the immortal function is a significant problem in the school while posing a dangerous threat to young students and potentially harming him as well. He insists that while he understands the risks, he will not do anything wrong. However, she clarifies that the real issue lies in the phenomenon of overflow, though he struggles to comprehend its implications. Iruki steps in while explaining that it is similar to a genius disease, something he himself experienced at the age of 8. Recalling his own experience, he shares that his father had simply told him to endure it. They appear to take the matter lightly. The professor then elaborates while describing overflow as a phenomenon where the human mind is unable to handle vast abilities, while causing the brain's barriers to break under the pressure of excessive information. This results in a severe risk of mental breakdown, commonly known as the genius disease. She warns that those who fail to receive proper treatment for this condition suffer immense pain for the rest of their lives. What concerns her even more is the overflow triggered by the immortal function, which is far more dangerous. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he becomes nervous. The thought that it could drive him to madness begins to settle in, and he recalls the nightmares he has been experiencing while making him connect the dots. Understanding the risks, she had previously advised him to reduce his class load while undergoing psychological treatment. Now, she decides to handle the matter personally. If they truly care about him, they should remove him from the club. Nade, however, refuses to agree. She tells him not to act childishly, but he insists that the decision should be his own. Iruki shares a similar perspective while believing that she is pressuring him unnecessarily. Nade then makes a bold remark while suggesting that her concern for him indicates she has feelings for him. To their surprise, she acknowledges this and questions whether they have a problem with it. They, in turn, are left bewildered while wondering how it could be possible for a teacher to have such feelings for a student. She explains that it is statistically possible, but Nade dismisses the idea while refusing to bring statistics into the discussion. He then questions whether, according to statistics, there is a probability that she also likes him. Without hesitation, she states that the chances are absolutely zero. Hearing this, Nade collapses to the ground in exaggerated disappointment while prompting her to urge him to be more realistic. Iruki then addresses the professor while pointing out that if their boy cannot handle the overflow, it does not mean he will actually die. However, she believes that, at the very least, Iruki should understand the seriousness of the situation, given his past experience. He, in turn, argues that they should trust their boy while considering his level, and accuses the professor of becoming overly concerned. Her increasing involvement even makes him view her as obsessive. At that moment, their boy stands up while asserting that the decision should be his own. He admits that he is scared, and has felt as though he is on the verge of losing his mind, yet at the same time, the sensation brings him a strange sense of satisfaction. The professor is shocked by his confession. He continues while explaining that what is happening to him feels incredibly special. Although he fears the nightmares, he is determined to uncover the secrets hidden within himself. Resolving to face it as a challenge, he chooses to overcome this situation rather than surrender to it. Watching him, Professor Oliver sees him as no different from the other boys who have come before her. She recalls the boy who once tried to save her in the past. With that memory in mind, she becomes completely accepting of his decision and agrees that there is no need to expel him from the club. Nade, upon hearing this, is overjoyed. However, the professor then announces that they will proceed with Plan A while requiring them to deliver results within 1 month. Nade, shocked by this revelation, feels an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. Their boy then asks whether they are expected to give a presentation within the given time frame and whether they can reference any old records. Iruki, however, informs him that the club has never conducted a presentation before. If they had, then paranormal science would already be a subject of study in their classes, as there is no definitive way to prove the existence of the soul. Nade, while feeling utterly disappointed, finds himself helpless in the moment. Trying to change the mood, Iruki directs Nade's attention to a pretty girl. Their boy immediately reminds him to stay focused, but Nade becomes fixated on her. Curiously, he asks whether she is a senior or a graduate. It is only then that their boy realizes the woman in question is actually Professor Oliver, while looking entirely different than usual. Iruki takes note of his keen ability to judge women. Curious about her unusual appearance, he wonders where she is headed. Iruki speculates that she is probably going on a date. Nade, surprised, sees this as his opportunity. He decides to follow her while hoping to learn something about her that he can later use against her to prevent the club from being shut down. Their boy finds the idea ridiculous, but Iruki warns that tailing a level 6 mage is far from a good plan. Nade, while growing irritated, watches as Iruki dashes off, declaring that he will follow her while Saroni is tasked with bringing Nade along. Determined, Nade insists on bringing his cloak for disguise while instructing Iruki to keep his distance, as they see this as their only chance to save the club. Meanwhile, their boy cannot believe how passionate they are about everything and not about studying, but about keeping the club intact. As Professor Oliver stands ahead, Nade quickly realizes that they have already been caught multiple times. Their boy, filled with unease, questions their motives. Yet his curiosity grows as he wonders who the professor is meeting. Finding it strange, he cannot help but ask himself why she is heading toward the commoner area. As she enters the market area, the boys begin to speculate whether she is selling something on the black market. However, instead of heading toward any vendors, she moves toward a nearby house. Knocking on the door, she greets a man while prompting Nade to wonder if he is her boyfriend. Their boy, while sensing that they have seen enough, suggests that it is time to leave since she has already gone inside. However, Nate insists that they need more information and decides they must go in. Without hesitation, he rushes toward the house, determined to do whatever it takes to protect their club while leaving their boy shocked by his recklessness. Waiting outside the house, they eventually break the basement lock and manage to sneak in. Finding the first floor empty, they cautiously make their way to the second. To avoid detection, he decides to use Schism to scan the hall area. Their boy, while observing their skills, wonders if they would be just as passionate about learning if they focused on studying instead of reckless schemes. Suddenly, Nade signals them to stop while claiming to hear a voice coming from one of the rooms. Their boy urges him to leave while they still can, but Nade refuses while arguing that since the professor started this battle, they must see it through to save the club. As they listen closely, they hear a conversation from the room. Someone is commenting on how they look and discussing whether they should change their clothes. Their boy believes this is the perfect moment to leave. Then, a girl inside asks when the man's wife will be returning, to which he replies that she will be back in 2 hours. Nade immediately realizes that Professor Oliver's supposed boyfriend is actually married. Iruki believes they now have enough information to blackmail her, but Nade, after a brief hesitation, decides against it while realizing that it would be wrong. Before they can plan their next move, they accidentally burst into the room, throwing open the door and shouting that the professor should not be doing something illegal. However, instead of finding a scandalous scene, they see Professor Oliver sitting calmly while the man sketches her. Professor Oliver, visibly unimpressed, demands to know what they are doing there. Now sitting on the floor with trembling hands, they apologize profusely. Nade, still flustered, accuses her of having an affair, which only makes her more annoyed. She questions whether they truly believe she would do something like that. Then she sternly tells them to wait until they return to school. Iruki, while accepting the inevitable punishment, quickly blames Nade for everything. However, Nade retaliates while arguing that Iruki had followed him in all of it. Iruki further points out that the invisibility cloak belongs to him. The man, amused by their panic, suggests that they might have only come because they were worried about their professor. Though she remains displeased, he reassures her while suggesting that they might have thought sneaking in was acceptable since she was present. He then offers to get them some tea. Grateful for the unexpected kindness, the boys silently thank him, seeing him as an angel who has saved them. Meanwhile, their boy finds himself growing uneasy. As he observes the man, a strange sensation overtakes him while making his head feel heavy. He wonders whether this is supersight at work. Professor Oliver, now more at ease, seems comforted by Armin's understanding nature. Curious, their boy asks who the man is and why she is being so secretive about him. She explains that they met as students in a magic school when they were young. Iruki then asks whether he is a mage and what happened to his eyes. She solemnly reveals that he lost his sight because of her. Remembering her past, she recalls a time when she experienced overflow as a child. Caught in a torrential downpour, she had been overwhelmed and trapped in a nightmarish state while running blindly through a flooded area. The water was deep, and she had been recklessly jumping through it, unaware of the danger. During that moment of panic, he had appeared while carrying a piece of wood. He had told her to hold on to it until they reached the downstream area. As they moved forward, she had hesitated while saying she couldn't do it. However, he had insisted that she hold her breath, believing it was their only chance to survive. Although he had managed to lower her safely into the water, he had been struck by debris, which were large pieces of logs crashing into him. He had once been a brilliant student, full of promise. However, losing his sight to save her had cost him his future as a mage while forcing him to abandon his dreams. She explains that she recently discovered he had become an artist, which had completely surprised her. Iruki then asks if this is the reason she has been so concerned about the overflow. At that moment, Armin enters the room while carrying tea in his hands. The boys quickly thank him as he sets it down. He remarks that Professor Oliver must have scolded them, but he knows she cares deeply for her students. As they sip their iced tea, Nade, while feeling somewhat guilty, admits that they also respect the professor. Their boy, still fascinated by Armin, asks if he can watch him while he paints. The other boys, equally intrigued, lean in to observe. Iruki, curious about Armin's abilities, questions how he manages to paint despite being unable to see. Armin, unfazed by the question, simply suggests that they begin and asks if the professor is comfortable with it. Sitting on the bed, she allows him to sketch her while the boys watch in amazement. Iruki, closely observing him, suspects that he is using his spirit zone. Nade also recognizes him as a zoner, further confirming their suspicions. Feeling a bit uneasy, their boy eventually apologizes for asking whether Armin can truly see. Instead of being offended, Armin smiles and admits that he had been waiting for someone to say that. He then acknowledges Cerrone for noticing it first. With a calm gesture, he reaches up and removes the cloth covering his eyes. Armin almost doubts our boy would notice, but then he reveals his eyes while leaving him stunned. Nade and Iruki also react with shock while realizing that Armin's eyes hold something unusual. They struggle to believe it, but Armin calmly explains that it is a magic called pause. Our guy, overwhelmed by disbelief, recognizes that a time mage capable of reaching the speed of light is right before him. Armin gestures for Cirone to sit while assuring him that there is no rush since time is on their side. Admitting his own nervousness, Armin reveals that he has sensed Cirone's awareness for a while. Normally, people perceive light as visual information, but his own eyes directly see light itself. Because of that, he immediately recognizes their shared experience. Our hero, still confused, asks for clarification, and Armin confirms his suspicion whether it is the immortal function. Curious, our boy inquires about this mysterious ability. Armin describes it as a door leading to infinity, accessible only to those known as unlockers. Once opened, the mind of an unlocker quickly expands into the infinite, while bringing both power and a sense of freedom. However, he reassures Cirone that as long as he does not push beyond his limits, his mind will remain intact. With some hesitation, our guy shares a personal struggle while admitting that he dreams of the universe every night. Although he has not mentioned it to his friends, he worries that the constant supersight might drive him crazy. Armin listens and then remarks that magic seems to have embraced Cirone. He explains that such indications are completely natural, as stepping into infinity exposes one to the vastness of the universe itself. Those who encounter limitless space often feel an overwhelming fear, but that fear can also lead to enlightenment. Most unlockers gain an omnipotent control over space while allowing them to wield magic on an immense scale. However, Armin suspects that Cirone's fear does not stem from infinite space alone, but he has encountered something entirely different. When the time is right, an understanding of it will come naturally, though it may take days, years, or even a lifetime. Hearing this, our boy reacts with shock, but Armin reassures him. The knowledge he seeks is already within him, he simply has yet to name it. Trying to make sense of everything, our guy reflects on a strange string of light he once saw in his dreams. Armin considers the possibility that it might be connected to gauge symmetry, while suggesting that the answer our boy searches for lies somewhere within that mystery. Our boy feels shocked when he hears the term gauge symmetry. Armin explains that scholars once believed the world to be flawless while following precise laws of physics, fixed numbers, and an unchanging speed of light. To them, this perfect balance seemed like the work of an intentional force. However, as research progressed, they discovered that this symmetry had actually been broken. Cirone recalls something Iruki mentioned about the microscopic world, where everything follows probabilities rather than certainty. Armin agrees and adds that the universe is not as perfect as once thought. The reason behind this broken balance remains a mystery, an unknown force without a name. However, he expresses confidence that Cirone will eventually uncover the truth. Feeling encouraged, our boy thanks Armin and admits that until now, he had only followed Professor Oliver's path. However, after meeting Armin has made him feel truly inspired. In response, Armin asks for a favor that he wants Cirone to look after Sienna, as she is more sensitive than she appears. Our boy, curious about Armin's secrecy, questions why he hides the fact that he still uses magic. He suggests that honesty would be easier. Armin explains that Sienna constantly worries about him while carrying guilt over something that happened in the past. Since nothing can restore what he lost, he does not want her to feel obligated to him. He also mentions that she believes he has moved on and even started a new life. His only wish is for her to live freely without unnecessary burdens. With that, he makes our boy promise to keep his secret. Afterward, he thanks Sienna for everything. She reassures him that no thanks are needed and reminds him to write once he settles elsewhere. Armin agrees and encourages the others to keep studying. They all express their gratitude before he turns to Sienna one last time to say goodbye. She nods in response and then leaves. A girl suddenly arrives and cheerfully tells Armin that she has finished shopping. She then asks if he has completed his painting. Noticing Professor Oliver, she expresses surprise that Sienna is already leaving and suggests that she stay for dinner. Standing beside Armin, she appears comfortable, while Cirone silently observes the interaction. He finds himself surprised while realizing that Armin is more romantic than he had expected. The girl then turns to Sienna and notices her flushed face. With a playful tone, she mentions that Sienna looks unwell and points it out to Armin. Soon after, the group leaves together, with Armin bidding farewell. As they walk away, the girl makes a remark about how no one would believe that someone like Armin, known for his bright eyes, could ever look so stunned. Armin, while seeming unamused, tells her to stop teasing and focus on her report. Switching to a serious topic, she reminds him that they need to leave Creus and reach Kelvora within 15 days. She warns that they will likely face some trouble along the way, but expresses confidence that he can handle it. Playfully, she even calls him Reflector of Eternity. Armin, however, remains stern and assures her that he will fulfill his contract while asking her not to waste time with unnecessary comments. She then questions whether he has told Sienna the truth while reminding him that the lives of those he cares about are at risk. He reassures her that Sienna remains unaware of everything. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nade suddenly expresses concern while saying they are in trouble. When the professor asks for clarification, Nade explains that if things continue as they are, Professor Oliver's already bad mood might worsen. He worries that they will face punishment for informing a professor and breaking into a restricted area, which could even lead to their club being dissolved. Trying to lighten the situation, Nade asks if they can eat before heading back. Iruki eagerly agrees while saying he is starving. The professor, after considering it, agrees that it is not often they go out and decides they should get something to eat before returning. With a slightly sarcastic tone, she comments on how they must be hungry after making a mess all day. Encouraged by her response, she then tells them to eat as much as they like. Feeling hopeful, Nade wonders if they might be able to escape punishment by improving the professor's mood. Iruki, on the other hand, is already planning to order something expensive. Meanwhile, our boy quietly reflects on the situation while suspecting that the professor is upset about Armin leaving. Wanting to lift her spirits, he resolves to find a way to cheer her up. 2 hours earlier, as they eat, the professor suddenly starts drinking while catching everyone's attention. The students question her decision, to which she casually responds by asking why it is a problem. She points out that if they can break into people's houses, then she should be allowed to have a drink. Nade, eager to stay on her good side, quickly encourages her while saying that today is her day to drink as much as she wants. Iruki, amused, comments that it seems like she has never heard such reasoning before. Wanting to earn some favor, Nade offers to pour her a drink, but she reminds him that he is too young to even be touching alcohol. Meanwhile, Nade silently thinks that he needs to get on her good side, though he has no solid plan. Our boy then hands Iruki a drink while suggesting he try it, but Iruki declines while saying he is already tired of it. Determined, he adds that he will find the professor's weakness that night. An hour later, the professor is completely drunk. She grabs Nade's cheeks and affectionately calls him a troublemaker while commenting on how soft his face is. The other two observe her and immediately realize that she is fully intoxicated. Suddenly, she points at them and praises their impressive results in the speed gun test. She acknowledges their talent, but questions why they slack off in their schoolwork. With a serious tone, she reminds them that many people have talent, but still fail to achieve their dreams. She insists that she only wants the best for them, even if they think she is a bad teacher. They immediately deny having such thoughts, but before the conversation continues, they collapse onto the table, exhausted. Seeing her unresponsive, they grow concerned. Iruki notices that they have finished eating and remarks that she is not getting back up. Unsure of what to do, they realize that they have not even paid for the meal. They repeatedly call her name, but she remains motionless. At that moment, a man approaches and while seeing the professor's condition, comments that she is completely drunk. Offering to help, he suggests taking her home in his carriage, but only her, as he laughs to himself. Saron immediately refuses, but the man dismisses him while insisting that they should leave it to an adult. Admiring her appearance, he attempts to wake her up while remarking that she is quite pretty. Seeing this, our boy becomes furious and grabs the man's hand in anger. The man, taken aback, warns our guy to reconsider his actions. However, our boy firmly tells him not to touch their professor. The man, now offended, shouts at him while calling him a rascal and saying that students should not be out so late. He then threatens to have them expelled while boasting that it would be easy for him. Without hesitation, Nade attacks him while presenting two choices that either he leaves or embarrasses himself right there. The bystanders, shocked by what they witness, recognize it as magic and whisper among themselves while wondering if the students are from Alpheus School of Magic. Iruki then retrieves the man's wallet while reading his name aloud, which was Douglas Silver from the Craeus Administrative Office. Douglas, stunned, demands to know how Iruki got his wallet. Without answering, Iruki mockingly calls him a civil officer and then tosses the wallet aside. Finally, he tells the man that if he truly wants to get them expelled, he should speak with Iruki Mercadine, who would be willing to listen. With that, he throws the wallet back at Douglas while hitting him directly in the face. The man looks confused upon hearing the name Mercadine. He hesitantly repeats it while realizing that the family is a first-class noble house, responsible for overseeing Dragonbolt and serving as the king's advisors for 3 generations. Upon this realization, he and his companions panic and quickly flee. Iruki watches them run and sarcastically questions why they even bothered confronting them if they were just going to escape. Meanwhile, Nade turns to him and asks why he suddenly mentioned his noble background, while reminding him that he usually avoids talking about it. Iruki casually responds that he makes an exception for people who try to use their influence in such an underhanded way. Shrugging it off, he suggests they leave while saying that the incident has completely ruined their meal. Before heading out, Nade takes a picture of Professor Oliver in her drunken state, while joking that Professor Perfection passed out drunk would make for a great headline. Iruki glances at the photo and nods in approval while suggesting that it might help them save their club from being shut down. Meanwhile, our boy struggles to carry the unconscious professor and complains to the others about having to do it alone. Nade playfully asks what the problem is, while Iruki reminds him that he is the strongest among them. However, our guy, exhausted, loses his balance and collapses to the ground. Seeing this, Iruki suggests that he try using his schema. Confused, Sarone asks how he is supposed to activate it so suddenly. Iruki reassures him that if he can create a spirit zone, he should also be able to use his schema. Nade adds that their kingdom has mage knights as well, and he is certain that Sarone has the talent for it. Excited by the idea, our boy expresses his eagerness to learn. Iruki instructs him to close his eyes and focus inward while following his voice. Sarone agrees while listening carefully as Iruki tells him to sense himself and dive deeper into his consciousness. Iruki asks if he can still hear him and instructs him to take deep, slow breaths. Our boy follows along and confirms that he is listening. Satisfied, Iruki then mischievously asks where his first kiss with Amy took place. Nade bursts out laughing and remarks that the two are complete opposites. Realizing he has been tricked, our boy gets frustrated, while the others find the situation amusing. Soon after, they continue on their way back. After some time, Sarone suddenly suggests that they should stop using blackmail. Surprised, Nade asks why while reminding him of how much effort they put into getting the photo. Sarone reasons that the professor must have had a difficult and emotional day. Iruki agrees, while realizing that she only wanted to protect them from experiencing the same pain she had gone through. After thinking it over, Nade also agrees, though he expresses concern about the club's future. Since the club was passed down to him by its founder, he feels responsible for keeping it alive. However, after a moment of hesitation, he decides that they will figure something out on their own. Determined, they all agree to solve their problems without relying on blackmail. Just then, Sarone excitedly shouts to do it. To their shock, the professor suddenly wakes up and asks about what they were doing. They freeze in surprise as our boy nervously asks if she is sober. She sighs and apologizes while admitting that she owes them one. She assures them that she will not report their actions to the school and that they will not face any punishment. The three of them stare at her in disbelief. As if that wasn't enough, she then announces that she will give them an extra month to prove their club's worth. She challenges them to find a ghost or any convincing evidence to justify the club's existence. If they truly care about it, they must convince the school why it deserves to remain. Encouraged by her words, Nade eagerly accepts the deal, determined to prove their club's importance. Iruki, though less enthusiastic, acknowledges that they will have to use their brains for once. Nade, full of excitement, calls them rascals and tells them to get ready for a challenge. Our boy, relieved but curious, asks how long the professor has been awake. Smirking, she replies that a little alcohol isn't enough to cloud the mind of a mage. The three students exchange confused looks while realizing they have been fooled once again. Several days later, at the magic school, students gather in confusion. They stare at a large announcement board displaying details about a mysterious club presentation. Some question when Sarone became a member, while others are surprised to see Iruki involved. However, what shocks them the most is the name of the club, which is the Paranormal Science Club. Murmurs spread as they read the title of the presentation, which is the Paranormal Science Club, the terrifying truth about Althea's School of Magic. The school's long-kept secret will soon be revealed. A group of students notices the club's name and questions whether it is truly an academic club after recognizing two members, Sarone and Iruki. About 10 days earlier, at Istas, Nade struggles to come up with ideas while expressing frustration. Iruki reminds him that they have spent the entire night brainstorming yet still lack a solid topic. Nade, while feeling hopeless, believes that even if past events actually occurred while recreating them for the presentation, would be impossible. 3 days after making a deal with Professor Oliver, our guy feels relieved that they have a chance to present and keep the club active. However, the subject of paranormal science raises concerns. Nade wonders how they can present something invisible, and the thought begins to overwhelm him. He regrets discarding a certain photograph. Iruki, unfazed, remarks that others have always considered him strange, but he no longer wants to continue. Meanwhile, our boy recalls an incident where Nade sees a shadow and falls in fear. Nade, while considering a trick, wonders if they could make others believe it is a ghost. Sarone initially reacts in fright, though only for a brief moment. Iruki doubts that the trick will deceive mages, but Nade points out that Sarone was fooled, even if only for seconds. Suddenly, Sarone realizes they don't need to prove anything. Nade, while sensing a breakthrough, suggests seeking guidance from Professor Oliver again. Iruki, however, believes the professor already has an idea. Our dude then explains that fear arises from within rather than from external proof. Iruki understands the shift in perspective that they should make the audience believe first, then provide proof instead of the other way around. Nade compares it to a psychological game. Sarone, recognizing the importance of this approach, expresses gratitude for saving the club, but jokingly comments that Nade has gone days without showering. Iruki praises the innovative thinking, but remains concerned that their magic trick is too unimpressive, even for believers. He suggests making it appear creepier. Nade confidently assures them that he can improve it using a continuous lightning shadow effect. With that, he prepares to demonstrate his skill. Iruki watches Nade's demonstration and comments that if he uses the technique continuously for 24 hours in a second, it will resemble a smoothly moving image. Meanwhile, Nade, exhausted from 3 days without sleep, struggles to stay focused. Our boy, concerned, advises him not to push himself too far. Iruki then wonders if they can create something similar using a machine. Nade admits he had considered that idea earlier but points out a major issue. He explains that while a moving hologram can be generated by running a program through a machine, it would appear fake if it does not respond to the person in front of it. Recalling his own experience of seeing a ghost, he emphasizes that a lack of reaction would make the illusion unconvincing. Our guy reflects on his own encounter and realizes that making eye contact with the ghost had been the key factor in his fear. Iruki, suddenly having an idea, claims he knows how to solve the problem. When the others ask for details, he explains that they can predict people's reactions in advance. Curious, they ask how such predictions could be made. He suggests using complex systems theory while analyzing numerous behavior patterns and incorporating them into a program. Giving an example, he describes how Sarone might instinctively look over his right shoulder, so the ghost could be programmed to appear on the left, while ensuring direct eye contact and triggering a fearful reaction. Sarone, impressed but skeptical, questions whether such a plan is feasible. Iruki remains confident, stating that most people follow similar daily routines at school while making it possible to predict their behavior. However, he acknowledges that an enormous amount of data would be needed, while requiring vast storage capacity, and a method to transmit the program to multiple machines at once. Nade, while realizing his electric energy may not be sufficient for the task, suddenly turns to our boy while recalling that he can fire photons. Sarone, initially surprised, quickly remembers something Professor Oliver had mentioned about the ivory tower always being at the forefront of magic. He recalls her explaining that photon technology is predicted to revolutionize communication. Confirming the idea, he acknowledges that photons can indeed be used for transmitting information. Nade, thrilled by the breakthrough, excitedly declares that they are on the verge of creating the perfect ghost. Iruki, however, reminds them that merely scaring a few people will not be enough. Looking at Sarone, he assumes he has something bigger in mind. Our guy, while hesitating for a moment, admits he has an idea and proceeds to show them a set of keywords. Observing their unimpressed expressions, he asks why they dislike it. After thinking for a moment, he suggests mixing in different keywords. Nade, instead of rejecting the idea, praises it as brilliant. Sarone, unsure whether his keywords are actually effective, becomes confused. Nade, still excited, admits he never imagined using the presentation in such a way. Iruki, convinced of the plan's potential, confidently states that if it works, it will shake up the entire school. Sarone, now feeling more confident, finds the idea fascinating. Nade takes charge and decides to start building the device immediately, while assigning Iruki to create the program and instructing our boy to prepare for photon transmission. With renewed energy, they all become excited about saving their club in a completely unexpected way. However, Iruki suddenly pauses and brings up a concern. Nade, while noticing his hesitation, asks what the problem is now. Iruki explains that after roughly calculating the number of photons required for data transfer, he has realized that Sarone would need to produce 3 times his current projection and maintain it for 10 minutes. Turning to our guy, he questions whether he can handle such a challenge. Our boy, shocked upon hearing that he must maintain his photon projection for 10 minutes, struggles to process the challenge ahead. 10 days later, Nade excitedly enters the room after putting up posters and expresses his amazement at the response. Meanwhile, Iruki has spent the entire day writing behavior pattern equations, and Sarone has dedicated his time to practicing photon firing. Curious about Nade's reaction, our guy asks what has happened now. Iruki, while grinning, announces that their event has become the talk of the school, and everyone is eager to see it. Sarone, surprised, questions whether a simple poster could have generated such interest. Iruki, amused, suggests that the attention might be due to how unusually they are handling everything. However, he also notes that the larger the audience, the more work they will have to do. Wanting an estimate, he asks Nade how many people are expected to attend. Nade, uncertain of the exact number, guesses that more than half of the entire school will show up. Worried about their reaction, he calls out their names and warns them not to faint from the pressure. 17 days before the presentation at the Paranormal Science Club, students gather in anticipation. Some express excitement while believing the event will be entertaining. One student, confident in Sarone and Iruki's abilities, predicts that the presentation will be anything but boring and wonders what they will reveal. As the professor passes by, someone stops her to ask if the Paranormal Science Club is really giving a presentation. She responds that the club's fate is still uncertain. According to the latest information, if the presentation fails, the club room will officially be reassigned as planned. A man nearby comments that the club is as good as finished, as its former prestige has long faded. However, he acknowledges that Iruki, as a servant and our boy, known for defeating the dark magicians, cannot be underestimated. He also mentions Nade's significance. Still, since they are only lower-grade students, the real concern lies in what happens afterward. He predicts that once the presentation is over, a battle will begin among the shadow clubs over who will take control of Istas. Our boy practices intensely but suddenly collapses. The mental rebound technique, which quickly increases magical output, is extremely risky. It drains all mental strength at once, requires 20 minutes of recovery, and then repeats the process. On Everest, the energy used per spell is equal to 40 minutes of focus, while making it a life-threatening method. He realizes his professor would be furious if she knew, but he still isn't satisfied with his progress. After all his effort, he can only maintain his magic for about 5.5 minutes. With just a week left until the presentation, our guy continues training. To reach 10 full minutes, he knows he must push himself to the limit, even if it risks his consciousness. He wonders if he can truly do it. Nate arrives while asking about his progress, and our boy confidently assures him that he will be ready soon. He acknowledges the difficulty of the task while admitting that it's far beyond what a Class 5 should handle. However, if Cerrone fails, their club will suffer. Our hero reassures him and shifts the focus to Nade's work. Nade confirms that he is about to test his project and invites Cerrone over. They soon notice Iruki, who appears exhausted. Concerned, our boy asks if he is all right, and Nade questions whether he has slept at all. Iruki dismisses their worries, determined to finish on time. Our guy realizes that there is no stopping him now, calling his dedication madness. Then, Nade reveals something, which our boy identifies as a prototype. Laughing, Nade explains that the final step requires testing the fiber optic cable Iruki's father sent. He instructs Cerrone to grab it and use magic. When Cerrone follows the instructions, he is stunned by the results. Nade, satisfied, remarks that it turned out just as they had imagined. As the presentation nears, Nade looks for Cerrone and finally spots him. Excitedly, he exclaims that our boy has succeeded. Laughing, our guy confidently responds that it's time to show everyone what they have accomplished. At the Paranormal Science Club, the day of the presentation arrives, and the students eagerly gather. Many express their excitement, while others remind everyone to grab snacks and stand in an orderly line. A boy brings the school's special cherry juice, and someone calls out not to forget the flyers. Mark arrives and, noticing the large crowd, questions the reason for the gathering. A girl hands him a flyer and instructs him to get in line. He thanks her, feeling confused, and then examines the flyer. Noticing the childish design, he assumes a kid must have drawn it. However, when he reads the names on the poster, he is shocked. He immediately recognizes one, realizing it's a name he could never forget. Dismissing the event as a joke, he doubts anyone would be interested. He had expected better. Maria then appears, and while noticing Cerrone's name, excitedly suggests they go watch. She insists that Mark must be attending and urges him to join her. Though hesitant, he agrees while thinking he might learn something. Excited, she pulls him toward the line. During their suspension, Maria and Mark had received special lessons from Professor Thad. However, Mark had intentionally placed himself between Maria and Thad. Meanwhile, some girls in the crowd notice senior students and curiously point them out. One identifies them as Amy and Serial, while questioning why seniors would attend a lower-grade presentation. Another girl reminds them that our boy is Amy's boyfriend. Amy, clearly uncomfortable, complains about having to attend. Serial, slightly annoyed, reminds her that she has asked the same question multiple times. Since her boyfriend is presenting, it only makes sense for her to be there. Amy, regretting her situation, mutters that it remains embarrassing no matter how many times it happens. As the crowd grows, someone notices a student from Class 1, which surprises many since they rarely appear at such events. Serial suddenly spots someone and nudges Amy while pointing out Fermi. She wonders why he would attend and realizes he isn't alone. Alongside him stand Herky from Sonar, Rykon the Electric Monster, Richard the Alchemist, and Caden. Confused by their presence, she questions what is happening. Amy then asks if Serial knows what all these individuals have in common. When Serial appears puzzled, Amy confidently reveals that they are all rumored to be members of a secretive group that is the Shadow Club's Golden Circle. At the auditorium, the professor notices the headmaster and curiously asks what brings him there. He responds that the three boys have worked hard for this day, and he couldn't help but feel curious. She welcomes him and offers him a seat. Chuckling, he takes his place, eager to see what they have prepared. Meanwhile, the students, filled with excitement, scramble for seats. Some call out that all spots are taken, while others urge the crowd not to push. Amy, while feeling uncertain, wonders if there is something about the presentation that she is overlooking. Soon, an announcement echoes through the auditorium, officially beginning the Paranormal Science Club's long-awaited presentation. The students turn their attention to the stage as the event unfolds. However, 30 minutes later, disappointment spreads through the audience. Some murmur in frustration while regretting their expectations. A few express disbelief, admitting they had hoped for more from Class 5. Others complain that attending was a waste of time. Feeling deceived, several accuse the presenters of completely tricking them. The presentation of the Paranormal Science Club begins, and the audience erupts in cheer. Nade smiles and thanks everyone for attending. He introduces himself as the club president and mentions that he will be leading the presentation. He explains that the main topic for the day is spirits. Maria appears extremely excited, while Mark, on the other hand, looks irritated and wonders aloud if a spirit is something like a ghost. Nade continues, warning that viewers might be scared and advises them to be careful while watching. Suddenly, the chandeliers start changing colors, and the screen behind him lights up. Headmaster Alpheus smiles and comments that the students seem well prepared. Sienna silently agrees, thinking that the hologram background is a great idea, but she wonders what the students are planning next. At that moment, an image of school appears on the screen. Nade asks if anyone has heard the story behind the school's construction. He explains that 520 years ago, the area was originally a small farming village. However, during a famous war of conquest, everyone, including civilians and soldiers who did not want to fight, took refuge deep in the mountains. As he speaks, the lights suddenly go out. It shocks the students. Nade resumes, revealing that non-human entities had appeared in history. A loud scream echoes through the hall. Some whisper among themselves, trying to convince each other that nothing scary will happen. Just then, a foot appears on the screen. Nade explains that it belongs to a person possessed by an evil spirit. The students burst out laughing as they recognize Iruki, who appears like an evil spirit, running across the stage before crawling back into the wings. Seriel laughs loudly, finding it amusing, while Amy, sitting next to her, looks confused and wonders if this is a presentation or a play. Nade continues the story, and suddenly he dramatically runs out from the stands, appearing in pain and calling out for Alia, while claiming that he lost the most precious person to him while escaping the war. Maria, deep in thought, speculates that he must have lost his lover while running away. Mark remains speechless, questioning if this is still a presentation. Just as he is thinking, a voice suddenly comes out, calling for Noah. The unexpected call makes Mark choke in surprise. A worried blonde girl runs backstage, screaming for Noah. The students react with loud gasps, and the female students blush. Everyone immediately recognize her as Cerrone, and the male students laugh. Miss Sienna gasps in shock, while Head Mai smiles. Seriel is also surprised to see Cerrone pretending to be a woman. She turns around and notices Amy blushing and gaping in disbelief. She looks speechless, while Seriel quickly tries to calm her. Meanwhile, Nade dramatically shouts, expressing how much he misses Alia. As the scene unfolds, the audience watches closely, anticipating what will happen next. Two characters lean closer to each other, their faces almost touching. Thad's expression darkens, and Maria covers her face, unable to believe what she is seeing. The students gasp and wait for what will happen next. At the most dramatic moment, Iruki, playing the evil spirit, suddenly appears behind Nade and bites his shoulder. The students freeze in shock, their eyes wide with horror. Nade screams for help and the hall plunges into darkness. Maria looks around nervously, admitting that it is a little scary. Mark, trying not to tremble, swallows hard. A light suddenly shines on Nade, who returns to normal. Holding up a notebook, he explains that 6 months ago, researchers discovered an old diary while studying the history of the academy. Their research revealed a shocking truth that some souls, after being infected by evil spirits, turned evil themselves and now wander the earth, seeking bodies to possess. Nade is about to continue when a bell rings behind him, making the students uneasy. Some whisper that the bell usually rings at midnight, but it is not even 7 yet. Nade explains that when the light disappears at midnight, evil spirits will appear. Maria and Mark frown slightly in fear. Nade reassures the audience, while telling them that they have likely never seen an evil spirit at night, because spirits only reveal themselves to those they choose. However, after watching this presentation, the audience might become more curious about them, or even attuned to their presence. He suggests that when the midnight bell rings, they should look around to see if any spirits are near. The students react with a mix of fear and disbelief. Some exclaim that they are too scared, while others argue that it is impossible. One student worries about staying in the library until midnight. Nade smiles while saying that if they are lucky, they might get to see a real spirit. With that, he concludes the presentation. As the lights return, silence fills the hall. A student from the audience suddenly speaks up, reacting in disbelief. Immediately, crumpled paper bags are thrown onto the stage, and the students' voices echo in frustration. Some complain that there were no real findings, and that it was foolish to believe in Saron and Iruki. Others express embarrassment, feeling that they had expected something more serious. Amy stands up angrily, feeling humiliated, and storms out, saying that she knew this would happen when her so-called boyfriend got involved with these strange people. Sariel runs after her, calling her name. One by one, the first-year students leave without saying anything. Sienna quickly bows to the principal, apologizing and promising to punish the students involved. However, Headmaster waves his hand dismissively, saying that since it is a paranormal group, their approach is understandable. Sienna sighs, wondering if she was wrong to trust them. Meanwhile, the headmaster silently watches the audience and thinks that if it was going to end this way, they should not have started in the first place. In the wings, Nade laughs heartily and asks Iruki if he saw the students' expressions. Iruki smiles and replies that it was obvious from their eyes that they were affected. As the students leave, trying to hide their fear, Iruki remarks that the seed has been planted. Behind him, Saron removes his wig and declares that step 1 was successful. Now it is time to show them what a real spirit looks like. Now at the Magic Academy, the clock shows 11:30. Nade walks in and tells Saron that it is time and asks if he has completed the meditation. Saron turns around, nods, and leaves with Nade. A day earlier, Nade installs hundreds of ghost-dimensional projectors around the school. These projectors are programmed to predict Iruki's actions. Saron enters the room, and Nade reminds him to walk carefully. Iruki looks at the clock and states that there are 5 minutes and 15 seconds left until midnight. He instructs them to wait for 9 seconds, emphasizing that they cannot be too early or too late. They must show the ghost exactly at midnight. Iruki raises his hand and signals them to proceed. Nade turns to Saron and tells him it is his turn, as everything depends on him. Saron nods. Iruki checks his watch and confirms they are ready. Nade hears the command and prepares to place his hand on the button. At that moment, Iruki shouts for them to begin. Saron immediately infuses magic into the ball in his hand, releasing a powerful golden light. Iruki watches and acknowledges Saron's progress, noting how much he has developed his magic in just 1 month. Nade is pleased and praises Saron as expected. However, Saron suddenly frowns and finds the situation strange. He describes it as if he is pouring water into a bottomless bowl. Nade turns around in shock and asks if something is wrong. He shouts in alarm, demanding to know what is happening. Iruki quickly asks about the issue. Nade, with tears in his eyes, reports that the energy output has not increased. Iruki is stunned and questions how this could happen. He asks if they can fix it. Nade, frustrated, admits that he does not know, as his calculations were perfect. He wonders aloud what is going wrong. Suddenly, they discover that the energy transmission line has been chewed by rats. Iruki sighs, looks at the clock, and declares that it is over, and they have failed. Nade lowers his head and blames himself, calling himself careless and incapable of properly assembling the device. Iruki frowns, while Nade, in tears, apologizes for getting everyone involved and for making them a laughingstock. He promises to take full responsibility at any cost. However, Saron stops him and insists that they all worked hard, sacrificing their sleep and efforts. He acknowledges Nade and Iruki's dedication and refuses to let it end like this. Saron opens the spiritual field. Iruki frowns and warns Nade to stop him. Nade, confused, does not understand what our guy is doing. Suddenly, Nade realizes in shock that our dude is about to use his immortality. Saron opens his eyes and enters his own spirit zone. In reality, Nade and Iruki desperately try to pull him back. They beg him to stop, warning that he will disappear if he continues. Nade, in tears, pleads with Saron, saying that they can abandon the research group because he does not want to lose him. However, our guy smiles and reassures Nade that he is no longer afraid. He grits his teeth and looks forward, recalling the words of Mr. Armin. He declares that he will not disappear. A beam of light pulls him forward as he resolves to remember who he is. He refuses to run away anymore. At the moment when it seems Saron will vanish, he suddenly returns to his original form. Outside, a huge light shines. Nade, worried, asks if Saron is okay. Struggling, Saroni manages to say that they should head out. Iruki understands and immediately calls for Nade. Nade hurries back to the console and is stunned to see the energy output has already increased. Holding back tears, he turns on the switch and shouts to Iruki. Though Iruki is concerned, he still activates the controller in his hand. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Maria sits at her desk, closes her book, and decides to sleep since she has class the next day. However, she suddenly shudders as a memory resurfaces. She recalls the ghost story about midnight and wonders if she will really see ghosts. Smiling, she looks out the window and dismisses the idea, saying there is no such thing as spirits in the world. At that moment, outside her window, an evil spirit monster appears. Seeing its grotesque face, Maria is startled. In another room, Amy panics, grabs a vase of flowers, and throws it at the window, demanding to know what the entity is and how it got inside. The evil spirit in front of her laughs. Amy shivers in fear, thinking if it is just smiling at her. She immediately screams and runs out of the room in terror. As soon as she reaches the hallway, she encounters Sariel, who too shouts in fear, claiming that she has also seen a ghost. Both of them turn around in fear, realizing the horrifying truth. At that moment, other girls rush out of their rooms, as they meet a group of evil spirits behind them. Fear spreads throughout the dormitory as the girls scream and run, terrified of the ghosts. Not only the female dormitories, but other buildings also light up. Panic spreads as the sounds of screaming fill the air. A group of evil spirits rushes forward, and students run around, shouting for help. Some look up at the sky, wondering why the spirits keep chasing them. The entire academy becomes chaotic in an instant. Younger students cry out of fear, while older students try to show off their strength, urging everyone to fight back. However, the number of evil spirits suddenly increases 2 or 3 times, making the students huddle together in terror. Just as panic reaches its peak, the spirits vanish without a trace. A student notices something and exclaims that there is someone on the roof. Everyone turns their gaze upward and sees 3 students, Siron, Iruki, and Nade, standing above, clapping. Nade cheerfully comments that their presentation is finally happening with an audience. Before he can finish his sentence, a furious voice interrupts. Sienna rushes over, angrily grabbing something as she yells for them to come down. She demands to know why the academy is in chaos in the middle of the night, explaining that she was in the shower and was completely startled. Nade mischievously smiles and remarks that it is a beautiful night. By now, the students understand that the ghosts are mere holographic projections. Just then, laughter echoes through the air. Sienna turns to the headmaster in surprise, asking his reason to be here. He smiles and replies that he believes the presentation is not over yet, and asks everyone to listen until the end. Nade takes this opportunity to speak, explaining that their research team has been investigating the existence of spirits. He asks if they believe in supernatural phenomena. The students react angrily, calling them frauds and accusing them of using simple tricks. Some whisper among themselves, questioning how the holograms moved so realistically. As debates continue, the headmaster conjures a small ghost with magic and laughs, challenging the students to explain how the trick was performed. Sienna comments that their prank is quite advanced. Siron, standing above, smiles, thinking that intelligence is a magician's most valuable asset, and curiosity will always draw people in. Some 4th grade students express their frustration at being fooled by 5th graders, but admit they cannot figure out the mechanism behind the trick. Sienna acknowledges that their stunt was well executed, but insists it is not enough to earn recognition for their club. The headmaster, however, smiles and says that the trick itself is not what matters. Sienna does not seem to understand, while the students remain skeptical. They argue that the spirits are fake since they lack souls, questioning what fake souls have to do with supernatural research. Nade laughs and points out that despite their disbelief, they were all frightened. He asks them to consider what they were running away from if spirits do not exist. The students fall silent. Amy and Sariel exchange glances, deep in thought. Nade continues, explaining that their emotions, like the fear they felt, are at the heart of scientific research on supernatural souls. He argues that even those who claim not to believe in spirits experience doubt when faced with the unknown. Siron and Iruki smile at each other, acknowledging that the question of whether spirits exist remains unanswered. Nade states that their research focuses on exploring that doubt, because that is what science is about. The students begin to reconsider. Some reflect on how knowledge once dismissed as false later became accepted as truth. Nade raises his hand and declares that their experiment has demonstrated the value of their research team. The 3 students bow in unison, marking the end of their presentation on the science of supernatural souls. Some students exchange surprised looks, while others burst into laughter. Eventually, cheers erupt. Excited voices fill the air, praising the research team for their impressive work. Some admit they would not mind being fooled like this again. The teachers observe the enthusiastic students, and the headmaster comments that the presentation holds significance. At that moment, Professor Thad walks out and gently remarks that he has no objections. Sienna sighs and, after a moment of consideration, announces that the professors have decided to officially recognize the club. Iruki, Nade, and Siron rejoice. But before they can celebrate further, Sienna suddenly raises her voice and declares that they will all be suspended from school for 3 days. She scolds them, calling them idiots, but the 3 do not seem to care. They hug each other, overjoyed at their success. Below, the students continue congratulating them. Despite Sienna's stern warning, Maria smiles brightly and comments that Siron is truly impressive. Mark, standing beside her, agrees, calling Siron a genius. Sariel also expresses admiration, saying that everyone dreams of doing something remarkable at least once in their lives. Amy remains silent for a moment before smiling to herself. She thinks about how, while she focuses on her studies to graduate, They are spending time on what she considers a pointless pursuit. Meanwhile, Nade sobs, and Saron, feeling emotional, watches their reactions. In another corner, some students speak with disdain, criticizing the club. They argue about the hierarchy within the academy's various research groups, questioning if they should take the supernatural studies seriously. One student remarks that the 5th graders will graduate soon, advising others to leave if they do not want to face them next year. Among the murmurs, a voice calmly advises everyone to stop arguing, warning that attracting attention now would only bring trouble. Another student smirks, suggesting that waiting for the right opportunity would be more beneficial. Meanwhile, Sienna silently observes the group and sighs, thinking to herself that those troublesome students in that unconventional research group and clubs need to grow up. The headmaster is quite impressed by Siron's magic, smiles, and says it is impressive. Even he, a specialist in light magic by how it was used, is impressive. Looking up at the sky, he admires Siron. He believes that in the future, our boy might be capable of fulfilling his dreams. Meanwhile, our guy lies on the grass, grinning with happiness. Next to him, Nade asks with concern if he is really okay. Siron reassures him that he is fine. Iruki, smiling, says who would risk their life for a game though it was great. Nade agrees, explaining that without Siron's immortal ability, it wouldn't have worked. Iruki appreciates the way our guy has dealt with the immortal function with the defensive spirit zone. Siron insists that they are geniuses too. Iruki has predicted how the entire school will react, and Nade has built large numbers of machines. Iruki resembles it with a term, big fish in a small pond. The three lie down on the grass. They tease our guy for being so humble. Siron looks up at the sky again, and with a bright shine in his eyes, says that he wants to reach higher, like the shining North Star above. Iruki asks if it is time to think about senior class now that they have played enough. Nade suddenly sits up excitedly, saying that they must graduate together. Once they step into the real world after graduation, they will have even more fun. Siron, surprised by the mention of society, falls silent. Nade lifts his hand and, smiling, says they must promise to go all the way together. The three put their hands together in the center. Iruki asks what they should have a motto to boost their spirits and seal their promise. Nade cheerfully replies that they can use anything. The three raise their hands in the air and shout the mottos like Long Live Paranormal Science Club. Their plan to graduate together? Then, they burst into laughter. Nade points at Iruki and asks why he is cheering for something so silly. Siron smiles happily, thinking that together, they will become the strongest mages together. At midnight, the school grounds still hold the energy of the three friends. The next morning in the boys' dormitory, Nade shakes Siron, trying to wake him up. He tells him not to waste his suspension time and to go out and play. Iruki beside them comments that Siron must be exhausted. Even when shaken, Siron does not open his eyes. He feels trapped in sleep paralysis, unable to move. Once again, our guy sinks deep into his own spirit zone. He sees himself drifting toward infinity in the dark space, moving alongside the stars. At the end of his path, a massive galaxy surrounded by swirling light awaits him. But this time, something feels different. Normally, he would wake up by now, but something has changed. Suddenly, rays of light appear, creating cracks in the darkness. Siron looks ahead in surprise as a burst of bright light flashes. Our guy suddenly wakes up. He realizes that his dream was different this time. Looking around, he wonders if what happened yesterday caused this change. He silently stares at the ceiling, feeling like something is different. Getting up, he immediately checks the paper on Nade and Iruki's desk. They have left a note that they are going to the casino, and Iruki's calculation skills will help them. Our guy sighs, figuring out that they will probably come back empty-handed again. With 3 days of suspension ahead, our guy wonders what to do. He considers going home, but rejects this idea while thinking about the reaction of his parents. Deciding to keep his suspension a secret, he dresses neatly and stands in front of the mirror, smiling. He suddenly remembers something he has really wanted to do. As he steps away, his heart pounds for no reason. Unnoticed by him, his reflection in the mirror changes and a beam of light identical to him appears. Later, our guy stands in front of an old bookstore. He hesitates before reaching for the doorknob, thinking about how he has spent years studying without a break. Now he just wants to buy a novel for himself. He misses those days. A memory comes back, one where he was not allowed to touch books. He is scared if someone stops him again. Taking a deep breath, he finally opens the door. As soon as he enters, the shop owner greets him warmly, smiling brightly. The owner jokingly asks if Siron has come to deliver goods. Startled, our guy quickly clarifies that he is here to buy a book. The shopkeeper remains cheerful, telling him to take his time and search. She suddenly comments on how handsome he is. Siron, speechless, thanks her, thinking she probably does not even recognize him at all. He picks up a book and wonders if he has really changed that much. After paying 2 gold coins, the shopkeeper beams with joy, calling him generous and thanking him excitedly. Siron lifts the book. the dragon tamer who slayed the Dragon King, toward the sky, thrilled to have finally bought his own novel. Spinning around with happiness, he does not notice the shy glances people give him. Feeling lucky that he still has money from Ojeni family, Saron walks with a smile. Just then, a voice calls out his name and a hand grabs his arm, making him shocked. A pink-haired girl appears and asks if he is Sirona. He stammers, confused, and asks who she is. Ignoring his question, she turns and calls out to others, confirming his identity. Saron, still in shock, slowly recognizes her. A long time ago, while reading, he had been approached by a group of friends. Now those friends have grown up. Seeing him, they happily call his name. Our guy exclaims in surprise, recognizing one of them. Rumina smiles and teases him for forgetting her face. Saron awkwardly admits that he didn't recognize her at first, saying she has become very pretty. Rumina pouts, recalling that when they were younger, Saron told her something different. Saron, feeling shy, nervously laughs, trying to brush it off. The other friends gather around, chatting excitedly. They comment on how noble he looks, wondering if his outfit is expensive. They are amazed at how much he has changed. Our guy, feeling a little overwhelmed, does not know how to respond. At that moment, another person approaches. He is the leader of the village children, Altor. He smiles and greets Saron, saying it has been a long time since they last saw each other. He asks how he has been, mentioning that even when he asked Mr. Vincent but got no answers. Saron, unsure of what to say, thinks for a moment. He realizes that they will find out eventually. If he lies, it might hurt them, especially Altor. Making up his mind, he decides to tell the truth. He simply says that he has been studying at the Magic Academy. Everyone is shocked hearing this. Altor's expression changes slightly, showing a hint of annoyance. Altor has a strong body and a generous personality, so he naturally becomes the leader. When he is 10 years old, he sees Saron reading a book and asks if he is reading again. Seeing Saron with a book, Altor frowns immediately, finding the words overwhelming. The friends around start whispering, calling Saron smart since they don't even know how to read books like that. Hearing this, Altor picks up Saron's book and questions why he is reading when he doesn't even go to school. He insists that training strength is more useful for society, especially in a small mountain village where danger is common. There, everyone follows a rule to obey the leader. From that day on, whenever such a situation arises, Saron simply smiles and agrees, knowing that this prevents further conflict. Seeing Saron agree, Altor returns the book. He then declares that he is going to play soccer and invites him to join. Just then, a loud voice rings out and Rumina, a 10-year-old girl, yells at Altor, accusing him of bullying Saron. Altor tries to defend himself, but Rumina keeps scolding him, reminding him that Saron is still recovering from an illness. Annoyed, Altor snaps back, saying this is why no one wants to be with her. Now, in present, Saron laughs, remembering these moments from childhood. Later, Altor and others curious about Saron's studies asks if he really goes to school and if he knows how to use magic. They excitedly demand proof. Saron explains that he has only recently started learning magic and is not fluent yet. Moreover, using magic outside the academy is against the rules. Altor laughs and teases Saron for still carrying books around. He tries to peek inside Saron's book, thinking it belongs to the Magic Academy. Saron panics, trying to stop him, and hurriedly explains that it is just a novel. In the struggle, the book falls, and Saron instinctively moves at lightning speed to catch it, surprising everyone. Rumina once again blames Altor for bullying Sarone. Altor, confused, insists that he did nothing. Saron smiles and reassures them that it was just a coincidence. But Rumina remains unconvinced, frowning as she scolds him again. To change the mood, Rumina suggests going to eat delicious food. Altor agrees, suggesting they are celebrating a sale of the entire stock by holding a party and asks Saron to join. He happily agrees. As a horse-drawn carriage arrives, Altor effortlessly picks up Saron and places him in the front row. Saron, startled, asks if he can really lift him so easily. Altor laughs and replies that Saron is too light. Saron, in disbelief, thinks about how much Altor has changed and become stronger than ever, and even involved in business. There is a high possibility that Altor will become the village's new leader. Watching him, our boy falls into thought. When they arrive at Rumina's house, her mother, who runs a restaurant, is surprised to see Saron and compliments his appearance. Embarrassed, Rumina quickly tells her mother to stop. At the dining table, everyone raises their glasses and cheers for our dude. A table full of delicious food appears, and Rumina encourages Saron to eat. He asks about the drink, and she tells him that it's a fizzy barley drink. As the conversation shifts to Saron's school life, a friend asks if he is the best student there. The unexpected question startles Saron. The others, curious, ask if he studies with nobles. Saron, overwhelmed, insists that he is too busy studying to notice such things. Meanwhile, Rumina silently watches everyone, including Altor, who drinks his beer quietly. Altor then sets his beer cup down firmly and asks if Saron has thought about his future. He reminds Saron that his father is currently supporting their family, but soon it will be Saron's turn to take responsibility and even get married. Saron, taken aback, struggles to respond, realizing that he has never deeply considered this. Unlike his friends, who are already helping with their family's businesses, his father is still struggling alone, and when will he be able to help? Sensing the sudden shift in mood, Altor tries to lighten the atmosphere and challenges Saron to an arm wrestling match, reminding him of how strong he was before. The others cheer in excitement. Our dude recalls how they used to play this game as children, and back then, he often won. However, to maintain Altor's reputation, he decides to lose on purpose. They agree to a bet and the loser will pay for the meal. As soon as the match begins, Altor's overwhelming strength shocks everyone. Saron collapses to the ground, trembling in disbelief. Rumina immediately scolds Altor for using too much force. Altor, equally surprised, insists that he didn't expect Saron to be this weak. Feeling guilty, he offers to pay for the meal. But Saron quickly stands up, laughing, and insists that since he lost, he will pay. However, as Saron reaches for his money, his bag falls to the ground, revealing 5 gold coins. His friends, stunned, exclaim in surprise. Rumina points out that 5 gold coins are equivalent to a month's worth of business earnings. Saron, panicking inside, wonders what to do. Altor's face turns red. Saron breaks into a nervous sweat, realizing that he is in trouble. Rumina questions our guy about the source of the money, to which he hesitantly responds that he is sponsored. This revelation surprises everyone, leading them to assume he will never have to worry about finances again. However, he quickly corrects them, making it clear that the situation isn't as simple as they think. Despite this, he realizes that things might take an unfavorable turn. Standing behind him, Altor grows irritated and loudly expresses his frustration, wondering why such a fuss is being made over a few gold coins. His outburst prompts immediate apologies from the others. A sudden recollection of the past unsettles the boys, filling them with unease. Rumina, too, remembers that Altor tends to become unusually sensitive whenever Saron is present. Altor clears his throat awkwardly, attempting to brush it off. Just then, Martin claps his hands, steering the conversation in a new direction. He mentions a rumor about a predatory animal sighted in the mountains. Brad confirms the claim, adding that wild animals have been disappearing lately. With a sigh, Rumina sarcastically commends Martin for his supposed heroic instincts. Brad elaborates, explaining that his father described the creature as resembling a bear. Saron, recalling a similar account, nods and remarks that his father mentioned it as well. He wonders why an animal that typically inhabits the north has wandered so close to the village. Rumina speculates that it could be the breeding season or something similar and reassures the group that as long as they avoid venturing too deep into the forest, there should be no danger. At that moment, Altor unexpectedly suggests hunting the beast. His proposal startles the group, prompting them to question whether he is serious. With confidence, Altor asserts that they will be aiding the villagers and reminds everyone of his own skills. If it is merely a bear, he reasons, there should be no need to involve the adults. One of the boys chuckles, pointing out that Altor once hunted a red bear, so this task should be effortless for him. Saron is taken aback by this revelation. Without hesitation, Altor declares that they will set out the following morning and turns to Saron, asking if he will join. Seeing Rumina's enthusiasm, Saron smiles and agrees to help if he can. The group finalizes their plan, deciding to gather in front of Rumina's house at dawn. They raise their glasses in a celebratory toast to the upcoming hunt, filled with anticipation. As the sun rises, Rumina approaches Saron, inquiring if he has rested well and urging him to prepare. After changing into his hunting attire, he confirms that he is ready, and the two step outside. Rumina waves cheerfully to the others, assuring them that all is well. Altor, grinning, jokingly warns Saron not to lag behind, or they might leave him behind. Saron chuckles, assuring him there is no need for concern. Upon entering the forest, the group efficiently divides tasks. 2 members set up net traps on the ground while another secures a rope to a tree. Below, someone makes the final adjustments. Observing their swift coordination, our guy is impressed and praises their efficiency. One of the teammates smirks, remarking that setting up the traps is the easy part, and what truly matters is Altor's role in the hunt. Carefully studying the beast's tracks, Altor determines that it is close by. He instructs everyone to remain vigilant and retreat immediately if they spot the creature. Watching from a distance, Saron is struck by Altor's expertise, and even Rumina appears satisfied with their progress. A sudden thought crosses our guy's mind. If he utilizes his spiritual zone, he might be able to locate the creature more quickly. Closing his eyes, he concentrates deeply. However, what he perceives leaves him stunned, and a vivid image of an animal carcass flashes before him. Alarmed, Saron's eyes snap open, and an unsettling sensation washes over him. Something feels terribly wrong. As he turns to process the vision, a firm hand suddenly grasps his shoulder. It is Altor, his expression filled with irritation. He demands to know why Cerrone disappeared without a word. However, before he can continue reprimanding him, an eerie sound reverberates through the forest. Both Altor and Cerrone instinctively look up, their eyes widening at the sight before them. Scattered across the ground lay the remains of countless wild animals. Rumina gasps in horror, and panic quickly spreads through the group. Altor, momentarily paralyzed by the gruesome scene, struggles to process it. Cerrone immediately urges everyone to retreat, warning them that no ordinary bear could be responsible for such carnage. Still shaken, Altor demands an explanation. Cerrone insists that the adults must be notified at once. The mountain should be sealed off, and, if necessary, reinforcements from the city should be requested. Altor, however, grips Cerrone's shoulder, urging him to wait. He questions the need for soldiers when they have yet to confirm what they are dealing with, arguing that they are capable of handling the situation themselves. Cerrone counters, reminding him that he had initially claimed it was just a bear, but the reality before them is far more alarming. Frustration flares in Altor's eyes as he demands to know what Cerrone truly understands. The sudden shift in tone catches everyone off guard. Altor, his voice rising, accuses Cerrone of never acknowledging him as a leader and treating him as if he were incompetent. Cerrone, momentarily stunned by the accusation, is about to respond when a noise from behind interrupts them. Every head turns toward the sound. One of the boys raises his bow, his voice faltering as he asks what kind of creature they are facing. Before them stands a monstrous beast who's an unnatural fusion of a bear and a wolf. A wave of dread washes over Cerrone as he realizes that this is no ordinary animal, but a true monster. It is unlike anything they have encountered before. He has read about such creatures in books, but seeing one in person sends chills down his spine. The group instinctively steps backward, their bodies rigid with fear. After a brief moment of hesitation, Altor raises his bow and releases an arrow. To their horror, the beast effortlessly evades the attack. A collective gasp escapes the group as Cerrone mutters in disbelief that the creature had dodged with precision. With a sinking feeling, our guy recognizes what they are dealing with. This is no mere beast but a wolf who's an intelligent monster. His studies have taught him that such creatures possess both strength and speed beyond normal animals. Some even rival human intelligence. Though their origins remain a mystery, scholars speculate that their unique evolution stems from the harsh conditions of their environment. As the arrow narrowly misses, the group watches in shock as the beast tears through a tree and charges forward with terrifying speed. Altor, momentarily frozen, quickly regains his composure and shouts for everyone to run. Panic spreads as they scramble to escape, uncertain of which direction to take. One of them suggests fleeing downhill, but Altor immediately dismisses the idea, insisting they head toward the mountain's peak instead. At that crucial moment, Cerrone grips his bow and turns to face the wolf. Altor, eyes wide with alarm, yells at him, questioning whether he intends to act as bait. Without hesitation, Cerrone draws his bowstring and releases an arrow straight at the monster's head. However, the creature remains unfazed, retaliating instantly by crushing Cerrone's bow with a single, powerful strike. Just in time, Cerrone teleports away, narrowly avoiding the devastating blow. The wolf lets out a deep, menacing growl. Breathing heavily, Cerrone quickly assesses the creature's incredible speed and impenetrable hide. Realizing that the only way to ensure everyone's safety is to divert the monster's attention, he makes a split-second decision. As the beast lunges forward at breakneck speed, Cerrone continuously teleports, leading it away from his companions. However, just as he begins to believe he has drawn it far enough, the wolf suddenly halts and shifts direction. A wave of dread washes over him that something isn't right. The monster has found a new target. Meanwhile, Altor orders the group to discard anything heavy and keep moving. But just as they press on, he abruptly stops in his tracks. Turning back, he tells them to continue without him. Rumina, her voice trembling with panic, calls out to him, demanding to know what he is doing. Tears welling in his eyes, Altor confesses that he cannot bring himself to abandon Cerrone. Rumina, equally distraught, turns back and calls his name once more. At that very moment, the wolf closes in on Altor. In that fleeting second, he wonders if Cerrone has already fallen. A crushing sense of guilt grips him, that if he had only listened when Cerrone suggested fleeing downhill, and if things have turned out differently. But before despair can fully take hold, a brilliant golden light suddenly flares between him and the monstrous beast. For a brief moment, Rumina watches in stunned silence, believing the creature has been slain. The others, equally astonished, exchange bewildered glances, questioning whether they have just witnessed magic. However, their relief is short-lived. From a distance, Cerrone's voice pierces the tense air as he shouts for everyone to run. The monster has taken a hit, but it is far from defeated. Desperation creeps into Rumina's expression that how could it have survived? If it was that dazzling light, nothing more than an illusion. Before anyone can react, the wolf launches another attack, this time aiming for the people positioned above. Altor stands frozen in sheer terror, unable to will his body into motion. Rumina, gripped by fear, tries to escape, but the beast's massive claws slash toward her. As she stumbles, falling to the ground, a crushing sense of helplessness takes hold. Just as all hope seems lost, Sarone rushes in, intercepting the attack and seizing the monster. Altor's voice rings out, crying Sarone's name as the wolf retaliates with another strike. This time, its razor-sharp claws stretch towards Sarone, but in the blink of an eye, he vanishes. A split second later, the monster, too, is consumed by the same mysterious energy and disappears alongside him. Rumina, still sprawled on the ground, screams in horror. Sarone reappears, having teleported both himself and the beast to an entirely different location. His mind races, searching for his next course of action. His original plan was to let go of the creature as soon as he severed its connection to Rumina's essence, but doing so now would leave him exposed to attack. At the same time, keeping it close any longer is equally dangerous. He quickly scans his surroundings. Both he and the monster are now outside the clear light's reach. The question remains how he can defeat it. A thought flashes through his mind. He recalls old stories about silver coins and fragments of knowledge buried in his memory. Something capable of manipulating gravity or disrupting symmetry might hold the key. Within his spiritual realm, he extends his hand toward a reflective mirror, channeling his aura into it. A luminous beam of energy bursts forth. In that instant, realization dawns upon him that mathematics holds the answer. As the transparent barrier shatters around him, Sarone grasps a fundamental truth. Mass is an intrinsic property of matter, one that remains unchanged regardless of location or state. It determines inertia and the total energy of an object at rest, what physicists call rest energy. Sarone contemplates the nature of existence, questioning why the world exists and what it truly means to exist. His mind wanders to the concept of mass. Why does matter possess it, and what governs its presence? Within his dream, he envisions space, a realm of symmetry breaking apart. A thought emerges. If the universe existed before anything came into being, then survival for species must depend on disrupting its symmetry. He begins to understand that mass plays a crucial role in this process, and that he might have the ability to grant photons mass. In reality, a deafening explosion shatters the silence, scattering debris in every direction. Sarone swiftly teleports downward, landing just beyond the impact. His breath catches as he peers through the thick smoke. Lying motionless before him is the wolf's lifeless body. As he gazes at it, a realization strikes, and Armin's words echo in his mind. Symmetry can be broken through a form of spatial knowledge, an elusive force known as unnamed knowledge. There exists a mechanism that endows matter with mass, and if manipulated correctly, even light could gain substance. A triumphant smile spreads across Sarone's face as newfound clarity washes over him. However, his thoughts soon shift as he studies the fallen creature, pondering why such a formidable beast would inhabit these mountains. Just then, an eerie sound disrupts his contemplation. His body tenses as he whirls around, suddenly grasping something he had overlooked. These monsters do not roam alone. Lifting his gaze, he sees what lies ahead. He is no longer facing a single wolk. On the opposite side, Altor and the others stand frozen in fear. Before them looms a vast pack of wolves, their piercing eyes fixated on the humans like predators eyeing helpless prey. Terror spreads through the group. Some begin to weep, overwhelmed by the imminent danger. Determined, Altor takes charge, declaring that he will draw the creatures away while the others descend the cliff. His words are met with immediate protest. A companion, horrified, calls him reckless, asking if he has lost his mind. But Altor remains resolute. He insists that this is their only chance at survival. With tears brimming in his eyes, he urges them to live, ensuring that his and Sarone's sacrifices will not be in vain. Just then, a brilliant light pierces through the sky. A luminous figure descends, and Sarone, having teleported at just the right moment, lands dramatically, his presence exuding power. The group rushes toward him, voices overlapping as they cry out in relief. Some had feared he was dead, and sobs of joy fill the air. Sarone simply smiles and offers a quiet apology. Altor, standing nearby, calls out, but Sarone speaks first, apologizing for causing him worry. Without hesitation, he tells Altor to leave the wolves to him. Alarmed, Altor moves to intervene, but Sarone reassures him, stating that this does not violate the school's rules. A deafening roar erupts as the wolves, driven by fury, charge at Sarone with incredible speed. He remains unmoving, his hand glowing as photons gather at his fingertips. Rumina and the others watch in stunned silence. The light is unlike anything they had seen before. Its nature has changed. A distinct glow forms on Sarone's forehead as he recognizes what has happened. He has successfully infused mass into the photons. With a single motion, he unleashes an immense force, a radiant energy slicing through the oncoming monsters. Altor and the others gasp in shock at the sight. As Sarone watches the aftermath, understanding dawns upon him this is his magic, something he had always been capable of but had never realized. The remaining Wolks, now consumed by rage, launch another assault. This time, Saroni takes the offensive, teleporting forward to meet them head-on. A massive photon blast engulfs the battlefield, wiping out many of them in an instant. Altor, Rumina, and the others remain speechless, struggling to comprehend what they have just witnessed. Altor murmurs in disbelief that Saron is a true magician. However, Saron is all too aware of the cost. This form of magic demands an immense toll on his mental strength. Suddenly, a presence looms behind him. A Wolk stands, poised to strike. Saron reacts instantly, turning to launch another attack. Yet as the dust settles, the monster opens its eyes and it is still alive. Shock flashes across Saron's face. His magic, once unstoppable, has weakened. Sensing an opportunity, the Wolk lets out a piercing howl. Within moments, the pack surges forward in unison. Cries of warning erupt from Altor and the others, urging Saron to flee, but he stands firm. There is no turning back. His mind races that there is only one path forward. The question remains if he can succeed. He questions whether he can maintain his balance as the powerful currents surge around him. The monsters, swift as lightning, close the distance in an instant. Urgent cries from his companions reach his ears, urging him to flee. At that moment, his eyes snap open, glowing with an intense blue light. Within the spiritual realm, the cracks widen further, and a dark vortex, resembling a black hole, begins to form, pulling everything into its depths. His consciousness shifts, returning him to the state he once reached when performing before the entire school. His arm gradually fades, yet he still struggles to lift it. In the real world, an immense torrent of magical energy erupts from him, crashing into the advancing creatures. The sheer force of the attack hurls several Wooks backward. Its power is so overwhelming that neither Rumina nor Martin can remain steady on their feet. Altor, staring ahead, struggles to believe what he is witnessing. Even as it unfolds before his eyes, it feels unreal. Before them, an enormous surge of energy radiates from him. Yet, the relentless creatures refuse to falter, some managing to push forward despite the devastation. A sudden realization dawns upon him that his energy is depleting rapidly. If this continues, his spirit domain will dissipate like mist in the wind. A memory surfaces, reminding him of a similar moment in the past. Understanding what must be done, he recognizes that there is only one option left, which is to unleash every ounce of energy he possesses. Resolving to act, he follows his instincts. The previous outpouring of magic had been powerful, yet this time, he amplifies it to an unimaginable degree. The resulting energy surges outward, its brilliance eclipsing everything in sight. The ground trembles, and the very air seems to rupture. Rocks explode into dust, and the Wooks, frozen in terror, recoil at the sheer magnitude of the force before them. As the energy dissipates, the battlefield is left unrecognizable. The ground beneath them has been leveled into a perfect line, a testament to the sheer force of his attack. The surviving creatures, their bodies trembling, stare at him in horror. He meets their gaze, his piercing blue eyes unyielding, and commands them to leave and never return. Without hesitation, they turn and flee, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Exhaustion takes hold, his breaths ragged and unsteady. His body wavers, and before he can collapse, Altor moves swiftly to catch him. The others rush forward, their voices trembling with concern as they check his condition. Rumina places a hand on him, assessing his state. Standing close, Altor suggests that it is time to return, declaring that the hunt has come to an end. At night, he sits on the grass, gazing at the sky in silent contemplation. Altor approaches, a small smile on his face, and inquires how he ended up there. A faint smile plays on his lips as he takes a deep breath, explaining that he simply wanted to look at the stars. It occurs to him how long it has been since he last slept so soundly. The memories of restless nights filled with nightmares and visions feel distant. Upon waking, he finds himself surrounded by his companions, their faces streaked with tears. Rumina, his voice shaking, admits that for a moment, he had believed Saron would never wake again. It dawns on him that his slumber had been so deep it had resembled death itself. None of them had moved from his side until he stirred. Turning to Altor, he inquires about the others. A relieved smile crosses Altor's face as he explains that they are busy preparing a meal. He then adds that aside from Rumina's minor fall, no one was harmed, though all had been left in awe of Saron's strength. Saron nods, agreeing that it is indeed fortunate. Altor lifts his gaze toward the sky, remarking that by morning he will settle everything with the adults. He casually mentions that the monster's skins and fangs hold considerable value. Curious, he asks Saron if he knows the creature's name. Without hesitation, Saron identifies them as Wolks and recalls hearing that their fangs are especially valuable. A laugh escapes Altor as he nods in agreement. A moment of silence lingers before Altor suddenly apologizes. Puzzled, Saroni questions what he means. Before he can respond, Altor hesitates, then admits that it is jealousy that weighs on him. Saron is taken aback by the confession. His thoughts drift to a distant memory that a quiet afternoon when he had been reading after chopping firewood. He remembers Altor's friends passing by, one of them casually remarking that at times, Saron looked undeniably impressive. Altor had simply observed him in silence back then. Snapping back to the present, Altor speaks once more, bringing up the dream Saron has always pursued. Surprised, Saron asks what he means. Altor nods knowingly, acknowledging that it is the very dream Saron has been chasing. A faint blush dusts Altor's face as he expresses his hope that Saron will one day achieve it. Hearing this, Saron's lips curl into a smile. Both of them shift their gaze toward the endless sky, and with quiet certainty, he assures Altor that he will. The following day, Altor asked if the boy intended to extend his stay. Though he expressed a desire to remain, he explained that numerous unfinished studies at school required his attention. After a firm handshake, Altor wished him well and encouraged him to pursue his path as a magician. The others joined in, smiling warmly as they voiced their support for his journey. In response, Saron smiled and assured them that he would return. At that moment, Rumina rushed toward him and embraced him tightly. Insisting that he had to visit again after mastering magic, she jokingly warned that if he ever ignored her on purpose, he would have to face the consequences. Saron chuckled gently and promised to remember. As he prepared to leave, he wished everyone well, and they responded with their goodbyes. Watching him depart, Altor placed a hand on Rumina's shoulder and teasingly remarked that if she missed him so much, he could always bring him back for her. Rumina wiped her tears and shook her head, stating that he was not gone forever. Smiling, she added that she had always admired how determined he looked while chasing his dreams. Saron made his way back to school, heading first to Istas. As he entered, he opened a small notebook and recalled a past conversation in which he had wondered how they could locate their research group's room among 89 blocks. Nade had smiled at the time, assuring him that as a new member he would be guided through the process. He had pointed ahead, instructing him to check the number on the ceiling, which was 19, and to note the color of the door. Saron had taken notes and observed that room 19 with golden doors was number 5. As he climbed the stairs, he continued reading his notebook, analyzing the structure, and determining that 3 other rows were connected to the place. He had then represented them as X, Y, and Z, forming an equation to calculate the total key of Istas. He remembered being amazed by the logic and had wondered who could have come up with it. Nade had immediately responded that one of the founding members, a savant, had created the equation and had memorized the entire Estes system. He had also recalled showing the equation to Iruki for the first time. Returning to the present, Saron opened a purple door and found himself inside the Paranormal Science Club's room. As he stepped in, he admired the elegance of the equation. From within, voices could be heard arguing over a calculation error. One person was complaining about wasted time, insisting that increasing the sample size would improve accuracy, while another retorted that such a method was only viable with unlimited funding. Slowly opening the door, Saron reflected on how his journey to locate the club had mirrored his growing realization of the value of bonds and shared moments. Smiling, he greeted Nade and Iruki, remarking that they had finally returned after losing everything. Nade urged him to listen carefully to understand, while Iruki, noticing his pleased expression, questioned why he looked so happy. Saron, silently expressing gratitude in his heart, smiled and announced that he was back. At the 48th training ground, the 3 of them gathered. Saron extended his hand, and a stream of bright energy converged in his palm. Nade, observing the phenomenon, speculated that it was photon emission and questioned whether he had enhanced its output power. Iruki, however, sensed something unusual. Analyzing the energy, he realized that while photon emission typically radiated outward, Saron's energy was instead condensing inward. Before Nade could fully grasp what was happening, Saron unleashed his self-luminescent source, creating a force reminiscent of when he had fought against a group of Wolks. Stunned, Nade and Iruki examined the resulting hole, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Nade exclaimed in shock that Saron had used light to punch through a solid surface, calling it magic. Iruki, still processing the situation, inquired about the spells involved. Smiling nervously, Nade dismissed it as a joke. Saron then explained that he had developed the spell himself and had named it the Photon Cannon. Iruki, deep in thought, noted that anything related to photons was usually complex, making the spell particularly remarkable. Saron offered to elaborate but suggested relocating to a different place. At a restaurant outside the school, Nade and Iruki, while eating noodles, expressed their disbelief at Saron's ability to add mass to photons. They wondered whether the same principle could be applied to electricity. Nade admitted that the thought alone was overwhelming. He pointed out that if Saron had truly achieved such a feat, it would mark a groundbreaking advancement in the world of magic. While Iruki acknowledged the brilliance of the discovery, he also noted that simply understanding the theory did not guarantee mastery over photonic magic. Even those who attained almighty enlightenment, he argued, would struggle to comprehend its intricacies. Nade agreed. adding that the implications were far greater than they had initially assumed. At that moment, Cerrone asked for their help. He wished to deepen his knowledge, but due to the vacation, they could not access the library. Furthermore, he was unable to enter the Nam library alone and requested that they accompany him. Nade, curious about the restriction, speculated that it might be related to what Cerrone had hesitated to say earlier. Iruki also pondered the reason behind it. Cerrone hesitated, uncertain about how they would react if he revealed the truth. However, he ultimately decided that he would no longer run away. Taking a deep breath, he confessed that he was not a noble, but a commoner. He explained that as an infant, he had been abandoned in a stable before being adopted by his parents, with his father working as a simple hunter. A heavy silence filled the table. Nade, observing him closely, admitted that he had noticed the change in his mood recently. Iruki, however, reacted differently, questioning why it even mattered. Nade was taken aback by Iruki's response, but Iruki continued, emphasizing that despite Cerrone's background, he had accomplished extraordinary feats. He pointed out that Cerrone had studied for only a year, reached the 5th grade in just 3 months, and even managed to defeat him in front of the entire school. He then questioned how someone from such circumstances had even managed to date a genius mage. Before he could say more, Nade quickly interrupted, reassuring Cerrone that his origins were irrelevant. With a warm gesture, he expressed his affection for Cerrone as a friend. Cerrone, touched by their words, smiled and thanked them with teary eyes. Iruki, appearing deep in thought, suddenly asked whether Amy was already aware of this truth. Nade, equally surprised, inquired how long Cerrone and Amy had known each other. Smiling, Cerrone explained that they had been acquainted since childhood, though their relationship had not been particularly good at first. Intrigued, Nade urged him to share more details. 5 years earlier, in the slums of Radom, a boy had been desperately fleeing while clutching a stale loaf of meat. A tall man wielding knives had been chasing after him, cursing and shouting threats. The frail and sickly boy, Canis, had struggled to escape, eventually slipping into the sewers. Inside, Canis had whispered his sister's name, Erin. She had been lying on the ground, her head resting on a pile of straw, her face filled with pain. Rushing to her side, Canis had asked if she was in great distress. He had shown her the stolen bread, pleading with her not to die. As he had gazed toward the exit, hoping for help, the 3 men from earlier had appeared behind him, laughing wickedly. One of them had immediately punched Canis aside, mocking his futile attempt to hide. They had continued kicking him while taunting him for stealing such a precious piece of meat for his sister. One of them had then lifted Aaron onto his shoulder, while the others had mercilessly beaten Canis. He had screamed threats, vowing to kill them if they dared to harm her. However, they had only laughed, ridiculing him for making such bold claims. One of them had drawn a dagger, and another had given the order to finish him off. At that moment, Canis had despaired, thinking that if only he had power, things would be different. Just as all hope seems lost, dark energy had suddenly surrounded his attackers. In his wide-eyed shock, he had witnessed the gangsters being effortlessly dealt with. As the darkness coalesced, it had gently placed Aaron beside him before taking on a distinct form. A mysterious figure had then stood before them and, with a calm voice, had asked Canis whether he found magic fascinating. Stunned, Canis had remained silent until a sudden realization dawned upon him. In that moment, it had felt as though he had glimpsed the light of his life. As evening descended upon the capital of the Tormia Bashuka kingdom, Canis stood atop a well-lit building, surveying the security forces below. Speaking into a communication device, he reported their overwhelming presence. The voice on the other end acknowledged his observation, noting the unprecedented number of artifacts within the structure and emphasizing their immense archaeological significance. Shifting the conversation, Canis inquired about their target. His contact detailed that their objective was the dragon's hearts, the core of the magic restriction device, securely encased on the 3rd floor and heavily guarded by 15 personnel. However, before the relic could be seized, the core's presence would suppress his ability to access the spirit domain within the building. Canis straightened, muttering to himself that, with magic rendered useless, he had no choice but to enter directly. A cautionary reminder from the other side was met with nothing more than an amused smirk. With a question about the lingering shadow of his past, he leaped from the rooftop. As he descended, a surge of dark energy radiated from his form, its source tethered to the very building he aimed for. Without hesitation, he shattered the glass entrance, drawing startled reactions from the guards within. Their alarmed shouts filled the air as they rushed to confront the intruder. Canis advanced unhurriedly, raising his gaze before uttering a command. Instantly, waves of black magic erupted from his body, sweeping through the room and incapacitating the guards in mere moments. Cries of disbelief rang out, questioning how magic could be wielded under the device's restriction. Those still standing scrambled to activate the alarm, identifying him as a magician and calling for reinforcements. Before their warnings could reach beyond the room, Another pulse of dark energy surged from Canis, eliminating any remaining opposition. Without slowing his stride, he pushed through the door ahead, stepping inside with the certainty that he had reached his destination. Before him, a luminous blue stone, which is the core of the magic restriction device, rested. Extending his hand, he reached for it, but just as his fingers made contact, another wave of guards stormed into the chamber. One of them, visibly shaken, attempted to voice a warning about the relic's significance. However, before he could finish, a streak of dark magic pierced through him, swiftly reducing the rest of his unit to the same fate. As silence settled over the room, a new presence made itself known. Canis, unfazed, acknowledged the arrival with a knowing remark, sensing that they had come at the perfect moment. Standing at the entrance, Erin, who is now older, scanned the devastation before her. Without accusation, she questioned whether he had resorted to killing. In response, Canis reassured her that the guards were merely unconscious. Erin remained silent, her thoughts unreadable, but before she could reply, a thunderous explosion erupted outside. Beyond the crumbling walls, an army stood poised, their ranks accompanied by a figure hovering in the air. His commanding voice demanded Canis to surrender the stolen relic, warning that escape was impossible unless all taken artifacts were returned. Raising a hand, the figure unleashed a colossal surge of energy, sending it hurtling toward the shattered chamber. From within the wreckage, two silhouettes emerged, their forms infused with an overwhelming aura of dark energy. The commander's eyes widened as he recognized the unmistakable power of dark magicians. Before he could react, a wave of darkness surged toward him, forcing him to raise his shield in defense. As the magic dissipated, he scanned the scene frantically, only to realize that both figures had vanished. Below, chaos spread through the ranks. Soldiers scrambled, reporting that the core of the magic restriction device had been stolen. The airborne commander, his expression grim, barked orders for an immediate search. His thoughts, however, lingered on a deeper concern. There had been no signs of teleportation, which meant the intruders were still close. Yet, what truly unsettled him was their youth. It was unthinkable that two individuals so young had not only bypassed the restriction device, but had also wielded dark magic at such an advanced level. Descending from the sky, he contemplated a chilling possibility. Only one magician in history had ever commanded darkness so absolute that it devoured sunlight itself, a force so devastating that it had once thrown an entire kingdom into turmoil. That magician was Arcane, and yet Arcane had supposedly perished in an accident 4 decades ago. The commander clenched his teeth, struggling to reconcile the presence of such a power with its supposed extinction. Meanwhile, far beyond the capital, in the secluded mountains near Bashuka, Arin and Canis arrived at their hidden base. Within Canis's grasp rested the stolen relic that's the final ingredient they had sought. Before them, an aging man with a frail body and an unkempt beard lay motionless, surrounded by intricate machines. Canis stepped forward, carefully placing the artifact into a designated slot. With solemn conviction, he declared that this final piece would restore their master to his former glory. Arin, watching from a distance, swallowed nervously as the device activated. A brilliant blue light burst forth, followed by a thick cloud of smoke. As the haze cleared, Canis's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Suddenly, a large, gnarled hand gripped the bed's edge. Slowly, the old man stirred, rising for the first time in decades. His voice, hoarse yet unwavering, broke the silence with fury. After 40 long years, he would finally reclaim what had been stolen. His gaze lifted, dark eyes burning with vengeance. In a growl that resonated with power, he uttered a single name, branding Alpheus Mirhi a traitor. 40 years ago, within a burning building filled with desperate screams, Arcane's voice echoed in fury. He confronted Alpheus, insisting that the research was not his alone, that he had poured his heart and soul into it. Alpheus, then still young, turned away with a cold expression, smirking as he dismissed Arcane's words. Without hesitation, he walked away, leaving Arcane behind to be consumed by the relentless flames. Now in the present, Arcane examines his hands, murmuring that it took him 4 decades to recover. His hatred for Alpheus burns stronger than ever, and he questions whether his old rival truly believes he can live in peace after what he has done. Canis and Erin kneel before him, expressing their gratitude, acknowledging that their survival and strength are owed to him. Pledging their loyalty, they swear to follow his command. Arcane gazes at them, affirming his trust in his devoted disciples. While Erin trembles slightly, Canis maintains an unwavering smile. Arcane cautions them to remain vigilant, reminding them that Alpheus, blinded by greed, once killed without hesitation to achieve his ambitions. He describes him as a man willing to commit any atrocity for power. Elsewhere, in the principal's office of the Magic Academy, a storm rages outside. Alpheus stands near the window, lost in thought. Moving silently toward a bookcase, he pulls out a book, triggering the entrance to a hidden passage. Taking a lamp, he steps inside, placing it on a table as he surveys the room. His mind drifts to a night much like this one, his gaze locking onto a large portrait before him. In a low voice, he vows never to forgive. Meanwhile, in Bashuka, a conference for the Royal Professors Association is in session. Exhausted, Professor Thad rubs his temples, finally understanding why many teachers delay attending. The endless discussions and debates stretch on for days. Taking a sip of water, he sighs, longing for the moment he can return home. This year, he represents Alpheus's academy, observing the noble scholars still deep in conversation even after the official proceedings have ended. Their persistence impresses him, but his real reason for staying is personal, and he hopes to speak with someone. In the center of the gathering, a striking blue-haired woman commands attention. Thad recognizes her instantly. Lena Ogent, a celebrated member of the prestigious Elite Artists 99 Club and a royal pianist, trained under the renowned Merchant of Melody. She appears unbothered by the crowd surrounding her. Thad sighs, thinking how much easier life would be if someone he knew were even half as graceful. His thoughts clearly drifting to Professor Oliver. Just then, Lena's gaze meets his. Startled, Thad nearly spits out his drink, his mind racing as he wonders if she is truly looking at him. Before he can compose himself, a voice greets him. Lena addresses him politely, recognizing him as a professor. Thad, still in shock, stammers in response, struggling to believe she knows him. She casually mentions that she is aware of his role and that House Oyent has ties to Creus. Overwhelmed by the unexpected interaction, his thoughts drift into a daydream, where he envisions a future with Lena, married with children. In his fantasy, she smiles and calls out a name, Sirone. The image shifts abruptly, and the child in her arms bears Sirone's face. Reality crashes down on him. Recognizing the name, he immediately understands the implications. His mind spins with the realization that this may be a conversation with a concerned parent. Quickly regaining his composure, he responds with a polite smile, praising Sirone's exceptional abilities and calling him the pride of the school. Lena, visibly pleased, inquires about Sirone's social life. Thad reassures her, explaining that the boy is well liked by both male and female students, even admitting his own envy. When he mentions that Sirone has a girlfriend, Lena momentarily stiffens, though she quickly masks her reaction with a forced smile, stating that she is glad he is doing well. Noticing her shift in demeanor, Thad offers to relay a message, but Lena declines, expressing contentment in simply hearing about Sirone's well-being. He reassures her, emphasizing that Alpheus's Magic Academy is one of the kingdom's finest institutions and that Sirone is in good hands. Her surprise at his words quickly turns into gratitude as she thanks him for looking after Sirone. Moved by her smile, Thad impulsively invites her to return to Creus with him the next day for a meal. Lena, delighted, claps her hands but regretfully declines, explaining that she has a performance in Bashuka. Seizing the opportunity, Thad eagerly asks if he can attend. Lena, amused, accepts his request, saying she would be honored to have him in the audience. Thad feels as if the world around him is blooming with joy, but Lena's expression soon darkens. She shares her concern that attendance might be low due to recent turmoil in the capital. Curious, Thad asks what she means. Lena's frown deepens as she reveals that Inferno was recently attacked, and a Class B prisoner has escaped. The culprit, a dark magician, remains unidentified. As a result, the capital is under strict martial law. Thad's expression hardens. He presses for more details, and Lena casually mentions that the escapee is an elderly man with white hair. The revelation leaves Thad horrified. Without hesitation, he bows quickly and excuses himself. Lena watches in confusion, calling after him, but he is already gone. She stands there, puzzled, wondering what could have caused such a reaction. Thad rushes through the halls, gritting his teeth. He mutters under his breath, convinced that the dark magician and the escaped prisoner are connected. Frustration builds as he curses the timing that this had to happen while he was away. The previous night, within the burning ruins of Inferno, flames engulf the facility. Bodies litter the ground, unmoving. Amidst the chaos, a man is lifted by dark energy, his throat crushed in an unrelenting grip before being impaled and left to die. Dark magic is characterized by two fundamental properties, which are absorption and assimilation. It consumes energy, integrating it into a singular force. Canis's spiritual energy absorbs the dark power, minimizing its impact on him. He remains still, silently witnessing the immense force taking shape before him. Despite his unease, Canis confronts his fears, fully aware that his power is at its peak in darkness, but diminishes when exposed to sunlight. He reflects on the inevitable truth that darkness can never completely overcome light. Just then, Arcane places a hand on his shoulder, commending his progress. Canis recalls his master's teachings, particularly the time he spoke of their benefactor, the great Mage Arcane, who had once rescued both him and Aaron from the depths of despair. Speaking in a composed tone, Arcane assures Canis that with greater effort, he can eradicate light entirely. With his growing strength, extending shadows toward the sunlight, and annihilating the giant ants before him, becomes an effortless task. Observing the chaos around him, Canis allows himself a moment of satisfaction. Agonized screams pierce the air as people beg for mercy, only to be mercilessly consumed by the dark force. Aaron, standing behind him, voices his doubts, questioning whether their actions truly serve the purpose of avenging their master, or if they have gone too far. Canis, unwavering, insists that they must have faith in their master's intentions. Meeting his brother's gaze, he asserts that their master's actions are never without reason. In the midst of death and darkness, he smiles, while Aaron, though unconvinced, merely mutters his acknowledgement. As the dark force violently demolishes the barriers in their path, they advance into a vast chamber where prisoners are confined. Suddenly the iron gate creaks open, moved by an unseen force. One prisoner emerges hesitantly, soon followed by another, both awestruck by what has just transpired. They exchange glances before turning to Canis, expressing admiration and inquiring whether he is a magician. However, their moment of awe is short-lived as they burst into laughter upon noticing Canis and Aaron mocking them for bringing children to a battlefield, as if on a casual outing. Among the prisoners, one man steps forward, introducing himself as Kraken, the Night Cat, his demeanor exuding confidence. Arcane, observing in silence, finally speaks, his tone cold and filled with disappointment. He dismisses them as insignificant, mere minnows in an ocean. His words immediately provoke outrage, and the prisoners, frowning, advance aggressively, convinced that their sheer numbers will give them the upper hand against him. A sudden wave of darkness engulfs them, plunging them into a world of confusion. Their vision is stolen as the walls seem to close in, trapping them in a suffocating abyss. Panic erupts, and in their desperation they shove against one another, struggling for an escape that does not exist. Their terrified screams soon fade, drowned beneath the overwhelming force of the void, until only silence remains alongside a vast pool of blood. Standing amidst the chaos, Arcane speaks once more, declaring that everything is but a grand conspiracy. His gaze shifts to the last remaining prisoner, a man who now fidgets uneasily. This prisoner is Lucas. Bound in heavy chains, a tattoo of a parrot imprinted on his shoulder, he takes a step forward, acknowledging his capture. Yet, his voice carries an accusatory tone as he challenges the group's intentions, suggesting they are conspiring against the kingdom. A knowing smirk plays across his lips as he insinuates that his suspicions must be correct. Canis and Aaron are taken back by Lucas's confidence. With deliberate movements, Lucas raises his bound hands, using the heavy shackles as weapons, attempting to strike the dark magician before him. However, he soon realizes that his attacks barely make contact. He is stunned, questioning the identity of the old man standing before him. The dumbbells never touch Arcane's face, halted by an unseen yet formidable magical barrier. Then, without hesitation, Arcane speaks, declaring that Lucas has passed his test. The prisoner recoils, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind those words. A nervous chuckle escapes him as he insists that he had never volunteered for any role among them. Arcane offers no response. Instead, darkness surges forward, rushing toward the prisoner with lethal intent. Lucas clenches his teeth, unwilling to believe this is where his fate is sealed. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the chains binding his wrists shatter. Arcane, unfazed, makes an observation that Lucas's greatest weakness is money. For a moment, the prisoner remains frozen in place, processing the words. But as Arcane continues, offering him wealth beyond imagination, his expression shifts. Greed flickers in his eyes, and in an instant, he grins, accepting the proposal without hesitation. Canis, still standing in the background, watches in silence, his brows furrowed in contemplation. He struggles to decipher the true intentions of his master. Meanwhile, beneath a sky thick with storm clouds, rain crashes down onto a dark road where a carriage speeds through the night. Inside, Thad leans forward, his voice rising in urgency as he demands that the driver move faster. He insists that he has paid all the gold coins necessary, but the driver, unfazed, reminds him that no matter how swiftly they travel, they will not reach Kryze before dawn. Frustration twists Thad's features, and he curses under his breath, while the driver sighs at the misfortune of being on the road at such an hour. Slumping back against the seat, Thad rubs his forehead, thoughts racing. He knows that Arcane was released from prison just the night before. Given his history, there is no doubt that his next move will be to exact vengeance for events that transpired 40 years ago. The rain continues its relentless assault, and Thad knows he must deliver this information to his master without delay. At Althea's School of Magic, Lucas shivers, grumbling about the biting cold and the merciless downpour that only worsens the mission at hand. Canis, indifferent to his complaints, orders him to focus on fulfilling their agreement rather than wasting time whining. Lucas smirks but remains unfazed, demanding a generous reward in exchange for his cooperation. His gaze drifts toward Arcane, and with a low mutter, he tells his regrets that had he known they would dare to assault the school on such a stormy night, he never would have joined them. Yet Arcane remains silent with his eyes fixed ahead. Lucas joins the group for the money promised to him, yet he soon realizes that their mission feels no different from rebellion and treason. His curiosity piqued, he questions Erin's presence, suggesting that someone as beautiful as her does not belong in such dangerous work. He even offers her a chance to leave with him. But before she can respond, Canis cuts in, reminding Lucas to focus on guarding the hostages. When Lucas presses for details about the hostage, Canis remains vague, telling him he will find out in the morning. Frustrated, Lucas wonders why their master follows someone like Canis, but quickly dismisses his doubts. Everything is unfolding according to their master's plan, and questioning it serves no purpose. Above them, Arcane rises into the air, spreading waves of dark energy across the field. Long ago, mass disrupted the symmetry of the universe, setting off events that shape the world into its present form. Now Nade, exhausted from hours of reading, stares at a pile of books and ponders whether the world could exist without mass. He speculates that mass must have emerged suddenly, perhaps in an explosive event. Nearby, Iruki, sprawled lazily on the floor, dismisses his thoughts, calling it nothing more than mass. Irritated, Nade presses him for clarification, asking if he believes God created everything. Then, with a hint of sarcasm, he asks if Iruki is just too hungry to think straight. Iruki shrugs and simply says he does not know. Their endless search for answers about mass has led them to the same conclusion that it is something beyond human understanding. Sitting up, Iruki remarks that they have come as close as possible to viewing it from an omniscient perspective. He glances to the side and sees Saron, buried in books. Curious, Iruki asks him what mass truly is from an all-knowing standpoint. At this, Saron explains that a magician's omniscience allows them to form an unbiased and objective view, while their omnipotence remains entirely personal. Pulling out a book, he admits that defining mass in words is difficult. Instead, he recalls an experience in the spiritual field. A moment when a wall crumbled, revealing a vast sky filled with stars. Holding a piece of a broken puzzle, he had watched as it transformed into radiant beams of light. Now he believes existence itself has a purpose, though Iruki struggles to grasp his meaning. Saron senses an undeniable force, as if existence itself longs to be acknowledged. Theoi finds this idea profound, comparing it to the need to prove one's own existence. Intrigued, Nade suggests calling it the Particles of God, a name that surprises Saron. Iruki agrees, and Saron decides that the term fits perfectly. Nade believes that understanding this concept will strengthen their omnipotence and imagination, while Saron, fascinated, resolves to study it further. The next morning, at Alpheus Magic Academy, Nade complains about the end of their vacation, though Iruki argues that it has only been interrupted. Saron reminds them of their shared promise from the day before to work hard for their 4th year. However, his words do little to reassure them. Nade and Iruki exchange skeptical glances, with Nade joking that if anyone needs extra time, it is Saron, who might end up staying another year. Saron protests, pointing out that their grades are actually higher than his, making him the most at risk of failing. Nade then suggests spending their last day of break at the clubhouse. Saron refuses, saying he has somewhere else to be, urging them to go ahead without him. As Iruki also takes his leave, Saron reflects on how much has changed in the past 6 months. Once an inexperienced first-year student, he has since learned about the God particle and gained invaluable friendships, not to mention the guidance of someone who helped him reach this point. Meanwhile, at the Iron Bastille senior class building, students file into the room one by one. Amy and Sariel walk in together, chatting casually, when Saron suddenly rushes toward them, balancing 2 cups of coffee in his hands. Startled, they step back as he grins, apologizing and explaining that he just wanted to surprise them. Shyly, he thanks Amy, acknowledging that he owes her. However, instead of a warm response, Amy coldly questions why he is speaking so informally. Shocked, Saron asks what she means. Sariel, standing beside Amy, gives him a wary look and reminds him that as a student, he should be focusing on his studies rather than approaching those in the graduating class. As they pass him, Sariel mutters that she had hoped for some peace and quiet. Confused, Saron follows after them, asking if they are upset because he has not visited them in a while. Before he can process what is happening, Sariel and Amy shove him to the ground. They accuse him of stalking them and warn that if he does not leave immediately, they will take disciplinary action against him. Trembling, Saron insists that this must be a misunderstanding. He cannot comprehend why they are treating him this way. Amy, seeming to lose interest, tells Sariel that it is enough and reminds her that lunch is almost over. As the two walk away, Saron stands frozen in disbelief. His mind rejects the reality unfolding before him that this cannot be happening. In a sudden panic, he turns and runs. Sariel watches him go, frowning as she comments that despite his innocent appearance, he is oddly persistent. Amy remains silent. Sariel, noticing her expression, reassures her not to dwell on it too much, playfully reminding her that she already has a handsome man by her side. Amy hesitates, then looks toward the person across from her. Meanwhile, Saron sprints through the halls and collides with a tall student Mark. Recognizing the class badge on Saron's shoulder, Mark immediately bows and apologizes, addressing him as senior. However, Saron, now more confused than ever, asks if Mark truly does not recognize him. Mark hesitates, rubbing the back of his neck, and admits that he does not. Shocked, Saron insists that they took the teleportation test together. But Mark, still uncertain, apologizes once more. At that moment, Oliver approaches and asks what is going on. Saron, relieved, turns to her, calling her name, but she only looks at him in confusion. The professor then speaks, staring at him with unfamiliarity, and asks who he is. A chill runs down Saron's spine as he realizes that no one remembers him. Students gather, whispering among themselves. Some suspect that he might be an intruder. Panic takes hold of him. He turns and runs as shouts ring out behind him. His mind races, grasping for an explanation that this cannot be real. It must be a lie. Desperate, he reaches the classroom where his friends should be and bursts through the door, calling their names. Nade and Iruki, sitting inside, lift their heads to look at him. Out of breath, Saron pleads for recognition. But Nade only gives him a cold stare and demands to know how he got in. Iruki echoes the question, his gaze just as unfamiliar. Saron freezes in place. A terrifying thought grips him that what if he never existed in this world to begin with? And perhaps everything up until now had been nothing more than a dream. Nade asks our guy how the outsiders know the key to Eastus and if another research group sent it to them. Saron looks at them with even more despair. At this moment, Nade and Iruki look down and burst into laughter. They tease our guy, saying they couldn't help it anymore and mock his expression. Nade even laughs and imitates him. Saron collapses and, trembling, asks if they remember him. Seeing something is wrong, they stand up in surprise and ask why Saron is crying. They apologize for teasing him, but Saron continues crying. Nade asks what he means by saying that people don't remember him. Iruki finds it strange, especially since even Professor Oliver said the same thing. Our guy holds his face and explains that when he looked into her eyes, she wasn't lying. Nade stands up and suggests they should go outside to check. Saron immediately protests, fearing they will forget him if they leave. He worries that if that happens, he will be completely alone. Iruki suggests rewriting themselves. Nade quickly writes on Iruki's hand, noting that if he loses his memory, the person with the North Star symbol is his friend. He then holds out his arm, now marked with a star, and reassures Saron that even if they forget, this will help them remember. Saron looks at the symbol and wonders if this is some kind of supernatural spiritual activity. Iruki looks outside and urges them to go check. The three of them take turns returning to Althea's school. When they arrive, they look ahead in shock. The schoolyard is filled with students and teachers. They are all gathered there, walking forward in an eerie manner. Saron finds the sight even stranger than what he previously described. He hesitates, fearing he might end up like them if he gets too close. Iruki analyzes the situation and thinks the possibility is low since Saron has already come into physical contact with them. Saron feels reassured and decides to move forward. Nade steps ahead and calls out Gabe. Gabe raises his head in confusion and asks if Nade knows him. Iruki and Saron follow in surprise. Nade, confused, insists that he does know Gabe and asks where he is going. Gabe, looking just as bewildered, doesn't answer. Instead, he grabs Nade's shoulder and demands to know who he is and what the sound in his head means. He holds his head in panic, saying he can't hear anything. Nade asks what he is hearing now, but Iruki interjects, saying that Gabe doesn't realize the sound he is hearing is his own voice. At this moment, Gabe stops speaking entirely and simply cries out in distress. Iruki observes that Gabe is continuously losing his memories. Our guy watches in shock and urges them to stop, but then all three look ahead in horror. The students have soulless eyes and are walking in a line. From the youngest students to the graduating class, even the teachers follow. A dark magical energy swirls under their feet. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Aaron turns around and announces that he has gathered them all. Candace stands in front of him with a group of students who move like zombies. She instructs him to proceed. Suddenly, a terrifying scream fills the air. Lucas crosses his arms and stands among the students, watching them turn into zombies. He smirks and wonders if he can do anything he wants to them. Then, he notices Amy and remarks on her beauty. Before he can continue, a voice interrupts him. Candace speaks coldly, while warning Lucas that if he disrupts their master's grand plan with such distractions, he will kill him. Lucas looks up, frustrated, and complains that Candace is too strict. He asks if they can have a little fun, but Candace remains stern and warns him again. Lucas, annoyed, internally curses Candace but knows better than to challenge a magician in their domain. He lets go of Amy's shoulder, sighing that it's pointless without a reward. At this moment, all the professors and students of the school are lining up and walking toward the horn. Nade, Saron, and Iruki hide above, watching. Nade wonders if they should stop them, but Iruki disagrees. Nade asks why in surprise. Saron also turns to look at Iruki, who explains that memory manipulation magic is extremely difficult, yet it has been used on more than 500 people. Nade realizes how terrifying the situation is. Iruki adds that these 500 people are not ordinary individuals, but highly intelligent students and professors, including Oliver, a 6th-level magician. Nade is even more frightened. Sarone coldly states that this means their enemies are stronger than them. Iruki nods and confirms that they are facing magicians beyond their imagination. He suggests they follow their trail instead of intervening immediately, as it could be too dangerous. At that, our boy suddenly notices something and urges them to pay attention. He points out that the principal and Professor Romy are missing. Meanwhile, in a house on a mountain, Miss Romy is meditating. Her body is drenched in sweat, and she frowns as the house shakes, startling the birds. She opens her eyes in shock and realizes something is wrong. She senses a massive demonic presence and notices that no one has come looking for her despite school hours passing. Immediately, Miss Romy teleports to the academy and is stunned to find it empty. At the same time, a bright light shines in the sky. It is Thad using teleportation. He rushes toward her and is relieved to see her. She is surprised and asks what is happening. He urgently informs her that the school has been attacked. He runs forward, shouting that they are in danger. He informs her that dark magic has struck, signaling a surge in crime the previous night. Thad warns that the entire school will be affected. Even the gatekeeper's records have been erased. He then reveals that Victor Arcane, a formidable magician who once wreaked havoc upon the world, is responsible. Romy taken aback. When she asks about the status of these magicians, Thad explains that they are third-rate mages, and reaching the 3rd rank grants the title of Grand Mage. Advancement depends on achievements and fame. Destroying a monster cave earns 500 achievement points, while an Imperial Invitation grants 100 fame points. He further elaborates that progressing from the 10th to the 9th rank requires 1,000 points, whereas ascending from the 4th to the 3rd rank demands an overwhelming 280 million. Even Alpheus has only managed to reach 4th place, yet Arcane has already climbed to 3rd. A century ago, Arcane constructed a grand monument and, through sheer mastery of dark magic, secured his position. Romy then wonders why the school is under surveillance. As a 6th-rate magician, she shares the same rank as Thad. Hearing her question, Thad hesitates, uncertain whether he should reveal the truth. Years earlier, Romy's records had been handed to a bishop from the Karsus Order, guardians of the 12 holy relics. When the headmaster first saw her, a strong bishop and a 6th-rate abbess, she was puzzled as to why someone of her caliber would want to teach at the academy. Romy explained that she followed the teachings of Bishop Young Karsus. Unlike other institutions, where magicians were trained purely for power, Headmaster Alpheus prioritized student autonomy and responsibility. Admiring his philosophy, she had expressed her desire to join the school. Thad is stunned by the memory. Returning to the present, he shuts his eyes momentarily before revealing the truth. Victor Arcane is the principal. Romy, though visibly shaken, remains composed. After a brief silence, she reopens her eyes and firmly declares that no matter who the enemy is, any threat to the students must be eliminated. Their duty is to protect them. Relieved by her resolve, Thad nods. Tapping into her spirit field, Romy senses that students moving toward the mountains. Thad is startled. She speculates that they are heading for the impassable bridge. Moments later, she notices 3 individuals leading them, but before she can react, she spots another group in pursuit. Thad asks if she can identify them. With a serious expression, Romy admits their faces are unclear, but their uniforms are recognizable. Nade, taken aback, questions why they have brought the students there. Ahead, a long procession moves toward the cliff's edge. Nade fears they might be planning to push the captives down. Troubled, he wonders how anyone could commit such an act. Iruki, agreeing, points out that unless there is a motive, eliminating the hostages would be meaningless. He considers calling for help, but Nade stops him, urging him to stay calm. Sirona reassures them that even if the principal is absent, Romy and Thad remain at the academy. Surely, someone has noticed the situation and sought assistance. However, if their enemies intend to harm the hostages before help arrives, they will have no choice but to fight. Though Nade and Iruki agree, Iruki warns of the overwhelming numbers. Nade acknowledges the danger but insists they must wait and observe. Watching closely, Sirone realizes the hostages are not about to be thrown over. Rather, they seem to be waiting for someone. Meanwhile, Lucas grows impatient and yells at Canis, demanding to know why their leader has yet to arrive. Time is money, he reminds Canis, asking whether he intends to let them all die waiting. Unfazed, Canis responds that nothing can proceed without the leader's arrival, and tells Lucas to focus on the contract. Aaron, using magic, communicates with Canis, questioning the leader's delay. Canis admits he is unsure that it has been too long. He trusts the leader but cannot comprehend why he, of all people, is late. No one has awaited this moment longer than their leader. On the other side, Lucas, growing more irritated, curses under his breath. At the very least, he thinks, they should be allowed to have some fun. Canis, gazing at the sky, wonders why their leader chose that particular person for this mission. Turning back to Lucas, he scowls and calls him trash. Amused, Lucas bursts into laughter, mocking Canis for believing himself noble while labeling others as worthless. Suddenly, a student in the back collapses. Lucas smirks, noting that while the brainwashed no longer think for themselves, their bodies still function. Without food, water, or rest, they will inevitably perish even without being thrown off the cliff. At that moment, he seizes Oliver by the throat, his body radiating a crimson aura. With a twisted grin, he asks Canis if he intends to kill everyone. Canis shouts that they are hostages, not victims, but Lucas only laughs, claiming that's exactly why thinning their numbers makes sense. Oliver struggles as Lucas lifts her higher, warning that by the time this is over, everyone involved will be labeled murderers. Furious, Canis demands to know if he plans to break the rules. Lucas scoffs, saying it would be a shame to kill a girl, but before he can act, the ground beneath him suddenly erupts. Canis and Aaron turn their gaze forward. Nade and Iruki stand there ready. Nade, smirking, remarks that he had hoped to blow off one of Lucas's legs, but unfortunately, he dodged in time. He then demands to know their identity. At that moment, a blinding light flashes across the sky. Lucas, startled, turns his head just in time to see Cerrone teleport Oliver to safety. Gritting his teeth, Cerrone declares that he will not let Lucas escape. Canis, bewildered, questions how they resisted mind control. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Arcane stands in a secluded cave. Sensing something, he asks if he comes alone. Thad carefully assesses the situation and suggests that the hostages be entrusted to the children, believing their intelligence will buy them time. Romy acknowledges his reasoning and promptly inquires about their next course of action. Without hesitation, Thad emphasizes the urgency of locating the headmaster, the only one capable of resolving the crisis. Understanding the weight of the moment, Romy realizes her path is already set. After a brief pause, Thad urges her to seek out Arcane, which ultimately leads her to stand before Victor Arcane himself. Arcane, observing her with a moment of silence, remarks that she is a monk. With measured composure, Romy bows and introduces herself as a bishop of the Karsus order, expressing her honor in meeting a figure of such legendary status. Arcane, taken aback, silently ponders how she managed to break through the black hole and stand before him. Acknowledging her as a truth seeker, he finds himself questioning how one of her status could also be a bishop. Every bishop he has encountered in his lifetime has been an old man. Yet here stands a young woman who has defied expectations, surpassing the eightfold path and reaching the pinnacle of sainthood at an extraordinary age. A smirk plays on Arcane's lips as he muses over the ever-unpredictable nature of the world. Turning his attention back to the matter at hand, Arcane inquires about Alpheus. Romy, unshaken, tells him that any attempt to stall for time will be futile. Arcane's eyes narrow at her statement, demanding clarification. She calmly explains that given the powerful magic he cast the night before, his current strength must be severely diminished, forcing him to wait until nightfall to regain power. At her astute observation, Arcane falls silent. Seizing the moment, Romy proposes a deal that if he lifts the spell affecting the students, she will allow him to face the headmaster. At first, Arcane merely chuckles, but soon his laughter erupts, filling the chamber. He scoffs at her assumption, questioning whether she truly believes he is the one stalling for time. Before Romy can react, a sudden wave of dark energy encases her like a cocoon. Her breath catches as Arcane's voice resounds above her, his tone laced with finality. Calling her a fool, he remarks that while killing her would be a waste, he has no choice. The dark magic morphs into thick wooden branches, tightening their hold around her as they ensnare the space where she stands. Meanwhile, at the impassable bridge, Lucas observes the scene below with a smirk. He comments on the perfection of the plan, pointing out that despite his warnings, 3 unexpected witnesses have appeared. Offering to handle the battle in exchange for additional payment, he awaits a response. Canis, already irked by Lucas's incessant chatter, remains unfazed. Aaron, just as she is about to intervene, halts as Canis raises a hand. Without looking at her, he orders her to secure the hostages while he takes control of the confrontation. His voice is cold, his confidence unwavering. Hearing this, Lucas leans back, amused by their perceived recklessness, convinced they will ultimately pay a steep price for underestimating their opponents. Canis then directs his attention to Cerrone and Iruki, demanding to know how they managed to resist mind control. A silence follows before Nade bursts into laughter, boldly claiming they shattered the black magic through sheer strength. Canis steps forward, entering the spiritual realm, and scoffs at the absurdity of such a claim. If their power was truly that formidable, they would not appear as battered as they do now. As the seconds slip away, a formidable energy radiates from Canis, his patience thinning. Without warning, he commands his forces to advance. Nade instinctively attempts to warn his allies that magic will be ineffective against their opponent. But before he can finish, all three find themselves frozen in shock. Iruki, his voice barely above a whisper, acknowledges the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from Canis. Cerrone, maintaining his composure, swiftly instructs Nade to assist Miss Oliver while he himself steps forward. His reasoning is clear that since black magic is influenced by compatibility, his own abilities provide an advantage. Volunteering to engage Canis alone, he leaves the swordsman to the others. However, Nade immediately objects, arguing that attacking together would be far safer. Although the swordsman shows no signs of interference, Cerrone insists that they remain vigilant, reminding them of Canis's past atrocities. He grimly states that Canis is far stronger than he appears. Lucas, observing it, looks at Cerrone with disdain, recognizing him as someone who swiftly analyzes the battlefield. To Lucas, this makes him all the more irritating. Iruki too acknowledges Cerrone's insight. Though typically an easy target for deception, Cerrone transforms into an entirely different individual in the midst of combat. As the moment of confrontation arrives, Cerrone's blue spiritual energy collides with Canis's ominous dark purple aura. A shiver runs down Cerrone's spine as he takes in Canis's lifeless gaze, an eerie sensation washing over him. He cannot read his opponent's expression. Then, without warning, Canis unleashes a massive wave of shadow magic. Reacting instantly, Cerrone raises a luminescent symbol to block the attack. However, to his horror, the shadow magic effortlessly consumes the light. Disbelief floods his mind that how could his magic fail? With no other choice, he teleports to evade the onslaught, refusing to concede defeat. Gathering his strength, he amplifies his luminescent attack fourfold, sending wave after wave of searing light toward the encroaching darkness. Nade and Iruki watch, stunned, as the darkness refuses to yield even under the relentless assault of light. Canis, unfazed, smirks in satisfaction. Cerrone grits his teeth, his frustration mounting as he realizes the disparity between their abilities. The sheer magnitude of Canis's power bends the very laws of nature. Canis, his expression filled with condescension, ridicules Cerrone, questioning whether he truly believes that compatibility alone will grant him victory. In response, Cerrone raises his hand, summoning an immense surge of pure light energy. Canis, sensing something amiss, attempts to react, but it is too late. A blinding force crashes into him, hurling him backward with staggering force. Shock floods his features and he cannot comprehend what just transpired. Aaron, witnessing the event in horror, calls out his name. The barrier has been breached and Canis is thrown to the ground. As Nade and Iruki remain frozen in disbelief, Lucas looks on, thoroughly impressed. A slow grin spreads across his face. Their guy, against all odds, had just managed to land a decisive blow. Somewhere else in the forest, Romy is imprisoned in a cocoon by Arcane's power. Inside, she looks around cautiously. An old voice rings out, calling her stupid and useless and telling her to die. He points his finger straight at her. Romy is startled. She thinks it is dark all around, but if synesthesia is used, Arcane immediately launches a dark magic attack towards her. Her entire body radiates a bright golden light. A stream of light power passes through the rays of darkness and uses teleportation to avoid it. When Arcane sees this, he exclaims that it is impressive but reminds her that darkness is everywhere. As expected, another stream of dark magic rushes toward her with enormous power and speed. She realizes that if she used teleportation, her leg would be disabled. Romy curls up with her arms close to her body. She continues to use teleportation but changes her strategy, deciding to teleport only her upper body. In an instant, she rushes forward like an arrow and lands strongly on the ground. Arcane's voice is heard from somewhere, mentioning if she weren't a professor at a small school, she would have become a significant figure. And even Alpheus did not say a word. Above the sky, a scene appears showing Romy's arrival at the school to apply for a job. Arcane claims that Alpheus hid her outstanding abilities and talents. The image of the headmaster appears in front of her. Miss Romy looks at it stunned. Arcane continues, saying Victor took all the credit for himself. The voice continues to echo as Romy shouts loudly, asking what he wants to do. At that moment, another wave of dark magic attacks her, throwing her back. Her glasses crack due to the magic's power in front of her eyes. Meanwhile, at school, in the principal's office, Thad searches the room, calling for the master. He believes the master is nearby. He looks around the pile of books and remembers hearing that the master built a secret room in the office. He finds a book called To See the Dark. As expected, the master's thoughts open the door to the secret room. He steps forward cautiously, puts down the lamp and looks around, searching for his master. While searching, he notices a large photo of an extremely beautiful girl. Thad looks at it and assumes this person is important. At that moment, a voice rings out asking who is there. Thad immediately turns around and addresses his master, relieved that he is safe. However, the headmaster frowns and asks if Thad knows him. Thad turns shocked and wonders if the master has lost his memory. But he quickly realizes something is strange. Unlike others, the master has not completely lost all his memories. Alpheus rubs his chin and wonders aloud if he has amnesia. He then covers his face in horror, looking into a mirror and exclaiming that he has turned into an old man. He is shocked that his once handsome 18-year-old face is gone. Thad is stunned to hear that 40 years of the master's memory have disappeared. That means the person in front of him is completely different. As Thad thinks about it, the headmaster sits down and calls himself a young, arrogant man. He points forward and asks what is wrong with him. Thad explains that the master was injured by black magic and lost his memory. Not only that, but the safety of students and professors is at risk. However, Alpheus interrupts, dismissing it as unimportant. Thad does not understand. Headmaster frowns and asks again about his work. Thad hesitates before saying that the master is the principal of one of the 5 most prestigious academies in the kingdom. He explains that the students and subordinates respect him greatly. Headmaster laughs loudly as if he just heard a joke. He finds it amusing that he has become a teacher and is respected. At that moment he grabs Thad's collar and coldly asks what rank he holds. Thad, scared, replies that he is in 4th place. Alpheus shouts in anger, smashing everything around. He cannot believe he is only ranked 4th. Furious, he throws books off the shelves and rages about how a genius like him did not get 1st place. Thad watches in shock as Alpheus continues his tantrum. Still angry, Alpheus throws a picture from the wall to the ground, questioning why he keeps a photo of that difficult woman in his room. Thad is truly shocked at this scene. Alpheus then demands that if Thad is his student, he should know how to use photonic magic and restore his memories. They must find out what happened in the last 40 years. Thad is stunned but obeys. He suggests that the master not review his memories in the dark room. Silence falls between them. Aaliyah declares that if Thad is his student, he will give up because he does not need a weak disciple. Alpheus coldly says he is not afraid of his past. Thad tries to hold back his emotions, but finally admits that reliving memories can change a person's personality. He lets his teacher sit and places a hand on his forehead, worried that the old master may never return. However, he decides to trust him. Thad, with difficulty, says he will remove the dark ice-sealing headmaster's memories using photonic magic. The rest depends on the master. Alpheus dismisses Thad's concern, telling him to do his job properly. As Alpheus closes his eyes, Thad thinks about how these 40 years must have been the most terrifying of his master's life. Memories gradually return. The voices of beautiful women call out, blushing and praising Alpheus's intelligence. A young and charming Alpheus sips wine and assures them with a smile that the night will last forever. The scene transitions to Canis and Aaron, individuals who have spent their entire lives navigating battlefields where even the smallest mistake could be fatal. Constant vigilance has been their only means of survival. Their master often reminds them that they were never given a choice. They were shaped into weapons. Unlike children who attend school to secure promising careers, their path has always been different. Returning to the present, Aaron watches in disbelief as Cyrone unleashes a devastating attack in the forest. Canis lies on the ground, his body trembling as an eerie darkness clings to him. Instinctively, he recognizes that his shadow shell formed just in time to protect him. A moment's delay, and he might not have survived. Yet he still struggles to comprehend what just struck him. A voice suddenly echoes through the space, commenting on Canis's predicament. Canis demands to know what he was hit with. The voice responds, explaining that he was engulfed by a dense light source. Confused, Canis struggles to his feet and questions how light can possess mass. The voice clarifies that when an intermediary object converts light energy, it can attain mass. Shocked, Canis admits he has never encountered such a phenomenon before. Turning to Cyrone, the voice remarks that he must have made a significant discovery. Observing Canis's expression, it apologizes, insisting that it is merely stating facts. The voice acknowledges Cyrone's extraordinary abilities, highlighting how rare it is for a school student to perform such advanced magic. Canis interrupts, asserting that victory belongs to him. The voice chuckles, suggesting that if they were to combine their strengths, they would be unstoppable. Instantly, an even denser force of dark magic surrounds Canis. Seeing him unharmed, Aaron breathes a sigh of relief, while Nade and Iruki stare in shock, unable to believe he withstood such an attack. With a triumphant smile, Canis mocks them, questioning if this is the best they can do. His confidence unshaken, he expresses his eagerness to continue the battle. Cyrone, unfazed, retorts, asking if Canis truly considers this a fair fight when he is holding someone hostage. A new surge of magic appears in Cyrone's hand. Canis, observing the light, confidently claims that Cyrone's spell will have little effect on him. Rather than argue, Cyrone simply dares Canis to block his next attack. Without hesitation, Canis moves, and the clash of light and shadow erupts like opposing forces colliding. Cyrone grits his teeth, momentarily caught off guard. He quickly regains control, soaring into the air before releasing an immense burst of energy downward. Nade and Iruki watch in astonishment, while even Aaron shows concern. Spells, Canis muses, fall into two categories, those that can be evaded and those that cannot. Observing from a distance, Lucas analyzes the unfolding battle, recalling how he once dealt with an opponent wielding similar abilities. Cerrone remains silent, his sharp gaze scanning the battlefield. The uneven terrain reveals the intensity of their fight. In an instant, he realizes that Canis has been manipulating his energy to maneuver behind him all along. Before he can react, darkness surges forward. Stunned, Cerrone senses another shadow closing in from behind. Reacting swiftly, he teleports away, counter-attacking immediately, only to find that his opponent is using darkness itself to teleport. Their battle intensifies, their movements flashing like streaks of lightning. Watching in frustration, Nade calls it unfair, arguing that Canis can move anywhere at will. Iruki, however, counters, explaining that Canis's teleportation is not limitless, and his movement is restricted to areas connected to his dark entities. Nade, now more focused, states that unless they analyze the entire battlefield, predicting Canis's next move will be nearly impossible. Iruki adds that Cerrone, being highly skilled at calculating attack trajectories, might have a chance. As the fight rages on, Cerrone and Canis continue testing each other's strength, their battle resembling an intense game of pursuit. At last, Cerrone extends his hand, believing he has finally cornered Canis. A flash of light bursts forth, and Canis is forced into view. Nade and Iruki watch in awe that Cerrone has succeeded. His energy hurtles toward Canis with unstoppable force. However, just before impact, a shadow barrier materializes, absorbing the attack. Stunned, Nade and Iruki stand frozen. Canis grins in satisfaction. In the next moment, darkness engulfs Cerrone's light from all directions, swallowing it whole. Emerging from the shadows, Cerrone breathes heavily. Just then, a chilling voice echoes from the depths. A grotesque figure steps forward, its grin stretching wide as it declares that the dazzling energy was quite a treat. The narrative then shifts 40 years into the past, to a pub in Bashuka. Two students, seated at a table, discuss Seraph's groundbreaking work, expressing admiration for his research in the field of light magic. They note how remarkable it is that Dragonbalt himself has taken an interest in his thesis. Seraph humbly responds that he has invested great effort into his work and promises a celebration if the results prove successful. Among scholars specializing in light magic, Seraph's voice holds significant recognition, second only to Alpheus. At that moment, Alpheus approaches, tapping Seraph's shoulder. Seraph, caught off guard, tenses as Alpheus acknowledges having read his thesis. While he commends the effort, he bluntly states that Seraph's research is outdated, pointing out that the nature of light waves has already been uncovered. Seraph is visibly shaken, arguing that his theories have been verified through rigorous experimentation. However, Alpheus insists that the knowledge is becoming obsolete, questioning how long Seraph expects it to remain relevant. He further asserts that light behaves more like a particle, rendering Seraph's work futile. Enraged, Seraph abruptly rises, declaring that he has no desire to speak to Alpheus again, and storms out. Alpheus, bewildered, remarks that he merely spoke the truth. A woman beside him nods in agreement. Meanwhile, Clump Oyent comments on Alpheus's habit of provoking intellectuals, noting that many now refer to him as Alpheus the Arrogant. Back in the present, Canis smiles and describes the creature behind him as the ultimate dark magic bio-creature harvest. He watches the others leaving and comments that they look really angry, laughing smugly. Nate is stunned and wonders if the bio-creature can talk. Iruki looks at it and says he has seen it in books but has never heard of it having intelligence. Our guy, also shocked, observes that alchemists and magicians create many things, from items to medicines, but none of them have been able to solve the riddle of creating life. He recalls that biological magic is considered an extremely difficult field, beyond human imagination. Looking at the bio-creature, our boy remarks that it is incredibly smart. The bio-creature smiles smugly and boasts about its intelligence, adding that its backside is also beautiful, though it cannot show it to anyone. Nate and Iruki listen in disbelief, finding its arrogance overwhelming. Canis, still smiling, confirms that the bio-creature is indeed intelligent, explaining that it is a demon with the mind of a great mage. He asks if they understand now. Cerrone is startled as dark energy suddenly rushes toward him at the speed of light. He quickly uses teleportation to dodge, but Canis remains unfazed, admitting that our dude possesses very special magic, but insisting that he is still just a student. Just as our dude dodges, another ray of dark magic appears behind him, causing him to fall. Even so, he tries to release another source of power to block the darkness in front of him. Canis sees this, raises his hand angrily, and declares that Cerrone's magic will not work against him. He slams his hand down, unleashing a massive force towards Cerrone. Nade and Iruki rush forward to protect their friend. A second before the shadow reaches him, Cerrone wonders what to do. He fears death but knows that if he loses, everyone else will die too. Thinking of Amy, Shreyla, and Oliver, who are still in danger, along with the unpredictable Lucas, he realizes he has no choice but to use everything he has. However, his quantum optics are not working, and he struggles to find a way to fight the monster. At that moment, Siron remembers something. Just as darkness is about to consume him, he immediately uses rainbow teleportation to escape. Canis is shocked, realizing that Siron can bend light. Siron quickly jumps out of the shadows. Nade and Iruki attempt to run to him, but this time, Siron stops them. Raising his hand, he states that monsters cannot move without a source of magic power, and that confronting them drains a person's will. Bio-creature remains silent, but Canis bluntly agrees, saying that they are one. He adds that if they combine their strength, they can defeat Canis. Siron considers this and recalls that his earlier attack with light caused damage, proving that the dark bio-creature has its limits. Canis laughs mockingly, questioning if Siron believes willpower has a limit. Siron gathers his strength and declares that he must test his theory to find out. Canis looks up in surprise as Siron's light source grows larger. Gritting his teeth, Siron challenges Canis, wondering which side will fall first. The bio-creature is stunned as a massive beam of light rushes toward it. The bio-creature urgently orders Canis to retreat into the forest, where darkness is stronger. Canis, confused, asks what he means, insisting that they can handle Siron. However, the bio-creature laughs and mocks Canis for not realizing Siron's strategy. He explains that Siron intends to keep attacking until Canis is completely exhausted. Kiss laughs in disbelief, calling it a foolish tactic. The demon, however, says that there is no need to fall for Siron's plan. Instead, they should lure him into the forest and kill him there, as he is too desperate to hesitate. Canis finally agrees, realizing the bio-creature is right. Canis, thinking that if he follows Harvey, who possesses his master's wisdom, he will win, immediately dashes into the forest without hesitation. Argai follows without a second thought. Nade shouts in concern, warning that the forest is dangerous. But Siron continues, channeling light into his hands and attacking relentlessly. The entire forest glows with powerful light. Nade and Iruki are shocked, but Iruki remarks that they cannot interfere and must leave it to Argai. Turning his head, he continues watching. At this moment, Lucas stands up, draws his sword, and announces that it is his turn. His body radiates immense power, and he smiles confidently, ready to fight. Back to Alpheus's past, 40 years ago, at a party held by the Bastad family, Klump Oyent smiles and asks if he can invite a young lady to dance. After hearing this, she immediately runs away in fear. Klump feels confused and does not understand why. Alpheus tells Klump that he should find a partner instead of scaring them away. Klump replies that it seems Alpheus's hair looks better than his own. Alpheus smiles and assures him that if he grows his hair and dresses well, he will look fine, as long hair is in fashion at that time. Klump, feeling uncomfortable, sips a glass of wine. At that moment, Alpheus hears a female voice from a distance. A woman introduces herself as Irina. Meanwhile, a man walks away from her, apologizing and saying he is busy. Alpheus does not understand why he avoids her, as she is beautiful. Klump, although bitter, explains that she is the eldest daughter of the party host, the Bastad family, and seems to have some problems. Alpheus does not understand and asks what could be wrong with a noble lady. Klump, speechless, softly tells him that Alpheus must have come without knowing anything. He then explains that Irina had an accident when she was young, which left her intelligence stuck at the level of a 10-year-old. Usually her family does not allow her to leave her room, but today, they did not stop her. In the distance, a voice mocks Irina, calling her a disgrace to the family. Someone complains that she loves to party too much and should be controlled. Alpheus, with a cold expression, recalls how the elders in his clan would react in such situations. He suddenly decides to help Irina improve her reputation. Seeing this, Klump is startled and tries to stop him, warning that pitying Irina will only make her look even more pathetic. However, Alpheus waves his hand dismissively and reassures him that he has never been fake in front of a lady. Klump panics and calls him reckless, but Alpheus has already approached Irina. He bows politely and tells her that the night is as beautiful as she is. Irina trembles and introduces herself hesitantly. Alpheus feels confused, as this is not the reaction he expected. From afar, a few people whisper among themselves, wondering what he is doing with the poor child. Some even speculate about his intentions. Alpheus, still confused, tries to continue and asks if he can invite her to be his friend. However, before he can finish, Irina bursts into tears and calls for her mother. Alpheus suddenly finds himself in danger. 3 years ago, on a stormy and rainy evening, Iruki stood in the rain and coldly asked Nade if he was going to fight. Bursts of lightning flash across the sky. Raindrops fall down their faces. He remembers that he didn't want him to fight if it was in his hands. Returning to the present, Nade has a serious expression. Iruki just says his name, and Nade immediately understands, while saying that he knows already. His eyes turn blue, a sign of entering the spirit zone. He acknowledges Iruki's warning and confirms that he understands. In front of them, Lucas smiles, surrounded by a red aura as sharp as the two swords in his hands, and mocks them. In an instant his body disappears, and he rushes toward them at lightning speed, declaring that no matter how careful they are, they will not be able to stop him. Immediately, Iruki and Nade teleport away. Lucas, still chasing them, has a cruel expression. He grins and taunts them. Using schema, a user can increase their entire body's strength, but randomly strengthening only one part can lead to loss of balance, so a number of routes are used for strengthening called mitochondria build. It strengthens the mitochondria, which boosts energy, metabolism, and it is a very popular and fastest build. Lucas keeps up with Nade and Iruki using sheer strength. Nade suddenly shouts a warning to Iruki, who quickly reaches out and summons a bolt of lightning. A bright flash appears between Iruki and Lucas, startling the latter. At that moment, Iruki detonates the lightning, causing an explosion at Lucas's position. Lucas quickly moves away, gritting his teeth as he realizes their strength. He watches them and thinks they are merely inexperienced fighters who have never faced a fake schema before, yet they are fighting surprisingly well. The next moment, Lucas has to dodge wildly to avoid the continuous combination of explosive and lightning attacks from Iruki and Nade. Both of them frown, struggling to land a hit, thinking that this fight is even more challenging than the speed test. Lucas dodges skillfully but notes that his mitochondria are draining too much energy. He realizes he must finish the fight quickly. Pushing his mitochondria to the limit, he speeds up his metabolism to generate twice as much energy. Suddenly, Lucas appears behind Iruki, startling him. At that moment, large drops of blood stain the ground. Meanwhile, Romy, held captive by the darkness, is also bleeding. Arcane stands in front of her, admiring her perseverance. However, as soon as he finishes speaking, a huge vortex of darkness forms beside him. He declares that it is time for her to die, and darkness immediately descends upon her. She is shocked and realizes that if she gets hit by this attack, death is inevitable. Refusing to accept this fate, she takes a deep breath and lets out a powerful scream. The sound is so intense that it tears through the night. Arcane watches in shock as his darkness is dispelled. He recognizes the attack as the Parma's roar, which is powerful enough to shake the spirit zone. Looking back at his cocoon of darkness, Arcane sees a massive hole punctured through it. Immediately, Romy uses teleportation to escape, appearing in another location. Looking down from above, she acknowledges that when it comes to spells, she cannot rely on magic. Taking a defensive stance, she decides to switch to using schema. Suddenly, the silent cocoon erupts with a loud noise as a gigantic dark monster emerges. It attacks her immediately, catching her off guard. From above, she notices that the dark monster has brought many of its dark brothers. Arcane smirks and tells her that since she enjoys using a fake schema, they will do the same. Following his command, the shadow monsters charge forward. At that, Romy quickly takes a stance and rushes toward the monster's hand, raising her own hand and preparing to strike. 40 years ago, at the Bad Family Party, everyone watches as Irina cries loudly, calling for her mother. Alpheus, confused, asks her what is wrong. Through her tears, Irina says that her mother told her anyone who talks to her is a bad person. Alpheus, trying to calm her, asks if he is a bad person just because he wants to talk to her. He urges her to look into his eyes and talk calmly. In the crowd, a man named Seraph watches speechlessly and wonders if this crazy guy is bothering the host's daughter just to gain attention. Others in the crowd whisper among themselves, concerned for Irina's safety. Terrified, Irina insists she must go back to her room quickly, afraid of making her mother angry. Alpheus suddenly realizes that she is not afraid of him, but of being scolded. At a distance, the family heads discuss something among themselves. Clump, standing in the crowd, worries that Alpheus is meddling in another family's matters and urges him to apologize and leave before the situation escalates. Just then, Alpheus calls Irina's name loudly, startling her. Looking at her seriously, he tells her that she seems afraid of something. He reassures her with a smile, telling her that no one gets scolded for dancing at a party. Encouraging her, he asks if she wants to dance, promising that it feels freeing. With a gentle expression, he extends his hand to her and invites her to dance. Slowly, Irina places her hand in his, looking up in surprise as their fingers touch. The battle between Romy and the shadow monster continued with unyielding intensity. As she landed, she found herself questioning whether what she was witnessing was real. She wondered if this was truly the dark magic she had known. Without wasting any time, she swiftly raised her arms and unleashed a relentless series of attacks. Above, Arcane and the dark entity observed the fight. He smirked, noting how powerful her punches were. Below, Romy fought against the dark scarabs when, suddenly, the shadow monster lifted its hand and struck the ground with immense force. Fortunately, she managed to dodge the attack just in time. Arcane made a subtle motion with his hand, and the creature below mirrored his movement, slamming its palm down once more. Struggling to evade, Romy gritted her teeth, reminding herself not to overanalyze the situation, but to focus solely on destroying her opponent. Without hesitation, she launched an overwhelming barrage of punches, each radiating a golden aura. Arcane observed intently, realizing that her attack was more than just raw power, and it was a wave designed to dismantle its target from within. With so many waves colliding at once, the interference multiplied by hundreds, and he found himself unable to contain his excitement. Laughing maniacally, he shouted that this was madness, repeating that had Romy dedicated herself to training, she could have stood at the pinnacle of the world. Before she could react, a powerful blow sent her flying. Arcane continued, declaring that she had squandered her potential in pursuit of truth. Meanwhile, below, the scarabs began to merge, forming a colossal creature that dwarfed little Athela 1,000,000,000 times over. Arcane then proclaimed that her resistance was futile. He believed she was nothing more than an insect before his grand vision of world domination. Without hesitation, he hurled a wave of darkness toward her, triggering an explosion louder than anything before. Yet, in that very moment, he looked up in shock that Romy had evaded the attack. Realizing how dangerous he was, she knew that if left unchecked, he wouldn't just threaten the school, but the entire city. She resolved to stop him, even if it meant sacrificing her life. With that determination, she lunged forward, unleashing a beam of red light straight at the monstrous entity, her hands continuously discharging lightning that illuminated the entire sky. As Romy ascended, Arcane, overwhelmed by her attacks, screamed in agony. It was only then that he understood her previous strikes had merely been a setup for this decisive blow. Feeling the unbearable pain, he admitted to himself that he had almost forgotten what such suffering felt like. Summoning his strength, Arcane suddenly raised his hand with an intensity as if he had never attacked before. The dark entity mimicked him, lifting its own arm in unison. He convinced himself that fate had pitted him against the greatest minds of his time. Seeing this, Romy's eyes widened in shock. Arcane's expression twisted into a crazed grin as an overwhelming force of darkness surged toward her. She was momentarily stunned, questioning whether her lightning strikes had truly been insufficient. Doubts clouded her mind that if her master had been stronger, this outcome would have been different. Just then, a deafening explosion erupted, sending debris flying across thousands of miles. Not far from the battle, in the same chaotic battleground, Nade cried out in alarm, calling Iruki's name in panic. Reaching out, he desperately attempted to channel his lightning magic while frantically asking if Iruki was all right. Placing a hand over his bleeding chest, Iruki reassured him that it was nothing more than a scratch. He then turned his gaze toward Lucas, who was being struck by bolts of lightning, and, despite the situation, commended Nade for a job well done. Meanwhile, Lucas, still reeling from the lightning, seethed with anger, cursing the blue-haired brat. He realized that Iruki had only feigned his attack, using it as a cover to envelop the entire area in a magnetic field, effectively rendering him defenseless. As Iruki waved his hand once more, a flicker of blue flame suddenly appeared behind Lucas. Determined not to lose to these so-called brats, Lucas clenched his teeth. At that moment, Nade, preoccupied with his attack, failed to notice the presence of a ghostly figure clinging to his leg. The realization struck him like a cold shock. His lightning had stopped responding. He turned his head in alarm, stunned to see an unexpected figure. It was Erin. Until now, no one had noticed her arrival. Without a word, she raised her hand, summoning the shadows. Frustrated, Iruki waved his hand in exasperation and cursed under his breath. A sudden explosion burst toward Lucas, yet he managed to dodge it at the last moment. At the same time, he swung his knife, aiming straight for Nade's neck. The blade cut through the air, but Nade narrowly dodged in time. Lucas let out a frustrated scream, blaming Nade for the situation. Iruki, caught off guard, shouted in panic. However, Lucas's expression suddenly shifted to one of disbelief. His attack had been stopped and two thick bars of ice had appeared out of nowhere, intercepting his sword and saving Nade. Both Iruki and Nade stared in shock. It didn't take them long to realize who was behind this. As Lucas turned his head, his gaze locked onto a figure stepping forward. It was Sayana. Far away, in a distant past, the homeowner observed his guests in silent astonishment. The atmosphere was lively and people smiled and danced to the rhythm of the music. Amidst it all, Clump exhaled deeply, a small smile forming as he gazed ahead. His mind drifted to the remarkable achievements of Alpheus, who had done what no one else had managed. At the center of the stage, Alpheus and Arena danced joyfully together. Deep within the forest, Canis attempts to contact his monster, Harvey, demanding to know what is happening. Harvey responds, sensing a powerful tremor along the mountainside. Turning back, the demon remarks that Arcane has begun deploying the Servants of Darkness. Canis immediately breaks into a run, muttering that this must be the Master's final move. He wonders whether Alpheus has already appeared. Harvey does not deny the possibility, reasoning that if Canis suspects it, then it is likely true. Arcane will arrive soon. Just then, a sudden light attack hurtles toward the monster, but it swiftly blocks the strike, warning Canis that they must wipe everything out. Behind them, Cerrone speeds toward them like a streak of light. Canis curses under his breath, calling Cerrone a persistent brat. Rather than succumbing to the darkness, Cerrone relentlessly obstructs their movements. Observing the situation, Harvey notes that it feels as though they have been trapped on a chessboard. At that moment, Canis's steps come to an abrupt halt. He acknowledges the need for a change. Harvey agrees, preparing himself. Without hesitation, Canis unleashes his shadow magic, while Cerrone, trailing closely behind, summons his own power. Meanwhile, at the impassable bridge, the sky is heavy with drifting snow. Lucas stares in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the impossible that if the old man's magic truly has been broken. Standing behind him, Aaron finds it even harder to accept. Only a magician of extraordinary skill or a high-ranking monk could possibly undo the Master's Abyss Nova, a spell known as memory-sealing magic. She questions how an ordinary teacher from a magic academy could have achieved such a feat. With a cold and deliberate pace, the professor steps forward. Overjoyed, Nade rushes toward her, relieved that she has regained consciousness. However, as he reaches out, his hand suddenly freezes. Startled, he exclaims at the unbearable cold. Iruki, however, remains wary, remarking that something about this feels strange. Below them, the students whose memories had been sealed begin to tremble. Iruki quickly deduces that the professor is not yet fully awake. Before he can finish his thought, a wave of ice magic surges outward. Lucas barely evades the blast but still ends up coughing blood. Furious, he shouts in frustration. Collapsing to the ground, Lucas clutches his wound, pleading for her to stop. His voice carries an edge of fear as he asks whether she intends to kill all the students. A chilling realization dawns upon him that some individuals, even when weakened to the brink of death, can still annihilate others in their unconscious state. The professor's unfocused gaze confirms his worst fears. Despite not being fully awake, she continues to launch devastating attacks through her spiritual domain. To Lucas, this is beyond humiliating. He finally grasps the terrifying truth that this woman has inscribed magical spells directly onto her own body. Without a second thought, he discards his sword and turns to flee, cursing as he runs. The billions of dollars at stake suddenly seem meaningless. Desperate, he activates the mitochondria schema model to accelerate his escape. Yet something feels terribly wrong. A strange sensation creeps up his leg. Looking ahead, he spots the professor standing in the distance, waving her arms effortlessly. Though appearing no older than 20, she radiates the power of a 6th-level mage. Her most formidable ability, Absolute Zero Ice Magic, is now in play. At that moment, an enormous tornado of ice begins forming in her grasp. Meanwhile, frost creeps up Lucas's legs, encasing his feet in solid ice. A single thought crosses his mind that this school is truly bizarre. From its teachers to its students, misery seems to be the one thing they all share. Above them, massive clusters of ice materialize, glacial bombs. Hurtling toward the ground at terrifying speed, they threaten to obliterate everything. Aaron looks up in horror, convinced she is about to die. But just as the deadly ice descends, Nade dashes forward, pulling her away from the impact. Pinned beneath Nade, Aaron stares at him in shock, demanding to know what he is doing. Gritting his teeth, Nade yells at her to wake up. His voice trembles as he warns her that at this rate, they are all doomed. Aaron frowns, frustration evident on her face. She insists that time is slipping away. At that instant, Iruki appears between them, declaring that he will handle it. Nade, taken aback, demands to know his plan. Analyzing the situation with sharp precision, Iruki estimates the iceberg's weight, somewhere between 15 to 20 tons. To neutralize it, he must shatter it into thousands of fragments while accurately predicting the trajectory of each one. Without hesitation, he projects his spiritual domain upward. It surges toward the iceberg at blinding speed. He knows that even the smallest miscalculation could be catastrophic. The moment his domain makes contact, the ice explodes into countless shards. Nade and Aaron stare skyward in stunned silence. They can hardly believe what they are seeing. The once monstrous glacier has transformed into a breathtaking display of light, resembling fireworks against the night sky. Despite the awe-inspiring sight, tension lingers between Aaron and Nade. Without warning, she pushes him away, demanding an explanation for his actions. Wincing in pain, he insists that all he did was save her. He swears that there was nothing more to it. Aaron's voice sharpens with anger. She reminds him that they are enemies, and she never needed his help. Nade cuts her off, exasperated. He urges her to stop arguing and think rationally that if she truly want everyone to die here. For a moment, Aaron hesitates. Uncertainty flickers across her face as she confesses that she doesn't know what to do anymore. Her admission surprises Nade. However, before he can respond, she quietly states that it all comes back to Canis. He was always the one who protected her in the past. A bitter laugh escapes her lips, mingled with unshed tears. She claims not to care what happens next. Frustrated, Nade presses her that what is she really thinking right now? Before she can answer, a deafening explosion erupts beside them. Both Aaron and Nade instinctively turn toward the source of the blast. A single step emerges from the smoke. Tears stream down Aaron's face as she lets out a laugh of disbelief. There, battered and bleeding but undeniably alive, stands Canis. Far in the past, under the soft glow of the moon, Alpheus and Irina sit together, their laughter filling the night as they reminisce about the astonished expressions on people's faces when they danced. Their conversation shifts to the nature of light. Alpheus recalls an experiment where light behaved as a particle, yet in another, it created an interference pattern like a wave. He is convinced that light must be a particle. Midway through his thoughts, he pauses, realizing he might be boring her. But when he looks into her eyes, she reassures him with a gentle smile, telling him that he is a kind person. The warmth of her words makes him blush. With a small sigh, he admits that, despite being a mage, he is struggling with his research paper. He turns to her, curious about her perspective. Should light be considered a particle or a wave? Still smiling, Irina simply replies that light is beautiful. Back in the past, Sarone had been reading a book when he suddenly noticed something unusual. Calling Nade and Iruki closer, he pointed it out to them. Nade approached cautiously and inquired about what it was, to which Sarone explained that it concerned the principle of mass and energy equivalence. He went on to elaborate that mass could be converted into energy, prompting Iruki to consider the reverse implication, that if mass could transform into energy, then energy should also be capable of becoming mass. This realization led him to contemplate whether the concept could be utilized to enhance the photon cannon. As they discussed the matter, Sarone's gaze fell upon the formula, and he suddenly became aware of the professor's name inscribed on it. Shocked by the discovery, Iruki and Nada exchanged startled glances. In the present, an intense beam of light cut through the darkness, drawing a cry of pain from Harvey, who immediately recognized that their opponent had increased the strength of his attack. Canis, taken aback, observed the situation closely, and came to the conclusion that the enemy was growing stronger with each passing moment of the battle. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sarone continued his relentless pursuit of Canis. Raising his hand, he summoned a photon cannon, from which 4 massive beams of light hurtled toward the monster, forcing it to let out an agonized scream. Despite the sheer force of the attack, Harvey merely chuckled, acknowledging its impressiveness while remarking that Sarone was still too young. However, Sarone dismissed his words with a mere wave of his hand, stating that it was nothing more than practice. Harvey, caught off guard, found himself momentarily speechless. Just as another attack was about to strike, Harvey hastily warned Canis that blocking it would be impossible and urged him to retreat. Canis, however, refused, arguing that if they withdrew now, they would lose their momentum. Instead, he commanded Harvey to absorb his willpower immediately. Understanding the urgency, Harvey rushed forward, muttering curses under his breath, and somehow managed to block Sarone's light attack. The battlefield trembled as a series of massive explosions erupted. Elsewhere, Aaron and Nade stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide as they took in the scene before them. Overcome with emotion, Aaron broke into tears, while Canis, barely able to process what he was witnessing, questioned whether what he had just seen was truly a photon cannon. Iruki, equally astonished, commented on Sarone's ability to apply a formula he had only learned the previous day. From above, Sarone utilized teleportation to move forward with incredible speed. As he landed, the professor and Iruki approached him, their eyes immediately falling on the wound on his hand. The professor, appearing concerned, inquired about the injury. Sarone, offering a faint smile, apologized before turning to face them once again, this time with an expression of resignation. He admitted that he did not believe they could win. Perplexed by his sudden shift in attitude, Nade questioned why he now sounded so uncertain. Sarone simply reaffirmed that their opponent's strength was far greater than they had anticipated. Iruki, realizing the gravity of the situation, understood that the battle ahead would not be easy. Nade, disheartened, lamented the fact that even after perfecting the photon cannon to such an advanced state, it still did not seem sufficient. Meanwhile, Iruki observed Sarone closely, sensing the immense pressure he was under. However, he also recognized that they had no choice but to take responsibility for what was to come. Stepping forward, Iruki addressed their opponent directly, questioning whether they truly believed they could handle 2 adversaries at once. He proposed that they admit defeat and spare the students, arguing that no lives had been lost yet, and that it was not too late to surrender. Canis, however, rejected the suggestion outright, asserting that the battle was far from over. He warned them that his master would see to it that they were punished. Confused, Nade pressed for clarification, demanding to know what punishment he was referring to. Canis, with an ominous tone, responded cryptically, suggesting that they could ask Alpheus when they met him in hell. His words sent a wave of shock through the 3 of them. Continuing, Canis accused their principal of an unforgivable act, claiming that the academy had been established after being stolen from his master. Everything they currently possessed, he insisted, had originally belonged to the one he served. His statement left Sarone visibly shaken, prompting him to demand an explanation. Iruki, refusing to be swayed, cautioned the others against falling for Canis's words. Even if what he said held some truth, he argued, the people of the academy were not responsible for any past wrongdoing. Canis, however, dismissed his reasoning, maintaining that he was merely acting in accordance with his master's will. Frustrated, Nade retorted that it would not change anything. At that moment, Sarone took another step forward. Raising his hand, he summoned an immense surge of light. Canis and Harvey exchanged amused glances, questioning whether sheer brute force would be any more effective than words. However, just as they were about to mock him further, their expressions changed. Without warning, Harvey shifted into a defensive stance, his body tensed as if preparing for an imminent threat. Confused by his sudden reaction, Canis questioned what was wrong and urged him not to be afraid. But Harvey, with a grave tone, warned that the incoming attack was unlike anything they had faced before, and it was far more dangerous than they had anticipated. Canis, in disbelief, asked whether it was truly their opponent's doing. Insisting that they could stop it if Harvey absorbed enough of his power, he prepared himself for battle. However, as his eyes locked onto the blinding light ahead, a cold realization washed over him. It was brighter than anything he had ever seen. Sarone, his voice devoid of emotion, gave them one final opportunity to release the students. Iruki and Nade were left speechless, while Aaron gasped audibly at the sheer intensity of the moment. Canis, filled with rage, declared himself the representative of the great magician, and vowed that even if he perished, his master's will would remain unshaken. Sarone, however, responded that he had no desire to take any lives. Yet, if people were suffering because of Canis's unwavering devotion to his master's ideals, then he had no choice but to put an end to it. Back in the past, under the glow of the evening sky, Irina sat on the grass, gazing up with a serene smile as she admired the light. Alpheus watched her in silence, captivated by the gentle radiance of her presence. Irina softly remarked that while stars, fireflies, and light itself were undeniably beautiful, the words spoken by people did not always carry the same warmth. Alpheus, acknowledging her sentiment, carefully asked why she found light so enchanting. Without shifting her gaze, Irina explained that light allowed them to see through the darkness, and it was only because of light that they were able to witness the beauty of the night. Surprised by her words, Alpheus turned his eyes toward the sky as well. In that instant, it seemed as though he had arrived at a profound realization. A look of understanding crossed his face before he solemnly knelt before Irina, who watched him in bewilderment beneath the moon's gentle glow. With quiet sincerity, he asked whether she would be the light of his life. Alpheus would never forget that moment. The stillness of the wind, the scent of the grass, and Irina herself. No matter how much the world changed, those memories remained untarnished. Meanwhile, in the present, Alpheus, now much older, reflected on the past with a quiet smile. In stark contrast, Thad was exerting his full power, struggling against the principal's overwhelming resistance to light magic. He marveled at Arcane's unparalleled abilities, urging the principal to wake up. A sudden sound shattered the tension between Sarone and Canis, causing both to tense in alarm. Canis, reacting instantly, called out to his master, and as the shadows stirred, Arcane emerged, his dark aura consuming the space around him. Arcane comes, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings in silence. Meanwhile, Lucas collapses beneath the ice, while Canis and Aaron, standing above, bow their heads in apology to their master. Arcane, regarding them as fools, shifts the blame entirely onto that child. Sarone, his expression cold, demands to know whether Arcane was the mastermind behind the incident. At a distance, Iruki and Nade remain watchful, carefully analyzing the old man. Arcane, noticing their persistence, smirks and remarks on their stubbornness. Turning his attention to Sarone, he inquires about his name. However, Sarone refuses to answer, stating firmly that he will not reveal his name to a murderer. Instead, he orders Arcane to release his mind control and leave at once. In response, Arcane bursts into laughter, stroking his beard as he rejects the demand. He declares that every student of Alpheus must face punishment, including Sarone. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of power erupts. Sarone stares in shock but reacts immediately, unleashing his own energy in retaliation. His attack is powerful enough to shake the ground, yet Arcane remains completely unscathed. Observing the display, Arcane comments on the sheer magnitude of Sarone's spirit zone, finding it impressive for someone so young. Nade, Iruki, and Sarone stand in disbelief as Arcane effortlessly evades the attack. Undeterred, Sarone raises his hand to strike again, but before he can act, a voice calls out, urging him to stop. Emerging unsteadily from the forest, Miss Romy struggles forward. Sarone's eyes widened in shock at the sight of her. Arcane, however, merely smirks, taunting her for appearing in such a pitiful state and claiming that she should feel ashamed. Supported by Nade and Iruki, Romy declares that victory or defeat means nothing to her, and her only concern is protecting her students. Sarone quickly seizes the moment to ask her about Arcane, demanding to know his motives. After a brief silence, Romy finally reveals that his name is Arcane, a third-level archmage. The revelation leaves Nade, Iruki, and Sarone utterly stunned. She further explains that Arcane harbors deep hatred for the principal. Arcane sneers and begins voicing his grievances against the principal, addressing the young students with disdain. Romy, however, warns him against becoming too complacent. Arcane remains silent, and Canis suddenly realizes, in shock, that his master's mental strength is only at 10%. Yet, despite this limitation, Harvey is convinced that it is still more than enough to annihilate them. Canis, still focused on their objective, reminds Arcane that they have yet to capture Alpheus. Overhearing this, Aaron stiffens in shock. She demands an explanation from Canis, but instead of answering, he steps forward and respectfully requests Arcane to entrust the matter to him. Arcane studies him for a moment before offering a smile. Aaron watches Canis uneasily, sensing that his gaze no longer belongs to the same person she once knew. Arcane then turns to Sarone, asking whether he is Alpheus's disciple. Sarone's expression hardens as he warns Arcane not to speak so casually about the principal. He declares that compared to Alpheus, Arcane is unworthy of even being called a magician. Arcane erupts into laughter, his voice filled with mockery. He questions the so-called virtue of Alpheus, wondering just how much of it has been an illusion over the past 40 years. Nade and Iruki exchange uneasy glances, struggling to process his words. Then, shifting his attention back to Canis, Arcane abruptly orders him to stop fighting. Canis, bowing his head, expresses his gratitude toward his master. At that moment, Romy, filled with concern, calls out to Sarone, urging him to halt. But he continues moving forward. Canis steps into his path, ready to engage. Aaron attempts to intervene, using magic to remind Canis that they should leave the matter to Arcane. However, Canis remains resolute, declaring that he has already failed his master once, and that he must defeat Sarone, even if it costs him his life. He calls upon Harvey for support, but no response comes. Frowning, he calls again, only to realize that within his spiritual domain, his demon has lost its wings and is retreating into the distance. Clenching his teeth, Canis charges ahead, determined to fight. Sarone, bracing himself, takes a defensive stance, and the battle begins. Canis pursues Sarone relentlessly, but to his surprise, Sarone leaps off a cliff, choosing to battle in midair. A smirk crosses Canis's face as he assumes that Sarone believes his shadow power is useless in the air. However, the moment he vanishes into the darkness, he is struck by an unexpected realization. Nade, Romy, and Iruki also stare in astonishment. Above them, luminous letters shine brilliantly across the sky. Gritting his teeth, Sarone reaches a decision that if he cannot follow Canis's movements, he will simply target his entire spirit zone. Without hesitation, thousands of radiant magic projectiles descend upon Canis. He raises a hand, summoning dark magic to shield himself from the onslaught. As the battle unfolds, the heavens above resemble a clash between angels and demons. Within moments, Sarone's luminous attacks pierces through Canis's darkness. He immediately turned around and dodged, realizing that the opponent must have been out of his mind. Everything unfolding before him seemed entirely real, leaving no room for doubt. Sarone continued his relentless attacks without pause, while Canis found himself questioning whether Sarone was truly casting hundreds of spells simultaneously and if each one was genuine. He could not comprehend how someone so seemingly unremarkable could possess such power. Above, Sarone kept launching flares in Canis's direction. Romy, astonished, wondered aloud when Sarone had gained such immense strength. This time, even Nade was left speechless, unable to believe what he was witnessing once again. Iruki remained silent as he watched Sarone step into what seemed like an infinite domain. Just then, a sudden noise startled both of them. Romy, puzzled, observed the sky still glowing above and thought that the end had already arrived. Meanwhile, Canis continued fleeing, desperately trying to establish contact with Harvey. He called out for an answer, fearing that if things persisted this way, their deaths would be inevitable. As soon as he voiced his concern, a formidable attack approached. However, to his surprise, he remained unscathed. Confused, he glanced up at the shining sky and realized that Sarone had not been targeting him directly, but rather his master. Sarone's light magic kept surging forward, and Canis finally understood that his true objective was to eliminate the darkness Canis relied on for teleportation. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Canis clenched his teeth, acknowledging the sheer terror of the moment. Goosebumps covered his skin as he recognized that this madman's mental strength was beyond comprehension. Standing before the vast brilliance of the light, Canis felt a deep sense of disgrace and unfairness, and he did not want to die in front of his master. Meanwhile, Arcane silently observed the ongoing battle, his arms crossed as he watched the unfolding events. Just as Canis resigned himself to his imminent death, an irritated voice cut through the air, dismissing the situation as bothersome. Stunned, Canis recognized it as Harvey's. At that moment, the radiant beams of light were intercepted by an overwhelming darkness. Canis screamed in agony, bewildered by the sudden failure of his mental force. Harvey's voice rang out again, his awareness returning as he fixed his attention on Cyrone. He declared that the dazzling display of light had been successfully blocked by his shadow. Cyrone, caught off guard, struggled to understand why this was happening. A fierce struggle ensued between light and shadow, one relentlessly pursuing, the other desperately evading. Cyrone swiftly dodged the shadow attacks, yet the battle began tilting against him. A shadow attack slashed through his hand, and without hesitation, he darted downward, narrowly escaping the encroaching darkness. Clutching his wounded hand, he recognized the danger of continuously using the immortal realm. Analyzing the situation, Cyrone pondered how Harvey could possess such extraordinary physical resilience against light spells. Alongside his remarkable intelligence, close combat abilities, and extreme speed, he questioned why Harvey had refrained from using these capabilities earlier. Then, a realization struck him that he suspected that the magic bio-creature was depleting Canis's mental energy. Romy, shifting her gaze toward Arcane, remarked that his cruelty knew no bounds. It was clear to her that, in his eyes, disciples were nothing more than vessels meant to sustain the bio-creature. Aaron, watching Canis collapse and vomit, felt a growing unease. Struggling to breathe, Canis weakly murmured Harvey's name, unable to comprehend what was happening. Meanwhile, the bio-creature continued its battle with Cyrone, its power surging with each passing moment. Cyrone now grasped that if his opponent had undergone such a transformation, neither physical attacks nor magical light would be effective. The solution lay within the luminescent world. Resolute, he raised his hand, altering his strategy. A colossal beam of light surged toward the bio-creature. Harvey howled in agony, unleashing curses, but Cyrone remained unwavering. Despite his relentless attacks, Cyrone furrowed his brow, realizing that even with his limitless mental reserves, he was bound by his own limits. However, a thought crossed his mind called omniscience. If that was the key, there remained only one path forward that he needed to elevate his omniscience. He recalled the equation: energy equals mass times the speed of light squared. This time, he resolved to convert all available mass into energy. The bio-creature, sensing the impending catastrophe, stared at its own hands in horror. Its pulse turned erratic, and it hissed in terror. Aaron gasped, while even the usually composed Arcane widened his eyes slightly. Nade and the others stood frozen in shock. After a long silence, Iruki finally identified the phenomenon that Cyrone's magic had transformed into a laser. The laser beam locked onto the bio-creature. Harvey screamed in agony as his body burned under the scorching light. Canis collapsed, writhing in unbearable pain. Aaron, noticing that Harvey's suffering was being transferred to Canis, grew increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, Harvey reached his limit, yet Cyrone showed no sign of relenting, his magic continuing to shine with unyielding intensity. The bio-creature shrieked in desperation, warning that if the attack continued, annihilation was inevitable. The beam of light remained steady, cutting through the darkness. Romy looked up to find Arcane observing the scene with an unreadable expression. Suddenly, she called out to Cyrone, urging him to stop. Cyrone turned to look at her, but before he could react, the bio-creature responded with a grim declaration that it was already too late. In that instant, the bio-creature exploded, sealing its fate. The day before, Harvey introduced himself to Aaron and Canis. Holding her brother's hand tightly, Aaron remained silent while Canis, with a cold demeanor, demanded that Harvey submit to him. Harvey, observing the two without immediate response, simply asked for an explanation. Later, Arcane met Harvey in private and inquired whether he was interested in Canis. However, Harvey clarified that this was not the case. Instead, he believed that merging with Aaron would yield better results. He pointed out that Aaron had spent a decade in Rodham, yet no one, aside from Canis, had ever laid eyes on her. This prolonged isolation had sharpened her psychic perception, allowing her to see what ordinary people could not. Arcane calmly elaborated on the first principle, a unique cognitive process that enabled an individual to perceive an object in its purest form from the very first encounter. Acknowledging this, Harvey remarked that Arcane had been able to locate Aaron by detecting her psychic overload, which ultimately led to both her and Canis being brought here. Arcane, speaking frankly, admitted that Aaron was too fragile for his purposes, and instead urged Harvey to take Canis. At that moment, Harvey realized that this had been Arcane's intention all along. Just a minute before the explosion on the mountain, Aaron gazed upward and noticed something approaching from the sky. Meanwhile, Harvey informed Canis that an explosion was imminent. Stunned, Canis followed Harvey's gaze. In that instant, the bio-creature abruptly announced its intent to sever their contract. A surge of power erupted, causing Canis to cry out in agony. Above them, Harvey's form began to swell unnaturally, resembling an inflating balloon. Overcome with panic, Canis desperately questioned why Harvey was alone. He recalled a past conversation in which he had told Harvey that his only true light was Erin and that his duty was to shield her from the world. As the moment of detonation neared, Harvey, unbothered by his impending fate, mused over Canis's intriguing nature and made his decision to press forward. Canis, writhing in pain, screamed while Arcane, unwilling to watch, turned away. In the end, the explosion took place regardless, engulfing the impassable bridge in crimson light. Arcane stood frozen in shock as Cerrone suddenly emerged behind him, his voice filled with fury as he demanded to know what Arcane had done. In the midst of everyone's stunned silence, Cerrone's accusations rang loud that if Arcane was trying to kill them all. Narrowing his eyes, Arcane smirked and remarked that Cerrone's expression seemed oddly familiar. Without hesitation, he noted that Cerrone bore a striking resemblance to Alpheus from 4 decades ago. Cerrone, seething with anger, shouted for him to stop talking. However, Arcane merely smiled, claiming that he now understood why the cunning Alpheus had accepted Cerrone. He went on to say that Cerrone even possessed the qualities of omnipotent possession, warning him that Alpheus was plotting something far more sinister. Cerrone, confused yet demanding answers, pressed for clarification. With a calm but piercing tone, Arcane revealed a shocking truth that Alpheus, the man Cerrone admired, had once been his own student. The revelation left Cerrone momentarily speechless. Standing high above, Arcane continued, describing Alpheus as a brilliant student who had been a pleasure to teach, yet ultimately consumed by greed. Despite everything Arcane had done for him, Alpheus had cast him into hell and destroyed his life's work. Arcane further stated that Alpheus's wife had met a tragic end, passing away in suffering. Nade, along with the professor and Iruki, were left utterly stunned. At that moment, Romy, standing among the children, demanded that Arcane recount the events of 40 years ago. Arcane remained silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the group, while Cerrone watched him intently. That era had marked the pinnacle of Alpheus's career. It was the year when the sound of applause filled the air as the Golden Magic Circle Award was presented to him. With a joyful heart, Alpheus stepped forward, accepting the trophy and the bouquet of flowers amid the cheers. The prestigious award recognized the magician with the most outstanding achievement of the year. The crowd, ecstatic over his discovery that light possessed both molecular and wave-like properties, showered him with praise, calling him a genius. Playfully, they reminded him not to forget them once he became famous. Among them, Clump pulled Alpheus aside and, in a joking manner, confessed that he had once viewed Alpheus as nothing but a troublemaker. However, his perspective had since changed. As they spoke, they agreed to celebrate the occasion, though Alpheus mentioned that he needed to return home first. That night, on his way back, he clutched his trophy with excitement and called out for Irina the moment he stepped inside. Emerging from the kitchen, she beamed with joy upon seeing him. Without hesitation, he placed the golden medal around her neck, telling her that it rightfully belonged to her. The medal, bearing the Empire's seal, signified that the entire world had recognized her ideas. Overcome with emotion, Irina shed tears of joy and congratulated him. In response, Alpheus lifted her into his arms, announcing that he had a party to attend before carrying her upstairs. Confused, she protested, worried that the bread would burn. But he simply laughed, remarking that his own excitement burned even brighter. At the age of 23, Alpheus had already risen to fame as the continent's most distinguished magician. Invitations poured in from around the world, yet he chose his opportunities carefully, valuing principles over personal gain. However, despite his success, opposition from both families remained strong regarding his marriage. As he stepped into a carriage, he reassured himself that Irina only needed to wait a little longer. When the time was right, the Miri and Bastad families would have no choice but to accept them. Meanwhile, back at their home, a group of men arrived. Seraph, among them, voiced his dissatisfaction with how things had unfolded. Another man commented that had they acted sooner, they might have avoided this situation. They approached Alpheus's house but hesitated before knocking. Seraph, uncertain about whether to bring a gift, was reassured by the others that it was unnecessary. When the door finally opened, Irina stood there, taken aback by their presence. She cautiously asked who they were, to which they introduced themselves as friends of Alpheus, inquiring if he was home. Upon hearing that he was out, Seraph asked when he would return, but Irina was unable to provide an answer. Seraph then requested to wait inside, insisting that standing outside was inconvenient. Although hesitant, Irina eventually allowed them in. Later that night, Alpheus returned home, apologizing for being late. However, as he stepped inside, he noticed that only the kitchen lights were on, leaving the house dimly lit. As he approached, voices filled the room mocking him. Seraph, now drunken, laughed as he claimed that Alpheus had only achieved success because of his marriage. He scoffed, suggesting that Alpheus had never written a single thesis himself and was nothing more than a lucky flirt. Turning to Irina, he asked if she agreed with his assessment. Confused, she simply replied that she did not know. Seraph dismissed her response, stating that she would not understand. Before he could continue, however, he was suddenly struck in the face. Furious, Alpheus cursed him, his anger boiling over. The others quickly intervened, questioning how an educated man could resort to violence. Panicked, Seraph admitted fault, insisting that he had spoken recklessly. As they stumbled toward the exit, the men assured Alpheus that they would never show themselves again. Once they were gone, Alpheus turned to Irina with anger still burning in his eyes. He demanded to know why she had allowed them inside. Caught off guard, Irina explained that they had claimed to be his friends. However, Alpheus refuted the notion, stating that no true friend would ever insult his wife in such a way. His frustration mounting, he accused her of failing to recognize who his real friends were. In a moment of desperation, he called her foolish. The instant the words left his lips, regret washed over him. Turning away, he covered his mouth, unable to stop the silent tears from falling. Irina sheds tears and bows her head without saying anything. Alpheus remains silent, then turns around and tells her to forget everything he just said. He adds that just because her intelligence is lacking, it does not mean her thinking is stuck at the level of a 10-year-old. Irina bows her head and apologizes, saying that she will never do it again. These words hurt Alpheus even more, but he believes that the weaker side must always yield. He simply says that he is going out for some fresh air and leaves, while Irina silently bows her head. Later, Alpheus angrily puts his beer cup down on the table and curses himself, calling himself trash. He did not expect to say such things to someone who only knows how to look at him and follow him. Clump, sitting nearby, responds that it is normal to argue sometimes. Then, with a smirk, Clump suggests taking the opportunity to have a baby, saying that it would surely improve their relationship. Alpheus remains silent but admits that he has thought about it. Hearing this, Clump immediately advises him to have children no matter what, as it would help stabilize the family, just like the Oyent family. Alpheus sighs and says he understands, but the doctor has told him that he is unsure whether a person with the intelligence of a 10-year-old can endure the pain of childbirth. Clump falls silent for a moment before saying he should not have brought it up, but Alpheus had already known this when he decided to get married. Alpheus interrupts, saying that he knows and does not regret it. Clump sighs and questions why someone as smart as Alpheus would act like this, telling him he has no other choice at the moment. Alpheus suddenly raises his head upon hearing this. Meanwhile, in another place, Arcane writes something and comments that it is not bad, the person has successfully made it here. It has been 48 hours since someone broke into the Archmage Arcane dungeon. Outside the door, a bruised and battered Alpheus asks if he is Victor Arcane. Arcane responds with amusement, while saying that he did not expect Alpheus to be alone, overcoming traps and monsters by himself. He then asks who he is. Alpheus remains silent before introducing himself. He takes out a paper and says he has read his thesis on storage of memory. Arcane, intrigued, smiles and notes that the genius behind the light quantum theory, known as Light of Mirhi, is interested in darkness magic. Before completely collapsing, Alpheus states that he wants to give his memories to his wife. Then, he loses consciousness. When Alpheus wakes up startled, he finds himself lying in a pool of water. Arcane sits nearby, reading the papers. He tells Alpheus that he has read his notes and finds them interesting. He explains that Alpheus wants to use the absorbing ability of dark magic to store memories, and light magic to create a virtual nervous system, which would then be used to assimilate and transfer the stored memories. Alpheus wants to use the properties of light to transmit information. Alpheus remains silent as Arcane folds the papers and comments that it is a novel and wonderful idea. However, he warns that this involves transferring an entire person's life to another, which will not be easy, not to mention the moral concerns. Alpheus immediately requests Arcane to accept him as a disciple. He firmly states that he will find a way to make it work, because he wants to protect his wife from the world. Arcane looks at Alpheus and asks whether his wife has agreed to this experiment. Alpheus grits his teeth and remains silent. However, Clump is the first to object, calling Arcane a criminal and questioning why Alpheus is seeking him out. Slamming the table, Clump insists that Alpheus must be stupid if he wants to transplant memories into someone else's brain, calling it impossible. Alpheus, speaking softly, tells Clump that Arcane is the continent's greatest scholar of dark magic, even if Clump does not recognize it. Clump immediately scoffs, calling himself a fool, but insists that even though he is not as smart as Alpheus, he at least understands that Alpheus is about to throw away all the blessings he has. Clump tries to reason with him, warning that if he gets involved with Arcane, his position in the royal family will be stripped away, and his family will disown him. But Alpheus only says that none of that matters as long as Irina is happy. If the experiment succeeds, he will be even happier than he is now. Irina, stunned upon hearing this, closes her eyes and thinks about her husband's happiness. Without hesitation, she agrees to the experiment. Clump panics even more, while urging Irina to reconsider, but she simply says she trusts her husband. Alpheus approaches, smiles, and reassures her, saying that he, the magician who received the golden circle, will cure her weakness. Then, he will no longer have to endure contemptuous looks. Clump watches them seriously. Afterwards, the Alpha family sells all their assets to move into Arcane's dungeon. There, in a space complete with laboratory rooms, Irina can live comfortably. Clump occasionally brings them food. In the laboratory, Irina lies on a hospital bed as Arcane nods approvingly at both of them. Alpheus looks exhausted but deeply happy. Irina gazes at her husband and smiles. Only Clump remains silent. 2 years pass. Clump, standing by Irina's bedside, jokes that after today, she will have all of Alpheus's memories, including the embarrassing ones, like wetting the bed as a child or glancing at other girls. Irina simply smiles. Alpheus gently strokes her cheek and acknowledges her suffering. Irina, still smiling, thanks him. Alpheus in turn says that he is the one who should be grateful. He promises they will live happily together and have children. At this moment, Arcane reminds Alpheus of what is about to happen. Alpheus plugs the machine into his forehead, fully determined. The experiment uses technical magic, biological magic, alchemy, light magic, and darkness magic, the most advanced technology available. The clinical examination shows no issues, with a 100% success rate. Arcane activates the machine. Wires on Alpheus's forehead emit light, causing him pain. A ray of light appears to be drawn upward, then shines toward Irina's experimental chamber. Emotions pour into her pure, without deception, prejudice, or calculation. She feels something very pure, love. Irina, overwhelmed, silently thanks Alpheus. She is grateful to have met him. Suddenly, a warning alarm blares. Alpheus sits up in a panic, asking Arcane about the experiment. Arcane seriously replies that it was successful and perfect even. But Alpheus, terrified, looks at Irina, who now lies weakly on the experimental bed, where she is struggling to speak. Arcane says that while the physical transfer was flawless, her nerves are beginning to resist it. She smiles through tears, realizing that unlike animals, humans must still exist somewhere beyond what they understand. She believes that if their research had continued just a little longer, it might have worked completely. Clump, witnessing the scene, is overcome with emotion. Before she can finish speaking, Irina suddenly screams in pain. Alpheus, panicking, begs her to stop talking, promising to do anything to save her. He apologizes repeatedly, but Irina, struggling, tells him not to be sorry. Alpheus, in despair, calls himself an idiot, shouting that he is the fool. But Irina, weakly closing her eyes, simply thinks thanking him that it was short, but he lets her see his magical world full of logic and thanks her before leaving. Alpheus, overwhelmed, screams in despair. Irina's funeral took place on a rainy day, attended only by her family in a private gathering. They did not permit Alpheus to be present, as he neither shared a marital bond with her nor had children. In the end, they drifted apart like strangers. On the day of Irina's passing, Alpheus had repeatedly struck his head against the wall, struggling to comprehend what had happened. He recalled how Irina had once told him that where there was light, darkness inevitably followed. The thought of having tried to change her filled him with regret. Overcome with despair, he had collapsed in the rain, blaming himself. He had called upon the god of light, Mirhi, chastising himself for the arrogance of reaching toward the forbidden. Sometime later, Arcane had allowed him into the room, informing him that he had returned. Expressing his condolences, he had urged Alpheus to clear his mind. However, before finishing his words, his gaze had fallen upon a bag of gasoline. Shocked, he had noticed a pile of documents soaked in it and had immediately demanded to know what Alpheus was doing. In response, Alpheus had turned toward him with an empty smile, stating that their research should never have been conducted. Arcane had attempted to calm him, acknowledging his grief, but reminding him that their experiment had been a success. He had insisted that individuals like Irina, who suffered from unexplained psychological afflictions, could now be treated. He had questioned whether Alpheus truly intended to let Irina's sacrifice be in vain. At this, Alpheus had let out a bitter chuckle, summoning magical flames as he repeated the word, sacrifice. Before Arcane's eyes, the documents had caught fire. Desperate, Arcane had tried to retrieve them, shouting that the research had been the culmination of both their efforts. As Alpheus had turned away, Arcane had demanded how he could do such a thing, his voice laced with anger. That night, an uncontrollable fire had broken out. In the present, Arcane had spoken with resentment, questioning whether Alpheus had truly abandoned him, the one who had always supported him both mentally and physically. Looking toward the sky, he had accused Alpheus of wasting his wife's sacrifice and forsaking thousands of people for his own reasons. Hearing this, those around him had been left in shock. Cerrone had turned to the principal, seeking confirmation of Alpheus's actions. Arcane, still looking skyward, had admitted that he understood Alpheus's grief, but he had declared that such actions were unworthy of a magician. Lowering his head, he had explained that he was there not only for revenge, but also to ensure that no other magician followed in Alpheus's footsteps. Raising his voice, Arcane had asked whether they still believed Alpheus to be a good teacher. He had called him cunning, arrogant, and reckless, condemning him for destroying a cause that had been meant to save lives. At that moment, a voice interrupted him. Nade, Iruki, and Romy had turned toward Cerrone in surprise. Cerrone had agreed that his master's actions had indeed been unworthy of a magician. Nade had instinctively moved to stop him, but Romy had held him back. Cerrone had continued, stating that while he understood the feeling of betrayal, Arcane's actions had also not been just. Arcane had been taken aback by the words. Cerrone, unwavering, had questioned whether this was truly all that a great magician like Arcane could do. In response, Arcane had burst into laughter, asserting that those with power had the right to act as they pleased. Just then, a surge of energy had shaken the ground. Speaking of judgment, Arcane had released a beam of light that had struck Cerrone. However, Cerrone had remained undeterred, accusing Arcane of being trapped in the past for 40 years. The remark had left Arcane visibly shaken. Cerrone had continued, claiming that despite all his words, Arcane had merely been drowning in regret. Arcane had faltered at this. A memory from 40 years earlier had resurfaced. He had recalled the moment Irina had introduced herself, mentioning that her husband depended on Arcane. He had welcomed her, inviting her to make herself comfortable. She had looked around, noting the vastness of the place, and had asked whether he ever felt lonely. Her words had caught him off guard. He had remembered how, upon first meeting her gaze, he had felt something akin to fear. Her eyes had been pure, yet unyielding, as if capable of confronting the deepest darkness, carrying within them enough light to dispel it entirely. Now, looking at Cerrone, Arcane had realized that he was witnessing that same gaze once more. Trembling, he had suddenly broken into laughter. Romy, observing him, had reflected on how understanding and sympathy were inherently human emotions, yet when taken to the extreme, they could transcend human limitations. As his laughter had faded, Arcane had mused that when insight surpassed human boundaries, it could blur the distinction between good and evil. He had then questioned whether Cerrone could truly foresee the consequences of his actions, concluding that they would never be able to see eye to eye. Fixing Cerrone with a cold stare, he had declared that someone like him had no place in this world. At that moment, darkness had begun to engulf the surroundings. Nade, stunned, had wondered how Arcane was able to wield magic when he should no longer have the ability to do so. The shadows had converged, forming a dense mass. Cerrone had stood frozen, struggling to comprehend how Arcane was able to defy the laws of fair exchange. A sudden thunderous sound had filled the air. Raising his hand, Arcane had laughed, proclaiming that magic was far more enigmatic than they could fathom. Iruki had cursed under his breath, firing bullets in desperation, fully aware that if the dark energy descended upon them, their fate would be sealed. A colossal wave of darkness had begun to distort the very space around them. Even Aaron, who had remained composed until then, had felt fear creeping in as the darkness grew stronger. At that critical moment, a radiant beam of light had pierced through the shadows, slicing through the encroaching darkness and dispersing it entirely. Everyone, including Cerrone, had turned their gaze forward in astonishment. Headmaster Alpheus had arrived. Upon seeing him, Arcane had immediately smiled, while Alpheus had silently met his gaze. A huge source of darkness spreads behind Arcane as he spoke in a hushed tone, remarking that Alpheus had grown old. Alpheus, however, remained unaffected by the memory-sealing magic, as though he had anticipated its effects. Instead of showing concern, he simply stated that remembering the past was a good thing and expressed his gratitude. His thoughts drifted to the image of his beloved framed in his mind. Turning toward the students, Alpheus addressed them with an apology for his past actions. Closing his eyes, he bowed in acknowledgement, thanking them for their efforts in protecting everyone, including Romy. Expressing relief that she was among them, he watched as Romy returned the gesture, assuring him that she too regretted not being able to shield the students. Cerrone hesitated before stepping forward to speak, but Alpheus, composed, acknowledged that his mental strength had fully recovered. Taken aback, Cerrone questioned whether he had already realized this. Alpheus explained that the most formidable magic ever developed by arcane mages was abyss magic, which is a power centered on the manipulation of memories. With a knowing smile, he tapped his temple, revealing that when Arcane erased his memories, it had inadvertently restored his mental strength for a brief time. Still grappling with the revelation, Cerrone found it difficult to believe such a phenomenon was possible. Placing a firm hand on Cerrone's shoulder, the principal advised him to always possess a hidden advantage capable of overturning any situation. Without such a safeguard, one could never truly be considered a combat mage. With that, Alpheus insisted that matters concerning the past should be settled by those to whom they belonged and urged the students to leave. Arcane, standing before them, responded without hesitation. If his former student was so determined, he would comply. A smirk played on his lips as he remarked that letting them go was simple, but then he posed a question asking what would Alpheus do now. He reminded him that he could no longer return to his role as principal. Alpheus's expression darkened, but Arcane continued, pointing out that hundreds of students had now become aware of his past. Realization struck Nade, who understood that Arcane had been the one to reveal the principal's past all along. Iruki, too, furrowed his brows, recognizing that everything had been orchestrated from the beginning. With an air of amusement, Arcane suggested setting the place ablaze once more. Remaining composed, Alpheus warned him that such matters were not to be taken lightly. Arcane then extended his hand toward the students, inviting them to join him, claiming that they would complete the research on memory implantation. He boasted that he had successfully implanted his own memories and introduced Harvey, a magical bio-creature, declaring that its existence was made possible by Irina's sacrifice. Alpheus's gaze darkened at the mention of sacrifice, the word echoing in his mind as a justification he himself had once used. Confronting Arcane, he accused him of masterminding the entire research, leaving Arcane momentarily speechless. Producing a crumpled sheet of paper, Alpheus demanded to know what he sought to achieve by erasing both Irina's and his own memories. Tears welled in his eyes as he held up the document, questioning why hundreds of magical bio-creatures had been created. In a voice filled with accusation, he shouted, condemning Arcane's ambition to dominate the world. Arcane, momentarily unsettled, attempted to respond but soon regained his composure, scoffing at the notion. Even after 40 years, Alpheus remained unchanged in his convictions. Cerrone, now grasping the truth, remarked that this was the very reason Alpheus had destroyed the research. He speculated that Harvey, the magical creature, housed the memories of both Irina and Alpheus. Erin, stunned by the revelation, shifted her gaze toward Harvey. Meanwhile, Arcane clenched his teeth in frustration. Alpheus had spoken the truth. Harvey's defiance mirrored Alpheus's own nature. Gripped by realization, Erin asked, her voice trembling, whether Harvey had been ordered to self-destruct. Overwhelmed by emotions, she shed tears of hatred. Arcane, holding his head in irritation, raised a hand in frustration, lamenting that no one truly listened to him. Above them, darkness gathered, swelling into an immense black mass, its oppressive force spreading fear among the students. Their terrified cries filled the air as Alpheus stepped forward, positioning himself as a shield before them. High above, Arcane sneered, taunting Alpheus to flee and abandon everything. Lost in thought, Alpheus's mind drifted to a moment from the past. Clump had stood before him, a grave expression on his face, questioning whether he intended to die there. Before him had stood a weary and unkempt Alpheus. Clump had spoken of his decade-long search, recounting the lengths he had gone to, the fortune he had spent, and the information he had gathered to track him down. Alpheus had questioned why he had come in search of someone like him, to which Clump had remained silent. Instead, he had pulled something from his pocket and handed it over. Alpheus had stared at it in shock. Clump had explained that someone was meant to have vanished the following day. The object in his hands had been a letter from Irina. Alpheus had unfolded the letter with trembling hands, his eyes scanning its contents. Within it, Irina had expressed her desire for the experiment to continue. Her final wish had been for him to move forward rather than remain consumed by grief, urging him to pursue the research he so deeply loved. She had called him her eternal light, asking him to let the world witness that brilliance. Overcome with sorrow, Alpheus had wept until his heart could bear it no longer. Then, gathering his resolve, he spoke, asking for money. He had declared his intention to establish a school, ensuring that individuals like him would never come to exist again. Dedicating his entire life to this cause, he had made a solemn vow. Clump had smiled, his expression serene. Now in the present, Alpheus raised his hand, summoning a radiant force. He reflected on the life Irina had enabled him to live. A surge of brilliant light emanated from him, its intensity overwhelming those nearby. Even dragonflies seemed suspended in slow motion. Cerrone, captivated, watched in awe as time itself appeared to slow. Lifting his hand higher, Alpheus gathered the light into his palm. In an instant, a dazzling beam of radiance shot skyward, illuminating the world around them. Cerrone rises to his feet, his looks around him. Iruki and Nade do the same, while Arin lifts her head, her eyes tracing the radiant light that gleams like the sun. As the brilliance fades, the surrounding darkness dissipates with it. A stunned exclamation escapes Arcane as he struggles to grasp what has just transpired. Alpheus, his expression calm, explains that the phenomenon is a spell known as Big Bang. Though merely an innocent magic that emits light, he remarks that reporting such a thing to the Magicians' Association would be laughable. Still, he considers this farewell gesture to be sufficient. Arcane, caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events, turns to Alpheus with a questioning stare. He demands to know whether Alpheus has prepared magic to challenge him. Yet before his words fully settle, he staggers and collapses, blood trickling from his nose. Pressing a hand against his face, he looks up in disbelief. Alpheus, unshaken, points out that although Arcane manipulated his memories to restore mental strength, it remains nothing more than an illusion of the mind. He warns that forcing beyond one's limits will place unbearable strain on the brain, endangering his very life. Arcane, recognizing his defeat, lets out a strained chuckle. He muses that Alpheus has not taken a moment's rest in 40 years, yet despite that, he has now managed to surpass the great magician Arcane himself. He admits he never foresaw this outcome. A brief silence follows before Alpheus finally speaks. His voice is firm as he tells Arcane that he still fails to understand. He is no longer the great mage he once was, and those days belong to the past. 40 years is long enough for even a mage of the 10th level to wither to the 2nd. The world has moved forward, and they have aged. He challenges Arcane, asking how long he intends to chase after the ambitions of his youth. A hush settles over the scene as Arcane, still coughing blood, manages a smirk and curses under his breath. He taunts Alpheus, urging him to weep, declaring that he cannot even claim to be a great mage anymore. Struggling to rise, he insists that Alpheus is no genius, merely someone who knows how to raise his voice. As he lifts his weary head, his magical eyes gleam ominously. He presses a trembling hand to his temple and sneers, calling him an arrogant fool. Once more, a sinister aura begins to take shape around him. Alarmed, Alpheus shouts, demanding to know if Arcane has lost his mind, warning that restoring his mental strength through such reckless means will be his undoing. However, before he can react further, he notices something far more alarming: that the students and even the professors of the school are being drawn skyward by Arcane's looming shadow. With the last of his strength, Arcane proclaims that he will go to any lengths to ensure Alpheus's downfall. Alpheus struggles to comprehend why victory or defeat holds such immense weight for Arcane. He pleads for him to abandon this childish obsession. Yet Arcane, standing amidst the encroaching darkness, merely smirks and urges Alpheus to listen carefully. In what he calls his final lesson, he declares that magicians are, and will always be, nothing more than children. Erin's breath catches as she stares in disbelief. Meanwhile, the students of the magic school continue to be pulled toward the abyss. Chaos erupts as Alpheus and the others rush to their aid. His voice cuts through the turmoil, ordering them to save as many as possible. Without hesitation, Sarone, Thad, and Iruki leap into action. Thad uses his immense strength to grasp falling students, while Iruki swiftly pulls up his literature professor, the same one who had once reprimanded him for failing an exam. Nade, eyes brimming with tears, desperately struggles to rescue Gabe, only to realize that too many remain beyond his reach. Sarone's heart pounds as he watches his teachers and friends plummet toward the icy ground. Panic surges through him as he spots Amy among them. Without hesitation, he dives, calling out to her, his voice raw with urgency. Amy's eyelids flutter as she stirs, confusion clouding her mind. A voice, faint yet familiar, reaches her ears. Struggling to recall its owner, she lifts her gaze just as Sarone appears above her, shouting her name. Realization dawns upon her, but terror grips her when she notices the desperation in his eyes. In a final desperate lunge, Sarone seizes Amy's hand. Her breath catches in her throat. She stammers his name only to falter when she sees the tears streaking his face. Laughter and sorrow blend in Sarone's expression as he recalls the words he once spoke to her. He had promised that when they reunited, they would compete as equals, for he would have caught up to her by then. But now, the bitter truth settles upon him that he cannot keep that promise. A jolt of fear shakes Amy as she grasps his intent. She cries out, pleading for him to stop, demanding to know what he is planning. Yet Sarone only closes his eyes, murmuring his gratitude. Amy clings to him, her sobs desperate, begging him not to leave. But as his form begins to dissolve, an ethereal light envelops him. A luminous brilliance surges outward, illuminating the entire sky. Iruki and Nade, in the midst of their frantic rescue efforts, freeze in stunned disbelief. The awakened students instinctively shield their eyes from the overwhelming radiance. Even Romy and the headmaster can only watch in silence. Meanwhile, Arcane, drained and powerless, collapses where he stands. His gaze drifts toward the spectacle before him, his mind barely able to process the sight. In the abyss below, thousands of shimmering lights pulsate in a mesmerizing display of color. A weak, wistful murmur escapes Arcane's lips. He calls it self-sacrifice. He muses to himself how peculiar this world is, and how even after living an entire lifetime, one still clings to existence, unwilling to let go. Turning his head one final time, he casts a lingering glance at Alpheus. Then, with a slow exhale, his eyes flutter shut, and his breath stills. Above the impassable bridge, the radiant glow continues to pierce the heavens, an unyielding beacon against the darkness. A stream of multicolored light descends from the sky, striking the ground like a rainbow. One by one, the students begin to reappear. Arcane lies motionless, his shadow only manifesting after he has already fallen. Canis, overwhelmed by agony, cries out, questioning whether Arcane truly believes everything ends with death. Despair fills his voice as he wonders how Arcane could abandon them so easily. His grief turns to rage as he shouts that he does not care if he is seen as nothing more than a tool, and what truly matters to him is not being left behind. Aren watches Canis's sorrow unfold, tears streaming down his own face. Consumed by guilt, he blames himself for everything, pleading desperately for their master to return. Though Aren attempts to console him, insisting it is not his fault, Canis refuses to accept it, repeatedly taking responsibility for their loss. At that moment, an unexpected voice interjects, confirming that, indeed, it is Canis's fault. Both turn sharply, startled. Behind them stands Harvey, his gaze unwavering as he declares that had Canis not interfered, Arcane would still be alive, standing as their shield. Now that he is gone, Harvey continues, they are all destined to follow him. Canis remains silent, absorbing the weight of the accusation. But Harvey does not stop there, rather he presses further, questioning whether knowing the truth will change anything. He explains that Arcane simply fulfilled his purpose, lived as he wished, and passed on without regrets. Then, his voice hardens as he asks Canis what he intends to do next. The question drags Canis into a memory, the day he was first asked why he sought power. His answer had been resolute that he wanted strength to protect Aren from the world. As the memory fades, Canis rises to his feet, repeating those very words. His resolve crystallizes as he strides toward the spectral entity, stating that if it is not dealt with here, it will become a greater threat. With that, he accepts the contract. Aren, troubled, warns Canis that with his dwindling mental strength, he will not be able to endure it. She offers to bear the burden instead, but before she can act, Harvey interjects coldly, declaring that Canis is now his master. Without hesitation, Harvey's shadow melds into Canis once more. Canis, his voice laced with warning, reminds Harvey that should he dare betray him again, he will show no mercy. As darkness surges into him, Harvey grins, acknowledging the threat, and remarks that he finds his master's arrogance amusing. Canis collapses, yet this time, Aren catches him before he falls completely. Clutching him tightly, she weeps, urging him to live so that together they can shape their own future. Meanwhile, from a distance, Alpheus silently observes the unfolding scene. Turning to Professor Romy, he solemnly declares himself a sinner. Romy, unfazed, responds that true atonement begins with acknowledging one's sins. Alpheus listens, then offers a faint smile as he looks at her but says nothing. Romy, studying him, notes that his arrogance has faded. At this, Alpheus chuckles and quietly accepts whatever punishment awaits him. Watching him, Thad and Romy exchange a glance, relief evident in their expressions. Alpheus, his smile lingering, then shifts his attention and asks where their hero has gone. He admits he never expected the boy to successfully teleport over 400 people at once, finding the feat nothing short of extraordinary. Just then, a distant cry pierces the air, it's Amy's voice, desperate and pleading for help. At once, Nade and Aruki rush toward her. Amy, her eyes filled with tears, trembles as she announces that Cerrone is not breathing. With Arcane's body properly handled, it takes 8 hours to return all the students to their dormitories. Though their sealed memories will gradually resurface, the school remains closed until then. In a dimly lit room, Amy, Nade, and Aruki stay beside Cerrone. Amy sits at his bedside, sobbing uncontrollably. She regrets not recognizing him the moment he returned, and as memories of their time together resurface, her sorrow deepens. The weight of her unspoken apology crushes her, making the pain even more unbearable. Nade, concerned, gently tells Amy to rest, warning that exhaustion will only make her ill. But Amy, clutching Cerrone's hand tightly, refuses to move. Her voice shakes as she questions why magic, something that should never take the life of its caster, has instead stolen Cerrone away after he used wide-area teleportation. Something about this, she insists, is not right. Nade, eyes welling with tears, nods in agreement. At that moment, a voice breaks the silence, suggesting that magic is, in fact, capable of killing its wielder. It points out that Arcane, too, perished because of it. From the shadowed corner of the room, Iruki emerges, delivering this grim assertion. Amy immediately protests, arguing that Arcane's death stemmed from the depletion of his brain's energy, whereas Cerrone's condition resulted from fully unlocking his immortal jaws. The two cases, she insists, are entirely different. Iruki, however, remains unmoved. To him, the distinction is irrelevant that whether Cerrone drained his energy or pushed his immortal function beyond its limits, the outcome remains unchanged. What truly matters is that Cerrone is dead. His blunt statement sparks outrage, and Nade immediately calls out his name in protest. Amy, eyes blazing, steps forward, demanding to know whether he genuinely believes Cerrone is gone. Unfazed, Iruki replies that he has yet to confirm it, but all evidence suggests it to be true. Without hesitation, Amy seizes his collar and easily lifts him, fury radiating from her trembling frame. She reminds him, her voice choked with emotion, that Sarone ended up like this because he sacrificed himself to save them. Tears spill down her cheeks as she raises a clenched fist, poised to strike. Yet Iruki remains eerily calm, his expression unreadable. Amy hesitates, realizing she will not follow through. Frustrated, she curses him, accusing him of knowing she would never hit him. With bitter finality, she declares that someone like him does not deserve friends. Nade, watching the tense exchange, stays silent but visibly uneasy. Iruki, his voice sharp, snaps back at Amy, telling her to stop acting pathetic and start thinking logically. He states the brutal truth that Sarone's heart has stopped, and he is no longer breathing. If they truly wish to pull him back from the abyss, then wallowing in despair is not the answer. His words hang heavy in the air. Nade, after a brief silence, reminds him that magic cannot revive the dead. Hearing this, Iruki's expression darkens. He shoves Amy away and states coldly that this is their fundamental weakness. Without another word, he turns on his heel and walks away. Nade, watching him go, then asks Amy why she did not strike him. Wiping her tears, Amy murmurs that she could not bring herself to do it because, in the end, Iruki is still Sarone's friend. Beyond the infirmary, Iruki walks alone, muttering under his breath about their helplessness. Just then, another voice speaks, echoing his sentiment and calling them pathetic as well. Turning, Iruki finds Canis and Aaron standing before him. Canis, his tone indifferent, states that they have only come to offer their condolences. He clarifies that Sarone did not die fighting him, but rather after saving others. His interest in the situation, he adds, has already faded. He continues, remarking that the others are foolish, always fixated on whether someone is truly dead rather than what must be done. Iruki stretches his arms, replying simply that they should hope Sarone is still alive. His words catch Canis and Aaron off guard, their expressions shifting to surprise. Without hesitation, Iruki steps into the spirit zone, declaring that there is only one person in the world capable of stopping Sarone. At that moment, an overwhelming spiritual force surges toward Canis, locking onto him with lethal intent. Harvey, sensing the imminent threat, warns Canis that he has become the target. Canis acknowledges this, yet Harvey's tone grows more urgent. The monster calculates the potential destruction, concluding that if Iruki unleashes his magic, everything in their surroundings will be obliterated. However, Canis remains silent before asking Harvey how fast Iruki calculates so quickly that the place will be wiped out. The monster inside of him explains that Iruki's speed allows him to analyze everything happening in the city within 3 seconds. Canis, who is clearly surprised, questions how that could be possible, even if Iruki has savant syndrome. Harvey observes Iruki and adds that his brain cells cannot handle this much longer. Iruki looks toward them and declares that if Sarone has to die like this, he will definitely kill them as well. Harvey immediately warns Canis to retreat, explaining that Iruki will explode if he steps into the spirit zone. Next moment, Aaron suddenly speaks up, that Sarone is but dead. Iruki is furious while advising her to choose his words carefully. Canis, worried, tries to pull Aaron back, but she moves forward, claiming that while she cannot see objects' conditions, but she can see inside people. Iruki, still shouting, asks her to clear her point. Canis grows even more concerned, but she insists that if Iruki truly believed Sarone was dead, he would not have cried with such a wretched face. Iruki is stunned to listen this. After a while, in the infirmary, Iruki stands before Sarone's bed, saying that the school will fall into chaos in a few days. If a funeral is held, it will already be too late. Pulling out a small knife, he looks at Sarone and continues, explaining that if Sarone does not stop him, he will not be able to move forward. Remembering a past promise, Iruki raises the knife and declares that he will save our boy. Slowly, he places the knife in Sarone's arm and pierces his skin. Next morning, at Alpheus Magic School, students must live in dormitories since the school trains the children of the kingdom's high-ranking nobles. Then, a man announces that how the school was recently invaded by 4 unknown attackers. Ultimately, they were dealt with, and a boy saved both students and professors. Unfortunately, our boy has passed away. Everyone silently listen as the man continues, while explaining that if the outside world learns about this, the school will not be able to avoid responsibility for such a serious issue. Another teacher insists that Sarone's funeral must be held as soon as possible, and the parents must be notified. A professor, however, stands up in protest, pointing out that Sarone's friends firmly demand to postpone the funeral. This is a reason. His body remains in the medical room instead of the morgue. Another teacher comments that while this is all they say, in reality, they are only stalling to protect the school's reputation. Afterwards, the arguments break out, with both sides countering each other. One teacher insists that the longer they wait, the worse public perception will become. Another warns that this delay could even lead to the school's closure. In frustration, all eyes turn to the principal, asking him to make a decision. The student council has also convened, because the kingdom's most prestigious noble families unite in the council. Then they turn to headmaster. Mr. Alpheus declares that they can't act now. Then teachers start to point out that delaying further puts the school at greater risk. However, some questions whether Cerrone is truly dead. However, headmaster wonders if his thoughts are rational, or if he simply sees Cerrone as special. Even when asking such questions, a vague feeling of doubt remains because immortal functions remain an unknown area for everyone. At that, Romy stands up and explains that Cerrone made an extreme decision. He activated his immortal function. She comments that, according to common sense, this state is defined as nirvana. Since nirvana is different from life, reaching it does not necessarily mean death. The teachers express their confusion, saying that this is a magic academy, not a place bound by common logic. Another teacher acknowledges the principal's words, understanding that there is a possibility Cerrone is still alive. However, she also points out that there is no guarantee he will ever wake up. Waiting indefinitely for Cerrone's revival may put the school in an even worse situation. When asked what that worst-case scenario is, the headmaster declares that it is not the school's closure, but all students and professors can be dead. Headmaster continues, explaining that without Cerrone, no one including the professors will survive. He asks if there is even a 1% chance that Cerrone, who risked his life for them, is still alive. He argues that they should try even if there is slightest chance for them to take. Meanwhile, at the school, students begin returning to classes. In Cerrone's hospital room, Amy and Nade remain by his side. Placing her hand on Cerrone's head, Amy whispers that no matter how long it takes, years or even decades, she will wait for the day he returns. She pleads for him to say he will come back. Amy, filled with desperation, tearfully begs for Cerrone to say something. Next moment he opens his eyes. However, when he opens his eyes while looking around in surprise, he wonders where he is. Our dude walks around and remembers how he had saved everyone. At that moment, he unleashes the possibility that he is in afterlife. He feels he has not forgotten the memories of when he was alive, but he questions why the scenery remains the same wherever he goes. Standing in the middle of space, he thinks as if all 5 of his senses are paralyzed. He then tries to lift his leg. In a way, he is ascending the stairs. He immediately understands distance does not exist, because one can only calculate it if there are 2 landmarks. If one landmark does not exist, then space itself disappears. He realizes that no matter where he goes, he is not actually moving. At that moment, a voice speaks, praising him for understanding the meaning of space. The voice acknowledges that Cerrone has the right to be there. He turns around and asks about the identity of the person. Next moment, he sees that flashes of light appear in front of him, shocking him. Then a girl steps out of the stream of light and tells him she has been waiting for him. Shocked, Cerrone questions who the woman and she introduces herself as God. Back in reality, 5 days have passed since Cerrone's death. Due to the recent tragedy, the professors take a risk and delay all corrective measures. However, in the student council meeting room, a large number of students gather, feeling betrayed by the headmaster they trusted. The board questioned teachers' decision. A student claims that everything stems from the Grandmaster's mistake 40 years ago. The students feel that the professors are avoiding responsibility. The student council president, Amira, declares that the council must intervene. The students immediately respond, demanding that the headmaster must be held accountable and punished. At that moment, Sariel stands up and argues that Cerrone is not truly gone. She explains that although Cerrone's heart has stopped beating, but his body has not decomposed. The students react with disbelief. She continues, stating that the professors made their decision based on this suspicion. Amira immediately questions if this is true and demands an explanation. Sariel reveals that it is the result of unlocking immortal function. He explains that immortality does not directly affect life, and the Ivory Tower is currently discussing this mysterious topic. Some students wonder what this concept truly means, as they have heard it is the highest realm a magician can achieve. She begins to sweat, while realizing that the students are totally oblivious to this concept. Even Amira, Sariel, considers whether wise magicians should decide only after deep thought. However, Sariel widens her eyes and understands that as students, they are still young and unable to comprehend certain complexities. She realizes that the upperclassmen's grudge against the headmaster influences their stance. At this rate, headmaster might be imprisoned. Meanwhile, Cerrone lies in a coffin, awaiting burial. Sariel holds her head in distress, wondering what to do. Next moment, Mark stands up and reminds everyone that the school's honor comes from its students. He argues that if people hear that the school has unreliable teachers, trust in the students will also fade. However, he points out that headmaster was the one who have guided them and taught them to be good people. The students recall their past memories and agree. Mark continues, stating that while the headmaster indeed made a mistake, they should not protest against the teachers they respect. Serial is pleased, realizing that if logic fails, emotions can be used instead. Amira, observing the board, calculates that the vote will be evenly split. The younger students cry, pleading for the teachers to be forgiven. She feels frustrated, knowing that expecting first graders to agree to a protest is unrealistic. However, the table changes when a student speaks. Fermi smiles and reminds everyone that they owe Cerrone their lives. He asks if anyone is not saddened by his death. He continues, while saying that they must honor Cerrone's soul instead of opposing his sacrifice. Seriel, realizing something, argues that Cerrone is not actually dead. Fermi then questions why his body is being embalmed if he is still alive. Amira and the students are shocked to hear this. She questions whether this is true and asks Seriel for clarification. Under pressure, Seriel refuses to provide information that could incriminate her. She internally apologizes to Amira. Taking advantage of the situation, Amira immediately calls for a vote. As expected, the majority agrees. After a while, students begin a protest, shouting for the principal's resignation and demanding an inquiry. Amira leads the demonstration, insisting that Cerrone's funeral proceed and that his body should no longer be preserved for a show. Meanwhile, Amy and Nate observe from above, worried. In front of them, Headmaster uses magic on Cerrone. While realizing that the students have figured out their use of slowing magic, the headmaster warns that they are running out of time. Meanwhile, with our boy, Cerrone questions the entity in front of him. The being, claiming to be God, asks if he believes in her. She explains that just as human creations reflect their creators, all things created by God share her characteristics. To our dude's surprise, she extends his hand and asks him if he will join her side. Our guy is clearly nervous to hear it and covers himself with his hands and apologizes, saying it is too sudden and that he is not that kind of person. Seeing Cerrone so nervous, she waves a hand and reassures him that there is nothing to be embarrassed about. Immediately, a set of clothes appears on his body. She explains with a smile that this is not his world and tells him that his body still exists in his original world. Surprised, our boy realizes that he is in another world. She laughs and clarifies that it is not. Rather, it is a place different from where he lives. She points to the surroundings and explains that a spot is a dimension without sound or form. From the outside, it seems like there is no space, but in reality, it is condensed. Our guy notices that the space between them and realizes that his body still exists in 3 dimensions. He suddenly understands that there is a 3-dimensional world inside a spot. She smiles, appreciating his unique perspective, and continues explaining that space and time operate this way. Even a world that appears as a tiny spot from afar can be infinite upon closer inspection. As our dude listens, he questions whether she is the creator of such a world, while adding whether he can return. She, appearing confused, expresses disbelief at Cerrone's unwillingness to accept this reality. However, he interrupts, insisting that he understands but still wants to ask another question. He seriously asks why she has lied. The girl appears shocked and remains while responding that she does not lie as a divine being and has no need to. With a smile, she explains that if something is thought not to exist, then it simply does not exist. Cerrone, looking at her seriously, accuses her of lying again. She remains silent. Cerrone presses further, asking if she is truly God. This time, the girl acknowledges a misunderstanding, while explaining that their definitions of God differ. She decides to show him what she truly is. Immediately, a small village appears. People looking like a scarecrow are harvesting rice and women are chatting. Our boy observes them and then notices that while the girl explains that although this world is a copy, she can manipulate it. She places her hand on the world, and suddenly, Cerrone looks up in shock as her finger appears, grabs a wooden farmer, and places him in a different area. She continues explaining that space has changed, and because space and time are one, time has also changed. Our boy asks whether it's about space and time. She affirms his understanding and relates it to something similar in his world. She compares it to teleporting a knight in a game of chess. When a move is made, time on the board advances. She explains that in reality, God is not an invincible and transcendent being, but rather an architect capable of creating dimensions lower than their own. As she continues speaking, she points out that creatures perceive God as an absolute entity because they possess powers beyond what creatures can comprehend. This farmer, for example, does not realize he has been moved, nor does he know that his world is merely a copy. After hearing this, our boy is totally stunned. She smiles, explaining that there is only one way for the farmer to become aware of the truth, which is immortal function. This face leaves our boy quite shaken. She then places a hand on the wooden man, and suddenly, a colorful world emerges while the wooden figure vanishes. She holds the ball again and explains that, despite appearances, the farmer's world still exists within it. However, he cannot perceive entities in higher dimensions. Cerrone looks at the ball in shock. She asks if he understands now. She tells him that she has brought him because he has unlocked the immortal function. However, our dude looks at her seriously and asks what she wants from him. She gently makes the ball disappear and demonstrates how time and space are created. She explains that by continuously creating new dimensions and time, a perfect universe can be formed, which is a concept she calls the space-time matrix. After listening this, our dude remains silent before stating that he cannot do it. She asks if he dislikes her proposal. Saron admits that the idea of becoming a god to create a world sounds appealing, and the concept of a perfect universe is logical. However, he explains that if he enters her time and space, others like him will have to sacrifice themselves. She points a finger at him and declares that she does not give him a choice. If he refuses, she will have to turn him into dust. Yet Saron stands firm and refuses. At that moment, she unleashes her power against him, stating that he will soon understand. However, our dude, while standing within the energy, suddenly declares that the concept of a single spot and realizes that the space-time matrix is similar to a spirit zone. Pointing forward, he recognizes this as her spirit zone. Not only this, he seriously states she is, in reality, a mage. She advances and warns our guy not to make a decision he will regret later. He lifts his hand, emitting a red light. She questions whether he actually believes he can defeat her. He realizes there is no chance because she operates on a level where she could call herself a god. She must be as strong as or even stronger than Arcane. Moreover, she does not belong to his world. When the farmer activated the immortal function, no trace of his body remained, yet his own body still exists in another world. He inquires if there is a way back, and she confirms there is, but success is impossible. He will only experience another death. Despite this, he raises his hand toward her face and declares that he will still try. She assumes taking him down will be easy, but the overwhelming energy he possesses is a problem because it could easily create a hole in this space. As he directs his energy toward her, she creates a massive black spot around herself and explains that it penetrates space-time. The moment he steps into it, he will undergo the same process he experienced to arrive here, only in reverse. He asks if she is truly allowing him to return. She makes him promise that if he fails to return to his world, he must come back and follow her will. She warns him again, and as our guy glances at her, she asserts that he will not succeed. He thanks her for the opportunity, but she tells him it is too early for gratitude. She explains that the process of a pure soul returning to a human body is not easy. Humans are filled with all kinds of unpleasant elements, and if he cannot overcome them, he will deteriorate into something neither human nor anything else. She asks if he wants to give up, but he firmly refuses and steps forward. She bids him a pleasant journey. As Saron moves forward, he reassures himself that once he crosses, he will return. However, he suddenly freezes and realizes that this place is similar to the white space he was in before. He looks at her, sweating, and begins to question why she let him go so easily. The realization strikes him that he is trapped in a prison of space-time. At that moment, a memory surfaces. 2 months ago, at Armin's house, Armin had spoken of a magic called Pause, the highest level magic of a time mage who has reached the speed of light. He had asked Armin if they were moving at light speed, to which Armin had confirmed, explaining that this is why it appears as though space-time has stopped. Light, he had said, is a peculiar force, and once it reaches a certain point, it catches up with time itself, which is the essence of pause magic. Back in the present, he understands that if this place is space-time trapped in the world of light speed, then escaping requires exceeding the speed of light. But he wonders how to do it. Sitting in a meditative position, he contemplates moving faster than light, though it is purely theoretical. At that, he recalls Girl's words that stepping forward will reverse the process. Slowly standing, he realizes that immortality spreads throughout the universe in the blink of an eye. At this moment, he exists solely as a soul without a physical body, meaning he just might be able to overtake light. Recalling the concept of elimination, our guy refuses to give up. He rushes forward at a speed beyond light, his form dissolving into it. He succeeds and finds himself lying on a bed, realizing he is returning to his world and his friends. Meanwhile, in reality, the headmaster sits beside his bed, casting spells. 8 days have passed since his supposed death. Oliver and Romy are also present, while Sariel stands by the window. Sariel tells Amy to look outside. Outside, the student body representative holds a petition, submitting a letter of complaint against the entire school staff. They insist that before it is too late, the headmaster should be submitted to an investigation by the Department of Magic. Mark, Maria, and Gabe urge everyone to calm down. However, Oliver, visibly angry, questions whether it is the student council's role to invite rebellion against the school. The representative denies any such intent, stating that they never wanted matters to escalate this far. Yet, it has been days since Cyrone's passing, and still, no public announcement has been made. When Oliver claims that Cyrone is in a coma, she is met with skepticism. The students argue that in a coma, the heart does not stop beating. and the school cannot silence them by simply saying his body is not decaying. They know the headmaster's magic can delay the process, and while they too mourn Cerrone, they refuse to let their school fall into chaos. Oliver reluctantly admits that they had technically misled the students, but defends their actions, claiming that, as teachers, they believed this was the best course of action. She questions whether the students can take responsibility for the choices they have made. Deep in thought, Amira wonders why Oliver went so far as to make such a statement, and begins to suspect that something crucial has been overlooked. She reviews the entire report, growing increasingly suspicious. Standing beside her, Fermi believes that they have already won and advises her not to get involved. He specifically warns her not to hesitate now, but instead of refusing outright, he smiles and suggests a compromise that students should be allowed to see Cerrone's condition for themselves before making any decisions. Oliver, shouting, refuses, insisting that they must wait until everything is resolved. The students, furious, demand their right to know and attempt to push their way inside. Maria tries to stop them but is pushed aside. Mark helps her up and questions whether they have lost their minds, reminding them that a student's life is at stake. Just then, something appears above them in the sky. The students look up in shock as Nade lands, radiating a powerful blue energy. He challenges them, while saying that if they wish to enter, they are free to do so, but if they do, they will die. The students question him about what he said. Amira asserts that they have tolerated him enough and questions whether this is how he wishes to speak to his seniors. He rises to his feet and asks if he should repeat himself. Lightning bursts from his body with immense speed and power. The students are stunned as they recognize it as plasma magic. They are shocked, realizing that he is only a Class 5, whereas only Raikon in Class 1 capable of using such magic in the entire school. She remarks that this is actual murder magic. Serial reveals that he had been hiding it from everyone. Standing in the corner, Iruki reflects on the situation, thinking that despite being aware of the consequences, he has still chosen to use this magic. Nade states that while our boy is not dead, anyone who approaches him will be. Meanwhile, on the other side, our guy appears to be fading. Suddenly, he senses something sticking to him, and a strange voice echoes in his head, repeating the words like intake, intake, breed, breed. He wonders what is happening to him and realizes that it is the birth of the lowest form. He refuses to accept death or immortal existence. He recalls what the girl had told him, that the transformation from a pure soul into a complex human being is never an easy one, as humanity is filled with unpleasant elements. He understands this. Determined, he declares his intent to return. The voice responds, telling him there is no place to return to, that only death awaits him. He shouts back, demanding that it be silent, insisting that he will return to his world. Struggling against the chains restraining him, he attempts to break free. In the present, Amira tells Nade that he is an idiot who refuses to accept his friend's death. She releases her power, stating that they possess climate magic, which absorbs electricity. She warns him that he is alone and questions whether he truly believes he can take on all of them. At that moment, someone steps forward, remarking that Nade has bitten off more than he can chew, and asks if he needs help. It is none other than Iruki. Nade, surprised to see him, questions why he is not siding with the students, as he previously agreed that our guy was dead. Iruki responds that he is not on their side because he dislikes the way they assume they can simply take Cerrone away. Amira grows more enraged at this. Meanwhile, our guy remains motionless in bed. The headmaster, silent, declares that there is nothing more he can do. Amy, saddened, questions how he could say such a thing and whether he truly intends to bury him. Meanwhile, Oliver and Romy remain quiet. The headmaster gestures toward the window, pointing out that the students are using murder magic and are about to kill each other. He warns that if this continues, another tragedy will befall them. However, Amy grips his arm, insisting that he is not dead and that they should not give up. The headmaster remains silent as she bows her head in tears. In the shadows, Fermi watches with amusement, whispering to himself that they must fight and let the agitation consume them, and in the end, they'll turn to be. Iruki and Nade stand against the students. Amira contemplates whether it is right for fellow students to use murder magic against one another. She calls Iruki a savant, pointing out that his logic is usually as cold as ice, yet he is allowing himself to make such an emotional decision. She questions whether he truly believes Cerrone is alive. Iruki simply states that he is not dead. Nade looks at him in surprise, while Amira scoffs, challenging him to provide proof that could convince the rest of them. Iruki confidently affirms that he has evidence. When Amira demands to see it, Iruki cryptically states that it is now 4 o'clock. Just then the bell rings. The students freeze, recalling a similar moment when the ghost had appeared. They anxiously wonder what will happen this time. Nade glances at Iruki, realizing that he had been counting the seconds, but remains uncertain about its significance. Amira, growing frustrated, accuses Iruki of insanity, and declares that they will check for themselves, regardless of the consequences. She warns that he will not be able to hold off the senior class for long. At that moment, Iruki reveals a document in his hand. At that moment, Canis and Aaron decide to join in. Amira, furious, demands to know how they dare to interfere, and this time they won't spare them. He taunts them, challenging them to catch him if they can. Iruki remarks that he is late. Canis responds that he was told to arrive at 4 o'clock. Iruki coldly points out that he is 27 seconds late. Canis shrugs, stating that he owes nothing to Sarone now. Nade questions Iruki about the document. Iruki explains that it is the medical opinion of the Dragon Bolt, which left Sarone in his current state. He reveals that he took a sample from Sarone and sent it for analysis. Nade is astonished, wondering when and how Iruki managed to obtain the results from the capital in just 5 days. Canis and Aaron remain silent, while the students murmur among themselves, suspecting a trick. The involvement of the Mercadine family, however, changes nothing. Iruki reassures them that he did not use his real name, as dealing with his father would have been troublesome. He then emphasizes that what is written in the document is far more significant. Amira impatiently demands to know whether the document contains information about magic capable of reviving the dead. Iruki begins reading, revealing that the document is titled, "On Matters of Immortal Function and Suspension of Biological Activities." The students gasp. Nade also listens intently, surprised. Iruki continues, while explaining that the analysis of the subject's tissue sample revealed that our boy is in a non-mechanical suspended animation. The sample, taken 24 hours after apparent death, showed no signs of decomposition normally found in deceased organisms. The attached data further supports this finding. Based on the evidence, while biological activity has ceased, biological function has not. The students whisper among themselves, questioning the distinction and wondering if this means our dude is not actually dead. Iruki proceeds to read aloud Dragon Bolt's classification of cardiac arrest into 3 cases. First, when the heart has completely stopped functioning. Second, when the heart has temporarily ceased functioning. And third, when the heart has not stopped but only appears to have stopped. Amira, in shock, exclaims that the third case makes no sense. Flipping the page, Iruki instructs everyone to listen carefully. He explains that while an organism whose heart has stopped may appear dead, under the concept of immortal function, 2 further possibilities arise. The first is that if mental expansion is delayed due to specific events, the body may temporarily cease functioning until the mind reaches a conclusion. The second is that even if mental expansion has ended, differences in the observer's perception of time may result in vital processes being unobservable due to space-time distortions or other barriers. Serial supports Amy, who sheds tears. Skipping a few pages, Iruki reaches the conclusion, which states that it is impossible to definitively declare Sarone dead. Nade, overcome with relief, tears up. Iruki turns to him and asks if he is now satisfied with his proof of challenging the notion of death. Amira grips the document while sweating. She realizes that the student council had been mistaken. The nation's most esteemed magic organization has confirmed that the faculty council's decision was indeed correct. The students behind her exchange uncertain glances, unsure of their next move. Suddenly, the headmaster arrives, addressing Amira and causing her to flinch. He steps forward, and instinctively, she lowers her head in respect. She hurriedly explains that their intention was never to create chaos, but rather to ensure the truth was not hidden. The other students follow her lead, bowing their heads in acknowledgement. She had believed the school would ultimately conceal everything, but now she questions that assumption. At that moment, Alpheus gently places his hand on her head and apologizes for making her do this. Tears fill up in her eyes as she looks at him. With a reassuring smile, he asks if she can find it in herself to believe in him once more. He assures her that once Sarone's condition is fully assessed, he will take full responsibility, ensuring that no shame befalls him in front of his beloved students. While crying, she asks if he is truly still the same headmaster she has always respected. Without hesitation, he swears by everything he has. Overwhelmed with emotions, Amira breaks down, sobbing like a child. By now, most of the students have dispersed, leaving only the headmaster and Fermi behind. Fermi, rubbing his neck, complains that having the headmaster step in feels like cheating. Alpheus responds with a knowing smile that he has possibly become a hindrance, remarking that perhaps it is time for Fermi to graduate, given that he is already 22. Fermi smirks, raising his hand for a salute, and jokes that he has found a job where he can earn just as much as he does here. With that, he turns and leaves. Meanwhile, Nade and Iruki walk down the corridor. Then, without warning, Nade suddenly turns and accuses Iruki of deliberately showing off. Iruki scrunches his nose and dismisses the claim with a smirk, teasing that he would never plan anything with someone drowning in self-pity. If word had gotten out, everything would have been exposed. Nade admits to acting foolishly, and Iruki smiles and agrees to it. He then changes the subject, asking if Nade remembers his certain expression from earlier. Before Nade can respond, he quickly brushes it aside, pretending not to have time to care. Instead, he wonders aloud about what he will do tomorrow. Iruki quips that he himself is too cool for people to notice someone like Nade. With a raised brow, Nade questions whether Iruki has even considered that possibility. Iruki shrugs that if he ever decides to grovel before him, he would gladly accept it. Before the conversation can continue, Amy suddenly appears. Iruki confused states how they have protected our guy, but before she tearfully expresses her gratitude, panic sets in as he stares at the crying girl, his voice rising in alarm. Awkwardly flustered, he immediately rushes inside, only to nearly collide with Serial, who is rushing in from the other direction. He sidesteps just in time and heads toward the hospital bed. Amy, Nade, and Serial exchange excited glances, their voices filled with relief as they proclaim that they have saved Sirone. Iruki watches their enthusiasm with a sweat drop, feeling once again that he cannot handle this group. His gaze then shifts to Sirone, still unconscious. He reflects on the fact that while they managed to prevent Sirone from being declared dead, no miracle has occurred. Softly, he murmurs for Sirone to return, assuring him that they will wait as long as it takes. Meanwhile, Sirone drifts in a world of space. A strange question echoes in his mind that, if he has already lost his mind, could losing it again make any difference or so? A familiar voice cuts through the void, whispering cruel words that he was nothing more than a child picked up from the streets, that his parents never truly needed him, that anyone could have taken him in. He denies it, but the voice persists, claiming him a ruthless predator who crushes others beneath his superiority. His victories lead only to the downfall of those around him, making him an unwanted presence in the world. As his body begins to dissolve into fragments, his sense of self crumbles under the weight of contradictions. Yet, within the chaos, a final, unshaken piece of himself remains. It is called the origin. Some calls it the spot, some the yin-yang. On the other hand, mages knows it as infinity. Amid the clash of red and blue light, a golden glow emerges. In that moment, Sirone finally understands that only by losing everything can he see himself fully. The voices that tore at him, the doubts that sought to erase him, they were all a part of him. He forms a protective barrier around himself. He realizes that these contradictions define him, and he must embrace them wholly. As his consciousness stabilizes, he touches the ground and returns to the white space. There, he glimpses an image of himself in reality. A voice calls from behind, questioning whether he is truly ready to leave. The girl looks at him, remarking on the rarity of a transcendent being choosing to become human again, a paradox known as Vajrayana. It is one of the 3 paths to enlightenment in Tantric Buddhism, which is a journey the deity never expected Sirone to complete. Yet, he has surpassed the event horizon and proven himself worthy. Our boy calmly asks if she ever feels lonely. She smiles and responds that while a god cannot experience loneliness, she does feel a tinge of sadness at his departure. Hearing this, Sirone smiles in return, expressing gratitude for the chance to return. It was something he had always longed to say. She warns him to remember this moment, as there will not be another chance. Having reached Vajrayana, he will receive no further invitations from her. As he turns away, a blue light envelops him, guiding him forward. Just as he is about to disappear, her voice calls out one last time, asking him to send her regards to Headmaster Alpheus. Sirone's eyes widen in surprise. He turns, questions forming in his mind. But before he can speak, the light pulls him away. A final thought lingers that how does she know the headmaster? 11 days have passed since Sirone's supposed death. Nade and Iruki lie near him, while Amy, having fallen asleep with her head on his bed. She wakes up and heads to brush her teeth, then returns and asks if he had slept well and how he was feeling. As she opens the window, she gently urges him to open his eyes. Picking up a flower vase, she places it by the window and reminisces about the time she fell off a cliff. She reminds him that he was the first one to come looking for her. Tears well up in her eyes as she acknowledges how much time has passed since then. She regrets leaving on her own without even saying goodbye or apologizing. Wiping her tears, she continues, saying that so much has happened since then, and there is so much she wants to tell him and pleads for him to return. Just as she turns around, she freezes in shock. Sirone's eyes are open. Realizing he is awake, she lets out a loud scream, startling herself into a fit of coughing. Panicking, she rushes to Nade and Iruki, unable to contain herself, and screams once more, waking everyone. Nade, Iruki, Oliver, and Romy quickly gather around Sirone's bed. The headmaster raises his hand and remarks that it seems our boy had his eyes open all night. Oliver confirms this, explaining that a low-level magic had been cast on him. Nade, still in disbelief, hesitantly asks if he is truly alive, which irritates Amy. The headmaster releases the magic, and as Nade and Iruki watch closely, Sirone suddenly jolts upright, eyes widening. He shouts in confusion, asking if something has happened. Looking around at everyone, he seems disoriented and mutters about seeing a strange vortex of light, leaving the others in shock. Noticing the headmaster's presence, Sarone questions why everyone is gathered. Amy, now in tears, only adds to his confusion. He greets her, but she grabs his cheeks, scolding him for acting as if nothing had happened. Jumping onto his bed, she tearfully berates him for making her worry. Still dazed, Sarone apologizes, trying to grasp the situation. To him, crossing the event horizon and returning felt like only half a day had passed. But for everyone else, time had moved forward significantly. At that moment, the room erupts with joy. Nade and Iruki rush toward him, cheering. In the excitement, Sarone instinctively hugs Amy to protect her as she screams. The headmaster and Oliver watch the students with calm smiles. Nade then informs Sarone that he had been dead for 10 days. Stunned, he learns that his heart had completely stopped. Regaining his composure, Sarone quickly inquires about Arcane and the others. Just then, Thad and Romy enter the room and see 4 of them collapsing on the floor. They feel relief. Romy hugs him, crying and thanking him for returning. She clings to him, saying she doesn't know what she would have done if he hadn't returned. Oliver watches her, recalling how much she had worried and how she had placed all her trust in the immortal. Everyone looks as Romy continues hugging Sarone tightly. Sarone lets out a strained noise, prompting Romy to quickly pull back and ask if he is all right. Feeling dizzy, he simply smiles, realizing how much he had missed the sensation of breathing. He reflects on how he had thought he had lost everything but now feels truly alive again. However, behind him, Amy and Iruki glare at him furiously. He quickly clarifies that he didn't mean anything by his words, but Amy smacks him anyway, demanding to know if he even realizes how worried they had been. Iruki encourages her to hit him more, while Nade joins in, suggesting they knock him out completely. The headmaster watches the students with a relieved smile before quietly leaving the room. As he walks down the corridor, he reflects on how it is now his turn to act. Just as he is about to leave, our dude steps out of the room and calls to him. The headmaster acknowledges him and immediately tells him that much has happened. He informs Sarone that the school has been temporarily closed and advises him to take his time adjusting. Our boy thanks him for his concern but states that he has some questions. He reveals that he had traveled to another dimension through the immortality function. With shock expression, the headmaster asks for details. Sarone begins recounting his experiences, and as he speaks, the headmaster listens intently. When our dude mentions that a certain woman knew of him, the headmaster falls into silence. Sarone confirms that although his memories are still hazy, he is certain that she wanted him to pass on her regards. The headmaster, deep in thought, simply replies that he knows about her. Surprised, Sarone asks how he knows her. The headmaster contemplates for a moment, then muses that while he does not usually believe in fate, Sarone's encounter with her may have been inevitable. He then reveals her identity as Adrius Miro, also known as Miro of Spacetime. He further explains that she was once his disciple and specialized in scale magic. Curious, Sarone inquires about scale magic and the concept of a disciple. The headmaster asks if he has ever heard the term unlocker, referring to those whom the Magic Society recognizes as having unlocked the immortality function. When Sarone confirms his knowledge, the headmaster explains that Adrius was also an unlocker. Sarone is stunned by this revelation. The headmaster elaborates that scale magic is a unique form of magic, wielded only by those who have comprehended the infinite nature of space-time. Sarone begins to understand the magnitude of the abilities he had encountered. Headmaster adds that Adrius never concerned herself with reality. Many aspects of her magic defied conventional knowledge, which was why she and her fellow scholars had formed a research group in Istas. Still in shock, Sarone listens as the headmaster reveals that she was, in fact, the first president of the Science of Supernatural Spirits research group. The next day, our guy sits on the hospital bed, remarking that today will be his last day there. He thanks Amy and Serial for visiting him. Serial casually responds that there's no need to mention it. Since the school is closed, she has the chance to spend time with them. She admits that, as a graduating student, all the studying had been exhausting. Iruki interrupts, suggesting that if she is tired, she should go for a break. Amy stares at him while Serial retorts that just because she takes a break, it doesn't mean her competitors will do the same. Teasingly, Iruki calls him arrogant, pointing out that he speaks respectfully to others, but treats her informally. Iruki wonders how she and Sarone could even be considered the same. Nade then asks about the headmaster's situation. Amy explains that he had willingly accepted any responsibility and punishment. However, rather than facing disciplinary action from the school, he would be investigated by the district teacher. Meanwhile, the headmaster steps out of a carriage with Canis and Aaron. It is revealed that he is headed to the Magic Association headquarters in the capital for inspection. Amy notes that even within the 3rd Investigation Department of the Magic Association, he has been summoned by the Special Prosecution Team. They have stated that they will disregard any personal connections and proceed strictly according to the law. Even though he is the headmaster, it is unlikely he will be able to avoid disciplinary action. Upon hearing this, he chose to remain quiet. A few days prior, when Sarone had inquired about Miro with the headmaster, he had noted that she was eagerly anticipating his arrival. Despite the supernatural spirits research group being established many years ago, he found himself curious about how she recognized him. At that moment, the headmaster had stroked his beard and posed a question to Sarone about the total enrollment at their school. Sarone confessed that he did not know. As the number fluctuated, some students graduated, while others were expelled. However, the headmaster disclosed something surprising. Regardless of the total enrollment, the school would always be one student short. Miro had never completed her graduation, and she remained perpetually registered at the school. Sarone was taken aback. It was hard to accept, especially given her utilization of scale magic. The headmaster had verified that Miro existed in a higher dimension solely made up of scale magic, a realm referred to as the higher layer of Istas. Putting a hand on Sarone's shoulder, the headmaster stressed that this information was a well-kept secret, even among those who had been part of the school for years. He had implored Sarone to vow that he would keep the higher layer a secret, cautioning that revealing it could not only put him in jeopardy, but also endanger the entire world. Sarone had consented, although he privately acknowledged that the idea was disturbing. He had found it hard to believe that Miro was at Istas, and jokingly remarked that he would never be able to sleep in the research group again. The headmaster had reassured him, explaining that as long as he did not activate the immortality function, Miro would not be able to find him. He had added that she would never leave the place she had created herself. Sarone had then asked why. The headmaster, gazing out the window, had quietly responded that for her, this world was full of pain. Returning to the present, Sarone looks out the window, then glances at his friends. The warm and comfortable atmosphere around them contrasts sharply with the harsh truths he has encountered the event horizon, the terrifying reality of Istas. Yet, while he is here, those thoughts seem to fade into the background. However, his mind continues to dwell on the meaning of scale magic, the concept of unlockers, and the higher layer of Istas. He cannot shake the feeling that they are calling out to him, as though his path is destined to lead him there. As Amy continues talking, she suddenly notices our boy staring blankly out the window. Meanwhile, in another location, a voice declares that the testimony provided could be used against someone in court. With that, the investigation concludes. The headmaster stands in the middle of the room when he hears about Canis and Aaron being taken. The two step forward, and the headmaster looks at them before requesting to speak with them for a moment. The officers permit it, but warn that it cannot be for too long. Canis, observing the situation, thinks that although everyone in this room is under investigation, they still speak formally to the headmaster while treating him and Aaron informally. He finds the system corrupt to its core. The headmaster reassures them, while stating that he only has a few questions. Canis immediately responds that he does not care and tells Alpheus not to treat him like a disciple. Alpheus, unfazed, simply remarks that this is exactly why he wanted to talk to him, leaving Canis confused. The headmaster then informs Canis that once this is over, he will have to attend the magic school. Canis frowns and angrily asks if this means he will have to be under Alpheus's authority. He furiously declares that the headmaster is not the victor in this situation. If it had been a proper battle, his teacher would have defeated Alpheus in a single move. The headmaster does not argue but acknowledges Canis's claim. Then, the headmaster adds that if circumstances had been different, he would have been the first to kneel. Canis falls into silence. The headmaster goes on to explain that evil, regardless of the reasons given, will always provoke hostility. Nevertheless, he is confident that Canis has the ability to transcend it. After all, they once trained under the same teacher. With that, he exits alongside the officers. As he leaves, he conveys his hope to offer a future free from darkness for both of them. Canis and Aaron are then taken to Investigation Room B. Canis scoffs at the idea of a future. He thinks that the only thing he has ever learned is how to fight. His destiny, as he sees it, lies only on the battlefield. As they slowly enter, a man appears. The guard announces that Canis and Aaron have arrived. The man smiles and invites them to sit, introducing himself as Sakari, an inspector with the 3rd Investigation Department. He asks if they are indeed Canis and Aaron. Canis confirms their identities, but Aaron suddenly begins trembling in fear. Surprised, Canis asks what is wrong. Terrified, Aaron admits that she cannot read Sakari. She cannot see through him. Canis, startled, wonders what she has sensed to make her react this way. Sakari, still smiling, comments that Aaron seems surprised while his overall form looks like a steel dummy. He mentions the first sutra, and explains that although magic usage is restricted within the association, innate properties cannot be blocked. Thus, he has covered his entire body with something to prevent being read. Aaron stares at him in shock, unable to believe what she is hearing. He has perfectly suppressed his thoughts. Sakari warns them not to cause any trouble. Next moment, he suddenly brandishes a weapon right in front of Arin, startling her. He commands her to focus and reminds her that they are in the middle of an investigation. Addressing her by name, he asks if she understands. Arin, trembling, replies that she does. Just then, Harvey appears and remarks that someone had predicted they would not be able to stir up any trouble. Canis, silently acknowledging that Sakari is extremely powerful. After 30 minutes, Sakari presents Canis with a document, explaining that it is his master's choice. Canis is taken aback. Sakari confirms its authenticity and tells him to check it for himself. The document had been prepared by Arkan for Canis. It has already been checked by the lawyers of that region. Canis, holding the papers in shock, realizes that his master has left everything to him. He is totally baffled to read the words that he leaves all his belongings to his disciple Canis. It amounts to 4.8 billion gold. Canis looks at the will and asks if everything mentioned belongs to him. Sakari confirms it does. While reading, Canis thinks that he can no longer ask Arcane about it. The will states that all of Arcane's belongings go to Canis as his disciple. Frustrated, he mutters that Arcane never cared about his life or death, yet now calls him a disciple. Sakari brings up an important detail that Arcane, known for using dark magic to control others, left everything to Canis. He questions whether Canis and Aaron were brainwashed from childhood. Angrily, he denies it. The man, however, explains that brainwashing does not always require magic. If a child is saved from death, their savior becomes a godlike figure to them. When that person asks for devotion, the child follows willingly. Before he can continue, Canis cuts him off while shouting that his master never forced anything on him, and that everything he did was by choice. He reminds the man that he wrote this in his testimony. Arin also questions the point of this claim. Sakari calmly responds while saying that if they were brainwashed, Aaron would be judged innocent. This confuses Canis while making him wonder if the man is playing with them. The man then reveals the association's stance that they want to prove that Arcane brainwashed children. If that is true, then Canis and Aaron had no real reason to commit their past crimes. However, this also means that he would not be considered Arcane's disciple while making the inheritance illegal. The association would confiscate it. The man offers them a choice to sign the paper admitting they were brainwashed and walk away free. Canis reflects that this place is no different from Ladum. Unlike the slums, which were openly cruel, these people hide their true intentions behind a facade. To him, the world is nothing but a battlefield soaked in blood. The man gives them an hour to decide. Without hesitation, he agrees to sign. The man calls it a wise decision and tells them they are free to leave while skipping any formal discharge process. Canis realizes that the association only wanted Arcane's wealth. They see him and Aaron as insignificant, not even worth keeping imprisoned. This realization makes him understand how powerful his master truly was, that no country could act against him. He asks the man about his class, and the man responds that he is officially 5th class. Furious, Canis declares that he will return one day and make him kneel. The man, unimpressed, remarks that he barely made it this far. As they leave, Aaron reassures Canis that he made the right choice. Instead of rotting in prison, they have a chance to grow stronger. Canis agrees and vows that they will become powerful. A man approaches the inspector and expresses gratitude that Arcane's death has helped resolve everything smoothly. The inspector instructs him to leave the documents on his desk before asking about Alpheus's case. Aldeano questions whether the situation will cause public outrage and wonders if a 6-month license suspension is too lenient. Though the incident occurred 40 years ago, he believes the person involved still holds some responsibility, despite being a victim of the school attack. The man considers the 4.8 billion gold bail and hesitates but acknowledges it as acceptable. Aldeano challenges him while implying that he would never make an unfair judgment. The man quickly apologizes while admitting his words were inappropriate. Aldeano dismisses him while allowing him to leave. While reflecting on a previous injury, he recalls how it still aches. He regrets not bringing a gift earlier, but decides that, even if late, a present would be fitting to celebrate the recipient's Golden Circle Award. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Saron, Iruki, and Nade greet the headmaster in the morning. He reminds them that he is no longer in that position, but Nade insists that once a headmaster is always a headmaster. When Saron offers to assist him, the headmaster jokingly refuses while saying he would be left with no work. He then asks about their school life, while assuming the reopening must be challenging. Our guy admits to feeling overwhelmed while stressing about scoring 80 points in every subject within the limited time remaining. The headmaster realizes that they are preparing for promotion next semester. The students explain that, a month ago, after completing their research presentation, they had planned to graduate together. Sitting together, they had promised not to end up as failures and aim to reach the 4th class next semester. However, their plans were disrupted when Arcane attacked the school while preventing them from studying. After checking his results, Nade panics about his low scores while worrying about how to double them. Iruki, confident in math, reassures him that he is still in a better position than most. Nade disagrees while claiming that his practical skills are weak, unlike the others. More importantly, he struggles to focus on studying, especially after all the recent chaotic events. Iruki suggests taking a break for the day and starting fresh tomorrow. Our boy, convinced by the idea, agrees. Suddenly, our boy notices something unusual and points it out to the others. Kanas approaches while commenting that class seems to be over. Sarone, surprised, questions why he is still at the school. He explains that he and his companions will be staying there permanently and are just looking around. Everyone is shocked by the news. Our guy presses for clarification, and he admits that he is not particularly fond of the situation, but sees the Magic Academy as the fastest route to success. Nade, skeptical, questions whether he is underestimating the academy and asks who accepted him. He corrects him to call him senior. He then explains Nade while mentioning that both of them are in different classes, that Nade in class 5 and himself in class 4, while asserting that this makes him a senior. All of them wonder how the school teachers have admitted him and how he has been placed directly in class 5. Canis explains that they learned these basics 10 years ago as the disciples of the Archmage. Nade questions whether, despite this, they still cannot surpass our guy. He then nonchalantly asks if the students' grades are poor, and upon learning the answer, he feels deeply disappointed. Frustration rises among them. His disappointment stems from one having low grades, and the other lacking practical skills, while making it hard for him to believe he has been training for these students. However, he eventually wishes them good luck and sees them off. As they walk away, everyone watches in silence. The boy then turns to Nade and Iruki, while declaring that from now on, they will not take a single day to relax. Nade, displeased with having these people as their seniors, shares his frustration. Iruki, however, reminds him that these seniors will only be enrolled in the next semester and will graduate by then. Despite this reassurance, they begin to wonder if they can improve their grades within the remaining month. Determined to make the most of their time, they decide to divide each hour into 10-minute segments. From now on, they commit to avoiding any waste of time while focusing entirely on their studies. To strengthen their efforts, they agree to form a study group while allowing them to help each other overcome their weaknesses. Iruki shows him a paper, making our boy realize that he has not fully understood the auxiliary post-positional particles Iruki has taught him. He notices that Iruki has written them correctly, yet they do not work because they lack special expressions. Tension rises within him as he acknowledges their incompatibility, which hinders their ability to grasp specific subjects effectively. Frustrated, he tells Iruki that language is crucial and fundamentally different from mathematics. However, Iruki, unconcerned, insists that he knows nothing about language and believes mathematics is superior. Our dude, while growing impatient, questions whether Iruki intends to graduate, but this only leads to more frustration. Determined to stick to his plan, he decides that their third priority must be to postpone all academic achievements and focus solely on studying until they graduate, as they cannot afford to be juniors to Canis. Nade, initially worried, remembers that his practical exam is the next day. However, he quickly reassures himself while knowing he is fully prepared and confident in securing a top position. Later, the students gather to watch Nade's practical exam, where he achieves a total count of 87 beats. They are astonished by his performance while finding his skills incredible. Observing his progress, they realize how much he has improved through his association with Sarone and Iruki, while making it evident that he can easily attain a high rank. However, one of them notes that Iruki has not been attending class lately. Soon after, the result board is displayed while revealing Nade at the top with 173 beats. He recognizes that he has outperformed all other participants with ease. Professor Romy commends his achievement. Following this, Iruki steps forward and begins his practice. With focused effort, he surpasses Nade's record while reaching an astonishing 210 beats. The spectators, unable to believe what they are witnessing, regard him as almost insane. Some speculate whether he has used a formula to achieve such an extraordinary result, as it seems impossible by normal means. At that moment, Canis appears, unimpressed. He dismisses the score as insignificant and deems Class 5 pathetic. Professor Romy, while maintaining composure, instructs them to tour the school quietly. Canis, unimpressed by the competition, remarks that if this is pulse training, he had once done it merely to alleviate boredom. Aaron, while reflecting on their training, realizes that they learned this technique from their master to enter the spirit zone, where they rapidly mastered expansion and contraction. Curious, Canis turns to Aaron while challenging her to surpass the 210 beat record. The students, while growing annoyed by their arrogance, shift their focus. Their confidence is restored as they remember their own strongest asset, which is our guy. Rising to the challenge, he steps forward, prepared to take the test. As the test begins, a sudden burst of light signals the start. The room falls silent as all eyes fix on him. Within just 10 seconds, he reaches 120 beats while maintaining a pace of 12 beats per second. Shock spreads through the crowd as Canis and Aaron, unable to comprehend his speed, watch in disbelief. Even Professor Romy, astounded by his strength, begins to understand. She recalls that he acquired a rare and powerful trait after returning from the immortal function. Professor Romy recalls that all the teachers initially regarded him as a convergent-type magician, expected to develop into a defensive magician. However, his exceptional durability allowed him to endure the immortal function, while making him far more powerful than they had anticipated. She finds this realization fascinating. As he continues his test, the moment suddenly comes to an end. The spectators, stunned, witness the final count, which is 410 beats. The sheer magnitude of his achievement leaves everyone in awe, unable to believe what they have just seen. His performance is nothing short of extraordinary. Despite the amazement surrounding him, Canis remains unimpressed. He questions whether such strength is truly worth celebrating. While the spectators continue to marvel at the feat, Canis dismisses it while asserting that true skill lies in surpassing him. Without further interest, he tells her to leave the place. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, one student wonders if all of this is merely to justify him being a disciple of the Archmage. They believe he should simply join Class 5 of the Magic Academy and not cause further disturbances. As Canis walks away, deep in thought, he reevaluates his perspective. Until now, he had assumed his past losses were due to innate traits, but he begins to question that belief. If there were a test purely designed to measure true strength, he is no longer certain of his victory. A realization dawns upon him that if he truly wants to be the best among all, he needs to beat Cerrone first. Canis asks the people standing nearby if they know Cerrone. Some of them start discussing how he dares to talk to the advanced class teachers like that. Then they realize that it is Canis. He tells them to share everything about him while thinking that how, as soon as he entered the school, he investigated the grades of these 3 boys and their connections, only to find their grades disappointing. Since people had been saying these boys would defeat him, he assumed they were at the top of their class. However, they turned out to be below average. What surprises him is their personal connection, as all 3 are considered competition in the school due to their unique abilities that were unlocking ability, massful light, and exceptional durability. He then thinks he can easily learn everything about our boy if he stays close to him. Later, he sits with Aaron while discussing how he will not lose this time and will defeat him. In doing so, he believes he will grow stronger like his master. Meanwhile, Aaron eats quickly while agreeing that they should become stronger. He tells her to eat slowly as she is eating too fast. She has also left some cherry cakes in front of the owl statue, while believing it will help in getting good marks in the exam. During the academic class, all students are present, but our dude and his crew remain in their club while studying diligently. Iruki struggles with literature verbs and other language terms, finding them difficult, but they continue to study hard. A month passes quickly, and the final exams arrive. On the morning of the first exam, they enter the academy and greet the seniors. Other students question why they call them seniors, as they will also be graduating next month and moving to Class 4. The Class 4 students respond that since these 3 have been working hard, they have high expectations of them and want them to lead their class. He thanks them for their encouragement. Nate and our guy feel extremely frustrated as the pressure becomes overwhelming. However, Iruki reminds them to stay calm while warning that nervousness could lead to serious mistakes. He points out that their test rooms are different, meaning their papers will likely be different as well. Despite this, he remains hopeful that they will stay together until the end. When he starts acting strangely, he asks if Iruki is feeling fine. Before they can dwell on it, they realize that the exam has already started. They quickly decide to meet again in 12 hours while feeling hopeful about passing. Wishing each other luck, they head to their respective exams. After the exam, they gather in the club. Iruki, having memorized all the questions, starts recalling them while he prepares an answer sheet using the books. Together, they manage to find the answers to all subjects. However, they soon realize that they have made mistakes in some of the questions. Understanding that scoring below 80 marks in even a single exam would mean failure, they start to worry. But Iruki reassures them while saying that there is no point in stressing over what has already been done. Instead, they should focus on grading first. Even so, our boy and Nade remain anxious. Suddenly, Nade shouts in excitement while realizing he has passed with 82 points in all subjects, securing his place in Class 4. However, Iruki sits in silence, looking disappointed. When Nade asks what is wrong, Iruki suddenly exclaims that he has scored 87 points in all subjects, his face lighting up with joy. He explains that learning and copying language patterns significantly improved his language grades. Reflecting on it, he realizes that skipping even a single question would have led to failure. Nade congratulates him but then starts thinking about Cerrone. Meanwhile, our hero shares his own result while revealing an average score of 86 points. Iruki finds it incredible to score above 80 in a single semester, but quickly notices his concern. When asked about it, he admits struggling with a math question and asks if it was a multiple-choice question. Iruki explains that it was particularly tricky, with a complex solution. However, he cannot recall the answer he chose. Nade urges him to remember while emphasizing that the correct answer was 1.5. Iruki asks about his math grade if he gets the question wrong, and he replies that it would drop to 79 points. He then tries to recall his choice, believing he selected the third option, but struggling to remember whether 1.5 was option 3 or 2. Realizing that a single question could determine whether he remains in Class 5 next year, Iruki begins to worry. Meanwhile, Nade becomes increasingly frustrated. He considers it a good idea to ask the teacher directly, so they decide to go together. When they arrive, Oliver seems surprised by their visit while reminding them that the exams ended yesterday. They ask about the answer to the last multiple-choice question in the math exam, which shocks her. However, they urge her to answer quickly since they are in a hurry. After a moment of thought, she replies that she believes the correct answer was option 2. Hearing this, our boy loses control, and Nade, concerned about his fragile body, asks if he is all right. He suddenly shouts in frustration while demanding to know why the answer is option 2. Deciding there is nothing more they can do, they see the professor off and leave. As they walk away, she watches them and realizes how much more energetic they have become. Meanwhile, in the teacher's office, all the teachers gather to check the exam papers, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of work. Then Oliver suddenly remembers the boy's earlier question about the last multiple-choice problem. Looking through the answer sheet, she discovers that the correct answer was actually option 3. With this, his advancement to Class 4 is confirmed while filling him with relief and happiness. Elsewhere in Bashuka, the capital of the Kingdom of Thormia, students train diligently at the Kaizen Swordsmanship Academy. Among them, a girl catches the attention of her peers while going ahead. She addresses someone while saying that despite not attending a single semester, he excels in practical training. Observing his progress, she questions whether he will continue to perform well in exams as well. This person turns out none other than Leon Hard Ogent. Elzine Tess approaches Leon, and he urges her to sit down, otherwise the instructor will punish her. She questions whether he is also afraid of the instructor. However, feeling frustrated, he insists that he does not want any additional stress during exams and asks her to change her seat. She replies that she is only trying to calm him down, but he refuses her consolation. Unbothered, she remarks that he cannot fall any lower, as he is already ranked 30th. He then asks if she knows that he used schema a month ago. She observes that he is different from others while realizing that his fearlessness comes from enduring rigorous training. However, she still wonders why he remains at the bottom. Elzine then reminds him that he was in first place when their first year began. Indeed, when Leon first enrolled in Kaizen Swordsmanship Academy, he was at the top. 6 months ago, during winter, the academy had already produced many first-class swordsmen. Among them, one stood out as the greatest, known for his courage and strength. Every year, countless knights aspired to make history and gathered at the academy. However, the majority failed to pass the probation period and were eliminated. In Group 1, Richard Feiger established dominance by treating people as slaves and forcing them to act as his horses. He commanded them to crawl faster and even placed bets on riding them. Within the academy, schema users were assigned to Group 1 while setting them apart from the others. Students without any knowledge of schema are placed in Group 2, while those who lack any understanding and have entered only due to their parents' will are assigned to Group 3. In this world, those who cannot be trusted are not considered comrades. Feiger, while asserting his dominance, forces one of the weaker students to act as his horse while preparing to ride on him. However, before he can do so, Leon suddenly appears and strikes him down. The onlookers are shocked by the unexpected turn of events. Standing over him, Leon reminds him that this is not a playground. Feiger, growing furious, prepares to retaliate with the intent to kill. Meanwhile, a woman observes the situation and remarks that Leon has managed to challenge him. Elzine, while hearing this, assumes he must be strong for his name to be so well known. However, the woman corrects her while stating that he is actually quite weak. She explains that Feiger has been extorting money from every Group 2 student for his birthday, but Leon was the only one who refused. As tensions rise, the spectators wonder if a fight is inevitable. The woman speculates that Leon will not initiate it, yet his short temper makes the outcome uncertain. Trying to prevent unnecessary trouble, Leon warns Feiger that fighting will not benefit either of them if the instructor finds out. However, Feiger, unfazed, calls upon the Group 3 students while promising to demonstrate the consequences of defying him. Giving them one final chance to flee, he threatens to kill them if they choose to stay. Feiger taunts Leon while calling it pathetic to have no supporters. However, Leon fails to understand his point and questions whether he only fights for personal gain. Feiger, undeterred, insists that fighting is a necessity, a defining trait of a knight. In response, Leon declares that he does not deserve to be called a knight. Hearing this, Feiger bursts into loud laughter. As Leon prepares for the fight, Feiger confidently announces that he will strike first. Without hesitation, he lands a powerful hit on Leon. Watching him endure the blow without falling, he begins to wonder if Leon is using schema. Realizing he has underestimated him, he considers himself careless. Without wasting any time, Leon retaliates with a punch while making Figer momentarily acknowledge his strength. However, Leon quickly realizes that Figer is not relying on schema, yet continues to hit with overwhelming force while making it difficult for him to withstand the attacks. Suddenly, Figer delivers a devastating blow while causing blood to spill from Leon's mouth. Seizing the moment, he unleashes a series of relentless punches. The onlookers, growing increasingly alarmed, attempt to intervene before he goes too far. Despite their efforts, Figer continues to beat Leon mercilessly. Eventually, he hangs him upside down from a tree while displaying his dominance. The spectators, while witnessing Leon's helpless state, begin to view him as nothing more than a weak worm. They question why he boasted so much about his strength when, in reality, he was far from powerful. Elzine finds it inappropriate to disgrace an opponent in such a manner while knowing that it can only make him feel worse. Meanwhile, Leon feels a deep sense of embarrassment, especially being in such a humiliating position in front of a lady. The other students question whether he was merely showing off, now seeing him as both weak and foolish. They wonder if his attempts to act strong were meant to gain popularity, only for it to end in complete humiliation. However, as Leon hangs from the tree, he convinces himself that he will easily forget this moment. He refuses to feel embarrassed, despite the public humiliation. Instead, he shifts his focus to the students watching him. Addressing them, he reminds them that they ran away even though they claim to be aspiring knights. He tells them that this moment will always stay with them, a reminder that they let fear hold them back. Despite his current state, he finds contentment in the fact that he at least fought for his beliefs. Before losing consciousness, he tells them that their actions today will forever be a source of shame. When they finally become knights, they will understand the weight of their choices. For a knight, creed is everything. If they ever wish to stand with pride, they must learn to fight for what they believe in. In a place where everyone dreams of becoming legendary warriors, a confrontation unfolds. A boy with intense eyes attracts attention, and someone questions his determination while challenging him to a fight. The battle begins. Meanwhile, Elzine Tess approaches Leon and introduces herself while offering to fight alongside him. He hesitates, feeling bound by his own constraints. Others recognize Elzine's strength, and one comments that now, with her involved, they can't back down. Refusing to be pushed around, they prepare to face their opponents. Figer, while unwilling to retreat, calls them foolish and urges them to fight. The boys, determined, claim that simply knowing how to use schema isn't enough to win. In the midst of this, Elzine apologizes for disturbing Leon's table, but he reassures her while saying he never aspired to be a hero. He takes someone away from the instructor's view, and she questions whether he truly understands the situation. She explains that the instructors are constantly evaluating them, even at that moment. Despite their high grades, Figer and his group are denied admission, while Leon, once the top student among 300, has now come to last place. He insists that he never wanted to be first. She praises his dedication to training and wonders how he avoids burning out. He, however, has long overcome that struggle. She reminds him that graduation and building a reputation as a swordsman are crucial, while warning that if he remains at the bottom of the exam rankings, he will be held back. He dismisses the concern, leading her to press for an answer, worried about his future. He then reveals that something more important drives him, that is his commitment to his lord. Her curiosity deepens as she asks if he has already pledged his knight's oath, a lifetime commitment that can only be made once. She assumes the person he serves must be highly renowned. He, however, refuses to explain further while questioning why she is so interested. She insists she has a right to be curious, especially since he continues studying despite already securing a role. Finally, she demands to know who holds his loyalty. He answers that it's Cerrone. Confused, she asks about this person's status while expecting a powerful figure. He clarifies that Cerrone is simply his friend, and a student at a magic school in their hometown. Doubt creeps into her mind that an oath sworn to someone without fame or prospects seems unthinkable. She further thinks Cerrone must be a girl. Before she can ask further, Leon cuts her off while reminding everyone that the exam is starting. Urging them to focus, he warns that failure awaits those who hesitate. Determined to uncover more, she resolves to question him later. At the training hall, everyone gathers as Parka Kwan from Class 6 makes an announcement. He states that today's practical lesson focuses on movement, specifically on shifting one's center of gravity. Pointing at a student, he asks where a swordsman's center of gravity is. The student confidently answers that it is at the belly button, but Parka immediately calls him foolish and says he is wrong. Turning to another student, he asks the same question. This time, the boy responds that it is at the soles of the feet, but his answer is also incorrect. Frustrated, Parka reminds them that they have already covered this topic and orders them to do 200 push-ups. He then reveals that the center of gravity exists outside the body and, in schema terminology, is referred to as external gravity. He instructs them to repeat the term, and they all do so, though some whisper that it is their first time hearing about it. He explains that they are unaware of this concept because he never bothered to teach it before. He then states that he will demonstrate it only once, urging them to watch closely as they will be tested on it immediately. One of the students complains while realizing that they are being examined on something they have just been introduced to, and jokingly threatens to harm him. Parka begins the lesson by stepping forward and swinging his sword, then stepping back and slicing again. Some students murmur in confusion, noting that he simply swings his sword, yet there is something different about the energy he generates. He clarifies that this is the fundamental movement in swordsmanship that is leaning the body to shift the center of mass and using that momentum to increase the power of a strike. He adds that incorporating schema further amplifies the attack's strength. Observing their skeptical expressions, he remarks that their lack of understanding is why they would only survive for 3 seconds in a real fight. A student grumbles about his bad luck. Parka stresses that movement is more critical than raw strength in real combat. He explains that a swordsman shifts their center of mass outside the body depending on the situation. To illustrate, he demonstrates by positioning his center of gravity behind his back while calling this external gravity. As he showcases the technique, the students react with shock while exclaiming that he has suddenly propelled himself into the air and is now walking on the ceiling. They struggle to comprehend how someone can move so quickly. One student internally notes that such an attack, while relying on inertia rather than raw strength, seems impossible to block. Watching Parka's flawless execution, the students recognize this as the swordsmanship of a man once feared as the image of death. After finishing his demonstration, Parka clarifies that this is the application of external gravity. However, he admits that what they just witnessed is not purely external gravity, but rather his own control over it. He explains that he enhances his movements using schema to create external inertia, while exaggerating it to help them grasp the concept better. Then, confirming that they understand, he asks them if they are ready for the test. They all respond. Finally, he orders everyone who reacted in amazement to drop down and do 200 push-ups. Without protest, they comply. As the students continue their training, Parka gives further instructions. He explains that the exam will test their ability to manipulate their center of mass by passing through horizontal obstacles. The rules are straightforward that when obstacles approach, they must dodge quickly and navigate through various barriers. He warns that the final stage has almost no space to pass through while making external gravity essential. Additionally, all obstacles are equipped with real blades, while meaning a single mistake could be fatal. He confidently states that he expects no cowards among them. However, if anyone does end up injured, Instructor Kana will reattach any severed parts, so they should not worry. The students, hearing this, find his reassurance even more terrifying. He then instructs those who have finished their physical training to step forward according to their assigned numbers. Calling out the first student, Davis Aiden, he confirms that the examination preparations are complete. Meanwhile, Elzine Tess complains to Leon that even though they have learned schema, doing 200 push-ups seems excessive. He dismisses her, saying that if she keeps talking, he might be forced to do even more. She argues that since Parka is busy with the exam, he should not be concerned. Some students nearby whisper among themselves while wondering why the most admired first-year student is talking to him. One, feeling envious, internally curses Leon, while another with blue hair hopes to be noticed as well. Shifting the conversation, Elzine asks about Sarone while questioning if the person is a girl. Leon, shocked, loudly denies it, and insists that no matter how untalented he might be, he would never take such a knight's oath. He firmly believes that Sarone will rise to the top one day, which is why he entrusts his life to him. She notes how quickly his attitude changes when talking about his friend, and warns him not to assume things about others so easily. She then thinks to herself that if Leon holds his friend in such high regard, she might even feel a little jealous. Out of curiosity, she asks if he can introduce her to Sarone. Leon, confused, questions why she would want to meet him. She responds that since he speaks so highly of him, anyone would naturally be curious. Additionally, she admits feeling envious that he already has someone to dedicate himself to. He, still puzzled, comments that her request seems sudden. Furthermore, he reminds her that Sarone is in Creus, which is quite far away. However, she casually suggests that they could travel there, pointing out that their vacation is approaching. She mentions a small island to the south that is a popular tourist spot while proposing that they could visit it together. Leon hesitates while realizing that it has already been half a year since he was separated from Sarone due to his admission into the Swordsmanship Academy. The idea of seeing his friend again and enjoying a trip tempts him. After thinking for a moment, he wonders if Sarone would be okay with it, while noting that his friend tends to be shy. Elzine, while smirking as she observes his reaction, suggests that our guy should bring a girl along. Since he attends a magic academy, he must know plenty of people. She proposes that they turn it into a double date. Leon, caught off guard, repeats the phrase in confusion, unsure of how to respond. She nonchalantly says they can think about it later. Deciding to shift the focus, she confidently announces that she will put on a strong performance for their final exam before the break. At that moment, Parka calls her name while signaling that her examination is about to begin. As the test starts, she quickly realizes that relying on flexibility alone will not be enough. The massive obstacle completely blocks the stage, leaving only a small gap at the bottom. Without external gravity, she knows she will not make it through safely. Applying the first impact, she shifts her center of mass outward and executes the technique perfectly. When her test concludes, an announcement declares her success that number 17, Elzine Tess, pass. Overjoyed, she reflects on her achievement while realizing that despite attempting it for the first time, she executed it flawlessly. She now understands that all of their previous training was merely the foundation for mastering this skill. Though Parka's personality is a disaster, she acknowledges that he is still a capable instructor. Parka then calls out the next participant, announcing, Number 28, Oyent Leon. Examination preparations complete. As Leon steps forward, he confidently tells himself to give it a try and begins his performance. The other students watch closely, while noting that he moves at an impressive speed. While executing his techniques, Leon focuses on the moment he needs to apply external gravity. He attempts to use schema to shift his center of mass outward, but suddenly he loses balance and falls. Parka, furious, yells at him, demanding to know why he is recklessly throwing his head toward the blades. He questions whether Leon has completely lost his mind and asks where he misplaced his schema. Confused, Leon insists that he used schema, but Parka immediately shuts him down while calling his claim nonsense. He reminds him that students who cannot use schema were instructed to exempt themselves from the exam. Determined, Leon protests while assuring him that he knows how to use it. He recalls taking the muscle strengthening exam a month ago and states that he definitely passed. However, Parka, clearly unconvinced, scoffs at his words. To prove his point, Parka points at a large rock nearby and instructs him to bring it over. He explains that the previous exam required students to lift twice their body weight, so carrying that much should be a simple task. Leon hesitates while remembering that he barely managed to pass that test before. Nevertheless, he grips the rock, lifts it, and asks if he has done it correctly. After observing him for a moment, Parka sighs and delivers an unexpected verdict that Leon is not using schema at all. The other students, stunned, whisper among themselves while noting that the instructor actually apologized. Still in disbelief, Leon demands an explanation while asking how he is managing to lift the heavy boulder if not with schema. Parka shakes his head and bluntly states that he is simply absurdly strong while relying entirely on his raw physical power rather than any magical enhancement. Finally, he makes the official announcement that Ogent Leon, first year, first semester, is going B at the last place. After seeing his last place ranking, Leon sighs and thinks that it is unfair to be ranked last just because he cannot use schema. He worries that his father will be furious when he finds out, so he decides to just go out for a while instead of dealing with it. As he starts to leave, Elzine calls out to him while reminding him not to forget their plan for the break, as he has to bring his friend. Leon nods while assuring her that he remembers. While walking away, he wonders what Cerrone is doing at that moment. Meanwhile, on the other side, our boy is deep in his teleportation practice. He quickly moves horizontally while experimenting with powerful spells like Rainbow Drop and Photon Cannon. He makes flashes of rainbow light and photon swirls during his training. He also applied laser techniques. As he trains, he explains that no matter how strong a material is, shockwaves will eventually break it. He notes that while Photon Cannon has a strong impact, lasers can cause continuous damage almost indefinitely. Because of this, his specialty magic has improved significantly in a short amount of time. However, as he casts Windcutter, he realizes that simply knowing strong spells is not enough. He reflects on how, in the past, he could catch opponents off guard because his magic was not widely known. He also relied on the immortal function to compensate for his lack of precision, but when facing truly powerful opponents, he had been completely helpless. Even as people died right in front of him, he could do nothing. This thought weighs on him, and he tells himself that when the people he cares about are in danger, he does not want to be a powerless mage. While he is lost in thought, Iruki and Nade arrive while greeting him. They notice his practice and, surprised, ask if he just used teleportation. Iruki is amazed and comments that Cerrone has already been working on it. Our dude proudly confirms that he has succeeded in moving at near light speeds, though he admits it makes him dizzy. Nade points out that the travel distance is too short while making it impractical. However, Iruki disagrees while saying that even students in the graduating class struggle with spatial movement spells. At the very least, he notes, Cerrone managed to surprise Nade. Smirking, Nade replies that he has something surprising to show them as well, and he asks if they have ever seen plasma magic before and promises to demonstrate it. Meanwhile, Iruki teases Sirone, saying that he was just drowning in his own self-admiration while training alone. Sirone quickly denies it while insisting that he still has a long way to go. Iruki reassures Sirone while telling him that his laser magic, which uses monochromatic light, is truly impressive. He explains that normally, while mastering such a technique would take 10 years of intense mental training, yet Sirone managed to do it instantly by applying the principles of photon cannon. He encourages Sirone to feel proud of his progress while emphasizing that he has improved the most during the last semester. Our guy agrees with him. The next day, the three friends express their gratitude to their professors for teaching them over the past months. One of the professors, surprised by their polite behavior, jokes that he never expected the school's biggest troublemakers to be so respectful. He reminds them to review their studies over the break, but also to enjoy themselves. Nade grins and says that having fun is his specialty. Another professor comments that the most surprising thing is that Iruki, known for his poor academic performance, has actually moved up a grade. Meanwhile, Professor Thad gathers the courage to ask Romy if she would like to have dinner with him now that the break has started. Everyone is shocked by his sudden proposal. However, she politely declines while explaining that she has responsibilities to handle at the order. Thad sighs while saying she is truly strong and expresses his wish to participate in their training. Professor Oliver playfully asks if Thad is planning to join the order himself, while warning him that he would have to shave his head and might lose his popularity with women. Thad confidently replies that love is more important than hair. Then, turning to Oliver, he teases her while saying that she wouldn't understand since she has never fallen in love. Everyone is stunned by his words. She, unfazed, calmly responds that she is actually in a relationship. The group is even more shocked and immediately asks if she is joking. They demand to know who she is dating while suspecting that she is making it up. With a straight face, she answers that she is dating Magic. Upon hearing this, everyone sighs in relief while realizing that she was not being serious. Just then, the headmaster walks in while surprising everyone. They gasp while questioning if he is still alive. He chuckles and confirms his presence while adding that a temporary headmaster will take over next semester. He asks the students to treat the new headmaster as well as they treated him. Nade, disappointed, protests while saying that he does not want a different headmaster. Before Sirone leaves, the headmaster asks to speak with him privately. Sirone agrees while telling his friends he will meet them at the entrance later. During their conversation, the headmaster brings up Sirone's plan to investigate Miro. Our boy is surprised, but admits that he does intend to do so. The headmaster, while having observed children for 40 years, explains that he can tell just by looking into Sirone's eyes. Our guy apologizes and mentions that he plans to investigate the Kurgo ruins. The headmaster advises him that searching there will give him a better understanding of the world Miro belongs to. Sirone, while realizing the importance of the ruins, repeats the name to himself. Meanwhile, Elzine reminds Leon about their trip and asks if he remembers their destination. Confidently, Leon assures her that he does. However, when she challenges him to name the place, he hesitates before answering that it is Galliant Island while Leon is planning to go there as well. The headmaster tells our boy that he allows him to investigate the Kurgo ruins because he trusts his judgment. However, he warns him to stay cautious at all times. Our guy expresses his gratitude and assures him that he will be careful while asking in return why the headmaster is interested in Miro. He explains that while crossing dimensions, he heard a voice which is his own voice. Curious, the headmaster asks about the voice. Sirone recalls its haunting words while telling him that it said his parents would have been fine without him, that they were not truly his parents, and that no one in the world needed him. He admits that these painful thoughts had been buried deep in his mind for so long that even he had forgotten about them. The headmaster, already aware of Sirone's past from Clump, listens as he explains that accepting those painful truths allowed him to attain the adamantine body. However, he still feels he has a long journey ahead. He expresses his desire to grow stronger while believing that understanding himself better is the key. His curiosity about Miro stems from her ability to create countless dimensions, yet choosing to isolate herself. He feels that by learning more about her, he might find the answers he seeks. Reflecting on Sirone's words, the headmaster acknowledges that people at his age often feel lost. He considers that, in reality, every person in the world is a lone traveler searching for their path. He silently hopes that our guy will find his way both to discover himself and to protect those he cares about. He finds Sirone's journey fascinating, as it reminds him of his own youth. However, he wonders if our boy, who resembles him so much, might end up walking the same difficult path. As he contemplates the past, he remembers a time when a man had proven wave theory through experiments, but later found himself in danger while calling out for someone to save him. The headmaster recalls how he himself once grew overconfident in his abilities, made strong friendships, and chose understanding over ambition that everything he had failed to do in his own youth. While looking at his wife's picture, he regrets not being able to protect Miro and wonders if Sarone might succeed where he had failed. Filled with guilt, he wishes he could return home once more. The next day, Iruki and Nade ask Sarone if he told the headmaster about Miro. He replies that the headmaster advised him to investigate the Kurgo ruins and is surprised that he was granted permission so easily. The two friends are amazed by this, with Iruki pointing out that the ruins are famous. Our boy confirms his plans while saying that he will go there during the vacation. Iruki wishes he could go along but mentions that his father would never allow it. Just then, they notice a high-level security behind him. They are impressed while saying it's their first time seeing something like that. Nade remarks that Iruki comes from a very powerful family. He then adds that his own family also has strict rules, though in a different way from Iruki's. Iruki wishes him luck. Nade then reflects on how surprising it is that Sarone met the first president of the Supernatural Spirits group. He also recalls that Mikaya Gald, the leader of the Magic Association, was one of its founding members. Iruki adds that the person who developed the Istas formula was also involved. They both marvel at how many incredible people were part of the association. Before parting, Nade asks Sarone to keep them updated about his investigation once school resumes. Our guy promises to let them know. Nade then tells him to take care while saying he will write letters to keep in touch. Our boy returns the farewell and sets off on his journey while telling them to meet again in a month. At the Ogent mansion in the capital Bashuka, clothes are scattered all over the stairs. Lian, while noticing the mess, loudly complains that his sister is at it again. He mutters that she has evolved from a hag into a witch and assumes she has entered some kind of trance. Wondering how many days she has been preparing for their father's meeting, he decides to sneak in quietly and grab his belongings without disturbing her. However, as soon as he tries, he trips and falls. Lena, while noticing him, sarcastically comments that she was wondering what a stray cat was doing in the house, only to realize that it was him. She then demands to see his report card. Annoyed, he shouts that he is not a child and refuses to show it. She, now irritated, insists that he should listen while she is speaking nicely. Eventually, he gives in and hands it over. The moment she sees his rank, her expression turns cold. She bluntly questions if he has lost his mind and demands an explanation for the schema misconception remark written on the report. Mocking him, she compares it to pseudo-pregnancy. Unbothered, he dismisses it while trying to brush it off. Furious, she calls him an idiot and questions why using schema is so difficult for him. He simply responds that he just can't do it. Trying to escape the conversation, he turns to leave, but she immediately stops him while demanding to know where he is going. She informs him that once their discussion is over, they will visit their grandfather. Lian protests while saying that he has an appointment and has already promised to go on a trip. Suspicious, Lena asks who he is traveling with. Frustrated by her endless questions, he hesitates. He thinks carefully while knowing that if he admits it is a double-date trip with Sarone, her jealousy might drive her to kill him. He mentally curses our guy while blaming him for exposing this side of his sister. After a brief pause, he claims that he is going with Tess, the only daughter of the Elzine family. Lena immediately calls his bluff while finding it ridiculous that someone from such a prestigious family would go on a trip with him. Without giving her time to argue, he quickly rushes out. Shouting after him, she orders him to stop, but he moves at an incredible speed. Watching him go, she shakes her head and mutters that no matter how much he struggles, he will never surpass her. Determined, she takes a carriage and challenges him, eager to see who reaches Kreese first. Sarone is on his way when he inquires whether young Master Rai has already received his official certification. The individual accompanying him confirms that Rai has recently attained his Class 10 certification and is currently occupied with duties on the front lines. Meanwhile, Lena has secured the role of concertmaster for the kingdom's 7th orchestra, while their father remains as busy as ever. The elder has chosen to retire and has returned to Kreese. Sitting beside Sarone is Timurin, who serves as the vice-head butler of the Ogent family. As they converse, our boy brings up another matter while mentioning that he has heard about Leon's eldest brother being there. Seeking more details, he asks how he is doing. However, Timurin states that he cannot provide any further information, except that he is now an officially certified Class 6 swordsman. He subtly suggests that it would be best not to bring up the eldest son in the main household. Hearing this, our guy simply acknowledges the response, yet in his mind, he speculates that Leon has essentially been cast aside. However, since the patriarch's affection for his children is undeniable, Sarone considers that the situation might be more political in nature. Then, our boy also admits that although it has been half a year since he has last contact with his friend, besides, he has a feeling they will reunite soon. With a chuckle, he notes that such behavior is characteristic of Leon. Upon reaching his home, he is welcomed by the sight of delicious meal. Next he hears, someone is quick to compliment the meal while exclaiming that the pork is exceptional. His father, while appearing pleased, remarks that pork pairs best with beer, unlike mutton, which has a strong odor. Insisting on another drink, he pours them both another glass. Accepting the offer, Leon responds enthusiastically, and they cheer their drink together. Next moment, they catch sight of Leon and, puzzled by the unexpected presence, questions the situation. Next moment, Cerrone is met with an embrace from his father, who warmly asks how he has been. The strong scent of alcohol makes Cerrone recoil while prompting him to wonder what has transpired. He has anticipated their first reunion after 6 months to be different, yet he now finds himself questioning why Leon is there in the first place. His father then reveals that Leon has been waiting for him for 2 days, during which he has joined them in chopping wood and hunting. Confirming this, Leon nonchalantly remarks that hunting is essential for a man. Shortly after, his mother arrives and upon seeing our boy, pulls him into a hug. Expressing her joy, she welcomes him warmly. Cerrone, touched by the moment, acknowledges how difficult it must have been in his absence. However, she assures him that the Ogent family has provided much-needed support. Feeling reassured, he realizes this is the kind of reunion he has hoped for. His mother, while noticing the drinking, chides their father for indulging in alcohol while their son has just returned. Shifting the conversation, our hero addresses Leon directly while mentioning that he has heard about the lack of communication with the family. Curious, he asks whether he has visited his house. Without hesitation, Leon dismisses the idea while emphasizing that his lord's house is his home. Cerrone, unconvinced, accuses him of hiding something. Deep down, he speculates that it is not a matter of refusal, but rather an inability to return. Before the conversation can continue, Leon suggests that they go chop wood instead. Their father, eager to join, encourages them to spend quality time together as men. However, their mother disapproves of the idea, insisting that they should rest instead, especially after drinking. Cerrone, while unwilling to let the moment slip away, reassures her that everything will be fine. Though hesitant, she places her trust in him while acknowledging how much he has changed within just half a year. With the group heading into the forest, Leon proposes a challenge that whoever fells a tree with the fewest strikes will win, with the loser bound to follow the victor's command. The challenge immediately reminds Cerrone of a similar bet he has made with their father in his younger years. As the contest begins, Leon demonstrates his skills, effortlessly cutting through a tree. His remarkable ability leaves the others in awe. Observing closely, our boy immediately recognizes the technique and exclaims in shock. Leon, unfazed, clarifies that there is no real need to use schema for chopping wood, but he is merely getting started. Taking his turn, our guy unleashes a powerful strike, stunned by Leon's strength. Witnessing Leon's movements, he identifies the technique as sword slaughter. Confirming this, Leon admits that he has grown far beyond his past self. Internally, he feels relief that his training has paid off, and he has proven himself. Leon recalls the powerful thunder strike that our boy had used on him before, but quickly corrects himself while realizing that it was actually sword slaughter. He acknowledges that he has now mastered his father's secret technique. Meanwhile, his father turns to Cerrone and explains that this is the reason he had previously asked him how he had successfully performed thunder strike. In response, Leon mentions that the special training he underwent for a single day had been worthwhile. Another man, while observing the conversation, praises Leon's determination, noting that despite being a noble, he is not stubborn and had politely requested to be taught. He further reflects that, beyond his willingness to learn, Leon also possesses remarkable perseverance while refusing to give up until he succeeds. Turning back to our guy, Leon challenges him while reminding him that the task is not easy and asking whether he still believes he can win. Cerrone, deep in thought, replies that the only way to claim victory is by cutting the tree in a single strike. In response, Leon offers his axe, but Cerrone declines while preferring to use his own skills. Without hesitation, he prepares himself and executes a powerful move while using the wind to slice through the tree. The moment the tree falls, those watching are stunned by the incredible display. Overwhelmed with excitement, Cerrone shouts out in triumph while declaring his victory. Leon and the others remain speechless, astonished by what they have just witnessed. Still in disbelief, Leon demands an explanation while questioning what kind of magic Cerrone had just used. With a confident smile, our guy introduces his technique while calling it wind cutter, and proudly asks whether it is impressive. His father, equally astounded, admits that he initially thought it was some kind of simple trick, but now realizes that it is indeed magic. Jokingly, he remarks that they no longer need to worry about chopping wood for a living. Hearing this, our guy reassures him while stating that they can rely on him for that. Meanwhile, Leon reflects on what has just happened, marveling at how much Cerrone has improved in only half a year. He had always believed in him, and now he feels reassured that his instincts had been correct. As a result of his victory, our boy confidently announces his command that Leon must move the lumber. Without protest, Leon nervously states that he had already planned to do so anyway. Later that night, the entire family sits together while enjoying a meal and sharing quality time. Laughter and conversation fill the air as they relish the moment. Eventually, Saron and Leon head to their room to sleep. However, before lying down, Leon curiously brings up a question while asking whether Saron is planning to travel to Galliant Island. Without hesitation, our boy confirms while explaining that he wants to investigate a place called the Kurgo Ruins. Leon, slightly confused, asks if the visit is related to Saroni's studies. However, he dismisses the idea, casually stating that it is fine to take a break and have some fun. He reminds Leon that the island is also a well-known tourist destination. After hearing this, Leon nods in agreement, but then he brings up a condition that our boy must bring along a girl. Hearing this, Saron reacts with amusement while joking that it sounds like a double date. He then teases Leon, expressing surprise that he has returned from the Swordsmanship Academy with a girlfriend. However, shifting to a more serious tone, he questions whether Leon has been studying properly while pointing out that it is suspicious that he chose to come here instead of going straight home. At this, Leon brushes off the topic, insisting that it is not important and asking Saron to drop it. Our guy, however, persists and tells him to simply say whether he has someone in mind to bring along. Meanwhile, Leon contemplates the situation while realizing that this is the biggest obstacle in his plan. He knows that Saron is completely clueless when it comes to women and cannot even make eye contact with his intimidating sister. Given that, Leon highly doubts that Saron knows any girl well enough to invite. If it turns out that he does not, then Leon figures he will have no choice but to tell Tess the truth. Pressing further, he asks what Saron plans to do if he cannot find someone. To his surprise, our boy confidently agrees to the condition, boldly stating that he will bring a girl. Shocked by the unexpected response, Leon stares at him in disbelief. However, the surprise does not end there, but unbeknownst to them, their parents have been listening outside the room. The moment Saron makes his declaration, both of them are left utterly stunned. Leon remarks that he wonders whether our guy is popular with girls and suggests that the family witch might feel sad. Meanwhile, our boy replies that he is not, and adds that he inquires about Lena's well-being, while noting that it must be pleasant to have such a kind older sister. Subsequently, Leon observes that he thinks so, and then asks if Saron's partner is attractive. Accordingly, our boy agrees that she is very pretty, yet he cautions him not to raise his hopes since she might reject him. Consequently, Leon advises that Saron must ensure she agrees, and our guy concurs before they both drift into sleep. A few days later, our boy informs his parents that Leon has gone home to prepare for a trip, and that he must also secure his partner's agreement. Accordingly, they announce that they are leaving for Creus and promise to return. Furthermore, his mother presents him with a gift and explains that she has crafted a charm from 4-leaf clovers, while recalling the time when she had collapsed with a high fever, while his father adds that he had gathered every 4-leaf clover on the mountain. Consequently, our boy remembers that he had searched the entire mountain with his spirit zone back then, and then he receives a warm hug as his mother reminds him that it is his first trip to Creus and advises him to come back safe and sound. In response, he states that he is merely going to a friend's house and that he leaves the next day. Meanwhile, Leon thinks that Saron's character clearly reflects their own, and then their mother bestows a gift upon Leon as well. He thanks her while she insists there is no need for formality, and he promises that, as Saron's knight, he will protect him, with her adding that our guy is now entrusted to him before they all depart. Later on, it is explained that the Karmas family ranks first among the noble families in the kingdom of Thormia, and that their descendants inherit a special memory ability called Red Eye, which enables them to learn things 10 times faster than others. However, they choose not to pursue authority, but instead opt for a carefree life because their tradition highly values individuality. Moreover, the members of the Karmis family distinguish themselves in their own fields, and people even refer to them as the continent star. Subsequently, our guy arrives at their state and thinks that he did not have time to make an appointment, so he comes directly, while he wonders what to do if Amy is not at home and whether he should wait until she returns. Meanwhile, the guards notice him and ask who he is. Accordingly, he explains that his name is Saron and that he is a friend of Amy from the Magic Academy. Then, one guard acknowledges him as a friend, and our guy muses that she must be very confident in her looks because even royalty cannot win her favor, while he also considers that the flies seem to buzz around her as soon as the vacation begins. Furthermore, one guard orders another to check, and the latter agrees, while he also thinks that something about Saron appears different and wonders if he is a student of a famous household. Next, a guard inquires if he may ask which family our boy belongs to, but he is interrupted when another guard calls him the guard and announces. Consequently, our guy thinks that he must come up with a believable excuse to avoid any conflict. Additionally, the guard asks what has happened, and Saron explains that Amy is busy today, while the guard confirms that she had ordered him to enter. Then, the The commander apologizes to our hero by stating that he knew young Miss Amy had given the order to escort him and further asks what is going on. Finally, Sirone enters and is warmly welcomed to the Karma's state. A man arrives and introduces himself as the head butler, Adele, and he welcomes our guy warmly. Subsequently, our boy responds by stating his name and expressing relief that Amy is home, while the guards wonder if an unexpected event is taking place since the head butler has come to greet him. Then, the butler explains that although it may seem presumptuous, before he escorts Sirone to the residence, he must first confirm his identity. In response, our boy asks what he intends to do, and the butler clarifies that he wishes to verify that he truly is Sir Sirone, based on instructions given by the miss. Moreover, the butler adds that he has interpreted her words strictly and will only let him in if his identity is confirmed, which our boy thinks is typical of Amy's way of speaking. Next, he inquires about how his identity will be confirmed, and the butler replies that he has a duty and the authority to verify the identity of anyone who wishes to enter. Consequently, the butler uses his special skills to target Sirone's emotions while causing him to feel as if he cannot breathe and that every organ in his body is twisting. Additionally, the guards comment that this eye technique's pressing is a frightening method that compresses emotions and is usually applied to punish. Meanwhile, our boy struggles to contain his emotions while the butler grows confused because he appears to resist at first. However, the butler eventually applies all his force, and he feels overwhelmed as if he is drowning in his own emotions. Then, our guy protests by saying that emotions are manageable and challenges the butler to control them as well, while prompting the butler to reflect that this is his strongest pressing technique. Furthermore, he reasons that if our guy can endure it, then he must be either foolish, a wise monk, or even mad, and he wonders what hidden strength the young man truly has. Subsequently, the butler apologizes for his harshness and asks our hero to forgive his discourtesy for not properly honoring his guest, even offering to accept any punishment. In reply, our boy questions whether the family doubts him, and the butler explains that the decision to test him is solely his, as the family imposed no conditions. Moreover, when Sirone asks the reason, the butler reveals that since it is the first time Amy has ever brought a man home, he wishes to see for himself, which leads our boy to think that the situation resembles a grandfather doting on his granddaughter. Finally, our guy admits that he becomes nervous, but the butler laughs and reassures him that there is no need to be so anxious, as the process may even exceed his expectations. At that moment, Amy sees Sirone from the window and remarks that he is indeed here. As he reaches the mansion, he finds it incredibly beautiful. The guard informs him that the fountain was designed by Amy, as everyone in the mansion is given a specific area to design themselves. He finds the fountain fascinating, especially how it refracts light. While observing it, he notices a girl and wonders if she is Amy, but the guard clarifies that all members of the Karmas family have red eyes and are exceptional individuals. Because of this, the family does not interfere in anyone's personal affairs. The guard further explains that when the attack happened at the academy, the patriarch did not investigate, but only ensured the young Miss's safety. He mentions that it is a family tradition for the young Miss to have a habit of wandering, though recently, she has changed and started enjoying life like the rest of the family. He expresses gratitude, but the boy tells him there is no need to thank him. As they enter the mansion, he feels nervous. The guard announces that Amy's friend has arrived. As soon as he enters, he is met with another redhead who is delighted to see him. He notices she looks exactly like Amy, but she introduces herself as Isis Karmas, the lady of the house. When he begins to introduce himself, she dismisses the formalities and pulls him inside excitedly. She happily declares that he is Amy's boyfriend while leaving him utterly shocked. She informs her father, Shakora, who is equally surprised. Soon after, Amy's brothers, Karmas Dayan and Karmas Ales, arrive while demanding to know how he dared to steal their sister's heart. Overwhelmed by their scrutiny, he feels the pressure mounting. Mustering his courage, he introduces himself. Isis observes him carefully, comments on his handsome appearance, and asks if he is in the same graduating class as Amy. When he reveals that he is in class 5, she is stunned. The entire family looks at him in disbelief. He quickly adds that he will move to class 4 next semester. At this, they all burst into laughter, leaving him even more nervous. Isis asks about class 4 and 5, wondering if they hold any special significance in the Magic Academy. She then inquires about Amy's admission into the graduating class. However, before the conversation can continue, Amy suddenly appears and demands to know what they are doing with her guest. At that moment, he realizes that they have all been teasing him the entire time. Despite this, he knows he must act tough in front of them. Afterward, he enters Amy's room and takes in the decorations. Observing the room's arrangement and belongings, he notices a stark contrast between her tough personality and the delicate things surrounding her. Yet her brothers casually remark that, regardless of everything, she will always be their little sister. Meanwhile, Amy drinks her tea as her brothers shift their attention back to him while pressing him to reveal how he won her heart. One of them speculates whether he used sweet words to impress her. Isis also urges him not to hesitate and to share every detail about their relationship. However, before he can respond, they are all abruptly kicked out of the room. Now alone, the two sit together while sipping their tea. He takes the opportunity to tell her that there is no need to pretend they are in a relationship in front of her family, just as they have been faking it at school. She, however, dismisses his concerns while explaining that they do not care about the truth and that stopping now would only create more problems for her. Feeling guilty, he apologizes for causing her trouble, but she reassures him that it is fine, as visiting a friend's house is not a problem. Then, unable to hold back her curiosity any longer, she finally asks why he has come while admitting that the question has been on her mind the entire time. He tells her that he has come with a request, that whether she is willing to go with him to Gallant Island. As she sips her tea, she reacts in shock while questioning if they are really going to the island together. He explains that his friend Leon has invited him, but since Leon is bringing a companion, he is also expected to bring one. She immediately asks if his friend is a girl while leaving him surprised at how she figured it out so quickly. However, she assumes it to be a double date. Then, as she contemplates the situation, she begins to wonder why he has chosen her. He has never paid much attention to her before, so why is he taking only her along now? Curious, she asks why he picked her when he has other friends in the advanced class, whereas she is in the graduating class. He responds that everyone else is busy with their special training. Hearing this, she refuses while stating that she does not have time to waste on leisure activities, which disappoints him. However, he insists that she is the only one he can take with him. As soon as she hears this, she accidentally spills tea on his face. Now completely drenched, he sits in shock while she stares at him, equally surprised. She quickly hands him a cloth while telling him to wipe himself clean since he looks filthy. As she watches him, another thought crosses her mind. She recalls when they fell together before and questions why he had that particular expression on his face. After all, he was the one who saved her first. She wonders if it was because he could not keep his promise, or if it means he has feelings for her. If that is the case, she wonders when he started liking her. Before she can dwell on it further, he interrupts her thoughts by asking if she remembers what he once told her about Miro. She immediately recalls that Miro is the president of the Supernatural Spirit Association, who was trapped in another dimension. He confirms this and explains his hypothesis that the immortal function might be linked to superluminal speed. Because of this, he wants to gather more information about Miro. Now she finally understands the true purpose behind his request. He further explains that the headmaster has also instructed him to investigate the Kurgo ruins. Since Leon invited him to the island, this trip presents the perfect opportunity to look into it. With everything now making sense, she fully grasps the situation. Now she fully understands the situation. The Kurgo ruins belong to the Thormia kingdom and are under the jurisdiction of the Gallant self-government. Realizing this, she acknowledges that she would be the most suitable person to handle any potential dangers. He confirms that this is precisely why he chose her, and she recognizes that he is right. Thinking deeper, she understands the true reason for his decision. Despite their rocky beginning and frequent clashes, they have come to understand each other and share a genuine concern for one another. Moreover, past experiences have strengthened their bond while allowing them to protect and trust each other. Standing up, she decides that if he truly seeks answers and wants to investigate his concerns, then she should go with him. However, another thought crosses her mind that she cannot continue pretending indefinitely. Yet, as she reflects, she wonders who else cares about him more than she does. With this realization, she finally agrees to accompany him to Gallant Island. The next day, at the Oyent family estate, Elzina Tess arrives. She introduces herself, and Oyent Bishop greets her while inquiring whether the Elzine family has a diplomatic background. He also asks about her father. Meanwhile, Leon watches the exchange while feeling that everything is going according to their plan, which is to stay at their friend's place and use Tess as a shield for their trip. Tess, too, realizes that their plan is unfolding successfully. Responding to the Patriarch's question, she mentions that her father is currently training with the sword. However, in truth, she has little knowledge of what he is actually doing. He realizes that the Elzine family must be exceptional. Since the Ogent family practices upstanding swordsmanship, the swordsmanship of the Elzine family must be outstanding as well. Observing Elzine, he recognizes her as a remarkable talent. Turning to Leon, he remarks that he is associating with someone from an impressive background. However, Leon quickly clarifies that they are just friends and not in a relationship. Shifting the conversation, he asks for permission to go on the trip while explaining that they need to rest both their minds and bodies after the rigorous demands of the academy. Bishop, while looking at Leon's certificate, acknowledges their hard work. As he examines the certificate, it becomes clear that he is specifically looking at Leon's strength certification. This makes Leon realize that his father might have discovered the truth about the schema misconception, while rendering the strength training paper meaningless. However, he also recognizes that it still serves as a useful tool for deceiving him. Bishop expresses approval of his efforts, which leaves Leon in shock. It is the first time he has seen his father genuinely pleased with him. Then, Bishop asks about Leon's grades, but Leon explains that his sister has them since she wanted to present them to their grandfather. At that moment, Leon brings up the promise regarding the grandfather's sword, which was to be given to him once he mastered schema. His father acknowledges that he has learned the technique, but insists that he now needs to train in Ojent's great swordsmanship. This prompts Leon to question the necessity of a sword since they are only going on a trip. Meanwhile, his gaze remains fixed on the sword. Slowly, he approaches it while admiring its grandeur. This is the sword he has longed for since childhood, a symbol of uprightness and strength. However, he understands its power that without mastering schema, wielding such a weapon would be reckless. He takes the sword and grips it firmly, assessing its balance and weight. Finding it suitable for use, he secures it onto his back, satisfied with its quality. A few days earlier, Saron had been contemplating his upcoming investigation of the Kurgo ruins. Leon had questioned his decision to go alone, warning him of the dangers. Concerned for his safety, Leon had insisted on accompanying him to ensure everyone's protection. He had also expressed his commitment to guarding our hero, as this would be his first official mission as his knight. Fully prepared, he had been eager to take on the responsibility. Now, as Leon and Tess continue their conversation with Bishop and Saron arrives with Amy. He inquires about Bishop's well-being and shares that he has been promoted to Class 4 while attributing his advancement to him. However, Bishop dismisses the credit while stating that it is entirely due to Saron's own abilities. Recognizing his talent, he acknowledges how impressive it is for him to have advanced so quickly. Turning his attention to Amy, he asks about her while wondering if she is Saron's partner. Amy greets him politely and introduces herself. As soon as Elzine sees her, she finds her strangely familiar. Meanwhile, Bishop quickly realizes the significance of her background, while recognizing the Karma's family as highly esteemed in terms of legitimacy. Observing Saron's association with such a distinguished family, he reassesses his concerns. Initially, he had believed that his son had made a mistake by taking the knight's oath, but now a new worry surfaces that he fears that his son might cause trouble for our guy instead. However, considering that Leon has successfully unlocked schema, and both of them have strong connections with noble families, he ultimately feels satisfied with the situation. As Leon prepares to depart, he informs Bishop that they will be gone for 10 days. In response, Bishop hands him a bag filled with gold coins for travel expenses. Upon receiving it, Leon immediately realizes the necessity of leaving the house as soon as possible. With their preparations complete, they begin their journey. He instructs Timoran to arrange a carriage to the port. As they set off, Leon's father watches them leave, offering his final words of farewell and wishing them a safe trip. He considers making Bishop wait for another 10 minutes to wish him good luck, but ultimately decides against it. Meanwhile, Leon grows increasingly frustrated while unwilling to go through another inspection. However, the man insists on checking the carriage wheels while prompting Leon to urge him to hurry up. Elzine, while observing the situation, realizes that our boy is entirely different from what she had initially imagined. Since he is Leon's master, she had assumed he would have a fiery and commanding personality. However, he appears to be a true gentleman, and with Amy accompanying him, her perception of him shifts further. As they continue waiting, the two girls introduce themselves to each other, quickly finding joy in their meeting. Saron also takes the opportunity to introduce himself to Elzine. Curiously, she asks if his real name is Alien and whether he is from home Krios. However, he clarifies that he is a commoner. Her expression turns blank while struggling to process this revelation. Amy silently observes their conversation, her gaze shifting between them. Meanwhile, Leon remains occupied with inspecting the carriage wheels. Suddenly, Elzine starts acting strangely, though she quickly apologizes for her behavior while explaining that she does not concern herself with matters of identity. At that moment, Leon announces that the inspection is complete and urges everyone to board the carriage. Just as they are about to do so, a massive spark flashes in the air and a very angry bishop appears while hovering above them. Saron, upon seeing the figure, immediately turns to Leon and asks if he was at the last place. Without hesitation, Leon starts running while urging everyone to follow. Confused, our boy demands an explanation, to which Leon hurriedly admits that he ranked last in the academy and had not used schema. Elzine, skeptical of his excuses, presses him to tell the truth while suspecting that he orchestrated everything just to go on this trip. As they flee, Leon frantically explains that his father is an official Class 4 swordsman. Explosions erupt behind them, forcing them to keep running. Suddenly, horses begin to chase them, their hooves pounding against the ground. The girls, while watching in amazement, struggle to keep up. Reacting quickly, Amy grabs Elzine's hand and urges her to escape. She also calls out to Cerrone while instructing him to use teleportation. Without hesitation, he takes hold of Leon and activates the technique. Bright flashes envelop them as our hero successfully teleports the group to another location. Witnessing this, Leon finally understands the depth of a magician's abilities, that how they perceive the entire world as a vast mechanism of interconnected forces. However, Elzine, still tense, points out that Bishop is closing in. In response, our guy urgently calls Amy and tells her to hold on to him as he prepares to use spatial movement. He explains that if they truly want to escape, they must reach their destination as soon as possible. Amy, astonished, wonders if he truly knows how to use spatial movement, but he admits that he has never applied it in a real-life situation before. Now standing at the front while the others gather behind him, Cerrone concentrates and activates spatial movement. A powerful blast erupts around them as he pulls everyone close while securing them within the spell's radius. As the energy surges, Bishop watches in disbelief while realizing that he has lost them. He also comes to the shocking realization that Cerrone can use spatial movement. Contemplating his abilities, he acknowledges his remarkable talent, which is combining schema with sheer brute strength. Recognizing his potential, he silently respects his efforts. Tossing the paper he was holding aside, he turns and walks back to his house while considering the encounter a memory worth keeping. Meanwhile, on the other side, Leon struggles to comprehend the overwhelming experience. To him, it feels as though the ground and sky are folding into one another. Amazed, he asks about the magic Cerrone just used. Our guy calmly explains that it is called spatial movement, and that this is his first time using it in the field. Amy, equally impressed, praises him for executing such an advanced technique under pressure. Elzine, on the other hand, sits quietly, overwhelmed by everything that has just transpired. She begins to wonder if she is the only one struggling to grasp these concepts. Observing Cerrone's flawless teleportation and his ability to perform spatial movement while still being a student, she is utterly astonished. Recalling that he claimed to be a commoner, she hesitates before stepping forward to ask how he managed to learn such magic. She points out that without mastering the Spirit Zone, one cannot even enter the Magic Academy. Our boy explains that he was able to enroll thanks to Leon and the support of the Ogent family. Hearing this, Elzine assumes that he must have been competing with noble students from a young age. However, Leon immediately corrects her while revealing that Cerrone only enrolled 6 months ago. Elzine is stunned. The realization that he has reached such an advanced level in such a short time suddenly makes sense of Leon's decision to take the knight's oath for him. Our boy, while noticing her expression, considers her a genius for understanding the implications so quickly. However, Elzine unexpectedly apologizes while admitting that she had spoken carelessly. Turning to Amy, she also apologizes for paying too much attention to Cerrone, despite him being her supposed boyfriend. Amy, however, reassures her, stating that there is nothing to apologize for. Though outwardly composed, she internally reminds herself that their relationship is only a pretense. At that moment, Leon smirks and comments that Elzine knows nothing about Cerrone, while hinting that there is still much more to uncover about his abilities. Cerrone explains that he is straightforward by nature, but if they unintentionally upset someone, they should simply let it go. Elzine then praises him for not only possessing outstanding magic abilities, but also having a beautiful personality. Meanwhile, Amy listens in disbelief while wondering how Elzine can say such embarrassing things so casually. Elzine then turns to Amy while asking if she has used schema to keep up with her. She also commends Amy for her exceptional skills in both schema and magic. At this moment, Amy feels as if her mind is being overwhelmed by Elzine's words while making her question the entire situation. As the journey continues, the group begins sharing stories with each other in the carriage, bonding over their similar ages. They discuss their lives, their experiences, and even exchange a few personal secrets while strengthening their connection. Eventually, they arrive at Kreese Harbor. Cerrone, filled with excitement, looks forward to his first boat ride. Curious, he asks about the duration of the journey to Galliant Island. Leon informs him that it will take approximately 5 hours. Amy adds that she has conducted some research on the island, which immediately impresses Elzine. Amy then shares her findings with the group, explaining that Galliant Island spans 1,500 square kilometers and is shaped like a crescent moon. The northern half of the island is lined with cliffs along the borders, while the southern side consists of a port and residential areas. Additionally, on the eastern side, there are the ruins of the ancient Kurgo civilization, which collapsed 2,000 years ago. Hearing this, Leon recalls that these are the same ruins Cerrone has been researching. Our boy confirms this and then inquires about the reason behind the civilization's downfall. Meanwhile, Elzine sits quietly, reflecting on how enjoyable these vacations feel to her. Having magicians accompanying her makes the trip an incredible adventure. She finds them not only skilled, but also charming in their own way. However, as 5 hours pass, her perspective begins to change. The more she observes their abilities, the more she realizes that just how powerful and unpredictable magicians can be. Suddenly, what once seemed like an exciting adventure now feels slightly unsettling. Saron holds Amy's hand, causing her to stare at him in shock. Leon watches in confusion while wondering what has happened to him. However, Elzine casually remarks that it's just a simple lover's quarrel. Leon is surprised by her words, but to truly understand the situation, it is necessary to go back an hour earlier, aboard the boat heading toward Galleon Island. An hour ago, Amy had been explaining the research she had conducted. Saron, impressed by her preparation, asked if she had also drawn the diagrams herself. Leon and Elzine praised her for her detailed work, but she clarified that her focus had been solely on the downfall of the Kurgo civilization. At this, Elzine teased her while pointing out that she was blushing. Saron then summarized Amy's findings while stating that, according to her research, the people of the Kurgo civilization considered loops to be sacred and used them in ancestral rites. However, he personally saw the loop as a stimulant. Amy, while noticing his curiosity, explained that if he were to fully comprehend and absorb all the research she had gathered, he might enter a different state of mind that one that ancient people had mistaken for a divine encounter. She went on to say that the fall of the Kurgo civilization was primarily due to religious conflict, though Histolion speculated that internal strife over the misuse of loops might have also played a role. Intrigued, Saron found it fascinating that a stimulant could contribute to the downfall of an entire civilization. Amy further explained that the descendants of the Kurgo people still lived on the island, in a place known as the Independent Kurgo Authority. Excited, Elzine suggested that they should visit, to which Amy admitted that she had already considered the idea. However, she revealed that outsiders were generally not permitted to enter. She had even asked her brother about obtaining permission, but he had refused to grant her the opportunity. Saron then recalled that Amy's second brother was an explorer and adventurer. She explained that while Histolions had not reached a definitive conclusion about the end of the civilization, those who wished to uncover the truth could enter the restricted area, but the price of admission was something far more valuable than a simple entry fee. Saron began contemplating what kind of valuable item might be required, but Amy sighed, mentioning that her brother often spoke to her in riddles rather than giving her direct answers. Meanwhile, Leon noticed Elzine deep in thought and asked if she was trying to solve the riddle. However, she was more focused on something else than Amy. She realized that this research was not just a simple academic pursuit for her. It was an extensive, in-depth study. It became clear that Amy was prioritizing our guy over everything else while making Elzine suspect that she had developed feelings for him. As they arrived at the island, the group marveled at the beauty of the surrounding waters. This was Galleon Island. Watching the scene unfold, Elzine turned to Leon and suggested that they should help Amy get closer to Saron. Leon found the idea amusing and agreed while thinking it would be fun to act as love messengers. Meanwhile, Elzine saw this as an opportunity to strengthen her own bond with Leon as well. As they arrive at Galleon Island, a man standing nearby calls out to them while inviting them to stay at the Dolphin Inn. He boasts about its affordability and the delicious southern traditional seafood dishes it offers. Meanwhile, other locals are promoting their services while claiming to provide healthy food options. Among them are tour guides eagerly offering to handle visitors' luggage and meals. Elzine finds the situation overwhelming and chaotic. Saron apologizes to the group for the commotion and suggests they take some time to decide, but Amy warns them to be cautious. She explains that not everyone is simply advertising, and some may have ulterior motives. Since our boy is unfamiliar with the situation, she chooses to remain vigilant on her own. Meanwhile, a group of robbers lurking nearby notices their arrival. They observe that the newcomers are young and dressed in expensive clothing while making them seem like easy targets. However, some among them hesitate, noting that Leon is carrying a sword, which makes them appear more formidable. As they discuss whether to cause trouble, Amy steps forward while catching the attention of one of the men. The man is surprised to see her at the bustling, smelly harbor. He recalls that this place is renowned for its breathtaking night scenery, and assumes that Amy too will find it beautiful. His thoughts drift while imagining her asking him why he is there and what has brought him to the continent. Snapping back to reality, the man calls out to his companions while urging them to follow him. Some in the group speculate whether the newcomers might be mercenaries, but another dismisses the idea while insisting they are just students and nothing to fear. This man, known as Gis, is the self-proclaimed ruler of the harbor. With a confident stride, he and his men rush toward the group, enthusiastically welcoming them to the island. Introducing himself as a tour guide, he asks whether they are students on vacation. As his gaze lingers on Amy, he finds her particularly striking. Saron steps forward and responds while informing Gis that they are from Althea's Magic Academy. Elzine quickly corrects the statement while saying that they are actually from the Kaizen Swordsmanship Academy. Gis immediately apologizes while explaining that he was merely complimenting them. Wanting to be helpful, He then offers to carry all their belongings while grabbing their bags without hesitation. However, Saron stops him and asks about the cost. Gis responds that the total fee will be 5 gold coins. Shocked by the amount, our boy hesitates, but Gis reassures him that the price includes a tour guide, carriage services, food, and lodging, all at an exceptional level of service. Despite his enthusiasm, Elzine also finds the price ridiculously high, which is agreed by our boy. Sensing their reluctance, Gis urges them to decide quickly, as other potential customers have already left while they were talking. Our guy firmly declines the offer while stating that they do not need a guide. However, Amy steps forward, hands over the 5 gold coins, and tells him to leave them alone. Although grateful, Gis feels humiliated, as if he is being treated like a beggar. He is quite furious while feeling underestimated. Amy, however, remains unfazed and declares that she should have dealt with him right from the start. She raises her hand, ready to punch him, but Saron quickly intervenes while asking her to stop and avoid unnecessary trouble. Meanwhile, they all sense a lingering suspicion in Gis's gaze. He begins to speculate that these students must be backed by a powerful organization that gathers young people without families. Our guy, taken aback by this assumption, looks at him in surprise, while his own dark self smirking at him. The tension in the air becomes palpable as the group watches Gis closely. At that moment, Saron firmly takes Amy's hand and tells her they should leave. However, she stops and looks at him questioningly while demanding to know why he is preventing her from acting. As Saron holds her hand to stop her, she asks if they know about the nature of these people. He assures her that he is completely aware of it, but does not want her to be in this situation. Gis then asks his companions to give him the gold, not wanting to appear inferior in front of them. Sarcastically, he questions whether they must be happy to have gold thrown at them. He then throws the gold coins in front of Amy while finding it ridiculous. Meanwhile, he continues holding her hand. Amy, while realizing the situation, decides to leave and find a coach. Leon also thinks about his behavior, to which Tess explains that it is not Amy's fault, as she has every right to be mad at him for not taking her side. Leon wonders if this is the feeling of suffering, but she clarifies that it is requited love. Meanwhile, Gis sits with his companions, who question his decision to return the money to the nobles, as it was enough to sustain them for a long time. Frustrated, he asks if they have no pride and if they truly want to accept that money. He says this is the reason everyone considers them beggars. One of his companions points out that he was only looking at Amy, which makes him yell in frustration while insisting he would never like a girl like her. Another boy remarks that he always acts childish in front of people he likes. They remind him that the nobles see themselves as superior, so he should not focus on this. However, he remains frustrated and declares that he will become the master of the harbor while making the nobles irrelevant to him. As they continue talking, Palkoa arrives and demands to know what they are doing there. They turn to him in shock. Meanwhile, in Bashuka, inside the Magic Association headquarters, in the 3rd Investigation Department room, Sakari is beating Lucas. As the 3rd Investigation Department inspector, he relentlessly strikes him while Lucas pleads for him to stop and demands to know the reason for the beating. He insists that he cannot be assaulted without being given an explanation. As a suspect in the Magical Academy incident and a Class B criminal who escaped from prison, Lucas remains at Sakari's mercy. Delivering a strong punch to his face, Sakari finally decides that it is enough for today. Lucas collapses to the ground, revealing that he was the vice captain of the Parrot Bandits. He then orders him to start talking about his captain. Lucas, after a brief hesitation, admits that his boss is Palkoa. At the same time, Palkoa is dealing with Gis and his companions. He tells them that they should have accepted the money from the nobles instead of letting pride get in the way, as it has now cost them 5 gold. Gis, while realizing that Palkoa witnessed the entire incident, grows tense. Palkoa insists that he has worked hard to build this group, while his companions bow an apology for their mistake. However, Palkoa ignores their remorse and turns to Gis while demanding about the red-haired girl he mentioned earlier. With revenge on his mind, he plans to make the nobles suffer. Gis, however, finds him insane for wanting to go against them. On the other side, Amy is with Elzine. Tess encourages her to look at the beautiful scenery and asks if she finds it an amazing place to visit. Amy admits that she does and curiously inquires how she discovered it. Tess explains that her relatives work there. Meanwhile, Leon holds a leaf in his hand while remembering Saron's mother words about our guy. She had mentioned that something was troubling him, something he wished to hide from everyone, and that he needed help from a friend. Lost in thought, he continues staring at the leaf, deep in contemplation. However, he suddenly snaps out of it and heads toward the group, loudly declaring his hunger. The realization that it is already dinner time dawns on everyone. Tess points out that there are many good restaurants nearby and asks if they plan to eat outside. However, Leon suggests cooking their own meal instead. The idea excites everyone, and Amy eagerly agrees to participate. When asked in surprise if she knows how to cook, She confidently responds that she does while having taken cooking lessons as well. With the enthusiasm building, Leon proposes a cooking competition. He forms two teams, Tess and himself as Team 1 and Saron and Amy as Team 2. The teams will compete against each other, with one member writing down the ingredients and the other fetching them. As the plan unfolds, Tess realizes that Leon is orchestrating all this to help Saron and Amy grow closer. Adding to the excitement, she introduces a penalty that the losing team will have to wash all the dishes. Everyone agrees, and the girls begin writing down the ingredients. Once the lists are ready, Saron and Leon assure them they will return in an hour with everything needed. The girls watch them leave while realizing that this is now their time for a private conversation, while the boys will have theirs as well. However, just as they settle into their moment, Gis appears in the distance, injured and making his way toward the place. Away from the hotel, Leon finally gets to the conversation he has been itching to have. He has already observed that this is not Saron's first time fighting with Amy. He also understands that Saron is definitely affected by Amy's words about orphans. Saron is an orphan himself, first adopted by Vincent, then Leon's family. Saron, on the other hand, is taken aback by how perfectly Leon understands him. Saron admits that he is affected, but he is not hurt by her words. He only wishes she had not said them. Anyway, it is just two people having different opinions. Leon cuts him off, saying that this is what fighting is called. Then they decide to part ways, as Leon needs to buy meat. He departs, wishing Saron to lose and wash dishes with Amy. Meanwhile, the girls are also having the same conversation. Amy repeats the same words as Saron, that they did not fight, that it was just a difference of opinion. Tess, however, is not buying her denial. Tess emphasizes that she is just feeling upset because Saron did not take her side. Instead of answering directly, Amy replies that sometimes Saron is quite hazy. Tess does not understand what she means by hazy. Amy continues, saying that it feels like he would disappear from her sight. To clear her doubts, she finally reveals the incident about the attack on the academy, in which Saron sacrificed himself. Tess is quite shocked to learn this, especially knowing that Saron is an unlocker. Amy explains that when an unlocker activates the immortal function, it is equivalent to leaving this world. In other words, Saron truly comes back from death. Tess remains silent. But Amy continues, saying that there are plenty of people around them, not only friends, but also rivals and foes. She deadpans, asking whether one can even consider sacrificing their lives for everyone, including friends and strangers alike. Meanwhile, our boy finishes shopping for fruits and vegetables. Suddenly he smells something foul. The shopkeeper explains that it is loop, a drug people are addicted to. Saron immediately understands. He is taken aback to see people taking the drug in broad daylight. The shopkeeper continues, saying that 3 years ago the island was prosperous and peaceful until Palcoa and his men ruined it. At that time, even the Blue Dragon used to visit the island 2 or 3 times a year. Saron also notices the atmosphere of the island, the prostitution houses, the gambling clubs, and starving children, all in broad daylight, while ordinary civilians go on with their lives as if nothing is wrong. Amy, meanwhile, continues explaining the nature of our boy. She explains 3 perspectives of people around them. One is the childlike perspective that self-centered people have. Second are virtuous people who consider others. However, there is a third perspective, one that stands above the other two. These people can see things that cannot be seen by the visible eye: justice, good, evil, love, and the concept of God. They can also foresee the impact of one generation on another. They see the value of the things people cannot see while recalling the attack on the academy. In this way, our boy is someone who can weigh his own life against what he believes in. Because of this, he holds everything in the world equally. Amy shares with a sad smile that she is nothing more than a small dot in Saron's bigger perspective. Tess is left speechless after hearing this. At that moment, Saron notices some men trying to drag a woman away to use her body to repay her debt. Everyone is watching, but no one is helping. He asks them to stop and threatens to call the city security. The leader grins and explains that the security will side with them instead of her. He explains that he is the merchant of this area. The girl stole a vase worth 50 silver and broke it. Now she has no money to repay it, so he is giving her a chance to pay it back. The merchant has already noticed that he is a tourist and tells Saron to mind his own business. Saron asks the girl to let the security handle it. She explains that the merchant controls this area, so she will not be safe. Left with no choice, he takes out 50 silver coins and prepares to pay in her stead. The merchant starts laughing. He assumes that Saron wants the woman for himself for just 50 silver coins. Saron sighs and explains that he is only stopping the situation from escalating. The merchant wants his 50 silver coins, so he is paying the price. It is that simple. Unless he has a vendetta against the woman, he should let the matter go. The merchant glares at him in anger. He is furious that Saron has taken his prey from him. With the girls, Tess consoles Amy about having little importance in Saron's life. Obviously, he would not bring her here on a couple's trip if she were not someone special to him. The merchant warns Saron that even though he is acting like a righteous person, he is merely helping a thief. Instead of truly protecting the woman, he is just pretending to act mighty. Saron taunts him back, saying that acting mighty is better than doing wrong. Provoked by his words, the merchant orders his minions to attack him. Every goon draws their swords. The girl runs away from the scene. Saron remembers Nade's words about how one should not preach ideals without having real power to back them up. Looking at the reality of these people, he understands that the world is filled with people like them. The next moment, a bomb is thrown at the place. Saron is taken aback as a sudden smokescreen surrounds them. A hooded figure grabs his hand and drags him away. The goons rush toward the area, trying to find him. A while later, he is dragged inside a bar while people continue searching for him outside. The girl informs him that those men belong to a criminal organization, so they are taking refuge there. She knows the bartender, who will signal them once the pursuers are gone. She explains that the girl he tries to save is already working for another criminal organization and is luring those men into a trap. She assumes he is an oblivious noble who knows nothing about the world. He explains that he is not acting like a hero, he simply wants to do the right thing. She comments on his cold mindset. He replies that he does not have one yet, but he is trying to become colder. Seeing his expression and hearing his words, she finally concludes that he is not an ignorant noble. She continues judging his personality, noting how he is similar to her, hiding his weak self and putting on a strong front. She finally deadpans that he is also abandoned. His eyes widen when she judges him so accurately. He wants to know who she is. She introduces herself as Marcia, adding that she is the same as him. She is right. Her story is quite similar to his. She is also abandoned by her real parents. Our boy, however, is lucky to have good parents. She, on the other hand, gets an abusive adoptive father who vents his emotions on her. He loses his mercenary job. She is blamed for it. She never thinks of resisting. However, things become so ugly that one day she asks him to kill her at once. She explains all of this with a smile on her face, which truly startles our boy. After that, her foster father stops the beating and leaves with a disgusting expression on his face. Once it works, she always used this trick to stop the beatings. Saron wants to know about her father now. She abruptly asks his age. He answers that he is 17. She explains what happens when a 15-year-old gets to know that her father is a monster. In reality, she kills her foster father when she was 15 and ran away. Her story makes him reflect that if he were adopted by a monster like her father, he would not be the same person he is now. So he does not have the right to judge anyone by his own perspective. Marcia is not fazed. She casually states that this is how the world works. He tries to make things right by fitting the girl into his own perspective of righteousness, while ignoring other perspectives that need help. So judging what is right and wrong is just an illusion. For example, he cannot use magic on the street. Saron admits his mistake, realizing that he did not think clearly at that time. He asks what he should do now. Then she asks instead whether he wants to know the way to change the world. Meanwhile, Leon is back and is shocked to know that our boy is not returned yet. He protests because he is hungry, which earns him a hit from Tess. Amy, however, is worried. The next moment, someone knocks on the door. She hurries to the door, assuming it is him. When she opens it, she is shocked to find Gis greeting her. Before coming here, Gis is threatened by Palkoa in a shady place. He demands that Gis bring Amy to him. To ensure his compliance, he tries to force him to eat Loop. Gis, already knowing the danger of this drug, struggles to steel himself and refuses to take it. Palkoa scoffs at him for rejecting the so-called heavenly drug. He then looks into his eyes and makes his threat clear. He will have Amy, otherwise Gis's younger sister will take her place. Gis' eyes water as he thinks about his sister, his only family, whom he provides for and protects. Now he comes to Amy's place just to save her. With trembling fingers, he rings the bell. Seeing Amy, he admits to himself that she is really pretty. As soon as the sword couple sees him, they are infuriated to find him there. Sweating, Gis bows to them. He apologizes for his earlier behavior. To make up for it, he says he wants to show only Amy the amazing night view. They are not interested and move to close the door. Before she can do so, he grabs her hand. Her friends are angry at his audacity. She is also cross, but then her eyes catch the purple bruise peeking out from his shirt. He is literally begging her to let him show her around. She understands that a criminal organization is using him. Now she can understand Saron's perspective. Meanwhile, our boy is stuck on Marcia's words that he can change the world. She declares that he needs a family to change the world. He tries to ask something, but she cuts him off. Family is not only about blood relations, given their situation. Family is trusted people they can return to when they are lost. He needs to create it. That is how it happens with her as well. She finds people like her after leaving her home. It might stem from her trauma, but she can easily recognize orphans who are abandoned. She has heard that a person's life begins when they are first held by their parents. In the same way, if these abandoned people are finally embraced by someone, their lives will truly begin. In this way, when someone focuses on their misfortune, only family warmth can save them from the harshness of this world. Now Saron understands that he is truly someone who has been showered with love all his life. So he also wants to provide warmth to his loved ones, just like her. The thought makes him happy. Then she asks him to start a family with her. The statement makes him choke on his tea. She happily clarifies that she means a sibling-like relationship. He likes the idea, because he has always envied Leon for having an elder sister. Their conversation is interrupted by the bartender, who informs them that the organization has left and stopped chasing him. He gets up as he needs to go back. She subtly taunts him, saying that he has already abandoned his elder sister. He replies that thanks to her, he has realized something, so he is leaving. Before going, he asks to meet again. She consoles him, saying that she is staying here so he can return any time. After he leaves, the bartender doubts her intentions. At that moment, two lecherous men approach her and offer to have some fun. The bartender warns her not to make a scene. She reassures him that she will leave once her companions arrive. In reality, she is part of another criminal organization. Suddenly, people with guns point them at both men. She comments that they caused trouble after leaving home. Then the same thief girl steps forward and apologizes for messing things up, saying that everything went wrong because Cerrone got in the way. Then another man enters the picture, demanding to know about Cerrone. Marcia coolly answers that she assumed he was like them, a wayward orphan. But he is adopted by a decent family and even attends a magic academy. That is why he does not realize that family is made of people who share the same purpose. Lighting her cigar, she is determined to give our boy a lesson about life. Meanwhile, our boy rushes back, knowing he is already late to shop for groceries. As soon as the door opens, he finds the frantic faces of his friends. They inform him that Amy has gone with Jis in a carriage. The first thing he wants to know is what Amy said before leaving. Leon explains that they tried to stop her, certain it was a trap. Amy reassures them that she will beat her way out if things go south. Besides, she thinks Cerrone would do the same in her place. That statement makes him think for a while. Tess, however, misunderstands the situation, thinking Amy feels abandoned by him. He assures her that this is not the case. He recalls Marcia's words about the so-called corrupted girl he tried to save. He understands that there is neither right nor wrong if things are seen from different perspectives. He remembers Amy's words about him taking Jis' side. He concludes that both Amy and Marcia are aware of the darkness of the island, yet Amy is still willing to go forward to follow his path. He immediately rushes out to save her. Seeing him, Leon follows, with Tess right behind him. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Jis tries to act as a tour guide for Amy. He cannot believe that he has a chance to accompany someone as pretty as her. Amy, however, is unimpressed and coldly asks how long it will take to reach their destination. He nervously replies that they will be there soon, adding that it is the best spot on the entire island. She bluntly asks whether his boss, the one who beats him, will be there. He is terrified to realize that she knows. She firmly states that she is not dumb enough to miss the bruises on his body. She says she merely played along to come here. She tells him to drop the act, adding that he is not suited for this job anyway. Jis is left in total shock and dilemma when he realizes that she came here for his sake. She feels sorry for him. She adds that it is not the only reason. She reminds him of the incident when he threw coins at their faces, which showed his guts. That is why she asks him to drop the act. At that moment, he remembers his younger sister, who takes care of him and believes that one day he will become a great person. He feels disappointed in himself. He cannot believe that as an orphan, everyone assumes he can never have a normal life. But Amy's behavior toward him contradicts everything he has faced before. She truly understands him. He feels guilty for taking her to Palcoa, who is not a petty goon but a veteran who has fought countless wars and special forces. That is why he manages to take control of the island in just 3 years. He wants to warn her but cannot, for the sake of his sister. Amy's voice interrupts his thoughts. She says that she now understands Cerrone's perspective. Jis immediately understands who Cerrone is from the incident the day before. He assumes that Cerrone must be richer than her family. She cuts him off, saying that he is a commoner. He cannot believe she has a commoner boyfriend. She does not deny it, only adding that he has abandoned her on this island. Listening to her, Gis's dilemma deepens as he wonders what he should do. Meanwhile, at a small restaurant, Gis's lackeys are worried about him. They do not believe that he will succeed in bringing Amy to Palcoa. They guess that he must have been beaten up for yesterday's mess. Then Leon appears, demanding to know everything. They immediately try to run, but are caught by Leon at once. With nowhere to escape, they spill all the information. Soon after, they head back to the carriage. They tell the driver to take them to the palace, and the carriage rushes toward it. Inside, Tess keeps addressing Amy in her mind, urging her to hold on a little longer because they are coming for her. At the same time, at the palace, which serves as Palcoa's base, he is surrounded by numerous women. He is quite excited to see Amy there. From her appearance alone, he judges her to be at least a second-class noble. Amy asks why she has been brought there if she is just supposed to sit around. Palcoa explains that he will not do anything to a lady. He has only brought her there to apologize. He asks her to relax and enjoy herself. She looks around the lecherous place, wondering how this will help her understand Cerrone's perspective. Then she starts to drink. Meanwhile, Jis watches her helplessly, because he knows that there is loop mixed into the drink. Outside, our crew rushes in to rescue Amy. The guards try to stop them, but they are beaten back. A little while ago, when Jis brings Amy to Palcoa, he is praised by him, told that he will go far with his talent. When he is about to leave, he sees a waiter mixing loop into a drink. He already knows that Palcoa has control over many noble families. Now he understands his game. Palcoa controls those nobles through loop. Once addicted, the nobles become puppets to his whims. After beating the guards, our crew enter the palace. All they see is a huge crowd of people dancing, engulfed in the smell of loop. They cannot imagine Amy in a place like this, which makes it even more urgent to find her. Leon tells them to be cautious, because they cannot get backup from the city security in such a place. They begin searching from the upper floors. On the 3rd floor casino, she is not there. On the 4th floor, in the VIP rooms, they search for Amy, but they cannot go room by room endlessly. They need to create a situation that forces everyone to evacuate the building. At that moment, a guard arrives with another hulking fighter who comes to teach them a lesson. Tess catches his eye. He comments on her poor sense of dressing. When his hand is about to touch her, she breaks his finger while taunting him about how weak he is. He is about to punch her, but she breaks his jaw and knocks him out instead. While Cerrone praises his partner, he turns to the guard, who is baffled and threatens to deploy men all over the building. Leon tries to extract information about Amy's whereabouts from him, but the guard does not even know who Amy is. Cerrone realizes that he is telling the truth. He then asks the right question. They want to know Palcoa's current location. He is informed that Palcoa is on the 1st floor, or possibly in the temple in the basement. They immediately rush there. As expected, many guards try to stop them. Leon and Tess start beating the guards. After that, they break down the door. Palcoa is furious at them for intruding into his private place. Gis is also taken aback to see that they have managed to reach this far. Cerrone's eyes immediately catch the sight of the empty glass and the blank expression on Amy's face. Palcoa instantly understands that they are here for Amy, but he evilly tells them that she is not in any condition to recognize them. Cerrone asks her to go back, but she gives no response. Palcoa slyly says that she does not want to go back. Besides, he did not kidnap her or anything. Then he orders his men to send the intruders to hell. The people immediately move toward them, radiating an overwhelming aura. Both swordsman students realize that these are not ordinary fighters but schema users. Cerrone is taken aback, realizing that Palcoa has hired such a huge number of schema users on this island. He panics, thinking of Amy trapped in a place like this. Tess warns him to get a hold of his emotions. Cerrone is not listening to his friends. His mind is occupied with thoughts of becoming stronger in order to save them. That is the reason he has always wanted to find his roots. His dark side taunts him, saying that trees like him without roots will eventually die. But his mind is stronger now. After his talk with Marcia, he realizes that he does not need roots from blood relatives. Instead, the many people who trust him are his roots. That is why he is confident in the trust they have placed in him. With that, he activates his magic, unleashing blinding lights that shock everyone around him. He attacks them with his spell without any hesitation, to the point that even Amy protests, asking him to stop. About 30 minutes earlier, before they arrive, Amy recognizes loop in her drink. She knows exactly what it is. Looking at Palcoa, she realizes that she needs to pretend to go along with him in order for him to reveal his true colors. She strengthens her mind with red eye and drinks it anyway. Then she sees her friends barging into the room. Now, seeing the chaos before her, she thinks she should have expected them to do something like this. Everyone is shocked to see Cerrone using such high-class magic. Palcoa demands that he reveal his identity. Cerrone does not only reveal his name, but also tells him about his school. His friends tense up at his recklessness. Palcoa slyly reminds him that using magic and causing havoc could get him expelled. Cerrone, unfazed, reveals that Amy's safety is more important to him than his own education. He threatens that he will destroy the place if Palcoa attempts anything like this with a friend again. Leon, fired up by his words, reminds Palcoa that they will not hesitate even at the threat of being expelled. Tess, wielding a stick sword, follows suit. Palcoa slyly states again that Amy has come of her own accord. As a noble, no one has the right to tell her what to do. Then he challenges them to take her if she willingly goes with them. Tess tries to protest that Amy is not in her right mind, but her words are cut off when Cerrone extends his hand to Amy. He asks her to come back with him. To everyone's shock, she takes his hand, completely willingly. Palcoa cannot believe that she could be in her right mind after taking loop. Then he notices her red eyes and immediately realizes that she is a karmas. She turns to him, declaring that it is his business to make people around them addicted to loop and extort money from them. She threatens that if he tries to get them expelled from school, she will ruin his business. Palcoa knows nothing he can do, because as a first-class noble, she could definitely destroy his empire. Outside, Tess's mind turns back to the couple. She immediately realizes that Cerrone already knows Amy is not affected by the loop. The reason she did not respond earlier is that she was simply cross at him. With mischief in her expression, Tess understands that she is definitely not just a speck in Cerrone's life. Outside, people wonder if there is an earthquake because of Cerrone's attack. As they move forward, Gis stops them. Amy turns to him and assures him that no one will touch him or his sister. Gis declares that he is going to quit this job, just as she had asked him to do earlier. Then he turns to Cerrone and threatens him not to make her cry. Poor Cerrone is baffled by the threat, even as Amy clearly enjoys it. Before turning away, she addresses him gently. She assures him that whether he wants to be a pirate or lord of the harbor, she will make sure his dream comes true, leaving him blushing while he resolves to become cooler than Cerrone. Now, with no time for cooking, the crew decides to eat at a nearby place. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Palcoa cannot believe that someone like him has lost to a bunch of teenagers. He even scolds his men for being losers who did nothing except take loop, which made them too weak to fight. The men hesitantly reply that they cannot afford to be hit by Cerrone's attack. One of them asks again if he is really going to let them go so easily. Palcoa explains that he cannot act because Amy is a first-class noble, directly after the royal family, and they could ruin his business. His men remind him of an even more important point: they are losing more than money. In reality, they are parrot bandits being hunted by the Magic Association. He cannot risk being found by them. All of this mess gives him a headache, so he orders his minion to bring him loop. The day passes as our boy and his friends enjoy their time on the island, going to the beach, tasting the local food, and sightseeing. At the end, when Amy offers him food, Cerrone realizes how much this feels like a real vacation. Watching the fireworks with her and their friends, he decides to bring his parents here as well. Next day, as they head to the ruins, Leon is quite grumpy because the girls took too long to get ready. He complains that they will only reach their destination by lunchtime. Tess taunts him, saying she took her time for him, which makes him even grumpier. Meanwhile, Cerrone regrets bringing both of them along, because he cannot leave the two behind at this point. Amy tries to explain that Tess was already ready before her. When Leon comments that Amy really put effort into her look, it infuriates Tess, who thinks he does not find her pretty. He clarifies that she is pretty, which brings a flush to her cheeks. Looking at both of their expressions, Amy concludes that Leon might have feelings for Tess. Maybe he holds back because Tess is stronger than him. Looking at Cerrone, she wonders whether this could also be a hindrance in their own relationship. They continue toward the Kurgo ruins, which are 2 hours from their hotel. The ruins sit atop Mount Toa, a dormant volcano at the center of Galliant Island that was last active 500 years ago. It is believed that the eruption wiped out most of the Kurgo civilization. Now only a small remnant of that golden age remains. Once at the site, Amy tells Tess that the island government wanted to restore the ruins but could not because of protest from the locals. Tess thinks restoration would benefit the locals, and Amy agrees, noting that it would increase tourism revenue. Then Tess spots a local Kurgo man. Looking closely, Cerrone admits that he is quite strong. They proceed to the Kurgo temple, amazed at the architecture built thousands of years ago. It could have been in better condition if it had not been ruined by the volcanic eruption. Suddenly, Cerrone stops at a point. Amy notices and reminds him that they are heading to the central point. Excitedly, he reveals that he has discovered a spirit zone. She immediately realizes that he used the spirit zone's synesthesia to detect it. He discovered with his spirit zone that there is nothing underground within 50 meters, a strange finding, as it is believed that ruins' remnants are buried beneath the ashes. The group is shocked to hear this. Cerrone clarifies that it cannot be nothing. Something must be off. Amy decides to switch to her sniper mode to detect underground up to 500 meters. Suddenly, she looks taken aback. Cerrone wants to know what she has found, but she murmurs in disbelief at what she has detected. Tess feels that there must be something 500 meters below. Amy confirms that she felt it too, but the moment she sensed it, her sniper zone dispersed. Cerrone cannot believe it is possible, because Amy's zone is not that weak. It must mean there is something below. Amy agrees but says they need a zoner to see further. She explains that even her second brother, the chief detective, keeps a zoner in his squad. Leon tells them to give up if it is beyond their reach and requires expert help. Considering that their principal recommended this, he already expects them to give up. Cerrone recalls that the principal trusted his judgment for this task. He reminds himself that given the danger of the situation, he must live up to that trust. Amy also agrees with Leon. Meanwhile, she still feels sorry for not proceeding further, despite knowing where to see. Leanne, however, insists on digging 500 meters below to find a way. They look around again. Cerrone is sure that someone in the ruins is connected to Miro, as the principal told him, but so far he has not found anything special, especially considering that these ruins are thousands of years old. He wonders about their connection to Miro. Both Leon and Amy offer their ideas. Cerrone thinks about asking the locals. Amy suggests hiring a translator to speak with the real natives, instead of relying on the ones assigned as tour guides. Then Tess gives her suggestion. She explains that unlike the others, who are sightseeing, she has noticed the people around them. She realizes that some of them are not tourists. They are mercenaries. Later, in a restaurant, Cerrone confirms that Tess is telling the truth. There are indeed mercenaries. Amy praises her scouting skills, which come from her Elzine family's roots. Suddenly, some people begin taunting them, especially Leon, who is carrying a great sword. They criticize him for not even knowing how to use it, carrying it only to impress Tess. The group of mercenaries is taunting them purely for entertainment. They even notice that Cerrone does not acknowledge them at all. Leon is furious at first, but then notices Cerrone's calm expression and calms down. The mercenaries are disappointed by the lack of reaction. Even as they leave, they taunt them for being cowards in front of the girls. As soon as they leave, an old man slams his hand on their table, declaring that these people are trying to rile up some kids. He explains that they come here often, which catches Cerrone's attention. Tess compliments Leon for holding back his anger. Leon admits he was about to explode, but realized they would meet these mercenaries again. He looks at his best friend for confirmation, who agrees, and they decide to follow them. Later, from a higher vantage point, they observe the group. The mercenaries are quite organized, showing their experience. Amy reminds them that they cannot start anything yet. Tess notices an archer in the team, who must be a sensory-type schema user. She warns that they would be caught immediately if they charged at them. She also notices the leader, who is carrying a branded sword, but not a limited edition one. Amy notices a woman in the group who is neither carrying a weapon nor looks like a fighter. Cerrone immediately realizes that she is a mage. He concludes that they know something special about these ruins, as this party even includes a mage. The group positions themselves at the front door. A local signals to each others, and one of them opens the door. The stairs ahead are clear. Before they can go forward, Cerrone's crew immediately rushes toward them, happily determined to accompany Amy. The leader is baffled by their confidence and even warns them that he will kill them. He is taken aback to see Cerrone's calm expression, as they had assumed he was a coward. The archer warns them not to fight there, otherwise the locals will not let them in. This leaves the leader burning with rage at Cerrone and his friends. As they go down, the locals warn them in their language that they will be tested below by the eyes of angels. Tess wants to know what they are saying, and Leon jokes that they must be asking them to have fun. Going further, they notice that the basement is quite deep. Amy guesses that this path will lead them to the basement of the ruins. Cerrone thinks it might be the case, especially since he cannot detect this place even with his spirit zone. They do not know what kind of danger awaits them below. The leader of the mercenaries is still angry at them because they paid a hefty amount to know this place. The archer snaps at them for exploring such a dangerous area. Cerrone asks their purpose for going down. The archer is taken aback that they do not know what is below. Confidently, Cerrone asks them to tell them what is down there. The leader grows even more furious. They spent 50 gold to find this place, while these people come here for free and show this kind of attitude. The archer, being logical, tells them they must pay 5 gold per question, giving them a discount since normally it would be 100 gold. Cerrone nonchalantly tells them they are going to find out anyway. The archer grows angrier, and the leader threatens that they must pay if they want to go further. Then they try another tactic, sitting on the stairs and declaring that they will not go ahead. The leader understands that they are provoking them for what they did in the bar. Cerrone, however, decides to pay 1 gold coin per question. The leader agrees immediately and snatches the coin from his hand. Leon does not understand why they are paying if they will find out eventually. The girls explain to him that there might be traps below, so they should gather as much information as possible beforehand. Cerrone asks the first question about their purpose for being there. The leader answers that they are going to meet locals. Cerrone complains that the answer is cryptic. He won't pay for a cryptic answer. The archer emphasizes that this is really their purpose. Cerrone gives them another coin for clarifying their purpose. The mercenaries answer that they are going to buy loot from locals who provide it at a cheaper price than the black market. Cerrone cannot believe that the civilization holds nothing but a secret loop trafficking route. He quickly rejects the thought, feeling that there must be something else there. Even these thugs do not know about it. He recalls every piece of information he has received from Amy and the others. He pieces the puzzle together and finally concludes that this path leads to the independent Kurgo authority. The archer is about to confirm it, but Cerrone gives him another gold coin. The archer refuses, saying it was his mistake to blurt out the answer without asking. Cerrone takes back the coin. The archer is curious how he figured out the secret information. He recalls Amy telling him that the locals use loop for rituals. So if this place is being used to harbor loop, then special locals must be handling such sacred items. Both Tess and Leon come to the same conclusion. The archer admits that they are smart, and asks if he needs to know more. Cerrone declines, saying they will see for themselves when they go down. They finally descend. When the doors open, they are amazed to see the basement around them. One of the mercenaries points to the entrance to the deeper basement. Around the entrance, Cerrone notices black energy balls. He immediately understands that the principal provided correct information. He informs his friends that they belong to Miro. The leader taunts him, but he ignores it. The local immediately realizes that Cerrone knows about Miro. The archer translates it. Cerrone confirms that he has met her. The gatekeeper doesn't believe it's possible, but he does not judge him. Instead, he says that Cerrone should be judged by the 8 eyes of the angel, referring to the black balls surrounding them. Whoever wants to enter Kurgo must be tested by these eyes. Cerrone understands that he said something about Miro and asks the archer to translate it for him, which angers the archer. The leader accuses them of leeching from them. Someone suggests that they go their own way. The gatekeeper asks them to translate because once they enter this territory, they are considered in the same league. The archer explains that they are not part of his party. Then the gatekeeper warns that they must either pass the test together or sacrifice themselves. Even if only one of them passes, they all will be granted entry. Otherwise, they will need to sacrifice one person for entry. The archer listens anxiously, realizing that they are truly in a deadly situation. The archer translates everything for them. Leader doesn't believe that they are now part of the same party as Saron and his friends. The mage comments that it's quite common for civilizations to grant entry only after giving some trial. She guesses that since Kurgo is a warrior tribe, they will be tested for their strength. The worst part for them is that they are allowing our crew to accompany them. They regret it. Amy comments that they can't judge them based on age instead of knowing their true skill. The mage taunts that what they have learned at school is different from what they will face in real life. Amy darkly replies that they are not going to work with them either. Both of them glare at each other. The gatekeeper repeats his words about the requirements to enter. Saron raises a question about how they can prove their worth. The archer warns him not to act on his own, otherwise he won't translate for them. Saron tells him to do it quickly since they are working together. He then turns to the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper explains that they need to step onto the altar of judgment one by one and prove themselves to the orbs. Then they are required to give answers. If the orbs turn red, they have failed. If white, they pass. Saron asks how many attempts they can have and what the penalty is if they fail. The gatekeeper assures him that there is no attempt limit or penalty, but they will have to leave if no one passes. The mercenaries are relieved that they don't need to work together. Saron, however, is worried about the sacrifice part, whether one of them will have to die for another. The gatekeeper confirms it. Saron further asks whether they can bring a corpse outside for the sacrifice. The elder cryptically explains that there is no limitation for that, but they must understand that once they leave this place, they must be the ones. Now Saron contemplates the situation. The rules seem cruel, sacrificing their teammates just to get loot. He wonders whether this is really a hub for loot trafficking. The unanimous decision rule makes the situation even more complicated. He recalls the old man's words and realizes that it's easier for one person to dominate than to have everyone agree on a single decision. He fully understands the danger of the situation. The leader, still cocky, declares that they are going to kill Saron and his friends to gain entry. Saron is disappointed by the leader's irrationality, while at least his teammates are trying to solve the problem. Then the mage asks Saron about their approach. He suggests that the swordsmen go first since they have less firepower than the mage. The mage agrees, thinking the task involves attacking the orbs. Saron confirms this, reasoning that since the tribe is a warrior tribe, the orbs might absorb infinite amounts of energy. He explains that even the layout is designed to make it easier to prepare attacks on the orbs. Then she looks at the leader, the swordsman from their side, who is quite grumpy about the decision. She then asks to send someone from their side. Saron decides that Leon will go first from their side. Leon steps forward. The mercenary team watches closely, coaxing him to do his best so they can gauge the next steps. Leon feels like he's on the front lines of a battlefield. For this purpose, he's the source who will provide as much information as possible. Saron, on the other hand, trusts him completely. Leon recalls that he has unlimited chances. He punches the orb to test the waters but is struck to see the number 1 appear on it. Saron wonders whether it's some kind of divine language, and if so, what this number could mean. He tells Leon to step back. In the next moment, the orb turns red, indicating failure. He realizes that the numbers show how effective someone's attack is. They'll see white when they succeed. Leon flings his sword ready to attack again. The mercenary group is shocked to see him wield such a heavy, pure iron sword with strength and precision. His friends encourage him. Burning with determination, he prepares to test his grandfather's sword on the orb. A blinding light erupts the moment his sword strikes the orb. Instead of feeling like he is attacking something, it feels as if his attack energy is being absorbed by the orb. In the next moment, he sees 241 appear on the orb. He guesses that it indicates the attack is 241 times stronger than his previous strike. He asks Saron for his opinion. When Tess points to his wobbly legs, he admits he feels drained and needs a break before trying again. Saron agrees. Leon wishes he could use a schema to help him succeed. The bulky man nearby mocks him, even after hearing that he can't use schema. Arrogantly, he rushes ahead, mocking Leon and daring him to learn a lesson. He arrogantly guesses he'll get 2,000 points while Leon only managed 241. Tess quietly analyzes him and tells her friends that this person is a heavy schema user who relies on a blunt weapon to amplify his power. He swings his weapon at the orb with full force, still brimming with arrogance. But his expression changes when he sees the result. Only 248 points, just 7 points higher than Leon. Both he and his teammates are shocked. Tess taunts him, reminding him that this is not a toy, and tells him to step aside as his turn is over. To encourage their teammate, the mage in the group consoles him, explaining that there must be more factors calculating the result than just raw strength. He reluctantly accepts the explanation. Then he glares at Leon, accusing him of lying about not being able to use schema. Leon, irritated, tells him to shut up and focus on Tess for now. Tess prepares for her turn, sword in hand. She wants to test her sword technique. She then opens her eyes wide with a grin, thrilled by the excitement of the moment. Tess has her eyes on the orb. She takes a stance, and the next moment, she disappears from everyone's sight, leaving everyone shocked by her speed. In the next moment, she attacks the orb, and golden energy pierces through it. Saron notices that she uses her speed in such a way that it looks like a flash at the tip of her sword to the naked eye. The orb is still red with 442 points. The schema user cannot accept that she scores higher than him using just a saber. She taunts him, saying that raw strength is different from using strength with skill. He thinks she is looking down on his raw strength. Tess, however, wants to do it again, enjoying the experience. Meanwhile, the archer knows that it must be his turn now that the swordsmen have taken theirs. He takes out bullets from his pocket. Both Saron and Amy are taken aback when they realize it is a mana stone bullet. Amy explains that for a mana stone bullet, a mana stone is used, which is quite rare to find. Usually they hold elements depending on the environment in which they are found. After that, the mana stone bullet is created using high-class materials and the work of a mechanical engineer. Amy reveals that it must cost 1 gold coin per bullet, with 10 grams of mana stone used in each. Saron wonders how she knows so much. Amy reminds him that her elder brother is the captain of the Royal Archers. The archer warns everyone to back off as he is going to use a lightning arrow. The next moment he shoots, and it strikes the orb perfectly. A moment later, they see the result, 1020. The archer is happy, now anticipating success, but the orb still glows red. Amy turns to him, saying that he cannot deplete his strength like a swordsman. He admits it but declines to try again, because no other kind of mana bullet can produce a different result, so it is better not to waste money. At that moment, his friends wonder that they must need quite a high score to pass, but they don't know how much higher it needs to be. Amy then asks the mage from the other team whether she will go first or one of them, as mages need to go next. The mage arrogantly challenges her to go first so they can measure their strength. Amy accepts the challenge and steps ahead. Tess is quite excited to see her display magic. Basically, Amy is an expert at precise targeting with her flame magic. Flame magic has almost unlimited potential to increase its strength by increasing temperature, but not every pro mage can exceed 1000 degrees. That is fortunate, because the planet cannot withstand such a scorching flame magic, so the potential of flame magic is limited this way. Amy also analyzes her situation. She intends to use fusion magic, Flame Strike, to target the orb. However, she doubts that the power of the spell will decrease with a close-range attack, so she changes her tactic and uses a fireball instead. Everyone is shocked to see how big it is. The next moment, she shoots the fireball at the orb. It immediately engulfs it. The result shows 3270, 3 times stronger than the archer. But once again, the orb lights red. Amy is angry at it. Her magic is still not enough to pass. Then the mage from the other side steps ahead, taunting Amy and telling her to learn from her. Amy, however, wants to go again, using sniper mode, barely contained by their boy. The mage informs them that she is also a flame mage and will also use a fireball to attack. Amy accuses her of copying her move. Despite the taunt, the mage forges a huge fireball. Tess is impressed, but Amy knows that she is using nothing more than a textbook skill. The mage launches the massive fireball using all her power in the attack. Her teammates grin in anticipation, but they are shocked when the result shows only 1330. A mocking grin appears on Amy's face as she sees the result. In reality, this mage is a veteran, highly skilled in her magic and very arrogant about it. Many parties try to recruit her, but she is extremely choosy about her teammates. She takes great pride in her skills, believing them to be second to none. Now, she is shocked to see that her power is lower than Amy's. She excuses herself by saying that her aim is not focused on raw firepower. She argues that she can score at least 2000 or more. Meanwhile, the archer observes the situation. Amy manages to score more than 3000 points, which is higher than anyone else. He assumes she must be the strongest member of her team, so they think it is useless to continue if they cannot pass anyway. On the other side, Amy encourages Saron to try. She thinks they are very close to passing. The mercenary leader protests, saying they are wasting energy on something useless. Looking at Saron's calm expression, the leader assumes that he must have something left in his arsenal. Saron agrees to try. The leader protests again, telling them to give up because they will not pass. The crew grows grumpy at him for urging them to give up without even trying. Saron realizes something. Miro must have created this room for a purpose they do not understand until now. He steps ahead and decides to take his turn. He creates his magic of photon emission. The mage wonders how he plans to deal any damage with it. Then her eyes widen when she sees the photon oscillating. Meanwhile, his friends watch his magic keenly. This is the same magic he uses against the Palcoa gang. Now Leon is assured that this is his friend's specialty magic. The next moment, he fires the magic precisely at the orb. The result shows 4783. The mage is taken aback by the damage created by light. The archer, however, realizes that the spell is so strong that even he would not be able to avoid it. Not to mention how they suppress their schema user. It means they are stronger than his group. The orb turns red again. This makes him question whether more than 5000 is the passing score. He wants to try again and considers using a laser for the attack. Amy agrees that it is a good idea because laser damage accumulates. She then suggests checking the room before deciding their next course of action. Amy turns to Leader, who declares that he is going to leave this useless game. The archer reminds him that they cannot leave until everyone is tested. The leader stops dead. When he is ready to take his turn, Amy turns to Saron and suggests that they should leave once it is done. Saron understands that the room has strange rules. They need to trust their teammates. Basically, when comparing the strength of swordsmen and mages, mages may have more firepower, but that does not mean swordsmen are inferior. They are simply different. This room is designed in such a way that it turns teammates against each other. Those who get low scores become anxious, while those with higher scores start looking down on others. Now that they fail, the only option left is sacrifice, one for all. With that thought in mind, he attacks, barely touching the orb. The result shows only 32. His teammates are not happy with the result. The leader sighs and declares that they should just get out of here. Saron notices that their group will be disbanded after this. The team leader thinks the same, so they decide to leave. At the gate, Saron stops them and asks the archer to translate one more thing for him. He asks whether anyone has ever passed this test. The gatekeeper answers that he cannot say for sure. People come alone and in groups. Only 1 out of 10 passes the test. A lone player has a higher chance of passing than a group. Saron grows tense when he realizes that there is a chance to pass. The passing rate is just 10%. He understands that the principal has set him up. Amy does not understand. He recalls the principal's words, that after coming here, he will better understand Miro's world. He realizes that if he cannot pass something like this, he cannot understand Miro at all. So he decides not to give up. The mercenary team asks the gatekeeper to open the door. First, he wants to know whether everyone agrees to leave. They declare that they will not go. Amy haughtily informs them that they are going inside the Kurgo today. The mage tries to negotiate with Amy. Even though they also want to enter, they have already tried and failed. Amy pointedly tells them that they have only one option left. The gatekeeper chants again about how they need 4 sacrifices for 4 entries. Leon asks him to translate it. The archer immediately lies, saying that the gatekeeper is asking them to leave. Amy darkly states that the gatekeeper is actually telling them that they need 4 sacrifices for 4 people to enter. Both the mage and the archer are taken aback by how she knows this. Amy points out that she figures it out because she hears it before. The archer is in disbelief that she remembers foreign language words after hearing them only once. Tess asks Saron whether they are really going to fight. Saron asks her to trust their redhead friend. Then Amy challenges them to try their best to struggle if they do not want to be sacrificed. The archer immediately analyzes their strength compared to Saron's crew. Both Leon and their schema user are evenly matched. Tess can easily take down the leader. Amy is far superior to the mage. Not to mention, he cannot compete with Saron's light magic at all. Finally, he apologizes for their harsh treatment. Amy demands that the remaining 3 apologize as well. Both the mage and the schema user apologize. Amy reminds them that this is not all they need to apologize for. With great willpower, the leader finally apologizes for the incident at the bar. Tess realizes that Amy is being considerate toward them, because most of the time the mercenary leader mocks both of them. Amy's expression darkens a bit more as she mocks them, saying that she does not even remember them being at the bar. The leader first wonders what her aim is with this humiliation. Then he realizes that Amy did not even look back at them at the bar. He admits that she is truly fearsome. Then Amy decides to give them a way out, if they accept her suggestion. They wait as she reveals that they will give them a code to enter this place. They cannot believe that their group wants to challenge this place again. Tess understands that Amy does all of this so they will cooperate with them to get the code. Amy simply winks at our boy, who quietly thanks her. Now the mercenary group understands how effective mages are when they utilize their surroundings. However, even though they are angry, the mercenaries cooperate with them to crack the code. The code turns out to be quite simple. All they need to do is knock on the door, and it opens. Finally, they go outside and decide to take a break. Amy agrees, saying that now they can go and come any time, so they should go back and return with a proper plan next time. Leon and Tess argue about whether they should have pasta for lunch. They are interrupted by the mercenary group. The leader asks them to join the mercenary group. They coax him, saying he will gain money and fame in this field. Not to mention, they want our boy to be their leader since their current leader has left. They promise to follow him and treat his friends respectfully if he agrees. He politely declines their offer and joins his friends. The argument about lunch continues. By dusk, they return to their lodging in the western tourist area. The girls walk a little behind the boys, both groups having their own conversations. They discuss how strong Cerrone has become. Amy recalls the times when he fails to master teleportation magic many times. Leon, however, is amazed that Cerrone is smart enough to put mass into light. Cerrone, embarrassed, admits that he himself does not fully understand it. Amy starts talking about her graduation time when Tess interrupts. She asks about Cerrone being left alone at the academy for a year if Amy graduates this year. Not to mention, Amy intends to become a soldier. Tess emphasizes that they will be separated for a year. This reminds Amy of the time when she asks Cerrone to catch up to her quickly. However, there is no use thinking about it now. She replies to Tess that she wants to become a soldier simply because she is good at targeting, nothing more. Tess lightheartedly suggests that she become a spy. She says Amy is beautiful enough for it, and it will give her opportunities to see Cerrone. Amy points out that she does not have good spy instincts like Tess. Tess, however, is adamant about teaching her. She is about to tell Amy to sharpen her senses when she suddenly stops. Seeing the confusion on Amy's face, Tess explains that she can sense a man in front of their lodge. When they reach there, they find an injured and unconscious Gis lying there. Worriedly, they try to wake Gis, but he doesn't budge. Dreading the worst, Cerrone raises his hand to check his pulse and see if he is alive. Midway, his hand is captured by Gis. Gis haughtily tells him that he should thank him for protecting Amy, but he didn't. Cerrone is left confused. They bring Gis inside and tuck him into bed after tending to his injuries. Looking at his unconscious form, all of them feel worried. Leon acknowledges the elephant in the room. Palkoa is coming for him, as Gis had informed them. A few hours ago, Palkoa is in his secret castle. He changes his plan, deciding not to let their party leave so easily. There is a risk that they might talk about him, and the Magic Association could trace his activities. He doesn't want to ruin his established drug business or become a runaway again, so he decides to solve the problem at once. His scientist has created a concentrated poison that can even affect Carmi's red eye. He assigns the task to Gis again, to pour the drug into Amy's drink. Gis is terrified of the effect of the poison. Palkoa grins evilly, saying that she will die immediately. He assures Gis that all he has to do is poison her, and he will handle the rest. Looking at the evil face of his boss, Gis realizes that this man is a total lunatic. Then, to Palkoa's shock, Gis breaks the container. Palkoa is furious that he is defying him. Gis trembles and tries to explain, but before he can complete his sentence, Palkoa beats him brutally. When Gis loses consciousness, Palkoa orders his men to bring his younger sister there. Amy recalls the time when Gis decides to quit his job after she promises him and his sister safety. But now it feels like everything has gone to waste. Leon suggests going to the authorities because obviously they have two offenses: attempted murder and kidnapping. Tess points out that Palkoa's hang control the harbor as the first thing, as a precaution. Not to mention, they might be trapped on the island for now. Amy calmly reminds them that even if they inform security, they won't put much effort into saving an orphan's life. This catches Cerrone's attention. He seriously wants to know the strength of the Palkoa army. Tess immediately understands that he wants to go and fight. Amy, however, answers that most of the security consists of brute force guards, but 10 skilled schema users can be problematic. When she reveals that they are parrot bandits, his eyes widen. Tess asks whether he knows them. Cerrone explains that during the time their school is under attack by Arcane, the schema users hired by Arcane are from the parrot bandits. Amy also remembers Lucas and guesses that Palkoa must be stronger than Lucas. At that moment, Tess also remembers some details about Palkoa, as she has heard of him somewhere, especially considering he is in the Special Forces. Before she can figure it out, Gis wakes up. He shivers and tells them to run away. All of them try to calm him down while asking about his sister. He asks whether they will save her. Amy reveals that they already know Palkoa's force. Not to mention, all of them are addicted to loop. When Tess is about to say that they are after Amy, Gis contradicts her. With trembling fingers, he signals toward our boy and reveals that they are after him. Cerrone is in disbelief that Palkoa is after him. Gis reveals that Palkoa is not the one who is after him. Instead, it is the ultimate boss. Inside the castle, it is revealed that Palkoa is at gunpoint when he is beating Gis. The one holding him restrained is none other than his own captain. She turns out to be Marcia. It seems like she is angry at Palkoa as well. She comes here to search for him. Palkoa is truly terrified of her, even when she tries to calmly ask about his well-being. In the present, when it is revealed that it is Marcia who is after Cerrone, he is truly taken aback by the revelation. Before he can even understand anything, there is a loud explosion behind them. Cerrone is trying to understand the connection between Marcia and the parrot bandits. Meanwhile, in the capital Bashuka, Lucas is going through an investigation under the Magic Association. He finally reveals that Palkoa is the boss of the parrot bandits, but they are unlikely to capture him because he has complete control over loop distribution. Lucas wants to cooperate if his sentence is lenient. Sakiri, from the 3rd Investigation Department, is not interested in his cooperation. He gets the information he wants, so he stabs Lucas in the back, literally. Lucas falls to the ground. Sakiri wants to know the real boss of the parrot bandits, not the fake one. Lucas bears the emblem of the parrot bandits tattooed on his back. He wants to know about the parrot mercenaries who were the culprits behind what happened 7 years ago. This faction destroys their country after destroying the Iron Kingdom. He reads the report about the failed ambush attempt from 7 years ago against them. Many members flee. Now he hears that the boss is trying to recruit the scattered members again. She is called the Fallen Saint. Then he finally shows Marcia's picture, stating her to be a class grinder and a class political offender. It is said that she is everywhere and nowhere at all. Witnesses give different statements about her, so they cannot trace her. They do not even know whether she is a mage. He wants to know Marcia's abilities. A few hours ago, Marcia stands in front of Palcoa. She wakes him from the loop effect. Palcoa wants to know the reason for her sudden reappearance. Gis is baffled to see Palcoa this rattled. Palcoa reminds her that she has no right to call them family, because she is the one who threw them away in the Iron Kingdom. She also killed everyone he held dear because she was stupidly tricked. She remembers the time when she took care of everyone. Then comes the moment when they are attacked and the orphans die at the hands of the military. That is the time she runs away. Palcoa now reminds her that she has no right to be furious at him because he is the one who feeds their foster siblings instead of putting their lives at stake. He asks whether that is the reason she ran away. Marcia expresses her regret for not giving them the best environment. She reminds him that regardless, they were a mercenary group. Because he and his comrades run away from the battle, the remaining members are killed. So the ones who kill their foster siblings are not her, but him. Regardless of whether it is real life or the battlefield, he is just a runaway. Suddenly, Gis catches her eye. Palcoa explains that he wants him to find someone and that it does not concern her. She contradicts him, saying that it does concern her. She already knows Gis's connection with Cerrone. Palcoa is taken aback. She reveals that she obviously knows the person who ruined his business. She scoffs at how pathetic Palcoa is for not standing against our boy. Then she turns to Palcoa and assigns him his last mission. He is required to bring Cerrone to her. He can do whatever he likes with his friends. Suddenly, she hears a sound from outside. Looking out, she realizes that Gis has foolishly run away. She orders her men to chase him. Now, in the present, Marcia's men stand outside Cerrone's lodge, staring at the fire-engulfed building. Our crew comes out of the burning house. Cerrone's mind is stuck on one question: why Marcia is after him. After a while, they book a room in a tavern and tuck Gis into a bed. In his sleep, he recalls the time he runs away from Palcoa's secret castle. The first thing he wants to ensure is his sister's safety. He immediately understands that Marcia and her group are the real bosses. He rushes to his house, shouting for his sister. She is nowhere to be found. There are clear signs of protest. He runs away from there, worried about his sister. The next morning, the group readies for the day while analyzing their situation. Tess remembers Marcia's name as the leader of the mercenary group from 7 years ago who attacked the Iron Kingdom. She almost overthrows the country. Leon points out that since the invasion fails, they should not be afraid of her. Tess points out that the royal army arrives before the golden hour is over. She thinks the timing is too perfect. Amy is confused. Tess explains that it seems the parrot mercenaries at that time are used in the Civil War. She further explains that right after the mercenaries attack the Iron Kingdom's lower assembly, the upper assembly shows up with the royal army to contain them. In other words, they might be sacrificed by the upper assembly as a ploy. Amy immediately understands that they are just disposable pieces in war. Leon adds that the assembly stages the whole thing. Tess agrees that it is done to solidify their political position. However, they cannot be sure about the validity of this information. Anyway, Cerrone asks whether they are ready. Everyone nods. With that, they rush on their horses directly into the trap laid for them. Meanwhile, Marcia waits for them. She cannot believe they are heading straight toward her. Now she will see how Palcoa's security handles them. On their way, Tess asks Leon whether he has ever cut anyone. He is taken aback by her question but admits that he never has. The next moment she hears movement. A number of bandits jump out at them. The bandits are happy to see 4 teenagers. Amy immediately readies a fireball, targeting them. They are terrified to see a targeting type mage in the group. One of them orders everyone to take cover. Cerrone is also ready as he starts shooting spells at them. One of them shouts at their leader but is taken care of by Tess. She then looks at Leon, concerned about him, because he cannot handle a speed battle without a schema. One goon is delighted by Leon's apparent stupidity for bringing a great sword into a forest. When Leon tries to attack him, his sword gets stuck in a tree. The man taunts Leon, saying he is chopping trees instead of enemies. Tess runs toward him with a clenched fist, but he remembers his time chopping trees and shouts that they should not underestimate it. The next moment, his sword bursts with energy. He attacks immediately, throwing the enemy away. He admits that he has never cut a person, but in reality, he has killed his untalented version of himself countless times. He remembers the moment when he swears to become stronger in order to protect Cerrone. Because of that, he never raises his sword half-heartedly. This brings a smile to Tess's face. Meanwhile, the leader is shocked to see that a group of teenagers has defeated their scouting squad. They have only 2 mages. His subordinate panics and informs him that they are stronger than they look, so they should not underestimate them based on age. The leader admits that they do have skill, so he is ready to show them something interesting. The fight continues as more enemies show up and clash with them. Tess takes one down. Then she hears the sound of arrows and warns Leon to get down. He ducks just in time as a number of arrows shoot over his head. Both swordsmen ready themselves as they are surrounded by enemy swordsmen and archers. The next moment, their expressions change as Cerrone steps forward and fires multiple spells at them. Another archer targets Cerrone. Because he can target our boy, his girl targets the sniper. The sniper warns his companions about the presence of a sniper in Saron's group. The enemy group immediately hides, terrified. After seeing our crew's talent, they wonder who they really are. They retreat at once, and the crew follows them. Amy is determined to chase them down as she fires flame magic after them. Before the flame arrow can touch them, they disappear. The crew thinks it might be teleportation magic. Tess reminds them that the enemies are not supposed to have a mage. Amy decides to check, as she has recorded the fight. Using her red eye, she spots a bracelet on one of the enemy's wrists, which must be a teleportation artifact. Meanwhile, their leader observes the fight with a smirk. He knows Marcia will be interested in the crew's talent, but talent alone will not win this battle. So he strategizes, and the next group of guards rushes towards Saron's party. He assumes this kind of strategy has not been faced by them before, and the battle begins again. Each time Saron and his friends gain the upper hand, the enemy once more uses teleportation magic to disappear. The mages immediately analyze the new situation. This kind of designated teleportation requires a spirit zone user to enchant the magic. Amy immediately understands that someone must be assigning the coordinates. When asked, she explains that the source should be nearby. After moving a short distance, they stop as Tess smells something unnatural. Because her senses are sharpened by her schema, she notices it quickly. Then they see a magic circle in front of them. Amy sighs as she expects this. To synchronize the magic artifact, there must be a magic circle with the same pattern as the bracelet. He looks at the magic circle and guesses that it might be buried inside a mountain. Amy agrees that it could be true. There must be similar magic circles scattered all over the northern forest. Tess tenses as she realizes how much money they are making from loops to afford such an expensive setup. Saron is also worried as he understands the enemy's strategy. Along the way, the enemies appear and escape easily, causing numerous battles. At this rate, their stamina will soon run out. To tackle this problem, they need to force a full frontal confrontation. Leon suggests destroying the magic circle with his sword. Amy agrees that the idea sounds good, but objects that it is not possible. Magic circles are usually like circuits, stronger than the human mind. After examining it, she concludes that it is high-quality work. Even if they cut part of the circuit, it will keep functioning. Saron still agrees to destroy the magic circle. Amy reminds him that the magic circle is not just carved on the ground but embedded in space itself. They would need to remove everything several meters down to destroy it, not to mention the huge amount of time it would take. Tess points out that if they do not destroy it, they will have to keep fighting endlessly. Sironi agrees. He then asks how long it would take to destroy it. Amy answers that even 10 minutes would be considered enough. Saron then asks everyone to stay back, because he will take only 2 minutes to destroy the circle. He again emphasizes that they should stand back, as the process can harm them. Before anyone can protest, Amy addresses them with a stern look. She tells them to stay away, as Saron has already started the process. She can see his spirit zone pulsating extremely fast. She always knows his body is as durable as adamantine, but she never expects his mind to pulse 20 times per second. Meanwhile, Sironi concentrates with everything he has. Tess sees light surrounding him. The next moment, an explosion erupts around them. When the dust settles, they see the destroyed magic circle around our guy. Amy confirms that the magic circle is destroyed. Tess worries about his well-being. He assures them that it is defensive magic and will not harm the user, which startles Leon. Saron continues, saying that he has had a theory about this magic for a while, but now decides to experiment with it, and it really works. Amy, however, is worried about Saron using such a violent spell, because usually a mage can manifest their imagination through their magic. She remembers that a few hours ago, she raises a question. It is strange that he has met Marcia before, yet he does not feel anything unusual with his instincts. Saron confirms that he does not, but he assures her that he will stop her at any cost. Now, in the present, she wonders what is making him this anxious. She lets the topic go for now and decides to trust him. She addresses her friends and gives them new instructions. They need to avoid battle for now and instead focus on destroying the magic circles. One by one, they destroy the magic circles, ruining the enemy's plan to drain their stamina. They need to do it before the enemy attacks them. On the enemy side, the guards panic when they see the expensive magic circles being destroyed. The leader calms his men, reminding them that the group has only 2 mages. He instructs them not to engage in a head-on fight. A subordinate asks for the next order. The leader understands that Saron's group wants a direct confrontation, so he decides to use that desire to trap them. He orders his men to open a path for them. Meanwhile, both girls sense a strange pattern in the enemy's behavior. Amy also senses that the enemy is nearby but no longer attacking. This means they are deliberately giving them space to move toward the main force. Leon points out that they are being led into a trap and asks for the next instruction. Saron, however, demands that they move forward. Seeing them approach, the enemy leader asks for more manpower. His subordinate signals with an arrow. A while later, the guards gather with weapons and cannons. The leader knows these weapons are enough to pulverize an army. Originally, the armory is reserved to protect the island, but now they are using it against Saron's group. His man informs him that the crew is only a kilometer away. He orders his men to crush them. His evil expression turns to shock when he sees that Siron is the only one advancing toward them. His men panic at the sight of him standing alone. The leader calms them down, understanding that Siron is playing with their minds. He assumes they will not waste their trap on a single person, but orders his men to destroy him anyway. The next moment, hundreds of mana arrows rush toward Siron. Seeing this, his friends worry about him, but he still orders them to stay where they are. Next, a rain of rocks crashes down on him, slamming into the ground with a massive explosion. Our boy's friends are clearly worried when they see it. On the other hand, the enemy leader is grinning as he watches his plan work. Suddenly, a light flickers among the rocks. Then a massive explosion erupts. Amy is shocked to see the rocks around Siron being destroyed. They immediately understand his plan. He speeds up his movements a little earlier to leave his friends behind, so the enemy opens the trap on him alone, something he can take head-on, keeping his friends safe. The enemies panic when they realize what has actually transpired, but the leader's eyes remain fixed on the scene before him. He spots a red light where Siron stands. He assumes it is a laser spell. He cannot believe that someone as young as Siron can use such a spell. The next moment, they see the laser shoot toward them. They duck immediately to save themselves. However, they are shocked when nothing hits them. Then they feel the ground shake. The leader orders his men to shoot Siron. Siron, on the other hand, attacks the castle gate with his laser. The leader repeats his order to kill Siron, no matter how interested Marcia might be in him. Many archers shoot mana bullets at him, but he teleports to dodge the attacks. The leader cannot believe that he can teleport. Amy observes that with so many things happening in battle, teleportation during combat is almost impossible. Yet Siron makes it possible. First, he shoots a laser toward the gate. He uses the information-transmitting properties of light magic to calculate teleportation while acquiring topological information. She believes he must be extremely upset to attempt something like this in the middle of battle. Now standing on the castle wall, he warns the enemies to release Yuna and let them pass. The enemies are ready to fight as well. Siron's expression turns deadly serious as he reminds them that he will destroy them before taking Yuna. Now the enemies finally understand the gravity of the situation. Siron can easily destroy the castle with the spell he just used. Siron unleashes his magic, causing massive explosions throughout the area. The leader remains adamant and targets Siron with mana bullets. Siron dodges them effortlessly while creating another explosion. He is truly destroying the castle. A little distance away, Marcia witnesses everything. She is amazed by his skill. In truth, she already expects this level of talent from him as an unlocker. She decides that she wants his magic. Palkoa, on the other hand, is far from pleased that all his men are defeated. Still, he has expected this outcome. He remembers the time when he ran away from the battlefield against the Iron Kingdom. Now he understands that he cannot avoid this battle. He stands up with his blade, ready to face our dude as his final destination. At that moment, as the crew advances, they are suddenly ambushed by mana bullets. They dive behind trees in time to avoid them. The new enemy immediately understands why Siron's party has come this far. Amy demands that he reveal himself. The man steps forward and introduces himself as Agado Freeman, the vice captain of the Parrot Mercenaries. The scene flashes to a time when Marcia visits Yuna. She finds the little girl crying for her brother. Marcia assures her that her brother is safe. She makes an excuse that danger lurks outside, which is why Yuna has been kept in the room. She promises to let her go home once it is over. The girl believes her. Marcia then puts her to sleep, while the battle continues outside. Meanwhile, our crew observes that Agado is a strong man and second in command. Siron also senses 10 more people hiding around them. These people are stronger than Palkoa's units. He wonders why they have not attacked yet. They might be waiting in 2 groups. Amy interrupts his thoughts, declaring that she will handle Agado's unit. Everyone is shocked. She tells the others to go ahead to save Yuna. Sirone protests, pointing out that there are more enemies hiding. Amy counters, noting that Agado uses a gun as his main weapon, and the hidden enemies also carry guns, but they cannot be stronger than Agado. She emphasizes that Yuna's safety must come first. Besides, she believes that Siron has some unfinished business with Marcia. He is taken aback by her consideration. Siron understands and allows Amy to take on the unit, shocking his friends. Amy turns to face her enemy while telling her friends that she will give them a signal. Agado points his gun at her, recalling Marcia's instructions. In the next moment, she dodges his bullet by creating a flame wall in front of her. Agado is impressed that she can hold the wall of flames for over 3 seconds to let her comrades escape. He assumes she is sacrificing herself. As Siron and his friends run ahead, Tess suggests that she should stay back with Amy. No matter how talented Amy is, she is up against experienced fighters. Siron assures her that Amy can handle herself. Tess is taken aback when Siron clarifies that Amy is not a sacrifice. He lets her take on the task because he knows that in ranged battles, Amy is far stronger than him. Meanwhile, Amy says the same thing to Agado. She is not sacrificing herself. When it comes to targeting enemies, she can even teach Agado a lesson. Tess recalls everything she has witnessed between them. She concludes that it is more than just skill. It is a feeling between them. They have ultimate trust in each other, which is why they can do these things for one another. Looking at Leon, She wonders whether their relationship will ever be like this. After a while, Saron and his gang reach the front of the castle. Their next opponent is Palkoa himself. Palkoa suddenly tells Saron that he can go. Tess and Leon stand ready for battle. Tess tells him to go ahead, promising they will handle Palkoa. He rushes forward, promising to return. Palkoa calls it a sacrifice again. Both swordsmen tell him that they are not sacrificing themselves. They can handle him easily. Palkoa laughs at their misunderstanding. He clarifies that he feels sorry for Saron. Now that Saron has become a target of Marcia, he is sure she will kill him mercilessly. Both swordsmen remain ready to take him down. After a little while, Saron spots a small cottage. He opens the door and finds her inside, waiting for him. She turns to him, intending to resume their conversation from before. He looks around and sees numerous weapons scattered across the place. She remarks on how pretty the place is. Then she notices his grim expression. He, however, wants to know about Yuna. She shows him Yuna's necklace as her keepsake. She states that he took so long to get here. It's too late to save Yuna. Saron believes that she is lying. Marcia thinks he is naive to assume that. Saron asks about her purpose in doing such a thing. Marcia counters that she wants to ask the same thing. She reminds him that he will feel only the cruelty of this world if he focuses solely on his misfortune. She reflects on how people trapped in misfortune often want to blame someone for it. They believe there must be a culprit. In the same way, Saron thinks everything happens according to the law of causality. The world follows logical rules. However, she believes the world is misunderstood in a way that there is no real cause or effect. In reality, the culprit exists only in their minds. She declares darkly that the essence of this world is contradiction and absurdity. Every person sees events from their own perspective. Now he pretends that Yuna is alive. She calls him arrogant for refusing to acknowledge reality. In truth, he shares the same fate as her, but due to the circumstances of both Saron and Marcia, he cannot fully face the misfortune. That is why his impatience could cost the lives of his friends. Meanwhile, Agado is amused by Amy's claim that she can teach him a lesson. He draws another gun, ready for the challenge. Amy immediately calculates that he can fire 12 bullets from both guns at once. Besides him, there are 10 more people. That means a total of 132 bullets are aimed at her head. She grows genuinely worried, wondering if she can even rely on her friends for help. At that moment, Palkoa is impressed by the trust Tess and Leon place in Saron. He remembers a time when he trusted someone fully. He recalls his younger days, when Marcia saved him and asked him to become her family. The parrot mercenaries, in reality, were a family built on trust. Then he remembers how, when faced with death, he ran away from the battle and betrayed his family. This, he realizes, is what death does to people. They disregard their savior. Furious, Leon clashes swords with Palkoa, but Palkoa is incredibly strong and pushes him back. Tess is also ready, her own sword clashing with Palkoa. He challenges them, asking, now that they are facing death, will they truly prioritize their friends? Meanwhile, Marcia, holding Yuna's necklace in her hand, declares that it is too late for his heroic act. His heroism only endangers his friends. She challenges him further, asking whether he really thinks he can change the cruelty of this world. If so, she is curious to know his method. He steps forward, acknowledging her curiosity about his actions, and reflects silently. She already expects him to cling to his beliefs. Marcia activates a sonic cannon around them. He immediately recognizes the spell as sound magic and understands why she lured him into this enclosed space. Burning with magic, Marcia declares that he will not be able to defeat her while clinging to his absurd sense of justice. Saroni grits his teeth as her sound waves attack his nerves. Her voice carries a taunt, mocking him for being naive. She steps forward, reminding him how he has endangered his friends' lives for his heroism. Saron realizes that this confined space is dangerous for him. He needs to get outside. Marcia, however, predicts his move. She attacks again, thinking how naive he is to dominate the space he is in. By controlling the environment, she controls the course of his actions. But when she strikes, she is startled to see him vanish. With a blink, he appears behind her, attacking, but she dodges perfectly. She is impressed by his decision to attack from behind instead of fleeing. Still, she knows he is inexperienced in battle. She uses sonar for her next attack. He immediately understands that she is using sound magic to detect the direction of his movements. She reflects that she has never liked the sonic cannon, but sonar is quite useful. The next moment, sonar attacks him from every direction. Using this, she detects his movements and strikes with side-looking radar. He falls to the ground as the attack hits him. She predicts his thought. He must be wondering how someone like Marcia can wield such advanced magic. He thinks the same. As far as he knows, the parrot mercenaries were just a bunch of orphans. Usually, sound mages take years to master their craft. He wonders when she had the time to perfect this form of magic. He is also confused by her disdain for her own magic, something no typical mage would admit. Meanwhile, she grows annoyed and attacks him again, clearly enjoying the battle. She taunts him, informing him that she knows how to sequence her attacks. Then she unleashes a powerful banshee scream. The magic petrifies him completely. It feels like he is plunged into darkness. He cannot sense anything around him. Marcia explains how the banshee scream works. just as a banshee petrifies prey who hears her scream. She notes that under the effect of her spell, he cannot hear her, yet she warns him that if she attacks him with a sonic cannon at close range, his brain will stop functioning. Meanwhile, Saron cannot feel anything. Finally, she whispers goodbye in his ear. Suddenly, her eyes widen as she realizes that he has created a spirit zone around himself. The next moment, he explodes the area around him with his magic. Marcia is confused because if her key effects were working, he shouldn't feel anything. She wonders whether his body is acting on its own instinct. Then Saron uses a laser spell against her, which also helps him detect her location. Meanwhile, she hides behind a table. She assumes he must be under her spell, but when she looks at him, she is shocked to realize that Saron is able to cut through her sound magic when he used the laser earlier. Meanwhile, Amy is constantly targeted by Agato and his minions. They shoot mana bullets relentlessly, over 300 per minute. She dodges each one while hiding behind a rock. The enemies ready their guns again. While hiding, Amy decides to calculate each of their shooting locations. Using a sniper mode, she finds the position of her enemies. She engulfs a rock in flame magic and shoots it toward one of her targets. It hits perfectly. The others immediately deduce that the attack came from 5 degrees southwest. They fire in her direction, but she has already changed position and attacks again. They are terrified to realize that Amy has memorized their shooting patterns. She now shoots flame magic at them from every direction, leaving them panicked and unable to find her location. The minions burn and fall under Amy's flame magic. After wiping them out, she finally reveals herself. It is time to challenge the main culprit. She addresses him, asking how he is not even fazed by the deaths of his men. She challenges him, questioning whether he is cold-hearted or just a scaredy cat. He coldly retorts that he might simply be scared, as he despises battle. Amy does not understand his words and assumes he is playing mind games. In a flashback, it is shown how he is beaten by some kids when he is 12 years old. The kids call him a scaredy cat and demand that Marcia come to rescue him. When he goes to Marcia, she has already predicted it and calls him a scaredy cat as well. Now, in the present, he tells Amy to stay there while he goes to check on Marcia. She is confused by his behavior. He does not care about his minions at all, only about Marcia. She taunts him, saying that Marcia is not strong. His expression darkens as he declares that Saron will die at Marcia's hands. She will not be defeated. Amy is still confused by his behavior. Then he asks whether she is not worried about Saron. Amy takes a battle stance and taunts him, saying that he should be worried about her. She adds that Saron is weaker than her in one way. He does not even have the courage to ask her out on a date. At that, he comments that she is in the same boat. Before she can process his words, in the blink of an eye, he is suddenly behind her and attacks. Amy is alarmed. She is here to deal with his long-range attacks, but now he is fighting at close range. She attacks him with flame magic while he fires back. Both attacks collide, creating an explosion around them. Dodging the blast, she notices that Agato has exploded a nearby tree to disrupt her flight spell. He attacks her relentlessly, and she dodges with great difficulty. She does not expect him to be so efficient in close combat. Changing her tactics, she releases fire mist to maintain distance between them. The next moment, numerous fireballs rush toward him. Agato, with his compound eyes, sees every single attack. One by one, he dodges them all. Amy curses as she realizes that Agato can use compound vision. When the fireballs dissolve, he is ready with his guns. But before that, Amy is already hiding. She is far away from him, thinking about her current situation. Both long-range and close-range combat are ineffective against Agato. So, even though it hurts her pride, she decides to use her sniping skills to defeat him. She plans to make her attack fast enough that he cannot detect it with his compound eyes. She uses an air tunnel for this purpose. Then she creates an explosive burst of flame to fire a bullet. However, she considers the flaw in her attack. When the bullet is fired, it will produce sound, and Agato, as a sensory-type schema user, can predict it. So she decides to make the bullet faster than the speed of sound. The next moment, she ignites the bullet with fire, accelerates it to sonic speed, and shoots it at him. She is amazed when he does not seem to react to her attack at all. But the next moment, she is terrified to see him dodge it again by sliding aside. She doubts whether she missed. The next instant, he is right on her trail. She starts running from his attacks. She cannot believe her shot missed. Analyzing the situation, she realizes that he is using anti-magic. His guns must be enchanted with an anti-magic spell. Although she estimates the suppression to be only 3%, it is enough to make a huge difference against her magic attacks. She predicts his position at 300 meters and attacks again. Once more, it does not hit him. She is now in a dire situation. She cannot defeat him at long range, nor can she win in close combat. Fear grips her. Agato warns her that her sniper mode will not work on him and tells her to stop while she still can. The next moment, her eyes turn red. This time, her fire bullet hits him. She informs him haughtily that it is not sniper mode, it is her breakaway skill. She pours all of her remaining strength into a single attack. She channels the shot into a deviation from the spirit zone. It is like gripping a rock and striking directly with it. This method is so pure and direct that not even anti-magic can avoid it. She finally succeeds and collapses in exhaustion. she manages to execute it within a 100-meter range. She knows the attack works only because he intends to finish her off. She is exhausted to her core, her body begging to fall, but Agato's words echo in her mind. Marcia will kill Cerrone. That thought gives her enough courage to stand again in order to check on him. Meanwhile, Agato's mind recalls the time when he and Marcia were 12 years old. She gives him stolen grapes and explains that it is not like her father will ever give her anything. Instead, she will be beaten. He knows Marcia's history. She steals food just to survive. But later, her father not only takes those things from her, he beats her as well. Agato, even knowing this, still gives her gifts. Once he gives her a hand mirror. Marcia wonders where he gets the money to buy it. He protests that a girl should have at least one hand mirror. She mocks him, asking whether he even thinks she is a girl. Then she teases him, asking if he likes her. Looking at his face, she already knows the answer. She bluntly tells him she does not like him. It makes him cry. At that moment, he wonders how someone can beat someone as pretty as Marcia. In the society they live in, parents beating children is so normal that he believes it must be normal everywhere. It is too late for him to realize that healthy parents only scold their children. The last thought in his mind is to protect Marcia. Later, Amy finally reaches the threshold of the castle. Her eyes widen when she sees blood everywhere around Leon, while Tess is crying over his bleeding body. Tess remembers that 30 minutes ago she is against Palcoa. He attacks her relentlessly while she is dodging his attacks. She has several cuts from his strikes. She analyzes that Palcoa is indeed strong. Besides that, his control technique is delicate and unbelievably fast. She immediately understands that he is on a completely different level from them. She is thinking about her next course of action. Not to mention, Leon is already down behind her. However, the next moment, he stands up. Palcoa cannot believe that he gets up every time after taking a direct hit on his vital point. Tess is concerned for him, but he assures her that he is fine. Then he asks her to attack while he holds the defense. Tess does not want him to be her shield because Palcoa is stronger than they predicted. Leon, on the other hand, is ready to die. She is taken aback by him, but Leon reminds her that they need to win at any cost. If she only defends, then someone must attack. The way she is fighting Palcoa, both of them will die anyway. He then reminds her of the instructor's words, that they need to sacrifice an arm in order to win. Her eyes widen as she recalls the trust between Cerrone and Amy. She understands that she needs to put the same kind of trust into her relationship as well, so she readies her sword. Palcoa is also ready to attack her, but he is taken aback to realize that she is not defending against his attack. The next moment, his sword clashes with Leon's sword. He changes his plan and decides to kill Leon first. While using his sword, he also punches Leon multiple times. Taking advantage of Palcoa being distracted by Leon, Tess attacks him. Leon then grabs him from behind. Palcoa curses him, but admits that Leon has great strength to hold him. Leon demands that Tess stab him. Without wasting time, she raises her sword ready to strike. Struggling in Leon's grip, Palcoa hits him with his head first and then stomps on his foot, trying desperately to break free. Leon's grip, on the other hand, tightens as he orders Tess to stab him. Tess understands the gravity of the situation. She has to stab Palcoa in a way that not only finishes him off but also saves Leon from being stabbed. She doesn't have time to hesitate. She has to trust her skills as she rushes toward Palcoa. The next moment, she stabs him, making him cough blood. For a moment, Palcoa cannot believe that he is being defeated by these teenagers. Then he remembers the noble of the Iron Kingdom who betrayed them. Palcoa has always been suspicious of this man, Nicholas Hans, the senator of the Iron Kingdom. Hans joined them and used them to lay the foundation of glory for his kingdom. He convinced them to carry out the house raid operation for the sake of the kingdom. Everyone was celebrating the night before the raid. One of Palcoa's companions was also suspicious and wanted to know Palcoa's opinion regarding the upcoming war. He was worried about whether it would truly be important for them. Palcoa didn't answer him. Instead, he knew that Hans had perfectly seduced Marcia to get her to bring him inside their group, but he never understood how she could work with a noble like him. Now, lying in blood, it is useless to think about it. He regrets not dying that day. The last thing he remembers is Marcia. Tess runs toward Leon, who is lying in a pool of blood. She keeps apologizing for not being skilled enough to stab without injuring him. Amy turns toward them. While crying, Tess tells her everything. After a while, the girls finally bandage Leon, who opens his eyes. He consoles Tess, telling her that if she had stabbed Palcoa shallowly, she wouldn't have been able to finish him off. Still in pain, he is supported by both girls. Suddenly, they hear the sound of an explosion. Leon suspects it must be Cerrone, who might be in danger, and Amy agrees. The next moment, they see a building explode, and there comes out our hero. Cerrone warns that Marcia is using sound magic. She also appears, looking at his friends. She curses her minions for losing. Then her eyes fall on Palcoa, and she thinks that if he died during the war, he won't be a traitor. Amy asks about Yuna. Sensing his silence, she immediately understands what has happened to her. Turning to Marcia, she blames her for taking an innocent life that had nothing to do with them. Cerrone also turns to her. Now that his friends are alive, he emphasizes that he didn't sacrifice them for his fake sense of justice. Instead, they all trust each other. She agrees with him a bit, but she has a new trump card in her hand as she shows them Yuna, who is very much alive. He is stupefied to see the girl alive. Marcia taunts him, asking whether he will forgive her now. She remembers the time when Hans gave her the ring. Freeman expressed his concern over the mission. Throwing the ring away, she answers that even though it is a trap, they can't break the deal midway through the mission, especially when Hans is their old client. As a backup, they are going to leave the mission and this place if things go south. She asks him to inform her vice captain not to break formation. Then she asks about Palkoa, who has already left. As soon as Yuna fully wakes up, she asks for Gis. Amy, on the other hand, confirms through her spirit zone that Yuna is truly alive. Saron regrets not confirming her death with his own spirit zone. He was afraid he might harm her body with his magic. He wonders why Marcia is portraying herself as a villain and even asks her about it. Instead of answering him directly, Marcia comments on how he still hasn't forgiven her, even though she didn't harm Yuna. Then she lures him by saying that he could kill her. This reminds Saron of their previous meeting. He remembers that Marcia used the same sentence on her father to make him stop beating her. He doesn't understand why she is using the same sentence on him now. He wonders whether he is hurting her somehow. Looking at this evil girl, he cannot understand where the Marcia he once met, the one who answered his questions, has gone, or if she ever existed in the first place. Saron states that she doesn't need his forgiveness, but Gis's and Yuna's. Until then, he won't stop. Marcia already expects this kind of answer from him. She activates her magic. On the other hand, Saron is ready to fight her until the end. To avoid the attack, he starts to teleport, but suddenly he is pushed back as his teleportation is interrupted. His friends grow worried about him. Tess notices his strange movement. Amy has already noticed this, denying Tess's assumption. With her red eye, she analyzes the moment and realizes that Saron was about to use teleportation, but somehow his spirit zone tangled with Marcia's. Now Saron also notices something strange. Amy confirms it for him. His teleportation has been sealed. Saron is truly terrified when he realizes that his teleportation magic can't activate. Desperate, he immediately uses an explosion spell to see whether it will work. The magic activates perfectly. He attacks her again with his photon cannon. Marcia taunts him, saying she wants to repay him, as her spirit zone clashes with his and starts stealing his magic. She wonders aloud what would happen if she took his extraordinary magic for herself. Saron tenses as he watches his spell disperse the moment it comes close to her. The girls are taken aback by the sight as well. Marcia mocks the blessings in his life, from having the best parents to studying at a good academy. She is curious whether he will still be the same naive boy who wants to change the world once his magic is snatched away from him. The next moment, she fires a photon cannon toward all of them. Amy recognizes the magic and shouts for them to get down. Everyone runs to dodge the attack. Marcia, on the other hand, wears a manic smile, clearly satisfied as she wields his magic. Amy looks at Saron, who is down. Marcia finally answers his unasked question about how she can master such high-level magic. She reveals that she has the ability to steal it from others. It is something she has been doing since childhood. She taunts him, saying he shouldn't be disheartened over losing just a few spells. Saron, on the other hand, is frustrated as he realizes that she has stolen his major spells. The remaining ones cannot be compared to them. While firing another photon cannon, she mocks him, saying he is smart enough to learn them again from scratch. However, he will never be able to use them again. Amy is furious because she knows how much hard work he put into learning those spells. Saron also knows that his magic is the result of long contemplation, born at the crossroads between life and death. It is a rare, warped magic that only he discovered. Now she has not only stolen it so easily, but is also saying he can never use it again. He feels like he is drowning, wondering if he is really just a naive boy. Amy's voice snaps him out of his daze. She shouts at him not to give up. She explains that this situation is an exception, and tells him to recall what he learned in class about exception theory. His subconscious starts thinking about it. At first, he rejects the effort to recall something he believes he has lost. Then he grasps at hope and decides to focus on the memory of when he learned this theory. He remembers the moment when the professor told them that today they were going to learn about exceptions. He recalls the lecture regarding exceptions. She starts the lecture by stating the fact that she is their teacher. This is what they believe about her. In his memory lane, he sees himself trying to wake Nade. However, he concentrates on recalling everything related to the lesson. The professor continues, explaining that it is in human nature to remember more strongly the things they are not supposed to remember. For example, the fact that she is a teacher also becomes a belief in the students' minds, making denial impossible for them. On the other hand, magic is activated when power and knowledge combine. A mage uses knowledge as truth and manifests it with their power. Then she writes about false knowledge, stating that when people believe a lie to a certain extent, false knowledge becomes their truth. What will happen if a mage combines this false knowledge with their power? She tries to scare her students by saying that anyone who accepts her as their teacher will die. One sweating student points out that this rule cannot apply as an exception because it isn't even logical knowledge. She acknowledges his point, explaining that exception magic does not work on illogical things. Besides, killing requires a great price and goes against the rule of equivalent exchange. The class discusses that in this way, exception magic won't work easily, as no mage would believe in illogical things. The professor acknowledges their comments while continuing that exception users create rules and restrictions to confuse their opponents in a way that they don't even realize they are caught within those rules. For example, she can set some rules as exception rules. The first is that they must think she is their teacher, which her students already admit. The second rule is that those who accept the first rule will fall in love with her. The third rule applies that those who fall in love with her will obey her. The fourth rule applies that those who obey her will kill themselves in front of her. It seems extreme at first, but accepting simple rules initially makes the target accept harsher rules more easily. Furthermore, exception users confuse their targets by dissolving even an ounce of doubt from their minds. In this way, they bind knowledge and power together. The thing is, not every person can become an exception user. Instead, they are people who have endured immense trauma in their lives. She gives a real-life example of a high-status woman who has taken countless lives using her rules. At that moment, he raises a question about her act of killing people while going against the law of equivalent exchange. She explains that normally, mages pay the price of equivalent exchange by consuming their own mental energy while realizing theories through magic. But exception users cannot do that. So, to balance equivalent exchange, they place the price on the other side of the scale. In this way, an exception user offers a price equivalent to taking a life, which takes the form of self-destruction. As a result, the victim dies. His eyes widen as he realizes the game Marcia has been playing as an exception user. He has always been within her rules. She placed the rules from their very first meeting. Her first rule was that if he heard her, he couldn't hate her. The second rule placed him in a situation where, if he couldn't hate her, he couldn't kill her, even if he was ordered to do so. Her third rule was to steal the magic of those who couldn't kill her. She placed her own life as the price before them. He remembers the moment she told him to kill her. She knew exactly what she was doing. At that moment, if he attacks her, she will obviously be killed. To make him hesitate, she shows Yuna at the exact moment so that he won't kill an innocent person. Now, back on the battlefield, he finally states to Marcia that he has understood her nature of magic. His friends call out to him. Fixing his eyes on her, he declares that he will shatter her thoughts. Marcia understands that he has figured out her rules, but she believes it will be useless for him. However, he is coughing blood. Amy points out that magic is not something that can be taken from Cerrone so easily. According to the law of equivalent exchange, if it can be stolen, it can be returned as well. There must be some restrictions, but there has to be a way. Marcia tells them the rule is simple. They need to catch her, leaving her in shock. She taunts them again, saying their task is difficult. Amy thinks that it makes sense that the most common restriction an exception user makes is not allowing direct contact with them, but she doubts that this is all. Marcia prepares another photon cannon while mocking them for having false hope. Before she can finish them off, Amy fires her magic to stop it. The next moment, both Leon and Tess launch their attack on her. Marcia is amused by their resistance. She attacks them again using Cerrone's spell. Giving him an opening, Leon calls out to Cerrone. Marcia comments that people usually flee by now, but they are still chasing her. Rushing toward her, Cerrone declares that it is because he knows exception users' magic contains immense pain. She still finds him interesting. Meanwhile, Agado is also thinking about Marcia and how she should never be defeated. He remembers their childhood, when Marcia held the position of kind of idol for the neighborhood children. They all grew up under similar circumstances. Most of them lost their homes to war. Education barely existed. Not to mention, none of them ever felt love from their parents. Under these circumstances, they never realized that Marcia being abused by her father was something wrong. He remembers a winter night when they were 15. He went to Marcia's home and found her bleeding. He worried that her father had beaten her again that day. She deadpanned that it didn't matter, because she had killed her father. He is horrified to hear it. She explains that instead of offering him the chance to kill her, she told him he could embrace her. He immediately understands what her father had tried to do to her after that. He tries to drag her away, fearing that soon her father's co-workers would see her like this. At that moment, he never realized her father was a monster. He never understood how much she was suffering behind her smile. From that moment, he is determined to protect her. But on their way, she stops him. She asks him to go back to his parents. He is desperate to protect her, but she refuses, saying he would only slow her down because he is weak and timid. In the end, she declares that she doesn't like him. With that, his eyes fully awaken. He uses external force to get up. Meanwhile, Marcia is still firing photon cannons at Tess, who tries to dodge them. One spell hits her leg and she cries out in pain. Seeing this, Leon immediately tries to attack her, but she dodges easily. At the same time, Amy casts a flame spell, but she doesn't have enough energy left and collapses again. Marcia fires her photon cannon at Amy, but her attack is distracted by Cerrone's spell. She is amazed that he still has spells left in his arsenal, though they are weak: Fly and Wind Clutter. She even steals this spell from him, taunting that he shouldn't show his magic so openly, since she has already taken plenty from him. Looking around, she concludes that the battle is over. She looks up at him, still standing, and taunts him for being arrogant, claiming he cannot defeat her. At that moment, he exclaims that he won't give up. Her eyes widen as she remembers Agato's younger self. She hesitates for a moment, confused. Checking her forehead, she realizes she is sweating. She understands that it must be because she is running out of mental strength. She immediately understands that this is the toll of using his spell. She decides to retreat using teleportation, but then sees the clatter of trees in front of her, blocking her path. She realizes that Sirone used fly and wind clutter to cut the trees and block her way. Sirone, meanwhile, knows that she has stolen his spells, but she can't use them effectively without experience, especially teleportation with all the trees in the way. He predicts her movement. As expected, she uses an explosion spell. As soon as she finishes, she is horrified to realize that her spirit zone is reacting wildly to the spell. She cannot understand the kind of magic he is using. The next moment, Tess pierces her leg. From the moment Marcia stole his magic, she has been making mistakes. Her first mistake is relying entirely on Sirone's spells, even though her weakness as an exception user has been revealed. Even as a mage herself, she never analyzed how much mental power the photon cannon was consuming. Sirone assumed she was a capable mage able to calculate variables in a short amount of time, but her arrogance cost her defeat at the hands of a mere swordsman. Now, injured by Tess, she falls to the ground, truly petrified as she considers the breadth of Sirone's mind. After using her magic, she cannot believe the vastness and boundlessness of it. She initially thought of him as just an ignorant young master, but now she wonders if she ever truly stole anything of his at all. Looking at Sirone and his friends, she is terrified to be defeated. She realizes that Sirone has staked everything. She pleads inwardly for them not to come toward her. She is about to push the button on her wrist when she sees a light in the sky. The next moment, Agato and his men appear in front of them. Amy is taken aback to see him still alive. Agato threatens to kill them if they approach Marcia. Looking at his back, Marcia realizes that he is someone who has always been sincere with her. She remembers her childhood, when she rejected him bluntly, telling him he would never understand her. She understands now that even parents and family living together all their lives cannot fully understand each other. She still wanted to be understood once. When she dismisses him and is about to walk away, she pauses at his actions. She returns and sees him shaping his eyebrows with a rock, blood pouring down his face, but he doesn't care. All he cares about is that these thick eyebrows make him look like a coward. Now he won't look that way anymore. He is determined to become stronger just to be with her. She reminds him that she won't be with him, that she will marry and have children with someone else, but he doesn't care about her life choices. All he wants is to follow her. In the end, he startles her by saying that he won't give up on his feelings. Now in the present, he asks her to run away while he and his men take care of Sirone's group. The girls protest, saying they have already won, so it would be better for them to return Sirone's magic. However, Agato gives them a choice, to retreat and leave Marcia behind, and he will spare their lives. Sirone, in a serious tone, asks Leon to cut down anyone who comes in his path. All of them are taken aback by his demand. Amy immediately reminds him that all of them, even without their guns, are schema users. Tess offers to do it herself, but Sirone firmly refuses, saying that Leon, as his knight, will do it. Raising his sword, Leon declares that he will follow Sirone even to hell. Agato is furious at their stubbornness and signals his men who rush toward them. The girls, however, remain calm. They trust Sirone that he would never put Leon's life at stake. When Leon charges toward the enemy and is about to attack, he is shocked to realize that everything around him is moving in slow motion. In reality, Sirone has applied his photonization theory to the realm of sublight speed. This allows him to use a spell known as Slow, which drastically reduces the speed of everything around him. Sirone easily passes his attackers, and now stands in front of Marcia. Without an ounce of mercy, Sirone orders Leon to cut them down. Everyone tenses at the sound of his command. Leon, on the other hand, hesitates as he is about to attack the first man. He doesn't feel right cutting down someone so helpless at this moment. He reminds himself that, as the sword of Sirone, he only needs to follow the orders given to him. Just as he is about to behead the first man, a large hand of light grabs his sword, saving the man. Agato looks back at Marcia, who has pressed a button on her wrist. She remembers the wartime and urges her companions not to die because of her anymore. The girls are taken aback as a curtain of light appears in front of them. Sirone punches Marcia hard. When Agato tries to help her, he is restrained by Tess. Amy calls out to him. He denies it that his magic has not yet returned to him. Amy thinks the condition must be something other than physical contact. Tess, however, insists that it really is contact. Agato, crying, declares that it's over. Sirone understands that the last remaining obstacle is the price Marcia placed on her spell. She confirms that if she is touched by the person whose magic she stole, the condition will activate. This time, the condition is that he must embrace her. She recalls her abusive father and explains to Sirone that she already knew these words would carry this meaning. She tells him that this is the last price one must pay in her exception spell, after which the story will reach its conclusion. Tess is taken aback by this embrace condition. However, Cerrone cannot reclaim his magic without fulfilling it. Amy demands that Marcia give Cerrone his magic back instead of playing with words. Marcia reminds her that her exception magic would not have activated in the first place if she tried lying about the condition. She then apologizes to him for coming to save someone like her, someone still trapped in her past. She explains that there is no salvation left for her because she is imprisoned by her own self, and the leash around her is only tightening. As a last favor, she asks him to kill her. That way, his magic will return to him, and she will finally be at peace. Agato protests upon hearing this. Cerrone steps closer to her as she repeats her request to be killed. Marcia, on the other hand, believes she will not be granted a peaceful death. After the way she mocked him, she cannot expect mercy from him. But then, unexpectedly, he embraces her. She protests, saying that this is not the condition she set. He calmly tells her that he has embraced her. She thinks he is mocking her, and again urges him to kill her instead. Cerrone reminds her that she was the one who taught him how to change this world, and now she wants to destroy it. He also reminds her of the people she considers family. Now those people have risked their lives for her sake. There are countless lives she has touched and saved. She no longer has the right to be killed. Not to mention, she was the one who made him realize that this world is worth living in. In the end, he scolds her to live her life. Marcia remembers her entire life. A typical child's life begins with the embrace of a parent, but her foster father rejected her from the start. She was beaten relentlessly until she eventually killed him herself. From that moment, she realized the world is a cold place. Until she finds Agato as her first family, and later people like him, who had no one. She began to embrace orphan children so they could start their lives anew. This became her purpose, to be accepted by this world. However, things turned grim during the war. When she saw her family die before her eyes, she could no longer see salvation. She concluded that only death could bring relief. She never believed someone could truly embrace her, until Cerrone came. Now she cries in his arms, finally letting go. Later, Amy stands with Agato as they discuss the current situation. Agato reveals that he had been trying to heal Marcia's trauma for the past 10 years, but it is not easy for an exception user. Only specific circumstances allow them to heal, through catharsis. Only 1% of exception users experience it, and even those few don't understand the principles behind it. That's why they simply call it a miracle. Amy, on the other hand, looks at the parrot mercenaries who chased them yesterday. Now they have easily accepted them as their benefactors. She recalls the moment Cerrone embraced Marcia and feels the fading sensation again. She silently pleads for him not to fade away anymore. At that moment, Marcia confesses to Cerrone that she can no longer use her exception magic because her conditions have been erased. Now his magic returns to him fully. She then thanks him for not giving up on her. He replies that if someone like her were to die, then he would rather face the same fate. She agrees with him. She reflects on how she had given up on the warmth of this world, but now, looking at Cerrone, with his immense magic, yet still willing to sacrifice himself for others, she sees someone who truly reflects her ideals. If someone like him wants her to live, then she will live. Cerrone then asks her to teach him a different kind of magic. She reminds him that she is an exception user and cannot learn ordinary magic. Cerrone seriously suggests that perhaps another exception condition will arise. He asks her to promise that she won't create conditions that would destroy her. She teases him, asking whether she should create a spell to charm the blonde. At that moment, Agato interrupts, saying she should charm the man with no eyebrows instead. The sudden remark startles her to the core. Amy, who is also jealous, tells them to come inside to eat. During the meal, Marcia again apologizes for all the chaos. To make amends, she offers any kind of help, items, equipment, or anything they might need. The sword couple eats quietly, barely paying attention to the conversation. Cerrone reminds them that the tourist spot belonged to Palcoa. Marcia calmly replies that Palcoa's belongings now belong to her. He tells her about going to the Kurgo ruins, explaining that achieving their goal there will require sacrifice. Marcia admits that she doesn't know much about the island and asks Agato about it. Agato has some idea, but he realizes the task will be difficult and isn't sure they can get through it. Then Marcia asks about their purpose for going there. Cerrone reveals that he wants to find Miro to learn more about his existence. She understands his reason and asks about his plan. Cerrone replies that they have a single plan. Amy guesses that he might use a laser next time. She turns to her companions and asks if they know any method. One of them offers a solution. Palcoa had a route to the Kurgo civilization for loop smuggling. He then takes a paper from his pocket, which turns out to be the access permit for entering Kurgo. Looking at the access permit, they can't believe the path they're about to take is just a loop smuggling route. Amy raises a question. Then what is the purpose of the test? Cerrone remembers that their mercenary companion also mentioned the route was for loop smuggling, though he didn't fully believe it. Amy thinks that passing the test must lead to something else. Tess suggests that maybe the test isn't as deep as they think. It could just be a way to avoid confronting the Kurgo natives, a simple trade-off. Cerrone admits that must be the case, but he doubts that the principal would ask them to investigate something so trivial. Agato suggests they explore both routes and offers permits and a translator. Marcia doubts they will find a translator, since the Magic Association might already be tracking them. At that moment, Yuna solves the problem by revealing that Gis somehow knows their language. This brightens their spirits, and Saron asks his friends to try both routes. Later, as they prepare to leave, Marcia gives them magical artifacts that will guide them to the entrance. She also asks them to find a healer when they return. Saron thanks her, but she brushes it off. Looking at him, she thinks it's the least she can do to repay her debt to him. Before moving ahead, he turns to her and asks if they will meet again. A smile spreads across her face as she assures him that they will meet wherever he goes. Then they depart. Marcia asks Agato if they will be okay. He admits it will be dangerous. She protests, telling him he should have said so earlier. He calmly reminds her that they are strong enough to handle it, which reassures her. Later, they return to the tavern. Yuna immediately rushes to his brother, who embraces her. Yuna explains how she was saved by Saron and his friends. Listening to this, he bows in gratitude. Tess brushes off his gratitude and asks for a favor. He looks at them and sees their evil expressions, wondering if he can really go through with it. Later, when Yuna is sleeping, he explains that he is required to translate for them. He can do it, but he's still nervous about the task. He reminds them that the Kurgo civilization has no interference from the Galliant government, so they'll be on their own inside, with no way to get outside help. Saron tells him not to worry, as they can find another translator, but he insists on helping. Saron asks everyone to rest for the day. Tomorrow, they will be healed by a healer before leaving. Gis comments on the cost of the healing magic. Amy sarcastically reminds him that it's still cheaper than the money he tried to leech from them, which embarrasses him. At that moment, Tess boasts that she's fully healed. Amazed, Amy asks her the secret behind it. She explains that she has used mitochondria as her second schema. Amy recalls Agato telling her that he had used cell activation to heal himself. She asks whether her schema is similar to his. Tess clarifies that cell activation is a defensive schema, which is not commonly used in combat builds. Amy points out that he was a coward who didn't want to die while protecting Marcia. Saron expresses curiosity about this kind of build. Tess explains that a schema is a kind of imaginary representation of the human body. Each diagram in the representation is called a sigil. Each sigil can activate a specific feature in the body. The sequence in which these sigils are arranged is called the build. They are amazed to hear this explanation. Saron asks which order her body is enhanced in. Tess replies that it's not easy to explain. She continues that a schema abruptly and artificially enhances certain abilities of the body, so balance is needed in the types of schema one uses. For example, she has employed many kinds of schema during a fight. For example, if she needs to enhance her reaction speed without improving physical strength, or enhance only her physical abilities without balancing dexterity, it could ruin her body. Even if the traits are the same, how one sets up their build matters a lot. Saron notes that even if they learn swordsmanship or martial arts, their growth potential will be limitless. He recalls his duels with Leon, realizing the true extent of that limitlessness. That's why schema and the spirit zone are such a powerful resources. Amy thanks Tess for providing the information. Tess pretends to be humble, saying she still has much to learn, and then declares that she won't need healing magic tomorrow. Her eyes catch Leon, and she realizes in her excitement that she's said so much in front of someone who can't use schema. Leon, in turn, boasts that he doesn't need healing magic because he's strong enough without schema. She knows he's lying. He must be hurt. But after witnessing his fight against Palcoa, she admits that his willpower and focus are stronger than schema. She thinks using healing magic might bruise his pride. Saron interrupts them, insisting that Leon should be healed. Leon tries to maintain his toughness, but Saron reminds him that they don't know what dangers await in Kurgo tomorrow, and a defeat could be disastrous for them. When Tess is about to protest, she goes silent after Leon's admission. He concedes that he was wrong, that boasting about injuries is not a matter of pride. He agrees to be healed in order to protect him. The next morning, the first thing they do is get healed by the healers. Tess assumes they aren't very skilled. Later, they don't waste time and head straight to their destination, the Kurgo civilization. First, they decide to check the loop smuggling route, Gis being their guide and takes them to the place where the minecart enters Kurgo. He talks to the local, explaining that they are with Palcoa and shows the access pass. The minecart is scheduled to depart in an hour. Tess asks if they should wait, but Saron suggests they go to the altar of judgment first. Tess worries they might miss the minecart. Saron replies that they won't be judged. He just wants to confirm something. Gis decides to stay behind to avoid being part of the trial, and they agree. Soon, they arrive in front of the gate at the altar of judgment. Saron decides to say the code, but before he can, the gatekeepers open the door on their own, leaving them baffled. Even more shocking, people emerge from the gate. They are none other than Canis and Aaron. When Tess asks, Amy informs her that they are their enemies. Canis had already expected their arrival, while Aaron politely greets them. Sensing Canis's dark expression, she stops herself from being too friendly with Saron. Amy taunts them, saying she already guessed they failed the trial. Canis fires back that they failed too, even with honor students among them. The verbal bickering escalates, and when Canis dares to remind Amy of the time she was at the brink of death, she loses her temper and is ready to punch him. The locals protest, saying they can't fight here. Canis immediately summons Harvest to attack her, taunting her for her temper. Even the locals are taken aback by the creature. Leon readies his sword, and Cerrone sparks magic at his fingers, demanding that Canis apologize to Amy for bringing up her dark moment. Canis retorts that Cerrone also brings up his dark past, so he needs an apology too. Canis grins evilly at the prospect of another fight. Aaron, having no choice, decides to step in. Though she doesn't want to fight Cerrone, she still sends her dark shadow toward him. Amy immediately stops it. Aaron immediately realizes that Amy, by reflecting the effects of the spell with her red eye, can now easily avoid being trapped by her mind control magic. Both Canis and Cerrone ready themselves to fight. Poor Tess doesn't understand what's happening and just looks at everyone. Suddenly, they hear a loud grumbling from Aaron's stomach. Everyone freezes. Poor Aaron is utterly embarrassed. Later, they are treated to a meal by our crew. Tess is informed that Aaron and Canis are disciples of a great mage who was defeated by Cerrone. They have no inheritance left. After finishing their meal, they reluctantly thank the group. Now Cerrone decides to share their purpose for being there, but first he wants to hear theirs. Aaron explains that Canis wanted to become an archaeologist, though this isn't the full truth. In reality, Canis needs to pass the trial with Aaron. The difficulty of the task nearly made him give up, but now, seeing Cerrone, he realizes his luck. He understands that he will need Cerrone's help to succeed. Now it's Canis's turn to ask questions. He wants to know their purpose for being there. Amy gives an ambiguous answer, saying that like them, they are here to enter Kurgo. When he asks about their source of knowledge, Amy again answers with half-truths, claiming they only know as much as they know. Canis turns to Aaron for confirmation. Aaron answers that Amy is lying, judging by the way her heart is beating. Cerrone knows that she can't lie in front of Aaron, so he decides to take an honest approach. He sincerely tells them that they don't have much information. When Amy protests, he counters that they won't lose anything by being honest with them. Canis boasts that they can ask a thing or two of him as repayment for the meal. Cerrone seriously asks whether he knows about Miro of Spacetime. When his answer is cryptic, Amy presses him to answer directly. He explains that he doesn't know himself, but perhaps Harvest might know. Cerrone understands that it makes sense, as Harvest possesses the knowledge of the great mage Arcane. When Cerrone asks whether Arcane knows about Miro, Canis again declines to cooperate. Amy reminds him that he will tell them eventually. Canis protests that their meal isn't worth that information, but Amy has already caught him out, pointing out that besides the meal, she knows they need them. Canis bites his lips, realizing she's seen through his plan. He had intended to use the knowledge to hold them indebted and make them work for him, but now they are on equal ground. He considers how much information he should reveal, especially since Cerrone's group doesn't know what awaits them in Kurgo. Cerrone gets straight to the point, asking whether they need an access permit. Canis answers that the permit isn't an issue for them. With Aaron's mental magic, they can easily communicate and create a fake permit. Cerrone now understands why they didn't need a translator to enter Kurgo. Canis finally reveals that going through the smuggling route is not their purpose. Instead, they want to pass the trial. After thinking for a moment, Amy wants to know about their scores. Embarrassed, they decline to tell. For a moment, both Amy and Canis argue about who should reveal their scores first. Cerrone finally moves to the important matter. He wants to know what they will do for them if they help them pass the trial. Aaron urges Canis to tell them more in order to build mutual trust. Giving in, he warns them that there might be anything waiting for them. Cerrone confirms that he wants to know about Miro. When Cerrone confirms again that they will go despite the warning, Canis tells them there is a 100% chance they will die without his help. The warning infuriates Amy, who thinks he is threatening them. She points out that even Palcoa's men went there, so they can manage just fine. Canis tries to explain that entering Kurgo won't be a problem. The real problems will come afterward. Though he can't reveal much, he asks them to trust his words. He also knows the method that can make them pass the trial. When he asks Cerrone for confirmation, they stop arguing. Cerrone confirms that the immortal function is a way to pass the trial. Canis had already guessed Cerrone's plan, and Cerrone confirms it. Besides that, he also notices the setup of the 8 orbs is strange, because the strength trial doesn't need all 8 of them. Canis also confirms that as soon as he observed the place, he realized that the raw strength is not standard for passing the trial. Amy points out the danger of using the immortal function. Canis confirms that there is a 50-50 chance of success. Canis leaves the decision to them, as he has only guessed that the trial is related to the immortal function. He completes the deal by offering that if Cerrone helps them pass the trial with his immortal function, he will help them afterward to survive in Kurgo. He emphasizes again that he will take all of them out alive, even though he can't tell them everything right now. He asks whether they trust him in this regard. Cerrone thinks about everything, including the principal's trust in his judgment. He is getting warning signs from everywhere. Now he needs to use the immortal function. He understands the risk of the situation, not to mention that he has already endangered his friends' lives during his fight against the parrot mercenaries. He remembers the principal's words again. Then he decides to do it his way. He puts a condition to go through the trial with the immortal function. He will go to the trial alone, while the remaining members will go through the loop smuggling route. Later, he is ready to depart from his friends. Amy cautions him to be careful while using the immortal function. Cerrone assures her that if it becomes too difficult, he will give up. He also asks them to be cautious, because even though they have a permit pass, they are still taking an illegal route, and danger might be waiting for them. Looking at her companions, Amy assures him that they will be fine. With that, he goes his way. Everyone heads off on their own path except Aaron. When Canis asks her to go ahead, she instead asks whether Cerrone has blonde hair. He answers her question, then stops dead when he realizes that she can see Cerrone. Canis is taken aback because she knows Aaron is different. She cannot see things like any normal being. The way she sees the object, he cannot understand it. Now her knowing that Cerrone is blonde baffles him. When he asks about it further, she simply brushes off the question and goes on her way. Among the strange colors, she can see the golden light enveloping our boy, which makes her realize that he is blonde. Meanwhile, after giving the code, our boy steps into the altar. The elder again repeats the same conditions to enter Kurgo through the trial. Looking at the 8 orbs, Cerrone knows the risk of using the immortal function. He remembers Miro's words, that after he has achieved the realm of Vajratana, she cannot invite him here. He does not risk using the immortal function after that, because he knows he might not be able to become whole again after scattering himself. So he decides to use laser for the trial. He attacks the orbs a number of times with his laser, each time with more power to increase his score, until he reaches more than 6,000. He is shocked to see that after the highest score, the score turns to 0. He fails again. He understands that this is the mechanism of the orbs to deal with the damage after a certain period of time. The elder asks whether he will try again. Stepping ahead, he decides to try once more. He then decides to use the immortal function, knowing that his friends are on their way. He opens his eyes to activate the magic. His magic reaches each of the orbs. He feels himself scattering. He cannot believe that the 8 balls around him absorb his energy far beyond infinity. He can no longer control his magic. He feels like a bridge between 2 worlds. Clenching his teeth and enduring the pain, he prays to be whole this time. Meanwhile, with his friends, Jis introduces himself as a new contractor on behalf of Palcoa. The local man comments that he doesn't look like someone involved in loop smuggling. He wants to know the whereabouts of Palcoa, who often comes himself. When Gis nervously reveals that he is dead, the native's expression changes. He immediately snatches the permit from them to check it again. Then they are granted access to go with them, as they are all inside the minecart. Tess and Leon are already overwhelmed by the speed. Amy, however, remains calm, listening to the thoughts of their local guides. They are suspecting the truth regarding Palcoa's death. Another assures that they will know once they reach Kurgo. In reality, because of Aaron's ability, she can understand the translated version of their conversation. Aaron also connects her to a mind channel. Amy is concerned that Aaron can read her mind this way. Aaron consoles her, saying that she is connected only to the 11th layer of everyone's mind. In this way, they can only read surface-level thoughts from each other. Aaron explains that their inner thoughts remain hidden. If Amy resists, the channel will be disconnected, and Aaron even offers to disconnect her if she is uncomfortable. Amy lets her stay connected on the channel. She wants to know whether Jis is connected as well. Aaron explains that he is not. First, since he is an outsider, she cannot trust him to know about her ability. Second, he might expose them through his expressions. Then Aaron decides to connect everyone to the channel and asks her to keep a straight face meanwhile. As usual, Leon and Tess are quite excited to be connected through their minds like this. Even Amy admits that the ability is quite handy. Then she is taken aback when her inner thoughts about Aaron are revealed. But when Aaron smiles at her, Amy admits that Aaron is not that bad. Tess is concerned about the locals being suspicious of them. However, Leon is only thinking about food, which irritates his academy fellows. Canis, on the other hand, is not happy with their shouting inside his head. They are treating this space like a chat room. Tess is not happy with the low volume of thought transmission. Canis is irritated at her for such absurd demands. Amy admits the usefulness of the ability. Canis also agrees, while adding that the rest depends on Cerrone, on whether he will pass the trial. Amy then changes the topic, pointing out that those locals look dangerous. Canis agrees because loop smuggling is not an easy profession. When caught, they receive the death penalty. If they are still in this profession, they are not ordinary people. Amy asks whether this is the reason they didn't want to take a smuggling route. Canis admits it, but adds that he suspects something is hidden in the altar of judgment. When asked, he expresses his suspicion that the place is special for the people of Kurgo, a place for greeting. Amy doesn't understand whom they would greet. Her eyes widen when Canis reveals that it might be angels. Meanwhile, Cerrone is using the immortal function. The locals are astonished to see him doing this. They are shouting the name of their god. 100 years ago, the Kyrgoyans are offered a business proposal by the Galliant government to allow tourists into their civilization and make profit from it. They agree, and in this way they make a good amount of profit. But the Galliant government starts leeching off them by human tourism. At first, it is only tourism through carriages. Then they cross the line by stealing Kyrgoyan children and selling them to nobles. Naturally, the locals are furious. But despite their protests, they don't hold any political standing to protect themselves. To prevent this situation, they open only the ruins for tourism and shut the doors to their autonomous district. In this way, they isolate themselves from the outside world and don't open their doors to anyone. Now finally, our group steps inside their district. They can see Kyrgo, which is supposed to be ruined by volcanic ash. Suddenly, they stop in their tracks when they see the locals. The weak locals doing labor work, completely starving, are not something they expect. They can't believe these people are part of the relics that are supposed to lay golden eggs. Aaron gets PTSD seeing them, as it reminds them of Ladum. Anyway, they step ahead, guided by the locals. There, they find their leader, Mahatu. He is responsible for handling the loop. Amy immediately notices this man's strength. He will immediately sense if they use magic, which is why Aaron avoids direct translation. Mahatu learns about the death of Palkoa. Meanwhile, Aaron reads Gis's thoughts. Gis explains that since Palkoa is dead, the organization will not purchase any loop and will eventually leave the island. Mahatu firmly states that they cannot enter unless they want to buy loop. Gis is about to explain something, but he is kicked by Mahatu. Mahatu then turns to Amy, assuming she must be the leader. He asks how she knows Palkoa. She vaguely answers that they owe each other their lives. Mahatu then expects her to pay Palkoa's debt as well, which totals 8 kilograms. When Gis reveals that this equals 10,000 gold, excluding the down payment, her expression turns terrified. This amount is hefty enough to feed the locals for a year, yet she can't understand their starving condition. Everyone thinks the same thing. They must be selling a large amount of loop, but they can't understand why the Kyrgo locals are still living in such misery, despite this kind of money. Gis tries to negotiate, saying they will go to headquarters and come back to inform him whether they will pay through loop or money. He requests Mahatu to let them enter first. Mahatu doesn't understand their reason for entering Kyrgo. Amy reveals that Saron is going to enter through the Altar of Judgment. This makes Mahatu even more suspicious, because many people try to enter Kyrgo using the excuse of buying loop. He demands that they reveal their real reason for seeking access. Amy emphasizes again that Saron is going to enter through the altar. Aaron warns her that Mahatu is trying to focus his mind. Another local notices the nobles among the group. They decide to search them, suspecting that they might be carrying something dangerous. They think the group might be here to kidnap children. Lian is already ready with his sword. He emphasizes that they were with Palkoa, but they won't back down if they are challenged. Everyone is ready to fight, except poor Gis. Before the argument turns into a battle, Mahatu senses something. He cries out that it is the ancient bugle. They rush in the other direction. The group follows them. When they reach the place, it is the altar of judgment. Everyone kneels in front of Saron, calling him the Messiah of God. As soon as he sees Amy, he looks at her for help. He doesn't understand why they are kneeling, as he can't understand their language. Amy nervously thinks that she herself doesn't understand either. According to Kyrgo local legends, whoever awakens the 8 eyes of the angels is considered the angels' descendant. They believe in respecting and never provoking the angels, as they believe their civilization was destroyed by the angels' anger. Mahatu is also terrified. He bows and asks for redemption for his disrespect. Saron is taken aback as he understands their words. Amy explains that it is because of Aaron's ability. The chief then steps forward and asks whether Saron has seen the Miro vision. Saron has already seen a tower during his immortal function, so he guesses it must be the Miro vision and confirms it. The man introduces himself as Kadum, the chief of Kyrgo, and decides to take responsibility for Saron. Saron then turns to Gis and asks him to leave, saying he is not needed anymore. Gis warns them that the place can be dangerous. He offers to take them to his place for a meal after everything. Saron accepts. They are then guided forward by local guards, while the lower-class people pray to Saron for prosperity. All the miserable prayers drive Aaron crazy. Canis asks her to disconnect the channel for the sake of her peace of mind. Meanwhile, the crew hopes to uncover the secrets of Kyrgo, God's Messiah, and Miro by following the chief. They are guided inside the Kyrgo palace and settled in a lavish banquet hall. The chief orders a chest to be placed in front of Saron as a gift. The chest is filled with gold and jewels. Seeing Saron's unhappy expression, Kadum claps his hands and orders another gift. Many beautiful Kyrgo priestesses enter while dancing. Tess points out the girl's eyes, and Amy immediately realizes that they are intoxicated by loop. The chief grows nervous when Saron still doesn't look pleased with the gifts. He explains that this is his first time meeting God's Messiah, so he is simply following tradition. Saron immediately understands that there must have been other unlockers who came here before him. Anyone who reaches the same level as him during the immortal function can awaken the 8 eyes and is considered God's Messiah. They are corrupted enough to accept or demand such gifts. However, the real question is what the Kurgoyans expect in return for offering this much gold and even women of their tribe. So Saron asks the crucial question, what does he need to do for these gifts? Kadum explains that, as God's Messiah, Saron's role is to act as a bridge between the Kurgoyans and God. He must relay their faith to God. Saron remembers the elder mentioning something like Anka Ra. Kadum explains that the Ra, in their words, refers to the immortal, someone they consider their creator, who existed before the beginning of time. He believes their creator is still watching over them. This information takes Saron aback. Their conversation is interrupted by an elder, Kadum's father. Seeing the scene of luxury and indulgence, he is furious. The chief emphasizes that he is interrupting a holy banquet. The elder angrily retorts that there is nothing holy about this. While the Kurgoyans starve and wait for salvation, Kadum is spending money on extravagance. Kadum remains unfazed and instead thinks the elder is uttering nonsense. He asks whether the elder is trying to destroy people's hope by interfering. Before leaving, the elder tells him to wake up, because people need happiness, not a God's Messiah. When he leaves, his son's expression darkens, clearly unhappy. They are then led towards the terrace where a giant statue stands. Kadum asks Saron to observe the northern night sky and connect the stars in the shape of a figure 8. Where the two circles meet, he must find the brightest star. Tess looks confused at the explanation about the stars, but Amy already understands what Kadum is trying to explain. Saron studies the sky carefully and finally spots the brightest star. Kadum explains that the star is the origin of Kurgo. He believes the creator created them there. They live in this world, and when they die, their souls move up to that star. In other words, it is their heaven. Noticing Saron's expression, Kadum realizes he does not believe in God. In reality, as a mage, Saron neither rejects nor accepts the theory, since he cannot analyze it fully. Kadum then recounts the history of their origin. When God first created giants, humans were later born from their flesh. Initially, humans could live about 782 years, but their lifespan gradually decreases over time. They reproduce like this. Their ancestor, Hannes the Visionary, established the Kurgo civilization that Saron now sees. Saron is startled when Kadum explains that the Kurgoyans believe their ancestors can freely move in and out of heaven. The underground faculty is proof of this claim. Saron's eyes widen as he realizes that the basement is the very place they have been searching for. Yet, even with their spirit zone, they couldn't detect anything. He asks where the basement leads. Kadum finally reveals that it is a door to heaven. Everyone is shocked to hear this. Saron immediately realizes that the door leads to the real stars. They finally understand that only those with the ability of an unlocker and the immortal function can open the door. Saron comprehends that Kadum is telling the truth, since he himself returned from the Miro dimension because of his immortal function. But this time, they are not just talking about another planet. They are speaking of the very place where God is said to reside. Saron asks seriously about the catch for him. Kadum begins to explain how it is necessary for unlockers to relay their faith to God. He believes unlockers are descendants of angels and uniquely capable of this. This is their way to restore the glory of their civilization and save it from extinction. Amy protests, arguing that the Kurgoyans could simply save their people by distributing the profits from Loop. They don't need outsiders for that. Kadum, however, insists that even the profits from Loop cannot save them. He points to past volcanic eruptions, internal tribal wars, and the invasion of the Galliant government. He believes that outsiders will soon overwhelm them if nothing is done. He declares that he will spare no sacrifice for the revival of his civilization. All eyes turn to each other at his declaration. Saron asks seriously whether any unlocker has returned alive from heaven. Kadum affirms that one unlocker did, along with his party. He returned and brought the will of Ra. That unlocker received 100 million gold when came back. Amy wants to know how he survived. Kadum admits he doesn't know. All he knows is that even with 100 million gold, it was not a profitable deal. The journey itself was far too dangerous. Saron recalls Canis' warning that they will die down there. Kadum emphasizes that his explanation is the truth. He is even willing to give anything they want to compensate for the danger. Saron then asks for time to ponder. When everyone leaves, Kadum's father, the elder, appears. He warns that Saron's party is unlikely to survive if they go. Kadum insists he is doing this for Kurgo, but the elder reminds him that he is doing it for himself. He mentions that 200 years ago, Kadum extended his lifespan to 300 years using the will of Ra. Since then, no one has returned alive from that place. He warns that seeking the eternal life will make him lose his mind, a warning they had already received from Miro. Kadum snaps at his father, declaring that he is the one who can revive Kurgo because he is Kurgo himself. The elder falls silent at this bold claim. Meanwhile, with our party, Saron wants the truth. He explains that he has kept his side of the promise by passing the trail. Now it is Canis' turn. Canis agrees to tell him everything he knows about heaven. Meanwhile, Mahatu is outside their hut. Saron reveals that during the trail, he saw a place in his vision. Canis guesses that the place must be heaven. Before making any decision, Saron wants to know what knowledge Canis has about this heaven. Canis deadpans that Arcane was one who went and came back from heaven. When asked whether Arcane went through Kurgo, Canis reveals that there must be other ruins connected to heaven as well. Amy asks what is inside heaven. Canis doesn't know. She points out that Harvest should know, considering he had Arcane's knowledge. Canis explains that he doesn't know because Arcane erased his memories about heaven. This leaves them baffled. It's clear that Arcane likely didn't want the world to know about heaven, which raises the question, what kind of secret was so dangerous that he erased his own memory to hide it? Cerrone wants to know whether there really is a god inside heaven. Canis believes he will see when he goes there, so he wants Cerrone to take them. Cerrone, based on the knowledge so far, decides that he won't go there. Canis then offers to send him and Aaron instead. Cerrone declines again, reminding Canis that they won't be able to return through the original gate. This clearly means the journey is extremely dangerous. It's not a place to go simply to satisfy curiosity. Canis curses him inwardly. Harvest remarks that Cerrone's decision is based on instinct and the information he has gathered so far. However, they can't go there without Cerrone. Then both Harvest and Canis decide to bait him. Cerrone reminds them of the terms they agreed upon. Canis's will increase their chances of survival if he complies. Canis reveals that there is a way to come back. He explains from the beginning that all of Arcane's legacy has already been taken by the Magic Association. At that time, while trying to find a way, Harvest dug up an old memory. This led them to the secret place Arcane had hidden away. The Magic Association couldn't find this place because Arcane erased his memories. Cerrone asks if they need to find this place to be able to return. Canis then decides to reveal their trump card. Tess shouts, recognizing the object in Aaron's hand. She exclaims that it is an ancient relic, judging by the strange color that causes diffuse reflection and the intricate pattern that can be limitless. Canis boasts that they have unsealed the relic and can now use it. Tess is thrilled to see a relic capable of starting a war unsealed before her eyes. Cerrone asks about its use. Canis tells Aaron to demonstrate. Tess watches curiously as Aaron begins the unsealing process. Amy explains that Aaron is the first Sutra ability user. Her ability allows her to see the essence of an object. Aaron unseals the relic and changes its location. Finally, a portal appears. Cerrone immediately recognizes that Miro also used something similar. Canis confirms that it is a metagate used to pierce space and time. Harvest inserts his hand into it, which emerges from another portal. Aaron warns Harvest to stop because the portal can only remain open for 1 minute. Canis explains that by using the metagate, they can record their location from there and go back to heaven. This way, they can return at any time. He asks their thoughts now that they have a way to come back. Everyone is in total awe. Amy immediately wants to buy it. Tess points out that it can't be bought. Not to mention, an artifact like this would normally be kept by a supernatural organization at the level of the Ivory Tower. Cerrone still has a question. He wants to know Canis's real motivation to go to heaven. Simply following Arcane's path is not enough to convince him. Canis points out that Arcane was not an archmage before going to heaven. This implies he found something there that allowed him to reach archmage level. They are shocked. Every mage dreams of becoming an archmage. Canis emphasizes that knowing heaven can make someone an archmage, and still not going there, is absurd to him. Cerrone begins to sweat. He also points out the coded information his master left for him. There is a single sentence, easily recognized. The place is the origin of everything. Now he begins to bait his friends, mentioning it's a source of schema which catches Leon's interest. When he mentions that it's a beginning of forgotten ancient magic which catches Amy's attention, mentioning an ancient weapon has Tess sold. He urges them to go, suggesting they can leave through the metagate. Now his friends are convinced, greedily envisioning their own goals being fulfilled in heaven. Canis eyes them evilly, realizing Cerrone is now outnumbered. Before Cerrone can give a final verdict, there is a knock at the door. They all wonder who could be visiting at this hour. Cerrone steps forward and opens the door. It is Mahatu who greets him. He immediately requests that they do not go to heaven. Canis is irritated at yet another obstacle. Mahatu then suddenly apologizes for what he is about to do. In the next moment, Mahatu channels energy from his mouth, pushing all of them back. Cerrone asks him to explain his purpose. Mahatu explains that he cannot accompany them because he failed to pass the trial of the altar. Cerrone understands that Mahatu is worried about them. Mahatu confirms that no one should attempt to go to heaven without passing the trial. Not everyone who has entered the door of heaven returns. He admonishes Cerrone not to risk his life for profit. Cerrone explains that his purpose is not to gain money, but to learn about Miro. Mahatu's eyes widen at this revelation. He has already suspected that Cerrone's intentions are pure when he refused the gold. Mahatu explains about Miro. She comes when they are in dire situations. Not only was there a civil war between the tribes after the discovery of the Heaven Door, but the gallant government was also hunting their people. In this way, they were on the verge of extinction. At the time she appears, she created the Room of Achievement and Sacrifice. In this way, they eliminate the tribal war and are able to survive. After that, she disappears into the Griffin door while explaining that she is going to meet Griffin. When Amy asks about him, Mahatu explains that the man Griffin is someone who opens the door to heaven. Amy objects, pointing out that more than 200 years have passed since people started going into the Heaven Door, so Griffin must be older than that. How could she meet him? Mahatu admits his obliviousness to this. Sarone pauses for a moment. He concludes that, like Armin, Griffin must be an unlocker who can deal with time. Besides, Miro is also an unlocker who went inside the Griffin door to meet him. Then Mahatu leaves with gratitude. He appreciates that Sarone is not swayed by bribes and leaves the decision to him, hoping he has a greater purpose in coming here. Meanwhile, Sarone thinks about the information he has received regarding Miro. He ponders the purpose behind the principal sending him, who is also an unlocker, to Kurgo. Finally, he makes a decision as he and his party reach the lowest level of the Kurgo ruins, in front of the Griffin door. Kadum greets him there. He bows and presents a letter on their behalf to deliver to the Library of the Angels, Ingress. Sarone accepts the letter, then looks back at his friends. He recalls that last night, before making the decision, he asked their opinions about what the principal wants him to do. Amy guesses that the principal wants him to go to heaven. Canis agrees, noting that the variable was running into them. Sarone is, however, hesitant to take them with him because they are literally going to stars. His protest is stopped by a sharp poke from Amy. She demands that he brings her with him. She reminds him that he said she makes him feel safe, or is it just to fill a double date? Tess agrees, emphasizing that it is her personal choice to go inside heaven. Leon chimes in that he will follow him to the depths of hell. Sarone smiles, finally understanding that they cannot be budged. Now he is about to open the door, hoping for their safe return. He activates his immortal function. In the next moment, the door opens. The chief is overexcited as the Kurgoyans start chanting their god names. They all enter. The gate closes behind them. At first, they are overwhelmed by the pulling energy. Then they open their eyes to see the sky around them. They cannot believe they are being pulled toward the sky. They notice that they cannot use their magic there. In the next moment, everyone is in awe as they truly realize that they are really going to heaven. Sharon's group was transported into a world called heaven and fell from the sky, and someone remarked that in the end they had come there. Tess cried in fear, sobbing that she could not use her magic, while Amy, equally panicked, exclaimed that she could not use her magic either. As they were about to crash into a forest, someone shouted in alarm that they were falling. After landing painfully, Ryan rubbed his head and complained that he had thought his head was going to be smashed to pieces. Amy tried to stay composed and asked, with hesitation, whether they were alive and whether they had not died and ended up in heaven. As the group appeared small within the dense forest, Sharon speculated that it was probably a form of spatial teleportation and explained that what they had seen was the scenery as space itself folded. Tess pointed out that the place was definitely different from the world they had lived in. Canis, after touching a rock, observed that there was not a single trace of weathering on it and suggested that the material itself might be different from the rocks they knew, possibly possessing durability that could endure long ages. Amy added that her spirit zone seemed to be working fine, and that she had thought omniscience might be affected if the laws of physics were different. Tess then became excited and exclaimed that it was amazing and that this must be heaven, before suggesting that since they had seen enough, they should head back. When she noticed everyone staring at her, she nervously asked why, and her voice soon echoed through the forest as she urged them to leave, insisting they had already seen enough and should go back. Despite her protests, she was dragged along by Ryan as the group moved forward. Sharon, walking ahead, said that during the spatial teleportation he had seen a city shining with golden light, and reasoned that if there was a city, there must be civilization. Amy used her red eyes to determine the direction and stated that it was that way, explaining that she remembered it because of her eyes. Still tearful, Tess asked how the others could be so calm and whether the situation did not unsettle them. Canis grew annoyed by her constant complaints, while Rian admitted that hearing her speak like that was starting to make him scared as well. Tess continued anxiously, saying that she had been hearing birds and insects for a while but had seen no sign of them, concluding that it was not an ecosystem and that it felt unnatural. She suddenly fell silent upon sensing something dangerous, drew her sword in caution, and caused Rian to turn back and ask what was wrong. Tess replied with a grim expression that it was coming. When Rian asked what was coming, she answered that it was someone. The group became alert, and Amy questioned whether Tess was sure. At that moment, something rushed out from the shadows of the forest. Tess warned that they should back off, causing Ryan to freeze as Shironi looked up in shock at what had appeared. A massive hand clung to a tree, revealing a giant red-eyed monster with sharp teeth. Tess exclaimed in disbelief, questioning what it was and whether it was truly a living creature. The monster spoke in a strange language about those who came to Inferno and denied God. Amy called out to Aaron, and Shironi asked what the giant was saying. Aaron, stunned, replied that she did not know. Canis reacted in disbelief, prompting Aaron to explain that she could not read its emotions and could not tell whether it was angry, laughing, or sad, as everything seemed mixed together. The creature appeared to be a chaotic entity, and Canis thought to himself that it should not be possible, as before the first sutra all phase states should be equal. Aaron, frightened, asked Canis whether the giant seemed hostile, and Canis hesitantly replied that he thought it was. Suddenly, the monster became frenzied, and Eren shouted that they should run before fleeing immediately. The monster uprooted a tree and roared about executing the heretics as it charged toward Sharon's group. Amy complained while running that Eren should have said that sooner, to which Eren apologized, saying she had not known it would turn out like that either. As they fled, Tess asked Shironi whether they could escape using teleportation, but Sharon refused, explaining that they did not know the place and that there was a high chance they might run into something even worse. Amy protested that the situation was already bad enough and argued that they had no idea what was around them and could not keep running forever. Sharon's expression turned serious as he declared that they would fight there and that the first thing they needed to do was take down the giant. The monster swung the massive tree again, and Ryan, who had been waiting behind, leaped out and slashed at its ankle. However, the tree was suddenly swung toward him, sending him crashing into another tree, and he exclaimed that it was fast and questioned how something so large could move like that. Tess then joined the fight, leaping onto the monster's arm and using the momentum to launch herself upward before striking its eye. She signaled Shironi to act. From below, Shironi summoned a sphere of mana and launched it at the monster, piercing through its body. Amy exclaimed in surprise that it had worked, while Tess expressed amazement. Amy added that it felt like his photon cannon had become even stronger, though Canis showed dissatisfaction. Suddenly, Amy was horrified to see the monster's wound regenerating, and Sharon, shocked, questioned whether it was regenerating. Tess, unable to believe it, cried out in realization that it was a schema. After the monster recovered, it became even more ferocious and tightened its grip on a tree trunk before swinging it violently toward Sharon. Sharon used magic to move his body and evade the attack, but no matter how fast he dodged, the monster's fists kept chasing him, making him think that it was incredibly fast. At that moment, the monster's head burst into flames, and Shironi looked up and called out to Amy. Amy, who was casting the fire spell, warned him to watch out and said that the giant's movements broke the laws of physics. The monster roared in pain, clutching its burning head as the magical flames engulfed it. Meanwhile, Eren touched the ground and cast a spell that sent a Jurian of magic toward the monster, chanting mental shock. The monster's eyes widened, its face already burned and distorted. Canis observed that mental shock was one of the 3 great spells of dark magic, a spell that directly attacked the opponent's mind. He explained that its true power lay in chaining it into mind control, a spell capable of stealing control of the opponent's body. He added that using mind control alone would require willpower 20 times stronger than the target's, but by linking it with mental shock, even the strongest opponent could be forced to submit. Eren thought that if she could control the giant, they would have nothing to fear, at least within the forest. However, like a shattered mirror, the monster suddenly broke free from her mental control, causing her to wonder why it was not working and to question how it could be just a big human. Canis shouted a warning to Eren and rushed forward to shield her as the monster tried to crush them with its foot. He cast Shadow Wall to block the attack. At that moment, the spirit that always accompanied Canis appeared and wrapped around the monster's body like a sharp blade, cutting into it and drawing blood. The spirit concluded that just as expected, if the creature could use schema, its body structure must be similar to a human's, and instructed them to aim for the ligaments and blood vessels. Tess and Ryan charged forward to attack, while Canis unleashed a barrage of magical blades using Authority of Darkness. Together, they launched a coordinated assault, striking at the monster's blood vessels. Above them, Amy summoned a massive flame that engulfed the monster's entire body. However, the monster only knelt briefly before standing up again and unleashing a powerful roar that sent all the warriors flying backward. Its roar disrupted Amy's magic, making her realize in frustration that her spirit zone was being interfered with, and she was shocked that it could use schema techniques like howling. She then watched in horror as the monster's body regenerated back to its original form, finding it unbelievable that even when injured or burned, it could regenerate, and that mental magic did not work on it. She wondered how such a life form could exist. Canis cursed and created magical bindings in an attempt to restrain the monster. Eren trembled and tearfully blamed herself, thinking that she was useless. Canis shouted desperately for someone to do something, saying he was at his limit trying to hold it back. At that moment, both Canis and Eren turned toward Shironi and saw that he was using magic to summon something. Canis angrily yelled at him to focus, but Eren interrupted, pointing out that Shironi was deforming the shape of photons and seemed to be trying to make them sharp. Shironi was attempting to reconstruct the structure of a photon sphere into a flat, blade-like shape. Canis found this unbelievable and wondered how Sharon could reshape light, which naturally dispersed, even if photons had mass. Sharon gritted his teeth and focused with all his strength, thinking that he had known it would be difficult, but controlling photon movement alone consumed an absurd amount of willpower, and that this was the only way for now. With that, Sharon launched the photon blade toward the monster, slicing off one side of its body. Blood splattered everywhere as the monster collapsed to the ground, motionless. After defeating it, Shironi's group gathered around the corpse. Rian groaned that he could not continue anymore. Tess poked the monster's body with his sword and wondered if it was really dead before tearfully complaining that he was done with this and that it felt like carving up a dragon with a single-hand blade. Amy cautiously asked whether it was going to get back up. Although the monster lay still in a pool of blood, Canis continued sawing at its head with a magical blade and remarked that even using Authority of Darkness, he had not been able to cut its head before, suggesting they might have to slice it piece by piece. Amy told him to stop, noting that it was no longer regenerating. Tess regained his excitement and praised Shirone, asking if that had been another new spell. Shirone replied that they had just been lucky, explaining that if the giant had dodged, they would not have had a second chance. Canis complained that although it was good they had won, Shirone should not have taken such a gamble, warning that if he had failed, it would not have ended with just him collapsing. Shirone scratched his head and admitted that he knew, adding that he had also been shocked since the efficiency was worse than expected. Aaron stepped in to defend Shirone, saying that it had still been a high-odds gamble and that thanks to him, they had survived. Canis glared at her, while Shirone smiled happily at the praise. Tess enthusiastically suggested that if they encountered another giant, Shirone could take it down again. Shirone remained silent, prompting Tess to ask what was wrong. Amy then explained that Shirone probably would not use that technique again, and Shirone agreed, saying it took too much time and, more importantly, consumed willpower very inefficiently, so he would only use it if absolutely necessary. Tess worriedly asked what they would do then. Suddenly, the monster's finger twitched slightly, startling everyone. The group immediately fled the scene, and the forest once again echoed with Tess's cries as he wondered whether heaven was filled with nothing but creatures like that. Elsewhere in the forest, a strange insect-like creature was moving about when a girl holding a long sword stood before it. She charged forward and struck with her blade, slicing the bizarre creature into pieces. René Descartes once stated that if one wished to be a true seeker of truth, it was necessary to doubt all things at least once in life as thoroughly as possible. The strange creature screamed in agony as its leg was severed. At that moment, another girl descended from above, gripping her sword tightly as she drove it into the creature's eye, killing it instantly. The long-haired girl named Kanya, a citizen of heaven from the Mecha tribe, smiled and praised Lena, saying that she had done great work. Meanwhile, on Chiron's side, Aaron observed that the sky was swirling and remarked that something about it felt different. Rian wondered whether it was going to rain, to which Aaron replied that she was not sure, but felt there was something more to it. At that moment, Tess, with his sharp hearing, caught a voice praising Lena and informed the group that he had just heard a girl's voice. Amy questioned whether he was certain, while Canis cautioned that it might be a trap. Amy attempted to object, but Chiron interrupted after a brief moment of thought, stating that they needed even the smallest clue they could get and that they should move. The group agreed. At the same time, Kanya was also contemplating the sky when her thoughts were interrupted by Lena, who excitedly retrieved a red gem from the creature's eye and exclaimed that it was a red elixir. She happily removed her goggles, laughing playfully and thanking the one-legged demon. Kanya remarked that Lena was lucky but urged her to hurry, expressing unease that a one-legged demon had appeared outside its habitat and admitting that she had a bad feeling about the situation. Lena agreed, but suddenly her expression turned to horror as she called out to Kanya. A group of one-legged demons had surrounded them. Kanya immediately pulled Lena behind her and told her to stay close. Lena, still frightened, called out to her again. At that moment, Kanya internally blamed herself, thinking that she had been foolish for not continuing to monitor the drone, noting that there were too many of them and that she had never heard of one-legged demons moving in packs. She concluded that there was no doubt the law of the forest had changed. As one of the demons opened its mouth, revealing hundreds of sharp teeth and growling, Lena shouted Kanya's name and pushed her back while activating a shield to protect them both. Kanya then used the sniper device in her hand to shoot the demon in the head, causing it to explode. The shock enraged the other demons, and once again, Lena rushed forward to reinforce the shield. The demons attacked frantically, causing cracks to form in the barrier, which filled both Kanya and Lena with horror. As the shield finally shattered, Kanya embraced Lena to protect her. At that moment, a surge of purple mana appeared, leaving the two girls stunned. Shirone raised his gaze and invoked his power, casting Explosion. A massive blast erupted around him, sweeping away the surrounding threats. Afterward, Shirone turned to Kanya and Lena and asked if they were okay. Elsewhere, Rian defeated a demon and sighed in relief, remarking that he had expected only huge and brutal creatures like giants, and that these monsters felt similar to those from their own world. Nearby, Tess stabbed a demon in the eye and then cut it down forcefully. Canis and Amy fought using magic, while Aaron cast mind control, disrupting the demons' minds and causing them to attack each other. Witnessing this, Kanya was astonished, thinking that the one-legged demons were breaking the law and fighting among themselves. The battle came to an end as Eren fully subdued the demons with her mind control ability. Candace commented that it was fortunate Eren's ability had worked and that the giant they had encountered earlier seemed to have been a special case. Tess then asked whether they were going to keep the controlled demon with them. Candace replied that they could not afford to waste Eren's willpower on such a creature and stated that Eren would handle it. Tess then asked what they would do, and Candace repeated that Eren would take care of it. Once again, Eren commanded the demons to destroy one another. Amy quietly reflected that Eren was walking a difficult path as well. Shironi then remarked that the two in front of them appeared to be people. The group turned their attention to Kanya and Lena. Tess excitedly confirmed that they were indeed people, and noted that seeing their weapons, a knife and a shield, had made him think he was going to die after encountering the monster. Amy admitted that she had been worried that only giants lived in that place, while Tess expressed great relief. In contrast, Kanya felt confused, unable to understand their language, and wondered who they were and what they were saying. Shironi quickly realized the issue and acknowledged that they could not understand each other, asking Eren to help. Tess awkwardly remarked that they had ended up chatting among themselves. Eren then used her magic to allow Kanya and Lena to gradually understand them, as Shironi explained that they had come from somewhere else. At that moment, everyone was stunned to see Kanya raise her sniper rifle and aim directly at Shironi's forehead. She angrily declared that it had been them and accused them of being the ones who had ruined the law of the forest, all while still holding Lena protectively. Confused, Lena asked what was wrong and pointed out that they had saved them. Kanya responded that Lena did not understand, explaining that those people had disturbed the law, which was why the one-legged demons had gone wild. After explaining to Lena, she turned back to Shironi and threatened that if he did not want his head blown off, he should start talking and explain what he had tampered with in the forest. Shironi remained calm despite the gun Kanya pointed at him, and in the sudden silence he stated that they were people too. Kanya noticed that the data analysis device in her hand displayed that the language could not be deciphered and that there was no data. She then tensely questioned how he expected her to trust him when he did not speak the language of either the citizens or the heretics. Shironi calmly replied that they could understand each other and asked whether that was not enough, adding that they could resolve the situation through conversation. At that moment, Lena became frightened and exclaimed that the situation was bad. As she observed through her mechanical bug, she reported that the one-legged demons were approaching and that about 20 of them were heading their way. She urged Kanya to leave immediately. Kanya locked eyes with Shirone, clenched her teeth, lowered her guard, and put away her weapon, saying that they should get out of there first. She took the lead and ran, while Lena told the others to follow them and ran after her. Shirone's group, not yet understanding the situation, hesitated in place, and Amy pointed out that Kanya and Lena were heading in the exact opposite direction of the city they had seen earlier. Tess worried that it might be dangerous, but Shirone suggested that they follow them for now, reasoning that they knew nothing about this world and that if they could talk with them, they could gain endless information. The group eventually arrived at Whirlpool Serpent Valley. Kanya explained that the place was called Whirlpool Serpent Valley, and that the laws there were different from those of the Forest of the Corrupted, so nothing as dangerous as what had just happened should occur. Amy noted the mention of laws, while Rian remarked to Tess that the most dangerous thing would be Shirone getting hit by that strange weapon again. Kanya, startled by this, turned back to Shirone and demanded that he explain who they were. She speculated that since they used magic, they were probably descendants of the Nulk tribe and questioned why they were speaking a language that did not exist in this world, as well as what they had been doing in the Forest of the Corrupted. Shirone told her the truth, warning that she might not believe it, and said that they had come from another world. Kanya immediately rejected this, calling it ridiculous and asking who he thought she was. Shirone insisted that it was true and added that, if anything, they were the ones who had questions, asking what kind of world this was and referring to the bizarre bugs and the giant they had knocked down earlier. Kanya was startled and asked whether he had said a giant, then shouted in horror as she asked whether they had killed a guardian of the laws. Shirone tried to clarify that they had not killed it, but before he could finish, Kanya rushed forward, grabbed his collar and accused him of breaking the laws, claiming that this was why the one-legged demons had gone berserk. As the situation grew tense, Tess hastily tried to stop her, insisting that they had not killed the giant, and Amy added that the giant had attacked them first. However, Kanya stubbornly argued that of course it had attacked them because they were the ones who had broken the laws first, and she questioned whether they knew that humans were not allowed to enter the Forest of the Corrupted. Shirone grabbed Kanya's arm and tried to explain that they truly had not known anything and that they really had come from another world. Kanya paused and asked whether they truly had not known. Shirone affirmed that this was exactly what he had been saying from the beginning. Kanya released him and stammered, saying that it was not that, before realizing something. She turned to Lena and suggested that these people might be from the nation of Earth. Shirone, confused, asked about the nation of Earth. Kanya explained that she had heard about it from her parents when she was little, describing it as a place where humans lived on the ground as descendants of the citizens. She added that they were pitiful beings who could not feel the existence of God and therefore could not enjoy eternal life, suffering as mortals throughout their lives. She also said that the stories claimed those who lived denying God, known as heretics, would fall into this place called Inferno. Shirone, stunned, asked whether this place was Inferno. Lena, feeling pity, began to wonder aloud what terrible sin someone must have committed to fall there, but Kanya quickly covered her mouth to stop her from continuing. Rian, confused, asked what sin he had committed, and Tess angrily responded that they were misunderstanding everything. Kanya brushed the dirt off her clothes, stood up, and announced that she had made a decision. She said that she knew a place where they could stay for the time being and offered to take them there. Shirone questioned her reasoning, pointing out that by her logic, they were heretics, and asking why she was helping them. Kanya responded that after going out of her way to explain everything, he was still suspicious, like a descendant of the Nulk tribe. She added that they had to go there anyway, and that in Inferno even citizens were not protected, meaning both heretics and citizens were in the same situation. Shirone and Amy stood up and asked where the place was. Kanya answered that it was the Nulk tribe's shelter, a network built in Inferno by the Nulk tribe who had escaped from heaven. Shirone expressed relief, prompting Kanya to ask what he meant. Shirone replied that she was a kind person. Kanya suddenly became irritated, stomped her foot, and walked away, insisting that it was not the case and that she was only taking them to the Nulk tribe because they resembled their descendants, adding that once they arrived, they would go their separate ways. Lena, embarrassed, explained on Kanya's behalf that she was always like that and told them not to mind her, adding that she genuinely wanted to help them. Shirone then told Lena that she was kind as well, which made her happy. As the group began their journey, Tess cheerfully encouraged everyone to set off energetically. Kanya glared at Lena and demanded to know what she had just told them, while Lena nervously insisted that she had not said anything. Kanya continued leading the way, explaining that to reach the Nulk tribe's shelter, they would need to go around, and that it would be dangerous for her if they were caught. As they walked along a stream and talked, none of them noticed that beneath the water, a large shadow was lurking quietly. Shirone's group moved along the mountainside, and as Shirone glanced at the notebook Amy was writing in, he read that the Nulk tribe shelter was a free market built in the Inferno, open to everyone, and that it had been built by the Nulk people who had escaped from heaven. It was written that they did not reveal the shelter's location to heaven's citizens, and that a guide was supposed to meet them in the Whirlpool Serpent Valley, which was why they were searching for that guide. As a mechanical bug landed on the device in Kanya's hand, analyzed data, and flew away, Tess exclaimed in amazement that it was seriously awesome. Suddenly appearing behind Kanya, Tess startled her, causing Kanya to jump away, while Tess excitedly speculated that it was an ancient weapon before correcting himself that it was a scouting machine, and eagerly asked where she had gotten it. Kanya hurriedly explained that it was not something one could buy, as it was only issued to members of the Mecha tribe, and that they received one upon turning 12. Tess, becoming somewhat intense, remarked that its name was a drone, and said that he wanted one too. But Kanya shut down his hopes by saying that it was locked with a personal password, so others could not use it, though she added that she understood why he was jealous. Disappointed, Tess lamented that it was a shame, adding that if they had something like that, it would completely change the balance of intelligence warfare, and he asked if she could see what the machine saw and how she viewed it. Kanya explained that it was connected to her head through frequency transmissions. Tess questioned what she meant by frequency, and Kanya tried to simplify it by saying it was like an invisible signal, explaining that the drone transmitted what it saw to her head and projected it onto her retina, a technology called retinal vision. Tess marveled that the technology was insane, while Kanya, growing enthusiastic, said that it was being projected into her left eye at that moment and invited him to come closer and look. Tess eagerly agreed, saying he wanted to see, and as the data appeared in Kanya's eye, he reacted in awe at how incredibly cool it was. Both Tess and Shirone exclaimed in surprise when Shirone suddenly moved too close to Kanya, prompting her to shout in alarm, asking what he was doing and scolding him for being too close, before pushing him away so that he fell to the ground. Shirone complained that she was being a bit harsh with her words, then stood up awkwardly and explained that he had only come because he had something he wanted to ask. Kanya calmed down and responded that she understood, while Rian put an arm around Tess and suggested that they should go search already, and although Tess felt somewhat regretful, he left with him. Sharon then asked whether the Nolk tribe were citizens, and Kanya replied that she guessed they were. Sharon questioned why the Nolk tribe shelter was in the Inferno, which made Kanya feel irritated as she muttered to herself about having to explain so much because they asked too many questions. After hesitating, she said that if they were going to live there, they needed to know this, so she would explain it just once. Squatting down and drawing a diagram, Kanya began explaining that heaven had 3 tribes of citizens, and that among them, the Nolk people were the most suspicious. Sharon asked what they were suspicious about, and Kanya replied that it was the laws of God, explaining that heaven's citizens were born with a fixed lifespan, and when it ended, they gained eternal life. Sharon remarked that having one's lifespan decided from birth was very strange, to which Kanya reacted with discomfort, saying it sounded creepy and that he had just sounded exactly like a Nolk person. Sharon wondered in frustration what she meant by that, and Kanya, becoming more serious, continued that among the Nolk people, some had begun to harbor irreverent thoughts, thinking it strange that lifespans were assigned, just as Sharon did. She explained that in the end, they chose to reject the laws of God and escaped heaven to live in the Inferno. She then asked if he understood, adding that they were giving up eternal life to live in such a dangerous place, and remarked that since he was going to die anyway, he probably would not understand, before awkwardly wondering if what she had said sounded strange. Hearing this, Sharon fell into thought, considering that if they went there, they might find an important clue about that world. At that moment, someone suddenly called out loudly for them to come over. Sharon asked what it was, and Rian softly called out to Tess. Tess, who was standing ahead with Lena and observing the surroundings, said that there was a smell of blood coming from that place. Kanya, sounding anxious, replied that it was blood and said she could not smell anything. Hearing that, Tess smugly remarked that of course a drone could not smell. Lena objected that it was her drone that had found that place. As the group stepped into the cave, Amy cautiously wondered whether it could be a trap. Tess, relying on his keen sense of smell, said he did not think so, explaining that the scent of blood was only coming from inside, and that if it had been outside as well, he would have been suspicious. Sharon said he understood and suggested that they go in. He then raised his hand, chanted a spell, and summoned a ball of light. Lena exclaimed in surprise that he had made light from his body. Kanya silently evaluated the spell, wondering what kind of magic it was, and noting that it did not resemble the magic used by the Nolk tribe. After finishing her thoughts, she remarked that people from the nation of Earth used strange magic. Lena disagreed, saying that it looked somewhat similar to something else, but Kanya immediately covered Lena's mouth, warning her to be quiet and saying that thinking such a thing was irreverent and that she should apologize in her heart. Lena obediently clasped her hands in prayer, but inwardly complained that Kanya had been thinking the same thing. At that moment, everyone became alert, and Sharon suddenly shouted for them to move. A surge of power rushed toward Sharon's group, and after the shockwave subsided, Sharon turned to Kanya and Lena with concern, asking whether they were all right and whether anyone was hurt. Amy called out that they should go that way. Rian wondered aloud if it had really been a trap, but Canis said grimly that it was not, and that someone was there. Then, from behind the rocks, a threatening voice demanded to know who they were, and warned that next time it would not miss. Sharon directed the light sphere toward the voice, revealing 2 figures, one old and one young. Clove stood in front, while the elderly Gardrak clutched his bleeding abdomen in pain. Clove took a fighting stance and loudly warned that if they did not speak, he would act. Gardrak trembled and called out to Clove, mentioning earth magic. Clove immediately responded that he understood and asked whether he should use it now, but Gardrak, shaking more violently, told him not to use it because they would be crushed as well. Clove agreed and complied. Kanya recognized them and grew tense, saying that they were the guides to the Nolk tribe shelter and that she and the others had been searching everywhere for them. Gardrak seemed to realize something and asked if the one who had called them was a citizen. He then questioned what business a member of the Mecha tribe, known for its rigid stubbornness, had in a heretic zone. Kanya, noticing his injury, became worried and asked whether he was hurt, wondering if it had been the whirlpool serpent. Gardrak held his wound to stop the bleeding and replied that it had not been the laws, but that he had been struck by Kurgo. This revelation shocked Sharon's group. Amy repeated the name in disbelief, asking if it was really Kurgo. Rian questioned whether it was the same Kurgo they knew, and Canis remarked irritably that he was hearing that troublesome name even in a place like that. Kanya lost her composure and asked if there were hunter heretics there. Gardrak confirmed that there were and warned that the place would soon be discovered, adding that they used a giant's technique. Tess, growing worried, said that if by a giant's technique he meant a schema, then they needed to leave immediately. Seeing everyone's concern, Aaron used magic to speak in the language of that world and asked whether they could take them to the Nolk tribe shelter right away. Hearing their own language spoken by an outsider shocked Kanya, Lena, Clove, and Gardrak. Gardrak became agitated and asked how Aaron had hacked their language, wondering if it was a fairy's ability. Kanya stepped in to defuse the situation, saying that those people were not dangerous and that they seemed to be descendants of the Nolk tribe. Clove suddenly realized something and, becoming intimidating, accused them of being Mojo humans. Sharon, confused, asked what Mojo humans were. Clove then called out arrogantly and ordered them to come over and carry the saman. His attitude irritated Sharoni's group, but he continued without restraint, playing with a strand of Amy's red hair and lifting her chin as he mockingly commented that for humans made to imitate them, she was quite good-looking. He added that if she followed him, she could live comfortably, and sarcastically remarked that a lofty citizen walking around with Mojo humans was almost comedic. Kanya tried to stop him, telling him he should stop, but Clove, not understanding, asked why. Meanwhile, several hostile gazes were already fixed on him. Gardrak, unable to tolerate it any longer, struck Clove hard with his staff and angrily shouted, asking whether he was trying to get his master killed in that cave and reminding him that they needed to run immediately. He then turned to this group and apologized, saying that his disciple had been rude and that they needed to leave first. Canis remained dissatisfied and asked what was wrong with that idiot, while Amy, extremely irritated, said she had been about to slice his wrist clean off. At that moment, Lena clutched her head in alarm and called out to Kanya that something was wrong. Through the eyes of her drone, she cursed under her breath and reported that Kurgo's forces were approaching to hunt them down, exclaiming that those were Kurgoyans. It was explained that among the 3 citizen tribes of heaven, the Mecha tribe, the Nolk tribe, and the Kurgo tribe, the term Mojo human appeared to be a derogatory label used for people from the nation of Earth, as those from heaven seemed to view Earth's humans as mere imitations or counterfeit copies of themselves. Mr. Gardrak trembled as he guessed that it looked like one of them had smelled blood. Then he leaned on his cane and decided that it was too late to run. Clove panicked and called out to his master, asking what they should do now. Sharoni's eyes glowed blue as he looked toward the cave entrance, where the Kurgo troops had surrounded them. One soldier addressed his captain and asked whether they should go in, but the commander assessed the situation and replied that the Nolk tribe's abilities relied on the power of nature and that they were trying to lure them into the cave. The commander then took a deep breath and roared that the filthy Nolk bastards should come out because they knew they were inside, warning that if they did not come out, they would suffer a terrible fate. His roar caused everyone in the cave to feel intense pain in their ears. He then declared that he would count to 3. Clove cried out in pain, while Tess analyzed that the pursuit squad likely had a master of sensory-type schema, adding that with the smell of blood it would be nearly impossible to shake them off, especially since they also had injured people to care for, and he wondered what they should do. Sharon paused for a moment before asking everyone whether they would do exactly as he said. Meanwhile, the commander began counting and signaled the archers, reaching 1 and then 2, but before he could reach 3, something flew toward him from above, causing him to curse. A massive explosion followed, flames spreading and engulfing the Kurgo troops. Taking this chance, Sharoni's group quickly escaped the cave, while Sharon and Amy stayed behind and used magic to fire photon beams and a fireball toward the troops, causing another large explosion. Clove was astonished and wondered what that was, asking if it was magic too and remarking that its destructive power was insane. Amy snapped at him not to freeze up and pulled him along to dodge incoming arrows. An archer reported to the commander that the group had entered a narrow valley. Standing amid the flames, the commander admitted that they had let their guard down and that he had not expected the Mecha tribe to be with them. Then he furiously ordered his men to catch them and skin them alive. As they ran through a stream in the valley, someone asked Kanya which way to go. Through the drone's vision, Kanya stammered directions to the right and then to the left, while internally panicking and wondering what was happening. She recalled that inside the cave she had strongly opposed Sharon's plan, arguing that using an arc would be useless since the enemy could even see bullets. Sharon had explained that the enemy did not know members of the Mecha tribe were present and would not be prepared for a weapon like the arc, and that such an unexpected attack would create a huge opening. During that time, he had instructed her to use the drone to find a narrow path through the valley and guide them. Kanya now glanced at Sharoni and thought in amazement that it had actually worked exactly as he had predicted. While she was distracted, a hand suddenly pushed her head down, helping her avoid incoming arrows as mounted archers continued firing relentlessly. Clove shouted that they were coming and said he would buy time, preparing to use magic on the water, but Amy warned him not to do it and told him to stick to the plan and run. Even so, Clove confidently insisted that he had to land at least 1 hit and that they needed to pay them back. Amy found his attitude irritating, while Clove chanted a spell, calling upon the spirit of water to lend him power, and unleashed shaving, turning the water into ice barriers that blocked the Kurgo troops. Sharon praised the spell, saying it was incredible, and noting that the magic in the cave had also been high level. Canis commented that the Nolk tribe's magic was fundamentally different from that of their world, adding that otherwise someone like Clove would not be able to use it. Clove eagerly sought Amy's praise, asking if he had done well, but Amy simply told him to shut up and run. Soon, Clove's ice barrier was shattered. Tess shouted in alarm that the enemies were coming and noted that they were even using external gravity. The Kurgo soldiers defied gravity and ran along the valley slopes in pursuit. From above, the commander sneered, questioning whether the Nolk and Mecha tribes had joined forces, and remarking that it suited such lowly heretics. Kanya angrily protested that they were the faithful, and demanded how he dared attack fellow believers, asking if he intended to break the laws. The commander silenced her, declaring that they had broken the laws by entering Inferno and that those who broke the laws were to be beheaded. He proclaimed that they were the ones chosen by God, the first faithful, and then spun his saw-like sword as he leapt down to attack. At that moment, Shironi summoned Photon Cannon, Amy cast Flame Strike, Canis invoked Authority of Darkness, and Aaron used Mind Control. Together they launched a combined assault that caused a massive explosion. Canis's magical blades terrified some of the Kurgo soldiers, while Amy's flames forced others to retreat upward. Aaron infiltrated the minds of several soldiers and made them attack each other, causing one of them to cry out in fear that it was dangerous. From above, the commander berated his subordinates as pathetic, while thinking to himself that he could not get close to them. Mr. Gardrak then suggested to Clove that they use Eos. Clove hesitated, questioning whether it was possible in his condition, but Mr. Gardrak insisted that they were already running for their lives, so it made no difference. Clove then cast Eos, causing both himself and Mr. Gardrak to rise into the air, and Mr. Gardrak declared that they would break away first. Shironi looked up in surprise and questioned whether they were flying. Amy analyzed that if the spell fly and the device worked the same way, then using it in a valley with such turbulent air currents was dangerous. As expected, Mr. Gardrak and Clove quickly lost control and panicked in midair, prompting Amy to exclaim that she knew it. At that moment, Shironi grabbed Kanya's hand with a confident expression and told her that this was a good place and to hold on tight. Kanya, unable to understand his intention, questioned what he was suddenly talking about. Shironi then confidently stated that he was going to use teleportation. Kanya was stunned and repeated the word in disbelief. The space seemed to freeze, and Kanya widened her eyes in shock as she was transported to another space, thinking in astonishment that the child could not only create light, but could even become light. In Amy's notebook, it was written that the Nolk tribe's magic was an ancient form of magic that did not appear to combine omniscience and omnipotence like the magic of the nation of Earth, but instead borrowed functional power from nature. It noted that the advantages were that skilled users could wield powerful magic relatively freely and could use multiple attributes, while the disadvantage was that it was impossible to use without surrounding nature to draw power from. Sharon's group transformed into light and teleported in pairs, moving at the speed of light, which left Gardrak trembling in astonishment as he wondered how such a thing was even possible, while Clove, unable to believe his eyes, exclaimed in shock that a person had actually turned into light. This caused Gardrak to reflect that when the boy had used magic to illuminate the cave earlier, he had assumed that he must have summoned a spirit of light from somewhere, and although acquiring such a rare spirit had seemed unrealistic, the urgency of the situation had made him overlook it. But now he realized that this was not merely controlling light, but actually becoming light itself. Meanwhile, the commander Kurgo chased after them furiously, shouting that he would not let them escape, before taking a deep breath and unleashing his howling power, prompting Gardrak to clutch his head and curse that they were cowards for attacking while he was distracted, noting internally that the echoing howl bouncing off the cliffs only amplified its power. As their magic was nullified, Gardrak and Clove began to fall freely into the ravine, but Sharon and Amy managed to grab them in time, lifting them back up and teleporting again in a flash of light, leaving the commander in disbelief as he thought that it could not be real. After landing safely, Clove angrily accused Amy of having done that on purpose when she let go and caused him to fall flat, while Gardrak held his forehead and irritably complained that it was always the howling that caused trouble, insisting that against Kurgo, the Nolk tribe was at a disadvantage in terms of terrain no matter what. Canis, observing the situation, remarked that both master and disciple were exactly alike. Once he calmed down, Gardrak questioned how the two of them were completely fine and what special method they had used, to which Canis replied bluntly that they had simply endured it, leaving Gardrak shocked. Growing impatient, Canis added that if one could not endure even that much, one should not go around calling oneself a mage, while it was noted that Aaron was a First Sutra, pro-level mental type mage, and Amy possessed red eyes that granted immunity to mental interference. Suddenly, Clove shouted in alarm that the enemies were still coming and that they were doomed, despairing that at this rate they would be tortured to death. But before he could finish, Amy sharply ordered him to be quiet and get inside. The group stepped into the light, and Amy asked Sharon if they were done, to which Sharon replied with relief that it had been close. Gardrak, overwhelmed, questioned what this light was, while Canis reflected that although he had doubted it when he first heard that Shironi could use such magic through a mental channel, it was indeed true, and that Shironi was now making his previously unconscious spell his own, mass teleportation. As Chiron activated the teleportation gate, Kurgo and his soldiers pursued relentlessly, shouting that he would not let them escape, and once again unleashed his howling power, causing everyone to clutch their heads in pain except Chiron, who calmly remarked that compared to Marcia's sonic cannon, it was barely even noise. He then created a massive light portal and transported everyone away, leaving the commander furious as he realized that his howling was ineffective, though he insisted they could not have gone far and ordered his men to continue the pursuit. 1 minute later, the group safely returned to the cave entrance they had previously used as a shelter, which Gardrak recognized, noting that since it was soaked with the scent of the blood he had spilled, they could mask the smell of blood with more blood. Amy then asked where the Nulk tribe's shelter was, but Gardrak replied that he was the one who had questions, asking how they could control light so freely and whether they were extracting it from the air. Amy answered that it was not like that, prompting Gardrak, supported by Clove, to explain that the rule was that light magic could only be used in special locations where light gathered, and that to reach the Nulk tribe's shelter, they first needed to go to such a place, from which he would cast a movement spell similar to what they had used earlier, though capable of sending them much farther, and he urged them to follow him as he would guide them there. Canis confirmed that the spell sounded similar to spatial teleportation, and Amy realized that if it was indeed spatial teleportation, there would be no risk of exposing the shelter's location. Shironi then remarked that the Nulk tribe's way of thinking was closer to that of mages, while Tess expressed excitement at the idea of a refuge for mages. Shironi speculated that Miro might have gone there as well since she was also a mage, while Amy, slightly annoyed, admitted that she was now genuinely curious about what kind of person Miro was after all the trouble they had gone through. Tess grew more enthusiastic, saying she hoped they would find a clue this time, her heart racing, as the group set off toward the Nulk tribe, with Rian complaining about being hungry and hoping for a proper meal, which Tess agreed with, along with Aaron, while Lena cheerfully announced that they were almost at the shelter. Kanya, feeling guilty, apologized to Lena for making her come all this way, but Lena reassured her that she had chosen to follow and reminded her of their promise to obtain what they sought no matter what, which relieved Kanya as she acknowledged that it was true and that they had come this far even breaking the laws. Walking ahead, Aaron silently glanced back at them, prompting Canis to ask what was wrong, but Aaron simply replied that it was nothing. Meanwhile, on Kurgo's side, the commander ordered his troops to stop and pointed to the cave entrance where they had previously found the Nulk tribe, asking if they were certain it was the place. A soldier reported that they were on the trail and that the fugitives had definitely come there, leading the commander to conclude that 20 minutes had already passed and that chasing them would now be more difficult. Another soldier questioned how they had escaped, especially since this was not even a region associated with the Nulk tribe, but the commander asserted that it was not Nulk tribe magic and that outsiders were involved. He then wondered what they could be, speculating that they might be Earth humans rather than otherworldly creatures, which led a soldier to ask if he meant Mojo humans, prompting the commander to angrily rebuke him for calling Earth humans cheap imitations, and to curse himself for not realizing it sooner. When a bald soldier asked what was wrong, the commander explained that ever since ancient times, whenever Earth humans ascended to the sky, the laws would undergo major changes, and he immediately ordered a retreat to Samine, stating that reporting was the top priority. The soldiers obeyed, but as they withdrew, someone noticed that the sun had not yet set, to which the commander replied that it had already begun, trembling as he declared that the laws were going off course. Suddenly, darkness engulfed the area, and a horrifying event unfolded as something massacred Kurgo's troops, leaving the stream stained red with blood. Later, in Amy's notebook, it was recorded that enduring the howling required intense focus, and that compared to the Nulk tribe's magic, which borrowed the power of nature, the magic of the nation of Earth, based on studying omniscience and combining it with omnipotence, might seem inefficient, but that very focus, refined through enduring inefficiency, could be its true strength. Among the 4 young mages, Shironi possessed an adamantine body, Amy had the red eye, and Aaron had first sutra mental defense, while Canis, having none of these, grumbled in frustration that it was ridiculous, as he had endured it his entire life. Shironi wondered what Samane was, and when faced with his expectant gaze, Kanya found herself unable to hold back and explained hesitantly that Samane was a place, a district in heaven where the faithful lived, known as the First Heaven. Chiron became intrigued and asked whether first heaven meant the first sky, prompting Gardrak to elaborate that heaven was made up of 7 skies, from the first to the 7th, and that the faithful resided in Samine, the first heaven. Shironi then asked if the 3 tribes all lived together, saying he could not even imagine it. Gardrak replied that although they were in the same district, their living areas were separate, and that everyone lived quietly under the laws, with the Mecha tribe favoring inquiry and the Nulk tribe favoring exploration. Still curious, Shironi asked what the Kurgo tribe liked. Gardrak answered with a scoff that they liked fanaticism and cared about nothing but God. Kanya quickly warned him not to say something so blasphemous, but Gardrak mockingly remarked that there was also a follower of the laws present, which made Kanya tremble with anger. Shironi admitted he still did not understand and asked what exactly the laws were. Kanya, surprised, asked if he truly did not know and wondered whether the nation of Earth had no laws. Shironi replied that they did, but felt their definitions might differ and asked if one had to follow them. Kanya grew serious and declared that of course they had to, explaining that the laws were the great will of Ra, and anything that went against that will could not exist, which was why they were called the laws. Shironi calmly pointed out that Kanya herself was breaking the laws at that moment, which made her angrily shout that this was exactly why they were stuck in Inferno. Clove interjected with disdain, saying that this state was far better than living forever in that cramped heaven. Irritated further, Kanya retorted that if that were the case, he should try living a good life while being hunted as a heretic by Kurgo for the rest of his life. Gardrak remarked that such a thing could indeed happen, but said that regardless, they were people who had defied the laws and been driven out to Inferno, and that at least they had gained freedom. Losing her composure, Kanya questioned how that could be called freedom when they were throwing away eternal life and choosing death. Gardrak replied without hesitation that they had indeed given up eternal life and, in return, obtained the right to die. Grinding her teeth, Kanya continued to challenge him, saying that if they were faithful, they were supposed to follow the laws, yet they had run away as they pleased and now spoke of freedom and the right to die, asking whether dressing it up with pretty words made their lives any better and calling the Nolk pathetic. Seeing that Kanya had gone too far, Lena intervened and told her to stop, saying that fighting with a heretic would not change anything. At that moment, Gardrak turned the accusation back on them, asking if they were not the ones dressing things up, and stating that they were merely created beings begging for eternal life. His words stunned both Kanya and Lena, and Kanya declared that he had crossed the line. Unable to restrain herself, Kanya raised the gun on her arm and aimed it at Gardrak, warning with a frightening expression that she could kill a heretic like him right there. As an infrared beam targeted the old man's stern face, Rian moved to draw his sword, but was stopped by Tess and Shironi, while Lena tried to persuade Kanya not to act. Still clutching his wound, Gardrak calmly asked why she had come looking for him and what she sought from the Nolk shelter. As Kanya wavered, he continued, saying she did not even need to answer because it was obvious that someone in her family would soon receive the one-flower liquor and that she had come to buy Nolk medicine. Lena widened her eyes as tears fell from the usually strong Kanya, who weakly admitted that there was nothing wrong with that, asking what was wrong with thinking about her parents and insisting it had nothing to do with the laws before breaking down and saying she only wanted to help her mother. Shironi fell into thought as he watched her cry, and Lena apologized on her behalf, saying Kanya was a little emotional. Gardrak replied that there was no need to apologize to a heretic, noting that the Mecha tribe had strong familial bonds and admitting that he himself might have become unusually emotional due to his wound. He added that the Nolk did not consider emotions in business, so she would be able to get what she wanted, though it would cost a great deal of elixir. Kanya wiped her tears and assured him not to worry, saying she had saved enough over a year, then took out a pouch of red gems. Gardrak suggested they move, saying there was an essence of light not far from there. As Sharon's group set out, he reflected on the idea of the one-flower liquor, a given lifespan, the creator, the faithful who lived forever, and heretics who chose death, questioning whether this was truly heaven or just another world. When they arrived at a place where a sphere absorbed light, Tess marveled that light had truly gathered there, while Shirone wondered how such a thing could happen. Gardrak explained that it meant the essence of light had settled there, and because light had been stored in one place for a long time, it had taken root. Shironi thought he had heard of a similar concept before, and Amy explained that it was like a magic crystal. Sharon then recalled the idea. Gardrak called everyone to gather and said they would use the light to travel to the Nolk tribe shelter. However, after he lifted the sphere, nothing happened for a while, causing him to wonder why it was taking so long. Clove sensed something was wrong and suggested that the essence's energy might have weakened, but Gardrak rejected the idea, saying such energy took hundreds of years to change and that they had used it only a few days earlier. Clove began to suggest another possibility when Gardrak suddenly realized something was wrong. As the sphere in his hand began to distort, he urgently told everyone to get out of there immediately. Amy, confused, asked what was happening, and Gardrak shouted in fear that a whirlpool serpent was there. At that moment, explosions erupted along the cliffside as a deadly shadow caught up to them. Sharon sensed an overwhelming killing intent and wondered what it was. He immediately used his power, unleashing a light explosion that illuminated the area and drove back the shadow in a massive blast, leaving them temporarily safe. Tess stood stunned, while Rian remarked that they had almost died. As the shape of the shadow became visible, Sharon froze in shock, realizing that it was the whirlpool serpent. The creature resembled an endlessly long centipede crawling across the cliff. Meanwhile, Amy's notebook described that when a specific element remained in one place for a long time, an essence would take root, and if it persisted for over 2,000 years, it would become a spirit. It added that by making contact with a spirit, one could draw upon the power of nature regardless of location. Amy pointed toward this dark shadow ahead in terror and asked what that was and what kind of creature it could be. Canis then summoned a spirit called Shadow, and when the spirit appeared, Kanya and Lena were startled and cried out in fear, asking what was with that shadow. Canis explained that it had simply absorbed all of Aaron's and his magic. As the shadow centipede began attacking Sharon countered by summoning spheres of light called photon, causing the surroundings to tremble, and urged everyone to run. Sharon then transformed into light and moved away, acting as bait to distract the shadow. Amy called out to stop Sharon, asking if Sharon intended to act as the bait alone again. Amy quickly thought about a plan, wondering how they should deal with it and whether there was any way to do so. Tess suddenly pointed in a direction and exclaimed that there was something strange over there. Looking toward where Tess pointed, they saw a small creature resembling a lizard, and Tess questioned what it was. Surprisingly, that seemingly harmless creature was the true owner of the terrifying shadow, and Canis, shocked, exclaimed that the whirlpool serpent was that thing's shadow. Rian and Tess immediately reacted, drawing their swords and charging to strike the small creature, but their attacks had no effect, which made Rian angrily shout that their attacks were not working. Gardrak stopped them and declared that it was useless, explaining that the real body was the shadow and that the shining creature was nothing more than an avatar created by the shadow. Someone expressed disbelief, questioning whether that even made sense and how a shadow could be the real body. Gardrak continued explaining that it was because the creature was an aberrant species that had crossed over from a completely different world where the laws were reversed. The shadow attacked again, prompting Amy to curse and shout for everyone to get down. Amy summoned a fireball and reasoned that only she and Sharon could use magic that worked on the whirlpool serpent, and that they had to stop it there. She launched countless fireballs that engulfed the shadow's body, while thinking that if she fell back, everyone would die, and that she had to hold on even if it meant sacrificing her life. As the flames burned the shadow and it cried out in pain, Canis thought that it had dodged, realizing that if it had pushed through, they would have been finished. Standing below, Canis shouted to Sharon, asking if Sharon could hear and explaining that the creature came from a world where the laws were reversed, something he had seen in his master's notes. While fighting intensely, Sharon noticed Canis's words and questioned what reversed meant. Canis clarified that it was a world where darkness ruled over light. As the shadow chased Sharon and revealed its true form as a serpent's head with terrifying fangs, Sharon tried to reason that it was a world where darkness overpowered light. The serpent caught up and swallowed Sharon, causing Kanya to scream in horror. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred as Sharon used explosion magic again, allowing Sharon to escape. The shadow then transformed into a monstrous beast with 2 large gills and roared loudly, while Sharon, looking at it, thought that perhaps Sharon might not die there after all. Sharon then called out to Canis, asking whether, in its original world, the whirlpool serpent might not have been an apex predator, but something like a rat or a small lizard. Tess reflected on Sharon's words in confusion, while Kanya angrily shouted that it was no time to joke around. However, Canis realized that it made sense, surprising Tess and Kanya. Aaron then explained that the whirlpool serpent seemed flustered, noting that although its body was huge, its movements resembled a small animal puffing itself up and thrashing about, lacking any fighting spirit or strategy. As the beast continued its frenzied attacks, Sharon, having realized the truth, thought confidently that no matter how big and strong the opponent was, if it was merely a frightened beast lashing out, they could fight it. Sharon then unleashed photon output, creating multiple holes through the shadow's body as light pierced through it, strengthening Sharon's confidence. Amy cheered in agreement, saying that if the enemy was a shadow, then photon output had the advantage in every way. Gardrak was left speechless in shock, while Clove, shielding him, exclaimed in disbelief at what they had just seen, noting that Sharon was blocking every single attack from the whirlpool serpent. Sharon then powerfully used light magic to strike the beast, causing it to howl in pain as it wrapped its body around Sharon, prompting everyone below to shout warnings. Sharon summoned a blazing red light and fired it into the creature's body, stating that Sharon could feel the whirlpool serpent's fear and that although it might once have been the law of that valley, that would end there. Finally, as Sharon clenched a fist, massive explosions erupted from within the beast's body, shattering it into pieces. Amy stated in a trembling voice that the whirlpool serpent had been taken down as the monstrous creature faded away, while the small strange being gradually dissolved into nothingness. As Shironi landed on the ground in front of everyone, Canis clenched his fist, and the spirit beside him mockingly remarked that Canis must be feeling quite conflicted, recalling that when he first fought that creature, he had clearly been just an immature brat, yet now, with precise judgment and creative ideas, he kept pushing through extreme situations and growing stronger, wondering if someone could really grow that much in just 2 months. At that moment, Canis declared to the spirit beside him, Javi, that he would definitely enter heaven, find his master's secret knowledge, and surpass him, to which Javi replied with a sly smile that of course he would. Lena, filled with admiration, exclaimed that he had beaten the whirlpool serpent, but Kanya placed a hand on Lena's shoulder and reminded her that she knew this already and must not lose her heart to a heretic, adding that once they reached the shelter, their time with them would end, and from now on she needed to be cold to Shironi as well. Lena hesitated before quietly agreeing. Elsewhere, Clove internally evaluated that if someone like Chiron, who could even bring down the Guardian of the Laws, ended up flowing into Inferno's community, he wondered what would happen, thinking surely he would not end up being ruled by the Mojo people. Just then, Clove noticed something falling from the sky, and upon recognizing it, he exclaimed in shock that it was that 5-colored light and that it was a white elixir, immediately rushing forward to catch the gems. However, a faster hand snatched them first, and as Shironi examined the gem in his hand, he wondered what a white elixir was. Clove cleared his throat and pretended to explain that it was nothing much, simply called an elixir, used by heretics when trading goods, and asked if he could take a look to see how much it was worth. Shirone, trusting him, agreed and handed over the gems, while Clove inwardly rejoiced. Seeing this, Kanya angrily scolded him, demanding to know why he was taking it, and insisting that the elixir belonged to the one who hunted it. Clove, startled, claimed he was just looking at it and argued that he had contributed as well, but Kanya shot back, questioning what contribution he had made and accusing him of getting greedy and thinking he could snatch it without anyone noticing. Lena, watching Kanya's attitude, smiled helplessly and remarked that Kanya had even told her not to care about it. Shironi stepped in to ease the tension, saying it was fine and that Clove was only looking, but Kanya emphasized that a white elixir was the second rarest of all grades and worth 200 red elixirs, warning that if he tried to run off with it, it would be a serious matter. Shironi suddenly sat down and laughed cheerfully, asking how exactly Clove would run off with it, which left both Kanya and Clove momentarily stunned as they realized the situation and turned to look at Chiron's companions standing nearby. Old Gardrak then advised his student Clove that it was not something he could handle and told him to return it to the boy. Though dissatisfied, Clove reluctantly handed the gems back, saying that he had been about to do so anyway, and thanked Chiron for letting him take a look. Chiron, looking at the gems in his hand, thought to himself that he would like to use the white elixir to buy something useful to strengthen their combat power, but then realized there was nowhere to store it. He rummaged through a small pouch at his waist, pulled out a tiny woolen bag shaped like a 4-leaf clover, and placed the precious gems inside. Rian recognized the item and pointed it out, recalling its origin, and took out a similar one, prompting Tess to curiously ask what it was. Rian explained that it was the talisman Chiron's mother had given him, revealing that it was actually a mini pocket. Amy complimented it, saying it was pretty and shaped like a lucky 4-leaf clover, while Rian happily added that there was a story behind it, recalling that when Shironi's mother had been sick, he had gone up the back mountain and picked every 4-leaf clover he could find. Tess, deeply moved, exclaimed that Chiron truly had a warm heart. Watching Chiron, Amy tried to suppress her smile, wondering why the corners of her mouth kept rising and telling herself to calm down. At that moment, the light-absorbing sphere appeared once again, and Gardrak placed it in his palm and chanted for the light to lead them to the shelter. The sphere activated a teleportation gate, transporting Shironi's group to the Noke tribe's shelter. Chiron remarked that this was indeed the Noke tribe's shelter, noting the peaceful and warm atmosphere, and thinking that it was finally over. Kanya, relieved, turned to Lena and said they should buy what they needed and leave, and Lena happily agreed. Kanya then paid Gardrak with a red elixir and asked where the herbalist was, to which Gardrak pointed the way and wished her luck. Kanya and Lena left immediately, and Lena turned back to bow slightly in farewell to Shironi's group. Ryan commented in surprise that they were just leaving like that, while Aaron noted that since they were already outside his spirit zone, he could no longer translate. Tess complained that it was mean of them not to even say goodbye. Amy suggested that since they were there, they should look around the shops while resting, and Tess agreed enthusiastically. Gardrak leaned against a tree, saying he needed to rest and recover, then told Shironi that he should learn how to buy things from Clove, as it was something he would need to know if he planned to live in Inferno. Clove protested in surprise, but Gardrak continued, explaining that with something like a white elixir, it would be better to go to a central community rather than a small shelter like this. At that moment, Clove noticed something unusual and wondered why there were more merchants stopping by the shelter than expected, thinking he might be able to make a fortune. Smiling slyly, he approached Sharon and commented on his unusual clothing, asking where he had gotten it, which made Sharon awkwardly laugh. Clove then cut in and asked if Sharon was planning to use the white elixir right away. Sharon replied that he would if necessary and asked why, prompting Clove to offer to guide him, suggesting that for a brokerage fee he could even negotiate on his behalf, pointing out that since it was Sharon's first time there, he probably did not know which goods were truly worth buying. Sharon admitted to himself that this was true, noting that there were many unfamiliar items and it was difficult to judge their value, then asked Amy what they should do about Clove's request for a brokerage fee. Amy suggested that they probably did need a broker since aside from clothes and food, she could not tell what anything was, but questioned whether they could really trust him. Aaron agreed, saying he could at least determine whether Clove was trying to scam them. Clove eagerly led the way to a stall and introduced an item called Kala, claiming it was a must-have travel item for heretics and that just one was enough to keep someone full all day. Amy observed that it looked cute, like a small pebble, and wondered if she should try eating one. Clove, eyes lighting up, praised her keen eye and insisted it was an amazing item, urging her to stock up while she could, while subtly signaling the merchant. Seeing through his intentions, Amy glared in annoyance, and Aaron suggested they might as well handle things themselves. Tess remarked helplessly that they did not even need the first sutra to understand what he was doing. Amy proposed that they should keep him around a little longer, reasoning that they would not have known that the pebble-like item was food otherwise. Aaron noted that Clove must really want that white elixir, and Tess agreed, adding that he seemed somewhat pitiful. Canis sighed and commented that someone like him probably could not hunt properly anyway, lacking the ability to possess such an item, and with it right in front of him, he was becoming even more desperate. Meanwhile, Sharon glanced over at Kanya, who was in the middle of a transaction with a herbalist that did not seem to be going smoothly. In his notes, it was recorded that elixir was a substance found within the life forms of heaven, and according to Gardrak, it served as the main energy source required for survival in Inferno, and also functioned as currency, with grades ranked in order as red, green, yellow, white, and an unknown level beyond. It was narrated that Kanya had seemed unable to buy what she wanted and had left helplessly with Lena. At that moment, Shironi had approached the stall, pointed at a vial, and asked what it was. Clove had looked at the vial and enthusiastically replied that it was difficult to make and that it was a stimulant. Sharon had asked what kind of stimulant it was, and Clove had explained that it was called Epines, adding that if one drank it, they could go a whole week without sleep and still be perfectly fine. Sharon had expressed amazement, remarking that such a small thing could have that effect, and had thought to himself that it would be perfect to use during exam periods. Clove had further explained that for mages, Epines provided more than just an awakening effect, saying that it granted resistance against mental interference techniques like howling, and that Inferno potions seemed perfect for them. It was described that the bottles on display contained various effects, such as increased mental endurance, wound recovery, clearing the mind, amplifying feelings of love, and preserving perfect memory for a specific duration. Clove had then suggested that he would try to negotiate for a cheaper price and asked what Sharon thought. Shironi had fallen into thought, wondering why Kanya wanted to buy the drug and what she planned to do with it. After standing aside for a while, he had shifted his attention to Amy, who was staring intently at an iron cage containing a small, adorable fire creature. Sharon had asked what it was, and Clove had excitedly exclaimed that it was a fire spirit, and demanded to know where the merchant had obtained it. The merchant had laughed slyly, and said that if he told them, they would be very surprised, explaining that he had obtained it while escaping from an otherworldly creature known as the fire-bladed grasp. He had gone on at length about hunting yellow worms in the Dreamlands, and how he had narrowly escaped. Clove had clicked his tongue and lamented that he wished a spirit would fall into his lap as well. Sharon had reacted in astonishment, reflecting that if one formed a contract, they could draw on such power whenever they wanted. It was described that Shironi had noticed Amy's flushed face and hopeful eyes, realizing that even someone like her, who seemed to have everything, was desperate to obtain it. He had thought that it was only natural, since for a mage, improving magical ability was everything, and that encountering a fire spirit from another world was an incredibly rare opportunity. He had reasoned that if it had been a light spirit, he would have felt the same. Shironi had then signaled to Aaron to assist him with mental magic and had asked the merchant how much the spirit cost. The merchant had observed that Shironi seemed to be an outsider who had just entered Inferno and had remarked that while the price was negotiable, it might not help much. Sharon had asked if it was that expensive, and the merchant had confirmed that spirits were rare and costly enough to be sold on the mainland. Sharon had then asked whether forming a contract with the spirit was also possible, noting that it would allow the user to wield fire magic. The merchant had reacted in shock and warned that it would be a waste, explaining that once a contract was formed, the spirit would belong to only one person, and that normally entire villages pooled resources to obtain one. Shironi had insisted on knowing whether it was possible, and the merchant had reluctantly admitted that it was, adding that those who formed such contracts usually lived dangerously. Chiron had calculated that their limit was 3 white elixirs and had decided to try. He had then asked how many elixirs were required. The merchant had hesitated before stating that at minimum, 1 white elixir was needed. Chiron and Amy had been dismayed, thinking they were doomed, but the merchant had clarified that he needed at least 1. Chiron had immediately produced a pouch of white gems he had collected earlier, astonishing everyone present. The elderly merchant had collapsed upon receiving one, and Amy had joyfully embraced the small fire creature. A girl nearby had exclaimed in disbelief that it truly was a white elixir. Amy had then recalled that forming a contract required reciting Kodadama magic and had begun the chant, calling for the fire spirit to dwell within her. It was described that the small creature had transformed into magical flames surrounding Amy before condensing into a small fireball in her hand. Amy had excitedly declared that she had succeeded and that the spirit was a spirit zone, explaining that she could now use fire magic like Ignite without relying on theory. As she had continued speaking excitedly, she had suddenly noticed Shironi's gaze and had become shy, attempting to thank him before being interrupted. Tess had suddenly dragged Chiron away, excitedly pointing out a mechanical bug and begging him to buy it. Chiron had recognized it as a drone, and the merchant had confidently stated that such items were normally unavailable even with elixirs, but that he would offer it for 1 white elixir. Tess had eagerly urged Chiron to buy it. Chiron had considered that drones had excellent reconnaissance capabilities and would be helpful if Tess used them. Aaron had suggested that the merchant's price seemed high and could likely be negotiated. Tess had become excited, but Shironi had found it strange, explaining that drones were issued to the Mecha tribe and were not commonly available, yet the merchant had priced it lower than a spirit. He had suspected that the merchant had inflated the price knowing they possessed white elixirs. Tess had realized the issue and wondered if something was wrong with the drone, asking the merchant if it functioned properly. The merchant had assured them that it was a brand new product smuggled directly from the factory without a registered passcode. Chiron had thought that if it was new, it should have no defects. When Tess had noticed Chiron's expression and asked what was wrong, the scene had shifted. At another stall, Kanya had been angrily demanding to know why the item was not being sold, arguing that Apines had originally cost only 1 green elixir and that she was even offering 30 red elixirs in addition. The merchant had coldly replied that the price had increased due to demand and had mocked her ignorance. Kanya had protested that there had been no such change for the past 3 months. The merchant had then cruelly remarked that judging by her desperation, the deadline for the 1 flower liquor was approaching, and that if her family was about to die, she would have no choice but to buy it. Kanya had lost control and shouted angrily, while Lena had tried to restrain her, warning that fighting there would get them killed. Clove had observed the situation and sarcastically commented that the merchant was more vicious than he appeared. Chiron, confused, had asked what was happening and what the 1 flower liquor was, noticing that the locals avoided discussing it. At that point, Kenya had abandoned her pride, fallen to her knees, and begged the merchant to let her buy it on credit, promising to do anything to obtain the elixirs. The merchant had mocked her, asking what she could possibly do. Kanya had declared that she would do anything, even hunt for him for the rest of her life. Amused, the merchant had pointed at Chirone and demanded that she bring him all the elixirs that Chiron possessed in exchange for Apines. This demand had horrified Kanya. Chiron had calmly analyzed the situation, thinking that while it was a reasonable strategy for a merchant, it relied on exploiting emotions, and that if the Nulk people behaved like mages, such emotional reactions only made them vulnerable to manipulation. Chiron had then glanced at the younger merchant Tess had wanted to deal with, and had considered that breaking a mage's mind required a different approach. The young merchant had reacted in confusion, pointing at himself. It was also noted that Amy's notebook described Apines as a white potion created by heretics, a powerful stimulant that maintained mental stability for a long time and could only be traded with elixirs, with an approximate price of 1 green elixir. Kanya realized the vendor's true intention and said that she understood now, adding that the man had never intended to give her the Epines from the start. Recalling what had happened a month earlier, it was explained that she and Lena had once visited the stall, where the vendor had offered a reasonable price, prompting the 2 girls to begin hunting in order to gather 30 red gems. She reflected bitterly that while she had endured all that time in Inferno, clinging to false hope, the man had actually been hoping she would die there. Meanwhile, the vendor schemed to himself that in a few days, the 1 flower liquor ceremony would begin, and that her family would be dying and Epines would be desperately needed. However, he had no intention of selling anything to a faithful, and instead wanted her to feel the despair of reaching so far only to have it slip away. Feeling helpless, Kanya looked at her trembling hands and thought that she had no choice now, resolving that she had to obtain the epines no matter what, because if she failed, her mother would die. She then walked up to Shirone, gritting her teeth as she hesitated and recalled her past memories and began to call out to him. Before she could finish, Shirone handed her a white gem and simply told her to use it to buy the epines, adding that it was something precious to her. Kanya was stunned and wondered why he was acting that way, questioning why he would show her such kindness and what he would gain from giving away something so valuable. As she held the white gem with trembling hands, she remarked that he was different from humans, from otherworldly creatures, and even from Ra. She then expressed her gratitude before turning to the vendor and stating that the deal should now be complete, asking him to give her the epines. The vendor, surprised that Shirone had actually given her the gem, thought resentfully that the boy must be insane for giving it up so easily and trading a white elixir for epines. Nevertheless, he decided he could still make another excuse and mockingly claimed that she had broken the trade conditions again. Kanya, shocked, asked what he meant, and the vendor explained that he had demanded all the elixirs possessed by the young man, not just one, emphasizing that Shirone had two. At that point, Shirone calmly stated that what he had given was everything, then tossed the remaining gem to the young drone merchant and explained that he had already brought a drone along with the other one. The young merchant, utterly astonished, recognized it as a white elixir. However, the deceitful vendor refused to back down and laughed scornfully, arguing that when he had set the condition, Shirone had two elixirs, so all meant two, and criticized him for not understanding such a simple rule. Shirone confidently replied that the vendor was the one misunderstanding, explaining that when the condition had been set, he had already made a deal to buy the drone. He then turned to the young merchant for confirmation, and the boy eagerly affirmed that the deal had been made beforehand, meaning the white elixir had already belonged to him, as evidenced by the fact that Tess was holding the drone. Observing this, Canis concluded that this was why Shirone had bought the drone at such an inflated price, noting that the drone merchant had cooperated because a white elixir was at stake and would agree to whatever Shirone said. Shirone then exposed the vendor, remarking that he had thought the man was a veteran, yet he had set conditions without properly calculating the customer's resources. He insisted that Kanya had fulfilled the condition and demanded that the epines be handed over, questioning whether the vendor intended to invent yet another excuse. The vendor, angered at being exposed, realized that Shirone had planned this from the beginning and that backing out now would only reveal his incompetence as a merchant, damaging his reputation in the community. He acknowledged internally that what he had thought was foolishness, trading a white elixir for epines, had actually been a trap to catch him off guard. Driven into a corner, he decided that if he had to be made a fool of in the marketplace, he would rather destroy the epines than sell it to a faithful. With that, he grabbed the bottle and threatened to break it, shocking everyone, especially Kanya, who desperately needed it to save her mother. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred, and his hand trembled as he stared in terror at the nearly destroyed tree behind him, realizing it had been caused by Shirone's power. Shirone coldly remarked that the matter could have been resolved easily, yet the man had chosen to act despicably until the very end. The vendor, now trembling, tried to warn that if they fought there, the community would be affected, but Shirone cut him off and asked where he thought the white elixirs had come from. He revealed that the whirlpool serpent had been extremely strong and that defeating it had earned him 3 white elixirs. Raising his hand and summoning light, he then asked the vendor what color the elixir inside his own body was. Terrified by this question and Shirone's darkened gaze, the vendor finally gave up and threw the epines to him, admitting that he had completely lost today, though his beliefs had not changed. He declared that he despised the one-flower liquor ceremony, then gathered his belongings and left, adding disdainfully that he also hated the faithful who revered it, blaming people like them for the continuation of such terrible things and calling them fools. His words struck Kanya's pride, causing her to lower her head in silence. Amy then asked Gardrak what exactly the one-flower liquor ceremony was. Tess, startled by Gardrak's sudden appearance, wondered when he had arrived. Gardrak explained that it was a ritual performed on humans whose lifespans had come to an end, and that if the ceremony was approaching, it meant Kanya's mother would soon die. Amy admitted that she did not understand how they could know in advance when someone would die and asked whether the lifespan of the faithful was predetermined from birth. Gardrak hesitated and replied that he would rather not discuss it, explaining that his heretical order had fled heaven precisely because they hated the ceremony and that the drug merchant felt the same way. Amy then asked why epines, the stimulant, was necessary and whether drinking it could help someone survive. Gardrak answered that it changed nothing and merely acted as an anesthetic for someone dying of illness. Hearing this, the group fell into contemplation. Tess then remarked that he felt somewhat resentful, prompting Rian to ask what he meant. Tess replied regretfully that although helping Kanya had been good, they had paid an outrageous price, mentioning both the drone and the epinis. Canis scoffed and asked whether the drone had really been worth it, causing Tess to react defensively and complain about being attacked again. Canis then stated firmly that Shironi had not overpaid, explaining that he had bought something that could not have been obtained even with all the white elixirs. Confused, Tess asked whether the drone was truly worth that much, and Canis, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed that the cheapest item had actually been the epines. Ryan questioned this, pointing out that epines was supposed to be a common medicine. Canis acknowledged that this was normally true, but explained that on that day its price had exceeded imagination, emphasizing that what mattered most was who possessed it. At that moment, both Kanya and Lena looked at Sharon with tearful gratitude, while Tess and Rian came to understand the situation. It was concluded that it was not merely about epines, as Shironi had effectively bought himself a ticket to heaven with a single white elixir. Canis confirmed that this had been Shironi's true intention. Meanwhile, in Amy's notebook, it was recorded that the lifespan of the faithful was predetermined from birth, and that when it ended, they would undergo the one-flower liquor ceremony. It also noted that the faithful regarded it as a blessing, while heretics viewed it as a curse. As she wrote, Amy quietly wondered why both groups avoided discussing matters related to lifespan. Tess loudly objected, insisting that he was not someone who would make use of others for his own goals and that he would have helped Kanya even if she had not been a faithful. Canis, irritated by her volume, remarked that he had not said he would not and told Aaron to do something about that noise, then clarified that what he meant was that Shironi was not an idiot who would take a losing deal. Tess stubbornly maintained her stance anyway. Meanwhile, Amy watched Shironi speaking with Kanya and Lena as he placed the epines into the small four-leaf clover pouch his mother had given him and handed it to Kanya. Shironi apologized, saying it was because of him. Kanya, deeply moved and trembling with guilt, said that he had used such a precious elixir because of her. Both she and Lena burst into tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Shirone gently comforted Kanya, placing a hand on her shoulder. Amy proudly stated that Tess was right, and that Shirone was indeed that kind of person. Rian agreed, and Aaron added that he was truly kind. Canis sarcastically remarked that, sure enough, he must be the only trash around. Kanya and Lena bowed deeply, apologizing for causing him a loss and promising they would never forget his kindness. The atmosphere improved as Ryan and Amy stepped in to comfort them. Shironi, feeling awkward, apologized to Aaron for not being able to get her anything and said he had used everything up. Canis answered on Aaron's behalf that he did not need anything and had not come there for such things. Annoyed by Canis's attitude, Tess demanded to know what he had said. Canis repeated that he did not need such things and had not come to wander around Inferno buying useless items, reminding her that they had risked their lives to come there. His words were clearly directed at Tess, making her angry. He reminded the group not to forget their objective, which was to reach heaven, and added that the drone she valued so much was just a mass-produced product widely available there. Tess pouted stubbornly, arguing that it did not matter since she could not buy it with money and that it was what mattered most to her right now. She then wondered how to activate the mechanical bug in her hand and brought it to Kanya, asking how to use it since she had been told it was a new drone. Kanya agreed to take a look and asked her to pass it over, but upon inspecting it closely, she said it could not be used. Tess exclaimed in shock and asked if it was spoiled. Kanya explained that it was the opposite. The mecha tribe sealed their equipment upon production, and the seal was still active and could only be released at the factory. Tess shouted in disbelief that she had been scammed and that the item was defective. Amy, equally furious, snatched the device and declared she would demand a refund, saying she could not believe the con artist had sold them something unusable. The young merchant, looking uneasy, admitted that she was right and confessed to committing fraud, apologizing for not being honest and revealing that the drone's real price was only 4 yellow elixirs. Sharon, confused, repeated that it was 4 yellow elixirs, while Amy thought to herself that the man seemed to have suddenly grown a conscience after witnessing the destructive power of the photon cannon. The merchant nervously begged them not to look at him that way, saying he only wanted to preserve his pride as a merchant. Tess, losing her temper, grabbed his collar and demanded how she was supposed to use a useless item. The merchant tried to justify himself by saying that drones were still high value in Inferno, but Tess beat him up while shouting for him to break the seal immediately. The battered merchant groaned that it was something he could not do. Canis internally debated whether he should tell them the solution, noting that the key was right in front of them. Finally, he spoke up in exasperation, asking if they really did not get it. Tess and Amy asked what he meant. Canis scoffed and told them to use their heads and think about how they had gotten there. Tess began to recall that they had entered through a door, which had glowed and shattered. Realizing the answer, Tess excitedly handed the device to Sharon and told him to release the seal. Sharon agreed, realizing that Gerfin's door was a kind of ancient weapon and should work on the device as well. He used his magic to break the seal, successfully activating the mechanical bug. Tess cheered excitedly, and Sharon expressed surprise that it had actually worked. However, as he turned, Sharon froze upon seeing the fearful expressions of Kanya, Lena, and the Nolk tribe. Gardrak and Clove stood stunned, and whispers spread among the people, calling him a Nephilim. Amy questioned what a Nephilim was, and Sharon asked Aaron for its meaning. Aaron admitted she did not know whether it was good or bad, but felt fear and awe from the people. When Sharon turned to ask Kanya and Lena, they immediately knelt and declared that they, the people of Ra, beheld the Nephilim. Gardrak confirmed that they had not fallen into Inferno, but had come by opening the door. Sharon, confused, asked what a Nephilim was. Gardrak explained that only angels could move freely between heaven and earth, and one of their duties was to impregnate a virgin who would give birth to a child meant to civilize humanity. Such children, born between an angel and a virgin, were called Nephilims and were known in heaven as those free from the law. Sharon was shocked by this explanation. Rian questioned whether Sharon was an angel's child, while Kanya thought to herself that a Nephilim was someone free from Ra's will and the highest form a human could reach, believing Sharon to be a great Nephilim. Sharon denied it outright, stating that he was not a Nephilim. His response startled Kanya and Lena. He reasoned that it did not make sense for him to be an angel's descendant, arguing that if all unlockers were of angelic blood, scholars would have noticed the pattern. He added that his immortality was something he had barely achieved through countless incidents and had nothing to do with his bloodline, and questioned why his parents would have been such beings. Sensing his unease, Gardrak remarked that since this was a heretic nation, it did not matter what he claimed, but he was curious why Sharon had come to Inferno, and whether it was to carry out an angel's mission. Sharon replied that he had come to enter heaven and had something to deliver. Gardrak said he had expected as much, but questioned why he had come to a heretic shelter. Sharon casually answered that the girls had introduced him. Kanya and Lena immediately apologized nervously for failing to recognize a Nephilim and leading him to such a shabby place, leaving Clove speechless at the description. Sharon gently told them he could not hear them well and asked them to stand up and speak. Kanya replied that they would not dare. Amy, confused, wondered what on earth was happening. Tess, with her sharp hearing, noticed a strange sound and thought something was off. Suddenly, a mysterious wind caused leaves to swirl into an unusual pattern, leaving everyone bewildered. A scout reported the arrival of a patrol. Gardrak and Clove panicked and prepared to flee as a pair of white wings appeared, followed by a fleet and soldiers descending. Someone shouted that it was an angel. Meanwhile, Amy's notebook recorded that a Nephilim was a human born between an angel and a virgin, and she questioned whether the angel descendants mentioned by the Kergoyans referred to Nephilims, while also doubting that all unlockers on Earth could truly be children of angels. The scene shifted back to the past, inside the mansion, where Sharon had been sitting at the piano while his gentle mother, Reyna, told him that his performance was truly fantastic and that she wanted to keep listening to it forever. Suddenly, Gardrak shouted at him to snap out of it, and the loud voice jolted Sharon awake from the illusion. Gardrak then turned to the others and warned them not to get swept away by the sound, reminding them that they were mages who were managing to survive, and that if they were not, they would already have lost consciousness. Ryan and Tess clutched their heads in pain, while Kanya and Lena cried and pleaded. Confused, Sharon asked what on earth was happening. Gardrak explained that it was an angel's vibration, the tremor that emanated from their very existence. Amy, along with Canis and Aaron, was able to endure it because they were mages. Sharon repeated thoughtfully that it was the tremor of existence itself, then reflected that now that Gardrak mentioned it, everyone had hidden at the news of an angel's arrival, and he himself had clearly done the same. He recalled how someone had shouted that an angel had appeared and told everyone to hide, prompting him to grab Kanya's hand and run to conceal themselves. Gardrak assessed that the angel would soon pass through the airspace above them. Sharon, worried, asked whether the angel could see them. Gardrak replied that it might or might not. Sharon, confused, questioned what that was supposed to mean. Gardrak explained by asking whether Sharon had checked his fingerprints that morning when he woke up. When Sharon answered that he had not, Gardrak said it was just like that. Although the shelter was protected by a curtain of light, an angel could see through it if they wished. However, they did not usually fly around the vast inferno in such a manner unless they felt like being unpredictable that day. As pure white wings appeared in the sky, radiating light, Gardrak looked up and explained that angels were the first individuals created by God, that they had the right to freely interpret God's will, and that they were known as arbiters of law. He then mentioned that the Mara who followed them acted as the angels' hands and feet, executing the laws, and that in other words, they were beings capable of manipulating those laws as they pleased. As the radiant figure of the angel and its entourage passed overhead, Shirone wondered to himself whether, if angels truly existed, unlockers could actually be Nephilims or something similar. He also questioned whether Miro's scale magic, which could cross dimensions at will, might be an angel's ability. However, he admitted to himself that he did not know, and although he had gained a great deal of information after spending a day in heaven, nothing seemed to come together. He questioned what exactly that place was. When the atmosphere returned to peace in the small village, Shirone remarked that although it had only been a day since he had come to that world, it felt like a week had passed. He suggested that they stay there for the night and leave the next day, noting that the others had gone to find lodging. Amy agreed. At that moment, Kanya quietly called out. Amy turned to her, and Kanya said that she had taught Tess how to use the drone. Amy expressed her gratitude. Kanya added that she and Lena would also sleep there, explaining that the guided were resting at that hour and that they would probably depart the next morning. Shirone responded that he understood. Hesitantly, Kanya then mentioned that Shirone had said he was going to heaven and asked if it would be all right for him to stop by their house. Amy reacted with excitement at the chance to go to heaven, and Shirone agreed. Kanya, delighted, thanked him and said she would see them the next morning before leaving. Shirone waved and agreed, then told Amy with relief that Kanya had not misunderstood their goodwill and that everything had worked out, only to be interrupted when Amy pinched his cheek. Later, Shirone found himself in an all-white space where a gate opened and Miro stepped out. He demanded to know why she knew about him, why she had saved him when he had tried to open the immortal function and scatter beyond the infinite, why she had come to heaven, and who he himself really was. Although Miro responded, Shirone realized that he could not hear anything she was saying and questioned why that was happening. When Miro extended her hand, he rushed toward her, only to suddenly wake from the dream. Standing up, Shirone walked to the balcony and reflected. A few hours earlier, he had asked villagers whether they knew a woman named Miro. They had replied that they were not sure and had never heard that name before. Amy had shaken her head, but an elderly woman had said that she had heard Miro had met her mother while she was still alive and wondered if she could also be a Nephilim. Shirone confirmed that this was likely the case. The old woman then added that Miro had rejected Ra's laws. When Shirone asked what that meant, she admitted that she did not know either and was only repeating what she had heard. She added that her mother had not hated Miro despite being a devoted faithful, which had been shocking to her as a child. Returning to the present, Shirone concluded in his thoughts that Miro had definitely come to heaven and had rejected both the laws and Ra. He wondered what decision he himself would make when the journey ended, whether he would come to understand Miro or reject her. As sunlight illuminated the scene, Kanya excitedly pointed ahead and said that Samhain, where the faithful resided, was over there. The others reacted in awe, and Tess remarked that it truly was heaven. Standing before a massive gate, Shirone asked whether it was really okay for them to enter. Kanya reassured him that it should be fine since he was a Nephilim, though she admitted she had never seen one come there before and could not guarantee anything. After she scanned the security device on her arm, the enormous gate opened, causing debris to fall and making Shirone's group instinctively cover their heads in fear. Kanya reassured them again that there was nothing to worry about and that it was not Inferno. She and Lena then turned back with bright smiles and extended their hands in welcome. Shirone, Amy, and Canis exchanged glances, and with a determined look, Shirone led the group inside as the gate closed behind them. As data began to process, information indicated the Sixth Heaven's domain management system, identifying Samhain in the First Heaven with a total of 820 districts, noting an error due to a detected change in information for District 73, including changes in total mass, carbon dioxide generation, and population, which increased from 130,000 to 130,006 people. Gardrak then stated that this was as far as they would accompany them. Clove scratched his head and remarked that he had thought Shirone was a Mojo but realized he was a Nephilim instead. Meanwhile, Amy's notebook contained a page explaining that angels were the first beings of causality created by God, that they existed before the laws and possessed the authority to edit them, and that the glowing sphere above their heads, called the essence of holy light, was said to be their very power. It also noted that when an angel adjusted the laws, Maris acted accordingly, that the horn floating above Amara's head represented a form of thought, and that their unique abilities manifested from that horn, with a greater number of horns indicating a higher rank. Shirone's group stared in amazement with their mouths agape, and Ryan raised a meat skewer and exclaimed that it was the biggest rat skewer in the world. As they looked around the bustling market filled with stalls from various tribes, with areas labeled as the Nolk tribes area and the Kurgo tribes area, someone remarked that this must be Samhain. Rian then asked Kanya whether some kind of festival was going on, and Kanya replied that there was, explaining that the next day would be the one-flower liquor ceremony. Shironi, stunned, repeated the name in confusion, while Amy noted that she had heard that term before as well. Tess pointed toward a massive statue and asked if the others saw it, prompting both her and Ryan to stare in shock as they realized that it was a giant. Amy then observed that the statue's form looked similar to the one on the altar of the Kurgo Palace, which made Sharon suddenly recall the same detail and wonder what on earth was going on. Tess noticed bouquets placed at the statue's feet, and Aaron commented that the giant seemed to be a sacred being to the faithful. Rian added that Kanya had once mentioned that giants were the guardians of the laws, and Tess teased him for remembering such a thing, causing Ryan to respond irritably. Canis, however, questioned why a giant had been wandering around Inferno, leaving Shironi deep in thought. When they entered the Mecha tribe's area and stepped inside one of its buildings, Amy expressed her amazement at the constant surprises, which led Tess to ask if she knew something. Amy confirmed that she did, and Shironi exclaimed in shock that it was Istus, specifically magic storage Istus. Kanya and Lena then led the group to a storage compartment and welcomed them, saying that it was their home. After entering a security code, the door lifted, revealing a large, intimidating man inside, only for it to suddenly slam shut again, startling everyone. The group nervously remarked that there had been something inside, while Kanya and Lena awkwardly apologized, with Kanya calling out to their father that she was sorry for not informing him that they had guests. After Kanya explained, the door opened once more and the burly, bearded man stepped out, greeting them with a smile while simultaneously scolding his daughters for having been missing for 3 months and suddenly returning with guests. He laughed loudly, saying that it was a good thing the Mecha tribe loved hosting guests, though his demeanor only made the group more uneasy. Soon, a lavish meal was set before them, and the hungry group eagerly began eating, expressing their gratitude for the food. Kanya's father then demanded to know where his daughters had been for the past 3 months, while their mother asked who the guests were. At that moment, Kanya handed over a 4-leaf clover pouch, and when her mother opened it, she was shocked to discover that it contained apinis. Horrified, she demanded to know whether Kanya had gone to Inferno and questioned why she would do such a thing, insisting that she had never asked her to take such a risk. Kanya explained that the one-flower liquor ceremony was the next day and asked if she was supposed to just stand by and watch. Her mother, in tears, reproached her, saying that she herself had gone to Inferno to ask the grandfather for a favor and had lost years of her lifespan because of it, and she questioned how Kanya could do the same knowing that fact. Kanya, lowering her head in frustration and sorrow, insisted that they were family and asked whether that alone was not enough. Lena, shaken, could no longer continue eating as tears fell onto her staff, murmuring that she had not even known about this. Their father broke down crying, blaming himself for shortening not only his wife's lifespan, but also his beloved daughter's. As he lost control and raised his staff, Lena panicked and tried to calm him, insisting that it was not his fault and that it was something she and Kanya had chosen. However, he cried out in anguish, questioning whose fault it was, before suddenly stopping and glaring at Shironi's group with a terrifying expression, accusing them of being heretics from Inferno. As his anger turned toward the group, Kanya hurriedly stepped in front of them and begged him to wait, while Shiron attempted to explain. However, the father shouted that there was no need for explanations and slammed his wooden staff onto the table, scattering the food everywhere. At that moment, Lena quietly revealed that Shiron was a Nephilim. Hearing this, the father was stunned into silence. After a brief pause, his attitude completely changed, and he respectfully apologized, acknowledging Shironi's identity and thanking him for saving the girls. The meal was then prepared again just as lavishly as before, and Amy modestly responded that they had not done anything worthy of praise. The father explained that his wife had been worried because the girls had left without a proper farewell, and having them return safely before the ceremony was a blessing beyond measure. Tess remarked while eating that he had suddenly become normal, and Rian recalled that the man had even knelt before the broken table for some time after learning Shironi's identity. Taking the opportunity, Shiron asked what the one-flower liquor ceremony actually was, explaining that he had heard it mentioned repeatedly but that no one would explain it. Kanya's mother appeared uneasy, while her father began by asking whether Shiron knew that the faithful were given a lifespan at birth. After Shironi nodded, he continued by explaining that lifespans could change, citing Lena gaining 10 years for her singing and his wife losing 20 years for going to Inferno. He then explained that when a faithful's lifespan ran out, they would undergo a ritual of life regeneration, according to the law, known as the one-flower liquor ceremony. Shiron asked what life regeneration meant, and the father explained that a life that had run its course would return to the source of life through divine blessing, allowing a new life to be created. As Kanya's mother tearfully clutched a small pouch and both Kanya and Lena fell into silence, Amy and Tess exchanged glances. Shironi then asked seriously whether that meant the original person ceased to exist. The father, with a heavy expression, admitted that although the body was destined to die, it was given new value, and thus it was considered something to be grateful for. Shirone, horrified, realized that the ceremony would take place the next day, and the others also came to the same understanding as a somber atmosphere enveloped the family. Shirone then asked who was responsible for adjusting lifespans, and the father hesitated before being interrupted by a loud commotion outside. A domineering voice echoed, announcing itself as Puf, the overseer of the Mecha tribe. The voice reverberated through the space, causing Amy to wonder why it sounded like common language and where it was coming from. Aaron explained that it was a mind response, with the language being transmitted directly into their brains. Kanya's father supported his wife as he knelt and instructed everyone else to kneel as well, stating that the one who administered lifespans had arrived and that they had likely come for Kanya and Lena. Rian questioned whether this was truly the one who controlled lifespans, while Canis warned everyone to be careful, sensing an immense amount of energy approaching. Suddenly, a force blew the windows open, and a blinding light flooded the shelter. A pair of blue wings appeared, and as Shirone finally saw clearly, a fairy with twin braids hovered before them, flapping her wings and boldly declaring that she was Peofe, the fairy of the spiral, and that she had personally come to judge the faithful. Meanwhile, Amy recorded information about Semaine, noting that it was the seventh heaven and also referred to as the first heaven, the lowest among them, divided into 820 districts, with their current location being the 73rd district. She further documented that 3 types of faithful lived there, each fulfilling their roles: the Kurgo tribe handling production, the Mecha tribe handling processing, and the Nulk tribe handling distribution, roles that had persisted for hundreds of thousands of years according to the law. Everyone was kneeling on the floor, bewildered upon seeing that Pife was merely a tiny fairy, while Canis irritably asked what that gnat was. Kanya's parents respectfully addressed Peofe as she declared that she would now enforce the law and demanded to know whether Kanya and Lena had ever gone out to Inferno. Though angry and frightened, Kanya reluctantly admitted that they had, while her parents felt helpless and distressed. Pifi arrogantly responded that she saw, prompting Kanya's father to urgently beg her to wait a moment and explain that the children had gone hunting in Inferno like the Kurgoyans in order to prepare a final feast for their mother, who was entering the one-flower liquor ceremony. However, PF shouted at him to be silent and cruelly questioned the point of feeding someone who was going to die anyway, casting a heavy gloom over the family. Amy then quietly remarked to Sharon that Pifi had just said with her own mouth that they were going to die, which further fueled Sharon's anger at Peofe's attitude. Peofe then announced that she would hand down the sentence and, while floating down lightly, declared that Kanya and Lena would each have 40 years cut from their lifespan. The verdict horrified both girls, and Kanya's mother frantically protested that the punishment was too severe, arguing that if 40 years were taken, Kanya would have less than 10 years left to live. Peofe, displeased, retorted that there was nothing wrong with 10 years, and that even 5 years were enough to do everything one wanted, adding that she herself had become an executor in just 1 year and that they should have lived well while they had the chance. She insisted that if they had not broken the law, their lifespans would not have been shortened. Her harsh words drove the mother into despair, yet also made Shirone even angrier. Trembling, the mother argued that although Pife was an executor of the law, no one had ever handed down such a harsh punishment, noting that other executors gave sentences of 5 or 7 years, and even in her own case it had been 20 years, while 40 years had never happened before. Enraged, Pife cut her off and demanded how she dared compare her to other executors, questioning whether her qualifications were being doubted and asserting that an executor could adjust a lifespan by up to 50 years, angrily asking whether she looked like a pushover. Hearing this, Shirone internally wondered whether she had only lived for a year. The mother continued trembling as she pleaded for mercy, asking for a standard they could accept, but Piafi scoffed and declared that 20 years would be for the crime of going out to Inferno and the other 20 for bringing in a heretic, asking if that satisfied them. Lena burst into tears while Kanya, trembling, protested that it was nonsense. With the matter seemingly concluded, Peofe stated that they were done and that she was leaving, but at that moment, a voice called out for her to wait. Irritated, Pifi turned back and demanded what it was, questioning who dared to tell her to wait. Sharon, who had stood up at some point, calmly stated that although a human's lifespan might seem like a mere instant to her, to humans every single day was precious, and that such a matter should not be decided so easily with such a flippant attitude. This accusation drove Pifi into a rage as she denounced him as a vulgar heretic, but Lena quickly intervened, explaining that he was not a heretic but a Nephilim. Peofe outwardly questioned what a Nephilim was, while internally she struggled to recall the meaning, remembering that it referred to a descendant of angels, a being free from the law and beyond the jurisdiction of judgment. Realizing this, she panicked but still tried to deny the situation, demanding to know who had told them to stand up and accusing them of defying her, insisting that they could not all be Nephilim and threatening to shorten their lifespans on the spot. She pointed at Aaron and ordered her to state her name. Kanya grew anxious, fearing that at this rate everyone's lifespan would be shortened, but Aaron calmly refused, saying that she had no reason to give her name and that giving one's name to a stranger felt inappropriate. Feeling insulted, Pifi flew into another rage and hurled insults, repeatedly demanding that the others tell her their names, yet none of them responded. Observing this, Canis concluded that for that fairy to manipulate lifespans, she needed a name. Still shouting, Pifi declared that if that was how they intended to play it, she would hand them over to someone higher than her, and, for the crime of harboring heretics, she sentenced Kanya and Lena to the maximum penalty of 50 years. This new judgment left Kanya's family in shock, realizing that if 50 years were taken, Kanya would die the very next day. Enraged, Sharon ordered his group not to let her get away no matter what. Ryan and Tess immediately rushed forward to capture Peef, causing the small fairy to scream as she fled, angrily shouting that they had finally crossed the line. Aaron and Canis then used their magic, the authority of darkness, to pursue her, while Pifi, panicking, demanded to know why they were doing this and urged them to talk it out. At that moment, Javi's spirit appeared and attempted to seize Peofe, who narrowly escaped before launching a counterattack by summoning spiral power. Her magic began to affect Chiron's group, causing Rian to exclaim in confusion about what that power was, while Tess remarked that something was twisting his body. Delighted, Peofe boasted that they must have looked down on her because she was small, but that she was the fairy of the spiral, born from the spiral and ruler of twisting, warning that if they did not back off, she would snap them. Despite still trembling, Rian gradually regained control of his body and realized he could move. Peofe, shocked, questioned how this was possible, while Rian explained that once he focused on moving, he was able to do so little by little. Gripping his sword, he struck downward with force, terrifying Pifi, who internally panicked as she realized he had broken her concept with brute force, calling it a barbaric act. Soon, everyone regained control of their bodies, and Canis remarked that he could move again. Seeing that she was at a disadvantage, Pifi smashed through a glass window and fled the compartment, thinking that she should get out for now. The others exclaimed in surprise as they realized she was running away, while Pifi smugly thought that once she escaped, she would report everything to Department Head Lee Girin and ensure they all paid. However, she suddenly felt something strange and wondered why she was slowing down. In that instant, a hand reached out as Sharon used magic to stop time and easily captured her. Shocked, Pife wondered how he had stopped time, then realized that Nephilim were descendants of angels and that angels were rulers of light. Now emanating a terrifying presence, Sharon ordered her to return the family's lifespans to normal, warning that otherwise he might kill her. Held firmly in his grasp, Pifi panicked and questioned what he meant by killing before breaking down in fear and asking if he meant her. It was then recalled that Pifi's immediate seniors had once warned her that if she compromised like that, the subject would look down on her, calling her a pushover. Piaf struggled violently in Shironi's grasp and shouted that Shironi thought she was scared, telling him to kill her if he wanted because she was not afraid at all, explaining that, theoretically, she was merely a type of concept and that nothing could change the laws, not even her death or the judgment passed down to them, so she did not care if he killed her. Shironi fell into thought and remarked to himself that the fairy was too young and did not understand the value of life at all. At that moment, taking advantage of Sharon's distraction, Peofe inwardly seized the opportunity and exclaimed that it was an opening and that she would show him the power of the spiral. However, she suddenly turned pale and began to suffocate as Sharon tightened his grip, coughing as she struggled and begged him to stop, saying she was going to burst. Sharon calmly asked if that was so and questioned what would happen if she burst. Startled and trembling in fear, Pife hesitantly replied that she would die. Sharon coldly pointed out that she was supposedly fine with dying and added that she had already lived for a year. Pifi, still frightened, stammered that yes, that was right. At that moment, a voice echoed in Pifi's mind, calling her name. Surprised and in tears, she wondered why she was crying. Sharon then stated that he would spare her life if she asked him to. Confused, Pifi questioned what he meant. Sharon grabbed her and lifted her high, preparing to throw the terrified fairy to the ground. As she neared death, Pifi's memories flooded back to a time when she had been sobbing in a corner, saying she had been scolded by her seniors again, and wondering what she was even good for. A voice had asked her why she was crying, and when she turned around, she was startled to recognize the speaker as department head Igorine. Nervously, she asked if Igorine knew her. Igorine replied that of course he did, explaining that she had been the only fairy born in the last 10 years and was still the youngest among them. Hearing that, Pife felt slightly disappointed and said she understood that that was how he knew her. Igorine then told her that the future held infinite possibilities. Curious, Pife asked what he meant by the future. Igurin encouraged her by saying that although she was the youngest now, she could soon become the fairy who inherited his position. Pifi reacted with excitement, asking if she could really take his position, but immediately dismissed it as impossible, saying her seniors scolded her every day for being clumsy. Igurin became serious and asked why she thought it was impossible, stating that there was no law saying she could not, and that no matter how small a being was, the power of destiny it carried was something no one could fathom. Those words made Pife blush with admiration as she reflected that, as a being born from essence with unknown meaning, she had found something she wanted for the first time, the desire to become like him, and that she did not want her dream to end there. Back in the present, her desperate crying made everyone fall silent as she begged Chiron to spare her, repeating her plea in a weak voice. Later that night, inside the chamber, Paofe declared that she would pass judgment again, stating that Kanya and Lena would each have their lifespans reduced by 1 year. The change in judgment shocked Kanya's family, and Chironi remarked that she really did not have any standards. Pifi retorted that even after she reduced it, they were still complaining, explaining that she had learned how terrifying death was and had simply passed a fitting judgment, and questioning what he meant by saying she had no standards, insisting that as the arbiter of law, she herself was the standard. Tess expressed disbelief at the reduction from 40 years to 1 year, while Canis sighed sarcastically that she must have the style of a junk dealer. Chiron then asked about Kanya's mother's lifespan, arguing that a 20-year reduction was far too unreasonable. Paofe angrily replied that it was impossible, explaining that she could not do anything about decisions made before she was born, and telling them to stop using such difficult words, adding that she could not judge whether the law was unreasonable and that one would have to live at least 600 years to understand that. Rian dryly pointed out that she had just claimed to be the standard. Chironi then said that at the very least, she should tell them what the one ritual was, asking if she could do that. Pife reluctantly agreed, saying she did know what it was, but hesitated before suddenly having an idea and exclaiming that she would show them directly through memory transfer, explaining that fairies could transmit their memories to others. Chironi asked in surprise if she was really going to show them her memories, and Pife confidently replied that she would show them right away. In the next instant, Chironi's eyes widened as everyone was transported to a familiar space. Kanya's parents were shocked and exclaimed that it was the ritual from a year ago. Chiron stood in horror before a massive statue as the scene unfolded. It was the ceremony from a year earlier. Moving through the bustling atmosphere, they saw a long line of elderly people removing their cloaks and stepping into transparent spheres beneath the statue. One old man's family cried out desperately, calling for their father and grandfather as they pounded on the sphere, only to be held back by guards. The old man, however, smiled gently as he slowly sank into a rising black liquid within the sphere. Chironi watched in shock as the liquid corroded the man's body until even his bones dissolved and merged into it. The liquid then flowed through pipes toward the base of the statue. Suddenly, the statue split open, releasing a blinding light, and from within emerged a massive creature. Chiron's group was stunned as they realized it was a giant. Aaron then understood and explained that the reason she could not achieve mental resonance with the giant was because the minds of multiple people were jumbled together within a single body. The giant roared loudly, and upon realizing how it had been created, Chironi was horrified. Kanya lowered her head in shame and admitted that this was why she had not wanted to tell them, explaining that according to the law, humans were born from giants and therefore returned to being giants once more, and that this was the one ritual. Chirone, unable to accept it, internally protested that it was not something that could be explained so simply. The narration explained that the one ritual practiced in heaven used human flesh and organs as raw materials to mass-produce giants, and that during the process of people's minds being mixed together, a schema was created. The giant's eyes then glowed red as it pressed down upon the people below, who knelt in worship while repeatedly chanting, Ankera, Ankera. The horrifying sight became unbearable for Chironi's group, while the relatives of the elderly victims cried out in grief for their mothers, grandfathers, and loved ones. The grotesque giant turned its back and roared that, according to the faithful, the giants born in such a way would leave heaven and enter Inferno, where they would execute the heretics who threatened heaven before being called back by Ra to return to the fifth heaven, Mattel. As the vision gradually faded amid the mournful cries of the bereaved, calling for their mothers and grandfathers to return, Chironi finally understood why Kanya had risked everything to obtain Epinis for her mother. He stated that he now understood the reason Kanya had staked her life on getting the stimulant Epinis. He explained that, even if everything melted and merged together, she had hoped her mother's mind would remain awake inside. and that even if her body could not be saved, she had wanted at least her mind to continue living on. As night fell, Canis cursed angrily that the fly-like woman had already escaped. He urgently told Shironi that they had to leave immediately because she would surely return with an army. Kanya's father helplessly replied that it was already too late to move, while Kanya's mother added that the laws stated even fairies could not mistreat a Nephilim. Kanya then suggested that they stay the night at her house, and Shironi agreed, thanking her for the offer. Shironi's answer immediately infuriated Canis, who shouted that Shironi must have been crazy and insisted once again that they needed to leave immediately. He yelled repeatedly, asking whether anyone could hear him and whether anyone was listening to him at all. In the end, Shironi's group decided to remain at Kanya's house for the night. Canis ruffled his hair in frustration and grumbled that everyone seemed to have lost their minds. He reminded them that their goal was to reach the seventh heaven, Erebos. Although he admitted that the one ritual was shocking, he argued that it was simply the law of that land and had nothing to do with them. The atmosphere among the group gradually grew heavy. Shironi also ran a hand through his hair with a dark expression as he recalled the old woman's words. His gaze became gloomy as he quietly reflected that perhaps Miro might not have been wrong after all. Meanwhile, Kanya and Lena lay together on the same bed. Lena softly asked whether Kanya was asleep, but when no answer came, she continued by saying that she could step aside for her sister and encouraged her to go to Shironi instead. Lena's words shocked Kanya, causing her to widen her eyes as she hurriedly denied it and asked whether Lena even understood what she was saying. Lena calmly replied by asking whether Kanya still thought of her as a child. She pointed out that she was already 15 years old and added that if their mother knew Kanya had met someone good, she would surely be happy as well. Heartbroken, Kanya bit her lip and embraced her little sister while quietly saying that she only needed Lena. Soon afterward, the two girls shed tears together in sorrow. As the sun slowly rose, the ritual began with a procession of believers carrying vivid red flowers in their hands. Countless citizens gathered beneath the giant statue, and the overwhelming spectacle left Chiron's group stunned. Chiron then overheard one of the believers murmuring that it was already time for the one ritual and lamenting that those people had lost eternal life because they had broken the law, questioning why they had done what they had been forbidden to do. Because Chiron had suddenly become able to understand the language of the people there, he turned toward Aaron and realized inwardly that Aaron was the one telling the story. Aaron understood what Chiron was thinking and nodded in confirmation, quietly warning everyone to be quiet because they were coming. At that moment, someone spoke as the unfortunate people walked in lines over paths covered with rose branches laid down by the citizens as a gesture of gratitude. One mother told her child to look closely at the executioner, explaining that he was 187 years old because he had faithfully followed the laws. She said that people claimed he would enter the third heaven, Sahalim, and gain eternal life, adding that they all had to become just like him, as God willed it. Kanya's mother stood at the very front and removed her cloak before the executioner. Kanya's family watched the scene in heartbreak, and after sitting inside the glass chamber, Kanya's mother turned toward her family and smiled gently in an attempt to comfort them. Unable to bear watching any longer, Tess painfully asked whether they were really supposed to just stand there and watch those people become giants. Amy helplessly responded that there was no other way. Crossing his arms, Canis remarked that it had nothing to do with them, saying that it was the life those people had chosen and the life they wanted. As Kanya's mother knelt down with her hands clasped in prayer while the black liquid slowly rose around her, Kanya and Lena burst into tears in their father's arms. Rian fell into thought before asking whether that was really true and whether they had truly wanted their families to become giants. Canis shot back by asking what Rian intended to do about it and whether he was planning to stop them. At that moment, Shirone widened his eyes in shock after seeing Kanya's mother take out the 4-leaf clover pouch, causing him to recall a memory from 4 years earlier. Back then, Chiron's sick mother had held up a 4-leaf clover and weakly wondered what it was. After taking a closer look, she became shocked upon seeing countless 4-leaf clovers scattered across her bed, while beside it, young Shirone had fallen asleep with his head resting near her. Gently stroking his head, she recalled that the doctor had said the night before that she would not survive through the night. She admitted that she had wanted to cling to even a miraculous power, explaining that Shirone had searched the mountain all night long without even noticing that he was covered in wounds. Through that memory, Shirone questioned whether people like them had truly chosen such a fate. Returning to the present, everyone stood frozen in disbelief, while the executioner bowed his head and shouted in confusion, demanding to know who Shirone was. The reason for his shock was that Shirone had stepped forward and stood directly in front of him. With a furious expression, Chiron declared that there was no way any of this could be true before angrily demanding to know what they were doing and accusing them of murder. At the first heaven, within the Semaine Faithful Management Department, there stood a massive ancient tree where the spirits lived and worked. Inside the office, the fairy who headed the Agiran Faithful Management Department asked Peofe what had happened with the runaway case and whether it had involved Kanya and Lena. Peofe hurriedly replied that it had, explaining that she had heard their confession, that they had cooperated with the investigation, and that she had sentenced both of them to a 1-year reduction. Agiran quietly repeated the phrase, 1 year, causing Peofe to become uneasy. Agiran then stated that since the verdict had been handed down by a proper executor, she had to respect the decision, though she still wished to ask whether there had been any outside pressure involved. Peofe nervously answered that there had been none and insisted that the verdict had been solely her own decision. However, as Peofe recalled certain hidden truths, her face turned pale at the thought that she had in fact been threatened with death and that the verdict itself had been reached through personal enlightenment. Agiran continued by asking whether there had been any other unusual masters involved, mentioning that she had heard heretics had entered alongside the faithful. More concealed truths surfaced in Pev's mind, namely that outsiders had indeed entered, that the Nephilim was not a heretic, and that the Nephilim's companions were not heretics either. These facts left Peofe internally panicking, as she thought that she could not possibly explain any of it. In the end, she stammered that she had never seen any heretics. After Peofe departed, silence lingered in the room for a moment before Agiran turned toward the spirit beside her and asked Mare, the Fairy of Truth, for her opinion. Mare replied that Piaf had spoken only the truth, although she had not revealed the whole truth. Agiran commented that she was worried about how strong Peef's convictions had become at such a young age. She then ordered Mare to investigate the humans who had entered heaven following the faithful, adding that detailed records should exist within the Mecha command. Mare immediately accepted the order and declared that she would leave at once. Left alone, Agiran fell into deep thought, reflecting that humans who were neither heretics nor members of the faithful had somehow entered heaven. She wondered whether it was merely her imagination, but despite the perfectly clear skies of heaven, she felt as though she could smell dark clouds approaching. Agiran mused that perhaps things would unfold just like they had when she came, before revealing a dark expression as she murmured the name Adrias Miro. Back at the ritual site, the executor shouted furiously, demanding to know who Shironi was and questioning how he dared desecrate a sacred event upheld by the laws. The executor proclaimed that any heretic who defiled the laws would immediately be beheaded. Using Aaron's magic, Sharon declared in response that he was not a heretic but a Nephilim, one who was free from the laws. The crowd erupted into confusion upon hearing Sharon introduce himself as a Nephilim. Everyone present, including Kanya's family, stared in shock, while Sharon's own companions were equally stunned. Canis grumbled to himself while Aaron attempted to act innocent. Meanwhile, one of the citizens repeated Shironi's claim that he was someone free from the laws, unable to believe what he had heard. The executor angrily refuted Shironi's words, arguing that it was incorrect to describe the sacred ritual in such a manner. He explained that human existence, which merely rotted away after reaching the end of its lifespan, was returned to its original form so that it could live a new life once more, insisting that the ritual itself was God's mercy. Shironi, however, became utterly enraged and shouted that the executor was simply wrapping murder in elegant words to justify it. He argued that if killing a perfectly healthy person was not considered murder, then nothing else could be. Shironi further accused them of delivering punishments far greater than the sins committed and ultimately driving people to their deaths, declaring that such actions were no different from murder itself. Grinding his teeth in anger, the executor declared that Shironi was not a true Nephilim. He insisted that if Sharon had truly been a messenger sent by Ra, he would never deny the laws. The faithful immediately echoed the executor's accusation, shouting that Sharon was indeed a heretic. The executor then ordered the guards to arrest the heretic who had entered the land of the faithful. The guards rushed toward Shironi, but without the slightest hesitation, Sharon summoned his power and threw a punch imbued with explosion magic. A tremendous shockwave erupted from the strike and sent the guards flying backward. The surrounding followers stared in stunned disbelief as they exclaimed that it was light itself, shocked that the power had pushed everyone away. Shironi's power cracked the ground apart, causing the executioner to become terrified as he shouted that Sharon was a real Nephilim. However, the man quickly regained his composure, drew his sword, and loudly challenged that it was only a shallow trick, claiming that if Shironi were truly a Nephilim, a sword like that would mean nothing to him. At that moment, Sharon's group joined the battle. Rian and Tess stepped forward while firmly gripping their swords, standing in front of Sharon, while the young mages Amy, Aaron, and Canis prepared themselves for combat behind them. Rian declared that they would not let anyone lay a single finger on Shironi. Seeing even more heretics appear, the executioner angrily demanded to know who they were. Rian began to answer that he was Shironi's sword, but before he could finish, Tess covered his mouth and cut in by proclaiming that they were the Nephilim's Night Order. Amy immediately followed up by declaring that a Nephilim was free from the laws, and therefore, if Shironi wished to stop those laws, they would stop them as well. Aaron enthusiastically added that there was nothing more to it than that. Shironi looked surprised and called out to Amy, but the red-haired girl confidently replied that she believed in him and asked whether he already had a plan. Canis then warned Shironi that he had better say he did, considering the enormous mess they had already caused. At that point, Shironi's group was heavily outnumbered. Shironi suddenly shouted that he indeed had a plan and ordered everyone to close their eyes. Following his command, everyone covered their faces as a blinding sphere of light was summoned into existence. Canis immediately recognized the spell as light magic, shining, and inwardly wondered what Shironi intended to accomplish with it, questioning why there seemed to be something unusual about the light itself. Soon after, Canis was shocked to realize that Shironi was desperately transforming the sphere of light by synchronizing the polarization direction of the photons. He realized that Shironi had created artificial gravity with God's particles, allowing the density of light to increase several-fold, perhaps even dozens of times greater than normal. The brilliant white radiance of shining impact illuminated the entire area, turning the world into nothing but black and white. When the surroundings finally returned to normal, Shironi's companions slowly opened their eyes and stared around in astonishment, wondering what exactly had happened and realizing that it was a complete wide-range crowd control skill. At that moment, the executioner and all the guards simultaneously fell to their knees before Shironi in worship. The believers and citizens erupted into emotional cheers, proclaiming that he truly was a Nephilim and begging him to deliver the will of Ra. Trembling violently, the executioner muttered in disbelief that such a thing could not be possible. Tess then stepped forward and pulled the lever, rescuing the people trapped inside the spheres while announcing that the liquid was draining away and that the one ritual had finally stopped. The families of those trapped inside the spheres rushed toward their loved ones. Kanya and Lena ran toward their mother in tears, overwhelmed by emotion as they realized that the one ritual, which had continued for tens of thousands of years, had finally come to an end. Shironi's group smiled with relief at the sight. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed through the area, ordering everyone to halt. A bolt of blue lightning descended from the Spirit Army's magic staff and struck the ground. Leading the spirit forces, Igirin coldly declared that they had finally revealed themselves as the heretics who had been impersonating a Nephilim. The executioner and his subordinates respectfully knelt before Igirin, while the executioner, unable to understand the situation, loudly demanded to know what Igirin had meant by impersonating, insisting that the person had clearly used the power of light. Igirin coldly warned them not to be deceived, explaining that the nation of Earth possessed techniques capable of manipulating light and allowing them to use light magic, and that they had even tried to deceive the fairies through such methods. The executioner and the followers immediately fell into confusion, wondering in shock whether he was not a Nephilim and questioning what the truth actually was. Amy angrily protested that he also knew light magic. Canis furiously blamed Shironi, reminding him that he had warned him that the fly would snitch on everything and bring an army, insisting that was exactly why he had said they should leave earlier. At that moment, Shironi's gaze turned cold as he stared directly at Pifa. The small fairy, unable to understand what was happening, panicked internally while wondering why everyone was there when she had only been called because there had been a problem with the one ritual. Igirin then declared that he did not know why they were doing such things, but that he could not leave alone those who interfered with the laws. He immediately raised his hand and ordered everyone to be arrested and brought before him, proclaiming that he would personally reduce their lifespans. He also shouted at the others to resume the one ritual, while simultaneously commanding the executioner to continue the ceremony. Shironi desperately yelled for them to stop. Tess panicked and warned everyone not to come any closer, but the spirit soldiers used magic from their staffs to create vines that wrapped tightly around Tess's body, causing Tess to scream in terror while asking what the strange attack was. Rian was struck by magical lightning, while Amy endured another wave of attacks that caused her to cry out in pain, complaining that it stung terribly. Ryan collapsed to the ground, unable to move, groaning that his muscles were contracting uncontrollably. Taking advantage of the chaos, the executioner rushed toward the lever while shouting that nobody could stop the one ritual. At that instant, Canis summoned the spirit Javi, who immediately restrained the executioner and lifted him high into the air while mockingly asking whether he liked rides. Javi's sudden appearance terrified the spirit soldiers, who screamed that it was a ghost and even a lich. One spirit warrior angrily rebuked the others, insisting that there were no liches in Samhain, before charging forward with a magical staff to attack Javi. Javi delightedly absorbed the energy from the attack, savoring the thrilling taste of the energy and greedily demanding more. Javi then chased after the fleeing spirits while continuously demanding additional energy, causing them to scream in fear and beg the disgusting creature to stay away. Canis praised Javi for buying them time and then created a shadow wall that surrounded the entire group. Outside the magical barrier, one of the spirits shouted that it was a barrier and ordered everyone to break through it with magic. Inside the barrier, Amy used healing magic on Tess while Ryan slowly regained control of his body. As he rubbed his aching arms, he hesitantly asked whether he was really not supposed to hurt them. When the wall was finally broken, the followers immediately charged toward them again, causing Ryan to sigh in frustration that the situation was truly difficult. At that exact moment, Shironi unleashed an overwhelming power from above, creating a massive explosion that shook the entire space and blasted the enemy forces away. Amy entered the battle and chanted spirit summoning, calling forth countless jack-o'-lantern fire spirits before commanding them to fire. The followers screamed in terror while Amy warned Shironi that the jack-o'-lanterns were only temporary and would not last long. Chiron calmly replied that he understood. Elsewhere, Chiron unleashed photon cannon against the spirit army. His attack gradually advanced toward Pife, causing the tiny fairy to raise her hands in fear to defend herself. However, when she opened her eyes and realized the attack had never touched her, she wondered whether Shirone had intentionally missed her on purpose. Despite that, two spirit warriors used golden ropes to successfully restrain Shirone, while another spirit extinguished Amy's flames by spewing out an enormous amount of water. Rian was pinned to the ground and restrained by several large followers, while Tess screamed helplessly from inside a magical bubble, begging them to let him go because he had finally become free. The executioner triumphantly rushed toward the lever while laughing that they had won. Suddenly, a cold voice questioned exactly what they believed they had won. A shadowy figure emerged, praising them sarcastically for being lured all the way there. Canis and Aaron then revealed themselves from beneath a camouflage spell, and Aaron immediately cast wide-range mental shock. Dark shadows appeared and chased after the spirits, causing them to panic and flee while cursing in fear. Aaron's power spread across the ceremony like an electric current, knocking down both the spirits and the followers alike. Igirin silently observed everything with a cold expression. Amy shouted for Shirone to destroy the statue. Shirone summoned the power of light and unleashed laser pulse cannon directly toward the enormous statue. Kenya stared in horror, stammering that the statue was collapsing. Igirin coldly remarked that his turn had finally come and that it could not be helped anymore. He then raised his hand and began chanting, calling upon the world without authority and commanding it as a subordinate of God. Only then did the group realize that Igirin had begun casting a spell. Tess desperately shouted to Rian that they had to stop the fairy's incantation. Rian crazily grabbed his sword and charged forward, but Igirin merely pointed a finger and commanded him to kneel before him. As though struck by an invisible force, Rian's legs suddenly bent on their own, forcing him to kneel. Panicking internally, Ryan realized that his knees were moving against his will. Not only Rian, but Shirone's entire group suffered the same effect, feeling as though an unbearable weight were crushing them into the ground. Shirone angrily demanded to know what was happening, while Amy admitted in terror that she did not know and that her knees suddenly felt as heavy as lead. Aaron also revealed that even his spirit zone had become completely unresponsive. Every citizen present suffered the exact same fate. Igirin calmly explained to Shirone that the phenomenon was called authority, and that submission was not something forced upon others, but something that occurred voluntarily. While speaking, Igirin slowly approached the lever once more, remarking that although there had been a brief commotion, everything would soon return to its proper place. Igirin then activated the machine. Kenya screamed in despair for him to stop, but Igirin coldly declared that everything would return to where it properly belonged. Shirone trembled violently as he resisted the suppression with all his strength, furiously demanding to know what kind of voluntary submission this could possibly be. Igirin's overwhelming magical control caused those present at the sacrificial ceremony to panic and desperately beg for mercy, claiming that they could no longer move their knees and imploring him to forgive them and spare their lives, addressing him as Lord Igirin. Amy, struggling against the oppressive force, asked what principle the power was based on and whether it was some form of magic. Aaron also reported that even the spirit zone was not functioning properly, while Canis raised his voice to warn that if they attempted forced teleportation, their bodies would be torn apart. Shirone, sensing the situation, thought that the power was overwhelming and questioned whether it was truly God's authority. Unable to endure Igirin's control, the believers continued to scream and beg for forgiveness, insisting that they had mistaken their targets for Nephilim. The executioner also tried to shift all blame onto Shirone's group, claiming that it was because of them, that they had pretended to be Nephilim, misled everyone, and even tried to take away their chance at eternal life. Shironi groaned as the invisible suppression grew heavier and noted in his mind that the pressure was increasing. At the same time, a number, 310, appeared, and Igirin showed a satisfied expression. Tess remarked that they were being blamed, and amid the chaos, Rian remained focused solely on himself. Drenched in sweat, he tried to steady his thoughts, forcing himself to move and questioning whether he could do it, acknowledging that compared to his friends he was not outstanding in attack power, agility, or tactics. However, he then recalled Chiron once telling him that if he fell, all of them would be in danger, and Rian resolved that if he fell, everyone would be at risk. For the safety of his companions, he gathered all his strength and thrust his sword into the ground, forcing himself to stand and regain control of his body. Chiron called out in shock to Rian, and Tess was surprised that he had managed to stand. Igirin, observing Rian's resistance, was internally shaken and questioned how it was possible, reasoning that the stronger the muscles became, the heavier the suppression should be, and that producing strength beyond one's own muscles should be impossible, something only achievable through the highest-level giant techniques. Rian continued trembling but gritted his teeth and endured the pressure. Inside the glass spheres, a dark liquid had almost submerged Kanya's mother, causing Kanya to scream in desperation for her mother. Realizing time was running out, Shironi shouted for Rian to destroy the device. Rian, hearing this, questioned whether he only needed to break the statue and raised his sword before delivering a powerful strike. The believers were shocked and wondered how he was resisting authority and moving so freely, even questioning whether there might be something that even God's authority could not stop. Meanwhile, the mysterious number dropped from 300 to 297, and Igirin dismissed it as a pointless effort. Amy informed Shironi that the weight pressing on their bodies was decreasing. When Shironi asked by how much, Amy calculated that it was decreasing by 5 kilograms, then 6, then 7, noting that it reduced each time Ryan struck the statue. Aaron added that restraining hundreds of people through command words alone did not align with the law of equivalent exchange, suggesting that there must be an unknown principle at work. Shironi then realized that although it was an anomaly, it was still a form of magic that followed unusual rules based on the caster's nature, comparing it to his own ability, which involved stealing authority. From this realization, he concluded that Igirin's power was not true authority but an anomaly. He declared that Igirin himself had said obedience was voluntary, meaning that if no one believed, there would be no obedience, and that if the number of doubters increased, the power would weaken. Amy acknowledged in shock that it was indeed an anomaly, while Canis described its scale as absurd. Tess then confirmed that, in that case, it was not the law or the power of a god. Shironi asserted that it was indeed magic, which caused Igirin's expression to darken as she calmly assessed the situation, acknowledging that the figures had shifted and calling it impressive. The balance of belief began to change, with the number of believers decreasing to 293, while those who had lost faith increased by 25. Some citizens became uncertain, questioning whether this was truly authority or something like magic. Seizing the moment, Shironi urged them to realize they were being deceived, claiming that the so-called wine of one bloom was a fraud. He argued that their lives were not truly chosen, and that if choices were made without full information, then it was not a real choice, but a scam. When one person expressed disbelief and demanded to know what they were supposedly not being told, Shironi explained that although everyone was said to be able to attain eternal life, population stability implied control through adjusted lifespans, enforced as needed. He further claimed that citizens' lifespans were reduced through the fairies without any true standard, causing some among the crowd to whisper in shock that it could not be true. Shironi then insisted that the wine of one bloom, along with the law, eternal life, lifespan adjustment, and Miro's rejection of the law, led him to form a hypothesis that had now become certainty after observing both fairies and citizens. He concluded that the wine of one bloom was merely a system operated for the convenience of those managing population control. This revelation caused the believers' faith to collapse further, shifting the balance again to 206 believers and 112 who had lost faith. However, the executioner resisted, insisting that this was still part of the law and that gaining eternal life or being reborn as giants according to Ra's will did not change their faith, urging others not to be misled by heretical logic. In response, Shironi countered that he had seen the giants in purgatory and that they were not truly living beings but rather emotionless, will-less weapons used to eliminate intruders, arguing that this could not be humanity's original form. Kanya, observing the situation, continued to focus on the suffering woman, while Igirin became increasingly uneasy, thinking that if the number of doubters exceeded half, the authorities' power would be released at a severe cost. The balance drew closer again, with believers decreasing to 174 and doubters increasing to 144, as though an invisible chain was binding Igirin to the crowd's loss of faith. She then commanded everyone not to be deceived and threatened that those who doubted would immediately have their lifespans altered. At that moment, Javi's soul appeared behind Igirin, mockingly asking if she wanted to play, boasting that his negligible weight made magic that increased weight useless against him. He then expanded and began chasing her, while a restriction labeled as an outlier ruler effect prevented other magic from being used. Igirin, irritated, tried to evade the pursuing Javi, calling him an annoying magical life form. As the revelation of truth continued, the balance gradually stabilized and people began regaining control of their bodies. Amy remarked that it was working and that the oppressive force was becoming lighter. Canis reflected that Shironi intended not only to stop people from becoming giants, but also to reveal the truth and save them, though he sensed that there was still something Shironi did not fully understand about the situation. Meanwhile, the executioner, though able to move again, struggled to accept that his faith might have been built on lies and insisted that the secret of their society had not been unknown. He shouted that increasing lifespans was real, that eternal life could be achieved under the law, and that sacrificing a few individuals each year was necessary for the others to gain that chance. His words gradually restored the believers' confidence, increasing their numbers again and reintroducing the oppressive pressure. Chiron reacted in anger, condemning them as fools and stating that this was precisely what he meant, that they were living the life they had chosen. He compared them to beings incapable of change, suggesting that humanity had long abandoned its nature in pursuit of the sweet illusion of eternal life over countless years, making such inertia difficult to overcome. He then forced himself up and warned them not to call unwilling death a sacrifice, prompting shock among the crowd that he could still stand. Finally, Shironi declared angrily that a peace sustained only through sacrifice could not be considered true peace. The voice declared that, faced with the sweet fruit of eternal life, those cowardly humans had long since turned a blind eye to the essence of humanity, and that they had done so for hundreds of thousands of years. It further stated that such inertia could not be easily stopped. Shirone used all his strength to resist the pressure and force himself to stand. Filled with anger, he shouted that they should not dare call a death that the person never wanted a sacrifice. He argued that peace maintained only through sacrifices was not true peace. The executioner immediately barked at everyone to snap out of it and demanded to know whether they did not want to live forever. As the believers began to waver, the number of those who still believed and those who had lost faith fluctuated constantly. Meanwhile, Ryan continued smashing the statue while inwardly cursing. He angrily thought that if it had not been for that strange power, he would have already destroyed it. Kanya's mother gradually sank deeper into the black liquid while confronting horrifying visions. Nearby, Kanya's father knelt trembling, gritting his teeth. At that moment, Kanya asked her mother which side was truly right and whether that was really what happiness meant. She wondered what the point of gaining eternal life and obtaining everything was if they had to live in a world without the people they loved. Her sincere question struck the hearts of everyone present. Shirone clenched his teeth so hard that veins bulged across his face. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Kanya tearfully declared that she did not want any of it and that she would rather be with her mother. One girl's words were like a passing breeze. That breeze could not blow every leaf from the tree, but it shook them all in the same direction. It lasted only for a moment, yet during that brief instant, the hearts of the people became united. Kanya's words fell directly into the minds of the citizens and brought them back to their senses. The number of people who lost faith surged dramatically until almost everyone had abandoned belief in the so-called eternal life. As a result, Irigen's power weakened drastically, as though invisible chains were dragging her downward. Irigen panicked inwardly, unable to believe that her authority was fading. A massive explosion erupted. Seizing the opportunity, Shirone regained control of his body and shouted that it was their chance. Amy and Tess immediately rushed toward the glass cages. Canis pulled the lever, while Ryan shattered the cage, imprisoning Kanya's mother. Kanya's father ran to her side. Trembling uncontrollably, he broke into tears as he gently reached out to touch his wife. Moments later, Kanya's mother vomited the black liquid and regained consciousness. The citizens, moved by what had happened and now fully awakened from their delusion, tearfully realized that they had survived. After everything was over, the one ritual came to an end, and on that day, no one had died. Light illuminated the scene as families reunited with one another. With vacant eyes, Irigen silently reflected that it had finally come to that point. She wondered whether this was an unstoppable current and thought that heaven would begin to change from that day onward. She questioned where this new era would ultimately lead. Shirone and his companions stood before Irigen. Just then, Peofe hurriedly flew over and begged them to stop. The tiny fairy spread her arms protectively in front of Irigan and insisted that the fight was already over. She declared that if they intended to attack an opponent who could no longer fight, she would not allow it. Irigan interrupted her and calmly assured her that everything was fine. She explained that she also wished to have a conversation with the boy. Hearing that, Shironi approached and knelt on one knee, reducing the distance between them. Irigan addressed him as a child from the world below and asked why he had saved the life of someone unrelated to his own world. She questioned what benefit such an action could possibly bring him. Shironi answered honestly that someone had been dying right before his eyes and that whether he personally benefited from it was irrelevant. He stated that even if everyone believed that person needed to die, and even if everyone wanted it, he would still save them if there was a way to do so. Correcting himself, he emphasized that if that person wished to be saved, then he would save them. Shironi's compassion caused Irigan to frown. As she looked upon the image of the god Miro, she thought that Shironi was indeed similar to Adrius Miro, the embodiment of extreme good. However, she concluded that they were also fundamentally different. In her view, Miro had valued the whole above all else and had accepted sacrifices whenever they were necessary for the greater good. Shirone, on the other hand, did not weigh efficiency or practicality when acting according to what he believed was right. Though they appeared alike, she felt they were completely different beings. After finishing her thoughts, Irigan instructed them to leave that place. She explained that they did not understand how the laws operated. She warned that although they had only stopped something very small that day, not even she could predict the consequences their actions would bring. Therefore, she angrily ordered them to disappear from her world at once. Shironi fell silent in thought. Canis, however, impatiently reminded everyone that they still needed to travel to the seventh heaven, Erebos. Suddenly, a crimson light appeared behind them. It spread across the sky, throwing the citizens into confusion. People frantically asked what was happening and pointed toward the source of the phenomenon. Others realized that it was coming from the direction of the second heaven, Rakia. A deafening sound erupted from within the red light, forcing everyone to cover their ears. Moments later, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens and triggered a catastrophic explosion. When the smoke cleared, a figure emerged. The newcomer possessed brilliant golden hair and enormous wings. Irigan immediately recognized the figure as the fallen angel Ikasa. Shocked, she questioned why the angel of hatred, who had been banished to the second heaven, was present there. She then wondered in horror whether the laws themselves had already begun to twist. The figure introduced himself as the lower-tier angel Ikasa. He explained that while casually observing the Sacred One ritual from afar, he had noticed a disturbance and therefore descended to investigate. Upon hearing those words and seeing the angel before him, Shironi's expression turned pale with terror. Chiron was inwardly horrified when he recalled the moment in the village where Gardrak had once asked whether he had checked his fingerprints that day. The memory returned amid his chaotic thoughts, and he found it impossible to believe that such a thing could exist. The powerful and terrifying angel Ikasa slowly transformed the halo above his head into something enormous before turning around and fixing Shironi with glowing red eyes. Wearing an eerie smile, Ikasa declared that Chiron was one who denied God. Terrified, Chiron shouted for everyone to run. By then, the other 5 members of the group had already sensed the danger and begun fleeing. However, the sinister voice continued, proclaiming that in God's place, Ikasa would erase them. As he spoke, the halo above his head expanded into a gigantic black hole that seemed capable of devouring everything, delivering a sentence of death. Canis urgently called out to Aaron. Aaron reached into her cloak and pulled out a metal block, but before she could do anything, Ikasa instantly snatched it away. Looking at the object with interest, he remarked that it was a metagate and noted that even citizens were forbidden from using it, adding that he was impressed. Aaron grew frightened, her hands trembling as she stared at Ikasa and wondered what had just happened. She could not understand how someone who had been over 100 meters away had suddenly appeared beside her, nor how such a being could exist in the world. Ikasa then shifted his attention to Shironi and asked whether Miro had sent him. The unexpected question left Shironi stunned. Standing among the group while holding the metal block, Ikasa continued by saying that Shironi did not need to answer because he could obtain the coordinates by analyzing the device anyway. Ikasa's overwhelming presence caused Tess to tremble in fear. Then from above, Ikasa glanced toward Amy and moved his enormous face close to hers before asking if she was a virgin. The rude question made Amy blush as she stammered in shock. Ignoring her reaction, Ikasa laughed wildly and exclaimed that she was one, and that the others were as well. He further remarked that one of them even belonged to an Eastern race and declared that all 3 were excellent. Laughing maniacally, he celebrated the fact that there were 3 virgins from Miro's homeland. Aaron, Tess, and Amy were suddenly lifted off the ground. Delighted by his fortune, Ikasa proclaimed that his luck was incredible. As he rose into the sky with the terrified girls suspended beside him, Amy desperately called out to Sharon. Realizing he could no longer hesitate, Sharon summoned a photon sphere and hurled it at Ikasa with all his strength. However, he was shocked to discover that the photon cannon did not even touch him. Breathing heavily, Sharon could only watch as Ikasa remained completely unaffected. Tess cried out for Rian's help, while Eren called desperately for Canis. Ikasa then ordered Tabu to kill the heretics, explaining that he had to take the women to Lord Cariel and that presenting such gifts would restore his status as an angel. The three girls were so frightened that tears streamed down their faces. Clutching his chest, Shironi shouted for Ikasa to come down and fight him. He could no longer maintain his composure. Yet Ikasa simply refused. Amy's image filled Shiron's mind as he remembered her words asking him to come to the island with her, reminding him that she trusted him and believed he would find a way. His thoughts spiraled into chaos as he desperately insisted that it could not end like this. In anguish, he screamed for Ikasa to let his friends go. Amy reached out toward him and weakly urged him to run. Suddenly, Ikasa and the girls vanished into the sky. Moments later, something resembling a blazing meteor descended toward the remaining boys and slammed into the ground, shattering the earth. The demon Tabu revealed himself. He was enormous, with sharp fangs and a grotesquely long tongue. Introducing himself, he declared that he was Tabu, the one-horned demon horse. He remarked that it had been a long time since his last battle and suggested that they enjoy the fight. Canis and Rian immediately assumed combat stances. Shironi stood at the front, his eyes now cold and emotionless. When Tabu curled himself into a massive boulder-like shape and charged forward, Shironi used Berserk to create a wall of light as a defensive barrier. However, Tabu opened his fang-filled mouth and tore straight through the shield. The sight horrified Shiron, who could scarcely believe that Tabu had broken through Berserk. Before he could react, the demon was already nearly upon him. With a smug grin, Tabu asked whether Shironi was sad because he had lost the women. He cruelly stated that the women would be put to very valuable use and assured Shiron that he himself would be reduced to dust there. Still reeling from the demon's words, Shironi fixated on the term, valuable. Taking advantage of his distraction, Tabu threw a punch that sent him flying far away. Rian shouted and rushed forward, swinging his sword and landing a slash on Tabu, but the attack failed to injure the demon in the slightest. Canis then summoned shadows to bind Tabu, yet the demon effortlessly broke free. Frustrated and unwilling to accept the situation, Canis wondered what Tabu was made of. He realized that he could not even grab the demon, let alone scratch him, and he began to understand that this was the true power of Amara. As Javi's soul joined the battle, Javi enlarged himself and confronted the demon Tabu with both hands. The demon repeatedly threw punches at Javi while remarking that a magical life form developed in the land country had been expected to be far more impressive and that its current level of power was disappointing. Javi smiled and replied that he was merely the brains of the operation and that someone else was responsible for the fighting. His answer left Tabu somewhat confused. At that moment, Sharon appeared and summoned a photon sphere, hurling it at Tabu and causing a massive explosion. Rian joyfully shouted Shironi's name. Canis, however, angrily demanded to know why Sharon had only just gotten up, adding that even after using shadow skin on him, he should have recovered much faster. Canis then merged his shadow soul with Shironi's body. Beneath the covering soul, Sharon's gaze became cold and his thoughts focused solely on Amy. He admitted that it was because of him, because he had been the one who suggested coming there. He declared that he had to save Amy and that in order to do so, he would destroy the enemy before him and erase every other thought from his mind. Tabu burst into laughter, expressing great satisfaction at finally finding a worthy opponent. The demon eagerly asked whether Shironi had anything even more entertaining to offer. Rian warned that normal attacks would not work. Canis suggested that Shironi activate the immortal function immediately. Shironi questioned what Canis was talking about and revealed that it had already been activated for quite some time. Canis reacted in shock and asked what he meant. At that moment, Tabu curled himself into a gigantic ball and continuously launched attacks against the three young men. They fought back with all their strength. Canis shouted in disbelief that even the laser was ineffective. Shironi explained that the demon was too small and too fast to hit accurately, and that gathering enough energy for the attack required at least 5 seconds. Canis cursed and concluded that they would first have to stop the demon from moving. He admitted that he did not know whether his magic would work but promised to try to hold Tabu down. Suddenly, Shironi remembered something and thought to himself that he would be the one to hold it. Having made up his mind, he turned to Canis and asked him to buy him a little time. Shironi urgently called to Canis, asking him to buy him a little time. Standing beside him with sharp eyes, Shironi raised his hands and began summoning the power of light. Canis immediately seemed to realize what Shironi was about to do and exclaimed in disbelief that there was no way he was using photon shaping again. However, Javi quickly noticed that this time something was different, observing that Shironi had reduced the photon's vibrations like before. Although Canis admitted that it was a good idea, he anxiously questioned whether it would actually work, pointing out that even if Chiron suppressed the vibrations, shaping was still an incredibly difficult technique. Javi's expression then turned serious as he realized that it did not appear to be simple compression. With overwhelming power, Shironi reconstructed the photon sphere into an entirely new weapon, a chain forged from pure light. The astonishing sight left Canis, Javi, and even Igarin speechless. Igarin silently realized that it was light shaping, a technique that only a handful of angels capable of controlling light could even perform. Taboo, the grotesque demon, stuck out his revolting tongue and roared mockingly, telling Chiron not to make him laugh because there was no way a mere human could accomplish such a feat. He immediately charged toward Chiron, who calmly faced him while wielding the radiant chain. Chiron skillfully swung the chain around Taboo's massive body, binding the demon tightly. Watching closely, Javi remarked that it was a fractal. Canis remained stunned by Shironi's incredible power, while Javi deduced that Shirone had created a relatively simple pattern before duplicating it. He explained that this method allowed complex structures to be formed with only a small amount of mental power. According to Javi, Shirone had duplicated countless small rings to create the chain, while the mass contained within the photons attracted one another, greatly increasing its tensile strength. Grinding his teeth, Canis muttered that Chiron was completely crazy, before thinking in amazement that Chiron had devised such an idea in such a short amount of time. Using every ounce of his strength, Shironi desperately struggled to hold the enormous demon in place. Laughing contemptuously, Taboo admitted that Chiron had successfully caught him but arrogantly asked what Chiron intended to do next. He mocked Shironi by saying that such restraints could never kill him and pointed out that Shironi's mental power appeared to be nearly exhausted. Filled with rage, Chiron tightly gripped the glowing chain with trembling hands while desperately searching for a solution. He thought that using a laser would have been ideal, but maintaining the current spell prevented him from casting any other magic. He also realized that, despite the chain's relatively simple structure, maintaining a shape made entirely of light consumed an enormous amount of mental power. With his eyes glowing blue, Shironi furiously demanded that Taboo tell him where his friends had been taken. Under the influence of the light chain, Taboo unwillingly revealed the truth, confessing that the girls had been taken to the angel's sanctuary in order to give birth to Nephilim. Hearing the confession, Ryan cried out in shock, while Canis exploded in anger and cursed the demons. Taboo only laughed maliciously, taunting them by saying that the children would not belong to them. Those cruel words completely enraged Shironi. Bloodshot eyes fixed on the demon without wavering. As Taboo struggled violently against the chains, he continued laughing and cruelly remarked that, by then, the girls must already be in quite a sight. Veins bulged across Chiron's arm as he gripped the chain even harder, channeling his fury into the power of light. He warned Taboo to shut his mouth, threatening him that if he refused, there would be consequences. The chain tightened with overwhelming force, crushing several of the demon's fangs. Yet Taboo continued laughing through the pain, vowing that he would return once humanity's corruption reached its end, and that he would personally come back. The radiant chain then tore the demon's monstrous mouth apart. Using the very last of his strength, Shironi completely crushed Taboo's body with the chain, reducing the ferocious demon to mangled pieces of flesh that scattered across the battlefield. The horrific scene left the young men frozen in utter astonishment, while the spirit Pief stared at Shironi with wide eyes, terrified by the immense power he had displayed. As sunlight finally returned to the sky, Chiron collapsed to his knees and screamed helplessly, devastated that he had failed to protect his companions. Payofe slowly approached him and gently asked whether he was all right. However, Pifi froze when he saw the once composed young man trembling uncontrollably as Shironi tearfully blamed himself, saying that everything was his fault because he had been the one who suggested they come there. Rian lowered his head before comforting Chiron, assuring him that it was not his fault. Canis then admitted that the entire group had become far too complacent by relying on the metagate. He reflected that everything had gone so smoothly that they had forgotten how dangerous the world truly was, and concluded that everyone shared responsibility for what had happened. At that moment, Igarin confidently stated that the girls would be safe, at least for the time being. Everyone immediately turned toward him. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, Shironi urgently asked how Igarin could possibly claim that they were safe. Still kneeling in a pool of blood beneath his robe, Igarin explained that Ikasa had taken the girls because they were virgins and intended to conceive Nephilim through virgin conception. Understanding the implication, Ryan concluded that, for the time being, the girls would not be harmed. Canis folded his arms across his chest as he assessed the situation, remarking that even if the girls did not die, they would still be subjected to something extremely dangerous. Igirin replied seriously that what Canis was imagining would not happen, explaining that angels considered relationships with humans disgraceful and would instead take more time to implant information using the angel's own method. After lowering his head for a moment, Shironi looked up with determined eyes and asked them to tell the group how to reach the angel's sanctuary. Piafe immediately shouted in protest, asking whether Shironi had gone crazy. He explained that the sanctuary was the sixth heaven, Zebul, where the angels lived. Looking up at the towering structure that stretched beyond sight, Piafe fearfully asked how they were planning to get there, reminding them that they had been completely overwhelmed by a single one-horned Mara, and warning that angels existed on an entirely different level as the pinnacle of all living beings. He pleaded with them not to go, insisting that they would die. Chiron interrupted him, acknowledging that they might indeed lose their lives, but emphasizing that it was only a possibility. He declared that if they failed to rescue the girls, everyone in the group would certainly lose the trust they had built in one another. Determined to save the girls not only for their safety, but also to preserve the faith shared among his companions, Shironi stated that because they had come so far by trusting one another, what he had to do now had already been decided. A warm light illuminated Shironi's resolute expression, leaving Piafe stunned. In disbelief, Piafe remarked that Chiron intended to protect his convictions even if it meant sacrificing his life. At that moment, several followers and townspeople approached and revealed that there was a way to reach Zebul from their current location. The three young men were left speechless before Shirone eagerly asked whether that was really true. Pointing to a map, the followers explained that the heavens were designed to be traversed in order. Under normal circumstances, traveling from the first heaven, Shamain, to the sixth heaven, Zebul, required passing through 5 separate heavens in sequence. The map illustrated the order of the heavens along with directional routes leading towards Zebul. Another follower added that such a journey would take far too long and explained that they needed to use a shortcut instead. Indicating a location within the first heaven, he explained that Sector 1 of Shamain contained a central road leading directly to Zebul. Although the route was only opened occasionally when engineers traveled to Zebul and was therefore an extremely dangerous road guarded by Maris, it could reduce the journey to only half a day. Growing increasingly anxious, Chiron asked how long it would take to reach Sector 1 from their current location. One of the followers estimated that it would normally take around 12 hours. An elderly follower reassured him not to worry, explaining that there was a light spot in Sector 73 capable of transporting them directly to Sector 1, and that, by coincidence, he was the person responsible for operating it. Chiron urgently pleaded with the elder to take them there immediately. Seeing that there was finally a chance to rescue the girls, Rian became excited and suggested that perhaps they could still succeed. Chiron firmly agreed, declaring that they still had a chance. Afterward, Shironi quietly asked the followers why they were willing to go so far to help them. The elderly follower answered with heartfelt gratitude, explaining that thanks to Chiron and his companions, he had regained many precious things that he had nearly lost forever. He clarified that what he meant was his heart. Because of Chiron's group's efforts, countless families had finally been reunited. Witnessing the scene before him, Piafe became emotionally conflicted and quietly remarked that humans were truly strange. Shining Chain. Attribute, Light Magic, Divine Particle Type. Category, Activated Magic, Concentration Type, Shining Chain, was described as a restraint spell that shaped light into chains capable of binding enemies. The technique repeatedly created and linked countless small rings of light together to form a single long chain. Since the photons composing the spell consisted of divine particles capable of generating gravity, every ring bound itself tightly to the next. As that gravitational force accumulated throughout the chain, its power could surpass simple restraint and become strong enough to crush and destroy its target. Originally, shaping light required an enormous amount of mental power and possessed very little practical value. However, Shirone overcame this limitation by applying a fractal structure, transforming the technique into a repeatable pattern that made the spell practical for combat. Igarine sat helplessly in one place, his mind in turmoil as he reflected on everything that he, as a noble spirit, had always believed to be true. He had believed that humans were the lowest-ranked beings in heaven, unable to leave it, with both their lifespan and population strictly controlled by the law. He had also believed that they were selfish beings who would ignore the sacrifices of others to preserve their own lives. Yet now, he realized that everything had changed, as humans were willingly rushing to share the burdens of one another's suffering. A middle-aged believer, having come to a moment of enlightenment, admitted that he had almost lost what was called the heart forever. Igurin could not help but wonder whether that mysterious force was truly the truth, and whether that was what Ra had been trying to protect by so strictly controlling humanity and preventing them from multiplying. Before setting off on their new journey, Shirone turned to Pifi and asked her to take good care of the citizens. He added that, when she returned, he hoped they would get along because he trusted her. That unconditional trust left Pifi momentarily speechless. She could not understand why, after everything that had happened, these humans still placed their faith in her. She suddenly called out to Shirone, her thoughts still in complete disarray. Wondering why she was even asking such a question, she asked whether he would still save her, even if she were taken away. No sooner had she spoken than she questioned herself, wondering whether that was truly what she wanted to ask. Remembering Shirone's words that they must never lose trust in one another, she instead asked whether, if they truly trusted each other, everything would be all right. Shirone answered without the slightest hesitation that it would, of course. After standing motionless for a brief moment, Pife hurried after Shirone's group and urged them to let her come with them, explaining that there was a way to save the girls. Igurin simply closed his eyes and lowered his head in resignation. Shirone, startled by Peofe's words, excitedly asked what she meant by saying there was a way to save them. Peofe replied that she could not guarantee success, but insisted that such a way did exist and urged them to come with her. When she noticed Shirone looking at her with sparkling eyes full of hope, she became flustered and quickly insisted that he should not misunderstand her intentions, explaining that she merely felt responsible for seeing everything through to the very end. At that moment, Igurin called Peofe over. Only then did Peofe realize that she had acted on her own without even reporting her actions. Once she approached him, Igurin gently placed a hand on her head. Instantly, countless memories flooded into her mind, leaving her stunned as he told her to inherit his memories because they would help her reach Zabul. Lowering her head, Peof apologized to Igurin, saying that she had disappointed him once again. Igurin reassured her that he had never once been disappointed in her. He explained that she was a fairy born during a turbulent era in heaven, and that from then on everything she witnessed would differ from the law she had always known. Therefore, she would have to see everything with her own eyes and judge everything for herself. Those words of trust deeply moved Pifi, causing her face to flush with emotion. Igurin went on to tell her that she often rushed headlong into situations, but that this very trait allowed her to learn through her own experiences. He reminded her that a spiral always advanced straight ahead while observing every direction, and concluded by saying that he was counting on her, Pefe, the fairy of the spiral. Wiping away the tears gathering in her eyes, Pifi silently resolved to accomplish her mission. Meanwhile, at the castle, the tiny spirit of light illuminated the entire area. One of the believers explained that, by using the spirit's power, they would be able to reach Sector 1 in a single trip. However, gathering the spirit required time, and the process would take about 5 minutes. Kanya and Lena stepped forward and handed Shirone's group the equipment they would need. Shirone gratefully thanked both Kanya and Lena. After equipping himself, Rian asked whether it would be acceptable if he ended up using the equipment rather roughly. Lena eagerly replied that it did not matter even if the equipment broke, so long as they succeeded in saving the girls. Shirone then placed a reassuring hand on Kanya's shoulder as she quietly sobbed. He promised that he would definitely bring their friends back and told her not to worry. Trembling, Kanya tearfully pleaded with him to make absolutely sure that they all returned alive. Growing impatient, Canis simply urged everyone to get moving. Standing before the dazzling gate of light, Shirone asked Pife to explain this supposed way of saving their friends. Pife answered that it was not exactly a method, but rather someone who might be willing to help them because that person loved humans very much. Her answer only made Shirone even more curious, prompting him to ask who this person was. Peofe revealed that it was the leader of the angels, the archangel Ikael. A brilliant pillar of light then stretched into the heavens, illuminating the entire town. Using the light passage, the group instantly traveled from Sector 73 to Sector 1. Their destination was the seventh heaven, Erebot. As they stepped onto the lush green grass, Peofe introduced the place, explaining that they had arrived at the wall of the seventh heaven, Erebot. While they were walking, Shirone lightly touched Peofe, startling her. She immediately shouted at him, demanding to know what he thought he was doing. Embarrassed, Shirone explained that he had only reached out because she had suddenly moved. He then thanked her sincerely for all the help she had given them and expressed his hope that they would get along from then on. Afterward, he asked what they were supposed to do next, pointing out that he could not see any way to enter. Still pouting in irritation, Peofe replied that they were going to ask Lord Ikael for help. She explained that, since he served as the archangel, he would allow them into Erebot if they sincerely requested his assistance. Unable to believe what he had heard, Shirone asked in astonishment whether Lord Ikael would actually allow them into Erebot. Rian was equally amazed and asked whether Pifi could really contact someone of such incredible status. Pifi widened her eyes and bluntly admitted that she could not. Her answer only left Shironi even more confused, prompting him to point out that she had just claimed to know him. Pifi calmly replied that he had never said he knew the man. He then wore a look of disdain and remarked that there was no way someone like that could possibly know someone like him, who had only been born a year ago. He even asked if they were all idiots. Pif's attitude immediately ignited Canis's fury. Rian hurriedly tried to restrain him, urging him to hold himself back. Shironi, equally at a loss, asked how that could be possible. Crossing his arms arrogantly, Pifi explained that angels possessed an ability called looking down. He said that Lord Ikael might already be watching them, as the ability allowed angels to observe anything they wished from anywhere, proudly adding that it was amazing. Those absurd claims only made Canis even angrier. Gritting his teeth with murderous intent, he sarcastically asked whether Pifi looked at his own fingerprints every morning. Peofe cheerfully responded that Canis actually knew the story. Laughing, he said that was exactly what he meant before sinking into admiration for Lord Ikael. He declared that Lord Ikael loved even the smallest creatures equally. Barely suppressing the urge to attack the tiny fairy, Canis muttered that they should kill that fly first, or better yet, dig a tunnel with a spoon. Shironi and Rian immediately grabbed Canis together and desperately told him to stop. Rolling his eyes but remaining completely steadfast, Peofe insisted that they only needed to wait a little longer. He argued that they had no way of entering Zebel without Lord Ikael's help anyway. He then complained that humans were always so suspicious. Overwhelmed by anxiety for his younger sister, Canis cursed in frustration, shouting that Eren was still in danger even at that very moment. Although equally worried, Shironi chose to trust Pif this time. He suggested that they wait, believing the fairies must have their own way. The group reluctantly waited as Pifi flew around in circles. Suddenly, he clasped his hands together as if praying. The sight completely shattered Canis's composure, causing him to shout in disbelief that the fly had actually put its hands together. With complete sincerity, Pifi began praying to Lord Ikael. Canis exploded in irritation, incredulously asking whether Pifi was seriously praying. He demanded to know if, at a time like this, Pifi was really relying on pure chance. Losing all patience, he urged Shironi that they had no more time to waste and insisted they head for the central road the Mecha had mentioned. Though worried himself, Shironi persuaded Canis to wait a little longer. He reminded him that Canis had said the central road was swarming with Maras and pointed out that nothing had happened yet. Canis quietly addressed Shironi before admitting that he had lived through hell and therefore did not know how to rely on hope. He explained that he and Eren had protected each other their entire lives and that this alone was the reason he kept living. He added that, from the very beginning, it had been difficult for him to believe an angel would ever help humans. Rather than placing his faith in slim odds, he said he would rather fight. Because Eren had always been the one protecting and being protected alongside him throughout their lives, Canis finally declared that if Shironi refused to go, he would go alone. Hearing those words, determination filled Shironi's eyes. He agreed and decided that they would head for the central road together, adding that no matter what enemy awaited them. Before he could finish, Pifi suddenly screamed that Lord Ikael had seen him and had truly noticed him. Pifi was so overwhelmed with excitement and gratitude that tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. The three young men were left completely stunned. Unable to believe what he had just heard, Canis asked if Pifi was actually serious. Still trembling with excitement, Peofe repeatedly asked whether they had heard it before, exclaiming that Lord Ikael had spoken to him. Shironi anxiously replied that, of course, they could not hear anything, and quickly asked what Lord Ikael had said. With a frightened expression, Peofe answered that Lord Ikael had first asked who Shironi was. He then explained that the angel had said he would help if Piafi brought him a boy named Shironi. The entire group froze in shock. Rian could only mutter in disbelief, asking what that meant. Stunned, Shironi quietly wondered how Lord Ikael could possibly know his name. Meanwhile, atop the towering spire in Erebot, the seventh heaven, the angel Ikael watched everything unfold with a smile filled with anticipation.